That's right, that trophy you just saw, only one team will be able to put their hands on at the end of this event, and some are still fighting to be there. Some are still hoping that that is still a reality as we've got more elimination games coming your way today. I'm your host, James Banks, and I'm rocking it once again with Pimp and Rugger. Pimp, how are we doing on this fine day? It's cooled down a little bit here now.
It has cooled down a little bit, you know. I guess the fall season is beginning in Denmark now. It's gray outside, it's cold, it's rainy, so yeah, rest in peace the next 6 months, I guess.
Yeah, I like the fall. I like the not so warm weather, you know. Look at my skin color and everything. Like, this is my prime time.
Yeah.
You are the opposite of Pimp in this. Pimp is going to be disappearing for a while, right? You're going to go out from the sun and cycle somewhere?
Gonna find a different country, maybe Spain. We'll figure it out.
Oh, nice. Good choice, good choice. Or you could go to Porto.
That would be nice too, close to Spain, you know. So I guess similar climate, and yeah, I would love to be there.
As so would a lot of our teams. We're going to take a look at the Group A overview to show you guys of where we're at over these opening days of Blast Premier Open Porto. As you can see already, Spirit Furia looking to go head-to-head all that way in making sure they can get a semi or a quarter spot. Both already qualified. Good thing to have Furia in an arena in Portugal for sure.
Yeah, 100%, you know. Also, I guess a team that is going a bit under the radar when we speak favorites, you know, to win the entire thing. Fallen with Siring and the team, you know, I think they're hard to place, you know. Are they title contenders? Are they just beneath the likes of Spirit? I think that game will tell us a lot more, you know, to where they're at and what kind of aspirations they can have for this tournament.
Like, if Keserato keeps up the numbers he's been doing lately, then sure, like, then we can talk about them winning the tournament, but they're still Donk.
Yeah, he's still got to go up against Donk, and that is certainly not easy. Also, some games are not easy for Na'Vi, even if they're facing a team like Pain, who we've not been so high on in recent times. What is going on with Na'Vi? What's going on in this camp here? Because it feels like they can lose any game.
It's a really, really good question, James. And yeah, it may sound a bit rich to say, you know, Na'Vi beating Pain 2-0. Hard to criticize in essence, right? But that second map, were they down 11-1, 10-2 or something like that? Yeah, had to make a massive comeback over there. I mean, as much as it's nice for them to get a W, it wasn't convincing against a Pain Gaming who, as Big Zero said, like he publicly goes out and saying the team doesn't trust each other anymore. Like they're playing the worst brand of Counter-Strike ever, yet they were able to push Na'Vi. So I'm a little bit fearful. I don't have Na'Vi high in my ranks right now, and I think they'll have to turn it around quickly if they want to be able to contend for anything here.
I think the good thing, if you're a Na'Vi fan, if they come through and actually make playoffs here, I think that could be the turning point, because there's been so much heat on the team lately that if they somehow find their way through this, they might come out stronger and start building up their season. But they also need to, because they need the in-game stuff, questionable, the individuals, questionable performances right now. So if they come through and the individuals start stepping up, then sure, we can talk about Na'Vi being a top team.
Just very quickly, Rugger, to you, I wanted to ask what Pimp said there about Biggie Sarah saying we don't trust each other anymore. If you're a coach of a team and you hear that, do you say it's roster changes?
I think there are a couple of steps before that, but it also depends, you know, has this been spoken out loudly before this event internally? Because if that's the case, then we're probably closer to a roster change. But Pain, as we said on day one, it's hard to find out how good they are, because every time they get a little bit wind and start turning upwards, something changes and they go back to where they started. So yeah, back to the drawing board also with the break, as it seems they were gonna have now.
And the other game to quickly look at, G2 taking on Spirit. Spirit booked their spot into that one quite comfortably, I would say, right? Even when we thought there might be a chance for G2 with that cash pick.
Yeah, I feel like Spirit are leveling up, you know. Every game they play at the moment, seemingly they get better. At EWC, they started slow, finished high by winning the trophy. This tournament so far, Donk is back on his bullshit, you know, looking like, you know, without a doubt the best player right now. Without a doubt the most influential player right now. He dictates every single Counter-Strike game he's part of. And, you know, even if G2 played better yesterday, they wouldn't have won. It would just have been a closer game.
If you told me that cash coming in instead of overpass would elevate Spirit to a different level, I would probably have laughed. But what we're seeing so far is that they feel so comfortable in the map pool that even the worst map, they go out and absolutely destroy their opponents, right? So I think a lot of other teams will have to look at Spirit really close to actually find out, how do we beat them?
Yeah, completely agree. And that's certainly not an easy thing to do when you've got the players that they have on their team. Let's take a look at Group B as well, as we've got plenty more action coming your way today. we're blessed, right? I saw some comments before, people saying Counter-Strike is dying. Well, no, we're thriving. 4 best of 3s a day, amazing viewership, amazing people here, great teams, great storylines, and we've got more of that today. Let's also take a look at the schedule and the games you're going to be watching today. So, at the very end of the day, Falcons versus Legacy. Oh, that is a spicy one. Is that just instantly the best match?
There's some grudge match going on.
Yeah.
Right? Legacy sending them out of EWC, Legacy beating them, you know, at what tournament was it? CAC, just before the major, you know, winning in a grand final. If I'm Falcons, I really, really want to prove a point here.
Yeah, massively.
I think like the mental state that Legacy puts the team through in the best of 3, especially if they're winning, it's like you will lose your hair after such a series, right? So Falcons, they have something to revenge, but I also feel like now Legacy is a known team now. Like now we know how they play, and whenever teams reach that level and play against the best teams, normally they lose a little bit of the fear factor.
True. That's something you have to be very careful of. But our first game today is 9Z taking on Vitality, and there is a bit of history here. So let's hear from Max and Apex. Who do you think has more pressure on their shoulders?
Yeah, obviously them, because they can reach the final, and everyone knows what they can reach, but at the same time we are on pressure as well, because if we lose we are going to home and we don't want to go to home. So I think it's going to be a fun match, because we know how they play. We play against them this year 2 times, so yeah, I think it's going to be very funny.
Is this a worrying team for you to go up against?
But I think right now we're both in the same scenario. I don't think they played that good in EWC. They lost the opening game. I think we're both in the same scenario, and I don't know. Maybe they will play better than us. I don't know. But for me, in a way, I'm never trying to focus on the opponent. Even though when we played the super good, we never focused on the opponent. We were focused on ourselves, and that's what is the most important. It's just trying to solve ourselves before checking what's going on in front of us.
And ZywOo can never have 2 bad series in a row.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, when I saw against, I mean, I think it's the first time that we lose, and I'm the highest rated player in the team. So I saw that something was wrong.
You can always rely on Dan to still put a smile on your face while talking about maybe what is not an ideal time within the game right now, but he's been in this situation before. He understands how to get out of these moments, right? Are we worried for Vitality right now?
You have to be a little bit worried, given what the lead-up has been into this tournament as well, to be completely honest. The fact that they're currently not at the best shape, the fact that ZywOo is having a game off, the fact they didn't do too well at EWC despite having the full roster. It'd be disingenuous of me to say you shouldn't be a little bit worried. However, in isolation to this game, I think they're coming in with the right mindset, and I have a gut feeling that tells me that Vitality are still here to fight.
And looking at that though, right, 9Z can fight, and they have fought against this team with that full team, like you mentioned, at the major. That is something to put into here, but also 9Z kind of in a similar position. We're not seeing the same old 9Z. We covered this before.
Yeah, like, I think the showing they've been doing here in Copenhagen so far has been lackluster.
Yeah.
Like, I was a bit harsh on them the other day with like how they approached their T-sides, but watching it back, they tried to stay true to their identity. I just think, you know, the good teams have gotten a little bit more insights and data on this team on how to actually handle them, and I think MOUZ showed that yesterday or the day before. And knowing Vitality, he says they don't prep for their opponent. I know they do. Maybe not to like into the mega details and have a whole game plan scripted around it. So I expect Vitality to come out fighting today with a lot of like, emotions as well, energy, and I think like Dan in the middle is gonna do his very best to make sure that they get over this hurdle.
I'm glad you called him out on the prep part, right? Because he may be focused on the team, what's going on, but I mean, Matt's still giving him all that information in there, right? Xtaz is helping out with that as well. We do need to talk though about the individual they can normally always rely on. Now, I'm never gonna throw ZywOo under the bus for like 1 bad series, right? Because quite easily, he could bounce back, dominate, and be the highest rated player of the tournament straight after this one. But I mean, when that happens in the fashion that it did in back-to-back maps, even when they were in a winning game, well, I'd say they didn't win the map, but they were 12-7 up, right?
Sure.
then I'm a little bit concerned. Like, it's a bit different than what I expected, you know. If you just lose both games quite fairly and get blown out of the water and he's playing bad, okay. But when you're 12-7 up and it still wasn't him,
I mean, sure, in isolation, not a great performance, you know. There's no beating around the bush, but I want to see it happen one more time before I start getting worried, you know.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw ZywOo had 2 bad maps in a row? Well, that was, you know, the last game. When was the last time you saw him have 2 bad series in a row, you know, against a team of this caliber in a group stage as well? Probably never happened, you know, and if it did, it's not going to happen often. So I have full faith in ZywOo. Like, when you're a generational talent of Counter-Strike, it doesn't matter that you once in a while have a game off or something is not working out for you. If anything, I'm more curious to get an idea of if it has anything to do with Messi not being there. That's the interesting part to me, you know. With JL being a stand-in, that's not against JL, but that's Messi. Is he more of a glue guy than we think? Is he doing more for the team than we think? Is this a bigger loss than we initially think? Or is it just a one-off freak accident for ZywOo where it's obviously not going to repeat itself?
yeah.
Like, I gave again, you know, I love nerding in the small stuff and looking back, like, how the game developed, like, afterwards. Like, to me, the biggest thing that stood out was not necessarily ZywOo as an individual, but it was they got surprised. Round after round after round. They couldn't read what was happening in front of them, which then, like, I think Anubis was a really, like, solid victory for IC, whereas on Cash, like, Vitality was guessing. They didn't find their footing at all, and that meant, you know, B bomb side was struggling. Yeah. Okay, let's lean B. Then they hit A, where ZywOo is alone, and there was, like, no proactive movements on the map that made, you know, Vitality the Vitality we know. So they will also have seen this, and I think today you're gonna see a team that takes way more control of the game and start, like, putting their ideas down on the opponent.
Now, the one I would always call Mr. Consistent in every situation is Rops, right? I'm always still very high on Rops, but I mean, there is a slight difference in this player as of right now, where from seeing him during the championship times into where he's at now. What's going on? He's
off to a bit of a slow start, you know, after the summer break. Again, is it time to be worried on behalf of Rops? I think his pedigree and his history as a player have shown that we shouldn't be too worried, but the drop-off, as you can see right here, is quite significant. So it's about time now that Rops starts showing up. It's about time now that he steps into this second portion of the season, because part of the reason why Vitality were dominating, part of the season why they had the era, part of the season why they are as good as they are, is that every single player would consistently show up pretty much every single game. Now, if you have ZywOo having games once in a while where he's not showing up, Rops clearly not at his best as of right now, then, you know, what used to be such a strong armor, you know, a Kevlar that he couldn't break through, that's sort of crumbling in front of our eyes.
I think the worrisome thing when it comes to Rops, if you take the first series of the event, is that his bomb sites were a problem. How often do you put Rops and bomb site issues in the same category? It's very, very rare.
Got a safe pair of hands.
Exactly. So that also goes to tell me that he's probably not back with a full focus like after the player break. And then you also gotta say, like, Messi not being here, not getting the same situations, not playing the 3v2s where Rops normally does his dirty job, like coming in from the flanks, all these type of things. That hurts his individual game. So instead of, you know, being in a favored XVX, now it's a disadvantage one, right? Like, we were sitting there, okay, now it's the time to come online when we saw him have a 1v3, but it's just sometimes the task that you get as this type of player he is just too big, you know, so the supporting cast around him also needs to give him a little bit better situations, especially on the T side. But CT side, that's on him.
CD side, that's on him. Well, that's a good explanation and all of that. Now we've got to try and unravel everything that is 9Z right now, because I kept saying it, most exciting South American team. Well, that excitement is quickly changing. They were once third overall in the VRS, right, which is huge for this team, grinding their way up, playing a very exciting brand of Counter-Strike. Brugger, you were saying maybe they've been figured out in some ways?
I think MOUZ massively outperformed them in the preparation in their game. Like, I think they were too naive, running back the same things. MOUZ knew everything that was happening in that game. And I think that's the alarm bell that 9Z needs, because there are some teams, maybe Vitality don't go as much into detail with their opponent, but MOUZ for sure does, and that was also why I think it was such a convincing score for them.
Well, let's get some more information on that. I was managing to catch up with Max earlier and just push him a little bit on what's going on inside 9Z. Max, I wanted to start with something a bit more personal early on with this interview. You've been on 9Z for 6 years, but also you've helped the team win its first notable trophy just recently in China. You reached number 3 in the world. You've hit a lot of the goals. So how do you continue to improve on these achievements, and what goals does 9Z set now?
Yeah, it's not easy to stay on the top because it's our first time on top 5 of the world. So we discussed this a lot, and yeah, we try to keep improving, not to be like stay on what we achieve, just keep moving, keep going forward, and yeah, it's not easy, but we are trying to keep the form.
Keeping that form is very important, but since you guys came back from vacation, it's been a few struggles, right? What do you think is missing right now from the 9Z, from the major going into Guangzhou, and then now the first couple of events, couple of games?
Yeah, I think we are not in a confidence mood right now. We need to get confidence again, because we know we can play really good CS, but we need confidence to do that, to trust on our decisions. So yeah, we are trying to find that, and yeah, and keep the good vibe between us, because that is so important for us.
And I've seen that, right? The vibe for this team is so important. Earlier, obviously, in this tournament, you played against MOUZ, but they really shut you guys down. It looked like they understood everything you guys were doing. Did you feel like they won against you from preparation and just understanding you?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, to be honest, they are really in a good shape right now. They won one tournament, and yeah, Pierre and Selex are playing really good. So yeah, they are a really good team right now, and we are not in the best mood. So it's it's both, I think. But yeah, the preparation, it wasn't really good for us. Cash, it didn't well, but yeah, but we know how to play the map, so we are confident for today.
Do you think that at the moment as well, maybe you're a bit predictable from the same way you were playing last season? Maybe you haven't added as much new stuff or changed some things?
I think that is the problem. We try to add a lot of different things, and we forgot our good things. So we are trying to not to do too much different things, just to do a few, but doing perfectly. So we are trying to go in that way.
And doing things perfectly isn't easy. Being your first time at this level of competition, getting all the invites, there's a lot going on inside 9Z for them to juggle, and they're still very new to this.
They are, but as it said, when it comes to playing in this environment with the tier 1 teams, it's so important that you just don't become this one-trick pony or get too easy to be figured out, because it works when you don't have time, to prepare. But this is one of the examples, right? Pierre instantly pushes into A main, knowing that if there isn't anyone in the beginning, it's because they're running a certain round, right? And he just gets rewarded, and now MOUZ knows everything. Same example here, Torsi knows if no one comes in the opening of the door in the beginning while he's holding it, that means there's no one there, and then Pierre just pushes out.
Wow.
And what happens, they start to play their mid rounds, and when you play a mid round, it means that you put all your focus into one thing, and then as you try to execute it, MOUZ is just one step ahead, knowing exactly where they are at what given time.
That's kind of crazy, right? To be that found out in this, because we were questioning it when we saw this game. Yeah. We were saying, MOUZ, they're playing perfect into MOUZ's hands. It's this slow style, but actually they're just trying to set up, and MOUZ is one step ahead every time.
Yeah, it's always it's a cat and mouse game, right? Because you're always going to try to be the one step ahead, and sometimes you get unlucky. Sometimes you're coming into a game with a game plan that wasn't really the game plan you needed, and other times maybe it's a sign of the team overall being weak and being a one-trick pony. As I said to start off this tournament, I don't know where to place 9Z. I've seen really, really good stuff from them. We saw them beat Vitality at the major. We saw them win a trophy a couple of weeks ago. Now we see them potentially finish last in this tournament. It's quote-unquote easy to get and establish yourself. It's staying there, and I guess innovating yourself all the time. That's the tough part. And, I like Max's approach. They're going to try to scale it down a little bit, make sure they stay to the basics, do things properly. But against the best teams in the world, you got to have a little bit more than that. You got to have a plan B, you got to have a plan C. And if they're not strong enough, then eventually you will be figured out.
Well, let's quickly get ourselves into the important thing to decide what maps we're on. It's time for the veto. All right, are we expecting too much surprises or changes in here? If you're 9Z, you're probably not going to go for cash this time.
I mean, it's been the tournament of cash so far, so I'm sure it's going to be there one way or another. No Ancient for Vitality, not playing around with that anymore. That's probably a good bet. We do see Dust2 coming in, which is 9C's pick. It's been a while since we've seen anyone, being willing to pick Dust2 against Vitality. I know lately it's been rough for them, but it's still a Vitality that last year were, without a doubt, the best team in the world than Dust2.
I think this veto smells like comfort for both teams, right? Like 9Z are super comfortable on Dust 2. Nuke used to be the bread and butter for Vitality, so I think they kind of made this decision internally. If we are to lose, we want to do it on our own terms, and I think both teams came to that conclusion. With that said, you still throw in a little bit of X Factor, right? But at least they get 2 comfort maps to start out the series, and then full random, throw the dice, see what happens on cash.
It's just 2 series ago that Vitality also picked Dust 2 themselves, you know. So it's a map that if you're picking Dust 2 against Vitality, you better have a clear idea of what you want to do, what you want to achieve. As I said, I know Vitality lately have struggled a little bit on Dust 2, but that's still, like, it's a dream map pool for Vitality. You get cash, which is easy to integrate JL into. You get your bread and butter on Nuke, and you get Dust 2, where you last year were 34 and 36 or something like that, which is the craziest record anyone has ever had on a map. So it's not on paper looking too easy for 9Z.
And Dust 2 was the decider last time. Now 9Z has decided to pick it. They won it last time, but I mean, this is a Vitality where I would always praise their Dust 2 overall.
Yeah, I mean, Apex hasn't lost faith in it. You know, I think that Dust 2 went down with the form of the players going down. You know, the Robs being maybe a little bit more of a liability, ZywOo not being up to par. So I think it comes down to what kind of version of Vitality shows up today from an individual standpoint. It's not the map to me that's going to dictate it.
Well, we've got lots of superheroes on the server, but we've got our own superheroes in the commentary world. It's Anders and Henry G.
Thank you very much. Elimination on the line, Anders. Vitality 9Z, both of them yet to pick up a map of the tournament. What are your initial thoughts?
I'm really excited. I mean, it's a bit of a surprise that we've ended up here, obviously, mostly because of Vitality losing that game to IC. That's just wild. I can't believe it.
This is what the poly market predictors are thinking. Do you tend to agree?
I think the problem is, like, you have to agree with that. I can't disagree because I know ZywOo played bad last time, but I agree with the desk. That's not going to happen again.
It was an anomaly, right? It felt like one of those games that you're not going to see again from him. He's going to be locked in the last couple of days. First game with JL as well. They had a day off yesterday, so they've been in the practice room. I know they were in there late last night. I saw them grinding. So I reckon they'll be ready to go. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited. I love the maps. We've got Dust 2, Nuke, and Cash is the deciding battleground here leading into this. It's a really important game. And 9Z, I mean, I'm sure they want to be doing better. They did look very flat against MOUZ. Credit MOUZ for playing well, but I want more out of 9Z. I want to see them bounce back. We know that they can play better Counter-Strike than what they showed last time.
Well, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. To reiterate, one final time, elimination here for the loser of this series. To kick things off on Dust 2, the pick of 9Z. But, of course, Vitality no strangers to this battlefield, and we'll be heading up towards short. 9Z with a dink through the smoke. It's Rob's down at 19 points of health. And towards lower B for now, though. We are going to see a 4-man stack from Vitality over towards A. And just pumping the brakes for a second. Not overcommitting just yet, Anders. Going to go through the mid doors without flash, but looks of things. It's going to be a nice flash, too.
Can he do even one thing? They're not checking it. They're not expecting it. Robs! He is wrecked. Wasso, Peak, and May in both. Oh, they probably feel like there's no chance someone's going to be playing that close with a USP.
I mean, sure. But at the same time, give it a little look.
That is good advice.
But still, man advantage here, but an open B bomb site. DGT can still save the day here. They flashed themselves somewhat, but it looks like the bomb should be planted.
Oh,
Bit of a backstab maneuver here from Lukov, and he's doing very well. JL will find him eventually.
Great work. Oh, the madness continues now. JL very low, but DGT can't see a thing. 8 bullets left in the magazine here, and they're coming through the window right onto him. They keep trading all the way to the end of the round, and Apex comes out on top.
It's an ugly round of Counter-Strike.
That is absolutely true.
No one's denying that. But it will be Vitality to pick it up. 9Z, if they just checked their corners, they had the perfect call, the perfect play, the perfect flash, Anders. He just had to check Robs in this corner. Look how blind he was. No one even considers it. That's just a blunder, unfortunately.
It's not by accident his last name is Cool.
But no bomb planted, and we will see 9Z taking the full eco here. So Vitality put their best foot forward in the pistol. 1-0 for them. They're going to have pretty much rifles across the board. Flames will go with the MP9. A couple of FAMAS for ZywOo and Apex. It is a French rifle after all.
Yeah, you are right about that. And a pretty efficient one.
I think it's underrated, you know. FAMAS is slept on.
I feel like I see more and more exciting kills coming out from the FAMAS these days.
Dude, back in the day, like in 1.6 Source, the burst fire used to be OP. I feel like there's going to be a player eventually that starts using burst fire on the FAMAS.CEST and shows us how good it can be.
That would be sick.
Maybe that's some homework for you, Anders.
Okay.
Look into it. See
the burst fire meta.
Yeah. It used to be unbelievable in Source.
I'll pick up that challenge. That sounds like a fun idea. You're right. There's got to be somewhere that it just makes a lot of sense. So we'll go.
The
We'll
Krieg was
investigate.
always there. Before we entered the Krieg meta, they didn't change it or buff it. It was just there.
People just discovered it. And
Exactly.
Oh, wait a minute. This is great.
Right then, ladies and gents, first gun round should set the tone. Vitality, as we mentioned, with the FAMA CMP9, so lacking the firepower here, but it's going to be 9Z lacking all the utility. Getting to the default here, 2 players top and middle, 2 in towards lower B, and Flames looking to challenge. Let's see how good that FAMA is. Actually gets dinged for 9 damage through the concrete.
Yeah. You take that warning, you walk away, you're happy that you didn't lose your life right at the start of the round there. A little bit of damage taken on the T side to start with, but otherwise the default is kind of unfolding like we expect. Out long, I think Max looking to distract a bit. Smoke's going to be thrown out, but look at all those players in upper dark. They might just be waiting for the counter utility to come out from the CT side, or they might just be going straight for it. Rop sees them, but the Galil is there for the other side. And now JL, what a task he has. He's done very well. Could have even been a triple. I was going to say, you know, he's the only one defending the bomb site now.
Okay, definitely giving them something to work with here. Significant damage, as you mentioned, but it's the FAMAS, the MP9 on the retake here. They go for the boost outside the window. This is actually very potent. They've gone against it, actually. Hearing that bomb being planted, it will be cancelled, and it's going to be smothered by Flames. So a great call out. You can see them trying to consider that boost, but realizing the bomb being planted, there was a window of opportunity there to isolate those duels and come out on top. Well done by Flames.
I wonder as well, because Max threw those grenades out long, I wonder if they did the math on whether or not Max could have joined the rest of the team with the bomb site. Because if they know the bomb's being planted and there's only 2 people there because the 5th man is running in from the long, maybe they were quick enough to sort of realize that Vitality. Because in that case, yeah, pushing in while the bomb's being planted makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Well, 3-0 Vitality. Zai will not have to do too much here, but at least he's got a couple of frags on the board. AK-47 in hand right now. Shout out to JL there as well. In their first series, he was playing very well, even though they didn't pick up a map.
That's
he
very
was
true.
Looking pretty decent, to be honest with you. He's 6-2 right now. Did significant damage towards that B bomb site. And we are going to see a mid to B smoke thrown by DGT here.
Oh, and the crisscross. So they're really pretending like we're going to be coming out strong middle. But right now, they are held back on long by that 1 CT
And
smoke.
they've dropped a B lurk smoke as well. So 3 smokes on the B side of the map. Bombs in long doors. Flames not moving a muscle though. He knows what's up. Spots 1. He's done very well here, Anders. Quite a wide swing, more than I expected, but still gets the intel. Significant damage after picking up 1 kill on the second. Should be fine to win the round here. Bear in mind, a couple of players, especially Mayan. No Kevlar, no upgraded pistol for him. It's a partial buy here. It's going to be 4-0 by the looks of things. B-bomb site actually open for now, so good chance of a bomb plant at least, which they would be very happy to pick up.
Yeah, so it's almost like it's open by design, right? Because they have a man advantage. Maybe that's just Vitality saying, we could allow the bomb to go down. We're going to be okay with it. We'll just go for the retake.
Yeah, and it should be absolutely fine. There's no defensive utility available. No deagles to get the kills at range.
This position scares me, though.
It would take something disgusting for them to win this.
Vitality already slowing down. They've got Tech 9s that, you know, that's how you build disgusting rounds. That's exactly how you do it. Creeping in his Rops. Can he find the player in the window? If he does that, I think it's all done, yeah. Luchov goes down, and then there's nothing really much they can do any longer. DGT, it's a pretty good kill on the first guy, but overwhelmed at the end of it. And plenty of kits in the round to pick this one up, so Vitality are going to be absolutely fine. A very, very calm round. Like, they knew that they were going to win that one.
Yeah, they were composed. That's for sure. 3 players survived. Their money's starting to swell. Apex hovering around $10,000. Zai will bring out the AWP for the first time. 4-0 Vitality and the first tactical timeout for 9Z. On the line here, neither of these teams have picked up a map here at Blast Porto so far. It was Vitality going down to Inner Circle. Fair play, Inner Circle looked quite fantastic that day. They recovered a 12-7 deficit in the second map and actually took the series. It was very, very cool to watch. And then 9Z losing to MOUZ against the world's best cash team. That's understandable, I would say.
Yeah, no one's managed to beat them yet. They're unstoppable.
Anyone who didn't catch the joke, it was Zershan who said that the world's best cash team. I don't think he was being serious, but they hadn't played it yet in official. And they did go on to absolutely dominate in their first showing on it.
We like that confidence.
Oh, yeah.
Round number 5 coming up, and you've mentioned Saibu a couple of times. I mean, why are we keeping an eye on Saibu for those who didn't watch the last Vitality game?
Unfortunately for Zaiwu, it was one of his worst showings in CS2, at least in the top 5, I think, in that first series. It very rarely happens. Normally, like, even if he's having a bad game, he's top of the scoreboard. But yeah, I don't think Lightning will strike twice here. He was 0-7 in the opening map of that series. It was the first game of the tournament. Just brought JL in as well. I think there were a few variables working against him, and he looks absolutely fine today. 4-2, nice opening frag there from Zai. We'll find Lukov, and that's right at the start of the round as well. So whatever you had in mind after your tactical timeout, Anders, you're going to have to rethink it now after losing such a valuable player at the start. Oh, Flames, great real estate taken.
Yeah, that's huge. I'm maybe a little bit disappointed to see them peak that lower dark position without a flash for, for catwalk. I feel like that's almost like such a common protocol.
Honestly, not a bad shout, Anders. I agree with you. You can even flash yourself there. You go on the steps and you can do a middle click that gets that position.
Oh, yeah, right, okay.
Oh.
Gotta be careful. Though, actually, nice shot from Mayan. He's taking down Apex towards the center of the map. There's still a double setup inside of this bomb site here. JL and then Rock, such a hard position to clear out. And they have done very well. That's not even necessarily a complicated defense. It's just really sick.
It just works, like JL's there, dropping the utility and getting that first bit of aggro. So the first call they're going to get is backside. And then to adjust, and you can hear the gunshots coming in, but then you've got 2 bits of information going on. It's just a classic crossfire and works very well. Robs and JL, that is quite a dastardly duo in towards the B bomb site. You have to be quite brave to make your way into there.
Yeah, I'm not fighting that. But the problem is, if I don't go B, then I have to go find Saibu out on long and Flames. So
Saibu and Flames on the other side of the map. Yeah, it doesn't get much better.
It's not great.
Maybe just stay and spawn. Just save the guns like Mayan's going to right now, and he gets found. Is it after time as well?
I think it was.
Oh dear, you hate to see that. $150. Okay, well, they're back. Vitality are looking quite strong.
Am I right in thinking that the way to break up that Rob's JL defense that they had in the last round would be a bit of like a mid-split? Like you try and take a bit of attention away?
Exactly. You want a bit of pressure on either side, and that means they can't both focus on this one choke point. And a couple of times now, the B bomb side not working out for 9Z. The money somewhat broken as well, especially for Mayan. They're going to partially buy into this with a max loss bonus, so they've got some Galils, pistols, and Mayan, of course. That's the problem. He's the AWPer as well, and you've got a Glock, $150. Yeah, it really has ruined their finances that previous round. They need a bit of a miracle here. If they can somehow pull this one off, it really would help them out.
Yeah, and again, just like we talked about with the MOUZ, just even getting players into it, right? Top fracking is DGC with 3 kills. So just get some of these individuals activated. The post-game or the pre-game interview there with Max, he did say, like, we're a bit of a low-confidence state right now.
Yeah.
The word confidence thrown around a lot. It's also very hard to interpret exactly what that means for a team, but it does sort of feel like it's jiving really well what we're seeing on the server. They're not really hitting the shots. They're not really taking these aggressive fights and coming out on top. Vitality, they are loving it. Saibu, he's here with the AWP, and they've got Apex ready to go.
Well, this round's getting a little bit more interesting here. Bear in mind, though, unfortunately, Mayan's still alive with no Kevlar, so still a huge advantage for Vitality here. Grenades being thrown in, incendiaries as well. That's the bomb plant denied, courtesy of Zaiwu. That's going to be round. Yeah, what I can gather from the interview, Anders, it feels like they're suffering from success, I would say, 9Z, after having a great season last. And I feel like they're just the target's on their back now. People are taking them seriously. They're counter-stratting them properly, and now they're trying to adjust and trying to work out how they can find that former glory and start making deep runs in tournaments again.
Yeah, he did say it's hard to stay on top.
It absolutely is.
Fair enough.
They had some great results. And now teams are taking them a lot more seriously, and we'll see whether Vitality can keep this up. They haven't missed a beat as of yet. It's going to be 6-0. Rifles across the board for 9Z. Mayan has to make do with the Galil.
Look at the middle.
Look at the middle.
Apex is rushed all the way up.
They're going to be again.
Wild, but they are rushing straight into the bomb site, so it might have been one of the few rounds where this isn't a good idea for Vitality. I do love the attempt, though, to push top mid that aggressively. It's a rare treat on Dust 2. And this is one of the few times that it really has backfired on them. So 9Z Not complicated, but the timing on that B hit is dead on perfect. DGT catching Apex in the air. A little bit frustrating for Apex. He must have felt like, at least I'm going to have a good timing flanking them, but
yeah,
they were ready.
Well, there we go. Got dissuaded by the ROPS JL setup there. So 5 on 3, presumably just looking to contain the T side here and try and take a few players down as they exit. We know the money's absolutely fine for Vitality. Max looks like he's well aware of what's coming, though. They go for a boost, and he's ready for that as well. I haven't seen that before. And it will be 2 players remaining. Vitality looking to hold on to the AWP and the AK-47. Nice
Finally.
work. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I think really came of it here with that push into top mid from the CT side, but because I'm old, Henry, whenever I see those pushes, I always think of Shox. He was so good at that back in the day, putting the pressure on the T's early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, through the smoke as well. Wild blind, WASOpeak gets that open up. And as you mentioned, going for that aggressive stance, they had no one else to back up that B bomb site. Apex frustrated, he's getting killed in T spawn.
I love it.
ZywOo now looking for any jumping players down towards spawn itself. Now we're going to be focused on our efforts towards long. Corner smoke goes down. WASOpeak looking to work with it. And he's done excellent.
Wow.
He's actually cracked things open. They've got the man advantage. We've got a 4 versus 3. And 4 players, actually, for 9Z out towards long. It's down to ZywOo. Can he show us that he is well and truly back with this sequence?
Tiny flick, but it doesn't quite connect. And now they know the AWP is there. They're still walking up, hugging the wall on the right-hand side, trying to dodge the scope, and he's missing another shot here. Zlutrov taking him down. Oh my God, JL! I think that second player walked straight into the bullet. And now ROPS doing the secondary AWPing back here. We know that he can do it. The question is if he's quick enough. That smoke is up. They do not have another one picked up at the moment. I don't know if there's one on the ground, but otherwise, it'll be really awkward here. They're both behind the car, and Rob seems to have a read. How long can he stay scoped like this before he has to wonder if they've gone back?
Probably another 10 seconds.
Okay, well, set the count. 35 seconds. Oh, they lose patience first, though.
Okay, Robs is very handy on the AWP as well. Don't discount him on this weapon. It's for the fear of God in Lukov here. Applying pressure with the utility. Smoke goes down.
Huge to have the smoke. Side-eye might be the thing. Oh, but Robs, he's clutched it. As if he was always meant to be doing the AWPing on this one. That is huge. Stops 9C in their tracks. They win that last round. And, you know, we just brought up the conversation about confidence. I feel like that long hit, that's a confident play. The way that WASOpeak,
yeah,
that's what we want to see WASOpeak. That's his style, right? Just running out and taking those fights. It looked like that was enough.
I think it was better to reset the round there at that point. You had, like, what, a minute on the clock? You didn't feel comfortable about crossing over? I think just go back and reset the round, but they go one by one, trying to cross through the car. Of course, you don't think Robs has got the AWP, but it's a disappointing way to close the round out. We go 7-1.
I feel like that double kill for JL, that's like a JL type of double. He's a happy-go-lucky guy. He's just happy to be here. Oh, that's another headshot. Oh, all right.
Yeah, it was quite nice to watch. Utilizing the smoke to his advantage. Quick double kill. Set Robs up for the clutch. He delivers the goods.
A couple of HEs here on the CT side. Look at this one coming in from the other side. Oh, they've blown them up, and Flames will take care of business. That's a massive setup.
Apex, one of the absolute goats with HE grenades, by the way, and utility in general. We'll keep track of his HE damage, or utility damage on the CT side, but he normally is getting like 200 or 300.
Okay. So that's, you can see why in the timing and in the crossing HE grenades as they're coming out long. Devastating news. Max alone. ZywOo found another kill here. Vitality. They slip up once by pushing top mid. I'm not even saying it's a slip up, but it was just an unfortunate timing to be pulling out that strategy on the CT side. And as a result, INC get the bomb planted in B, and that's the only round they have for now. Since then, Vitality straight back in the mix. They got the money and all of the momentum.
Bear in mind, this is the pick of 9Z as well. It's not going to feel great to kick things off like this. Haven't really had a look in so far. One set piece in towards B when they were pushing middle is all you've got to show for it. Can't recover the AWP. Max with the white knuckle grip on the AK-47.
He surely can't die after time.
I think it's better to die. He will die after time if he doesn't just go down. He's not saving here. He just needs to go down. And they will like find him here. They'll try not to kill him.
There we go.
Now he run that clock down. You can see like he's not peeking him. He wanted to wait until he could see if it was possible to get him after time, but jumping over does go down. Absolutely fine. Money's still pretty good, of course. Maximum loss bonus. They'll take another tactical timeout here. Rightly so. Only a few more opportunities to post anything here on the T side. 8-1 down, your map pick. Do you just go for the set pieces again? Do you try that B execution once more? Do you just try and play off spawn? We'll see what they come up with. They do have the AWP leads, but Mayan is 1-8 right now.
They do have that, yeah. I feel like we saw a couple of teams already try for one of those faster catwalk plays. I mentioned Spirit do this quite a bit, where they'll sort of pretend they go long, but then they actually are running down middle. And they hit the catwalk really early on. I like that idea, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Obviously, a pretty spawn-based map right now. 9C not in a position to do kind of a fast, long play either. They are running into a lot of trouble. The highs and the low for Apex. He was rushed at it early. Now he's laughing his way through the game. Round at number 10, Henry. This is the kind of Vitality we need. Somebody to challenge Spirit in this tournament. And if Vitality play like this, then obviously that'll be really interesting down the line here. Nice timing and a good shot. Mayan will take down Robs.
Yeah, you can see Rob's trying to use the HE grenade. Two guys. The fact he's jumping up and see if he can get a bit of an advantage. Cool little trick, but with the AWP there, obviously we'll still have the advantage. Let's have a look then. Mid to B split is an option. They've got that player outside B tunnels that can drop the smoke for them, but for now, plenty of time. 5-on-4. Wait for that CT reaction. No one has to really do anything.
So Flames smoked long, and then he just instantly ran back. And I guess that allows them to have this double setup. But when that smoke long fades, I mean, what do they do? Well,
you're taking a bit of a risk here. That's why ZywOo's being a bit more proactive. They've got a small window of time to make it work. Spotted the barrel. That's sloppy from Mayan, I'm not going to lie to you.
We don't need that. Gotta be aware. You've got a flash. You've got to
go for the protocols
out.
first before you stand in that particular position. But there it is.
Play in the middle. Apex blocked the CT spawn smoke, so he knows no one's coming out middle as well. But a missed opportunity. ZywOo, you expect him to probably hit that kind of a flick?
I was going to say the same thing.
Well, that is a gift. 9C. Oh, wait a minute. The bomb is on the other side. It's going to be planted at A as well. But it will be a bit of a flanking move. DGT, I am nervous immediately when you start making those footsteps. You could throw that whole lurk away if anyone is nearby, but they are not. Making their way up catwalk instead. All three of them grouped up, and they don't have that much utility either, Vitality. They can't really smoke. Oh, there is some smoke on the ground. What a gift. That could set up for the defuse. That actually could be a massive pickup. And DGT hasn't managed to find anyone. He's in CT spawn with the flank now instead. This is interesting now. JL gets sworn. It's a long spray, but the follow-up headshot from WASOPeak is absolutely surgical. Flames alone, and he goes down. WASOPeak saving the team here with a great triple. And another round for 9C. They need everything they can get at this stage.
It all started with the AWP pick in towards that B bomb site. Yeah, like I said, quite sloppy from Mayan. And what's his teammate up to? Like, if you're not going to be covering him, like...
That was the funniest camera angle, because when Mayan dies, his teammate does like a...
He's like, bruh, how am I dead here? What are you covering? Either way, they win the round. No harm, no foul.
Double AWP.
Double AWP setup. Like we said, Robs is very, very handy with the sniper. Not known to be an AWPer, but he'll make it work. ZywOo this time, no misses here. Mayan's woes continue. He's 2-10. Really nice opener from ZywOo. That's more like it. No miss this time. Yeah, Mayan having a bit of a stinker.
Right, 9C making sure that there are no CTs in lower dark. See if they peek that lower position. Oh.
I think he goes forward with it.
Oh, you are right, Henry.
So he knows that lurk smoke means nothing. They can probably get JL out of the B bomb site now.
I think JL was shooting through the smoke as well.
Yeah.
So to try and bait, if anyone's on the other side, they hear the bullets hitting the wall.
There we go. JL now can actually patrol middle.
Yeah, you're right.
They've confirmed that no one's using that smoke whatsoever. And up towards short we go. It's a 5-on-4. You'd assume there's not going to be any lurkers in this sort of scenario.
Oh, out long as well. Flames is pushing. They're so aggressive, Vitality.
This is kind of nuts for Flames. What a timing. He's called that no one's middle. They can guarantee it's pretty much up short now. ZywOo ready for him. Like shooting fish in a barrel, that first one. A chance now as Max will at least find something, and DGT, hell of a shot now. Round is back on.
That is huge, and it actually kind of slows down that flank coming in as well. Flames, otherwise he would have been there with the perfect timing, but they just die so quick on the A-bomb site. Very nice window for 9C. Bit of a burst going over the boxes. More grenades now started to land. They've got an HE and a Molotov as well, so they can put some real pressure on that last bomb site player. Max fighting for his life. His teammates not really diving in just yet. DGT low. Oh, the grenade touches him. Wasopeak will have to get another triple kill here to try and save his team. He's picked up the first one, but they are on top of him. Top of the head showing here. He's already low, and it's the trade for the sidearm. Rops with a double, and another round picked up by Vitality.
Pretty comfortable in the end there, Rops with the USP finish, knowing his opposition would be low. Looked like around was completely cooked when they had this initial pick, and then the Flames backstab as well, but some nice picks as they make their way towards that A-bomb site. Here we go, you can see it from Max especially. DGT got a really nice shot on towards ZywOo as well. Final round of this first half, Anders. 2 rounds simply will not do. We need that third. It's not going to be a bad buy, but not necessarily a great one. No AWP, but the AWP hasn't really been doing much. It's going to be Galil for Max. And it's pretty good utility overall.
Bit of a peek here. ZywOo, gotta be careful. He does look pretty fired up. Oh my God.
So he gave the call. Apex trying to get aggressive, try and find that initial pick, but lovely shot once again. It's DGT. So first like real man advantage I think they've had.
Yeah, you might be right. What do they do with it? Out long, Flames is holding. He's very much alone here. We've seen 9C skip some of the basics in some of these rounds. Surely they check this corner or flash their way through or anything like that. Oh, he's got a potential great lineup for a double kill. The fact that he was leaning into that angle as they were coming through meant he could have got 2 kills, but he'll be traded out, so they will keep the man advantage. Vitality, they'd love more rounds here. They had such a slow beginning to the tournament. I'm sure they want to bounce back immediately. And that's Jail finding a double through. I don't even know how he does that. Brings it right back. Easy shot onto Max. And Luchov now, 1 versus 2. Oh, they lined up against the wall. They were just hugging the wall on long, Henry. That's how he sprayed them down.
Not much Lukov can do with this one, I'm afraid. Bomb down in a precarious spot. Time is of the essence. 2 versus 1 here up against ZywOo with the AWP. Flash is pretty effective, but why would you give him anything here?
Yeah, he's really toying with him as well. On the other side, it's JL. What a crisp first half for him. It's a triple, it's 16-5, and it is 10 rounds for Vitality.
He saw him for a second there. The monster is back.
Let's play a game.
There are some players that are just born differently. Some try to intimidate you. He doesn't try to. Everything he does is deliberate. You never really feel outplayed. You just feel late. There is no pattern.
And they can't find him. Man, he's been so slippery.
He doesn't move faster. He's moved first. He makes it look easy. And that's the scary part. He was made for this. It's not about losing to him. It's about arriving at him.
I can't believe it.
Oh, he stopped! Beautiful work there from ZywOo.
It is ridiculous.
ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot.
Right here, right now on Mirage.
Oh my God. ZywOo knows he's gonna fight right here, right now.
Most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted ammo, no wasted movement.
Where there's a chance, there's ZywOo.
If you try to, I will catch you.
11-5 for the Mongols.
The one that was slowly piecing together some kind of comfort zone. No comfort whatsoever. 910 hits another.
He doesn't miss.
Shots. And so this space dries up. He will do it all if he has to. As the others fall for him, no help is coming for Vitality. 910 calls the emergency services. And there's a ton of pressure coming in on Messi. He lines up the bodies, though.
So solid.
Locks this down. Another multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal. Okay, over towards outer, damage onto the op. This would be huge.
Is Donk going to look for the pickoff into heaven from Hut, or is he going to stay in Squeaky? The decision he has to make.
Donk comes back. ZywOo, remember, full health over onto the AK. They're feeding Apex to him. And now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out wide. Okay. Clashes and kills them off. Always reliable Russian rifling.
Walking up on it, though, is Shiro. Does dispatch of another with Cobra gone. Yami's scout going to be pushed in. Shiro a chance. Donk comes in. Just going to get a couple of extra. Padding up those stats further. 23 and counting before the 9D connects. Oh, it connects right. What? How's he done that? Masterful from the 9D.
Welcome back to day 4 of Blast Open Porto 2026. You join us for the Group B lower bracket as we see 9Z trail 10-2 against Vitality. This is their map pick, Anders, and they're going to have a remarkable pistol and come back here if they're going to do anything here on the first map.
Yeah, you are right indeed. Dangerous to pick this map into Vitality, but 9C, maybe they felt confident at the start. I doubt they do that any longer here. JL has been playing a great game, 16-5 in the first half of play. And now they're going to be on the T side, Vitality.
That is a rubbish Molotov.
Yeah, it's meant to block out anyone from being here. DGT takes full advantage.
If anything, you've given him an advantage. You think it's covered, and it's absolutely not. So misthrown, cost Apex his life. He's had a few frustrating moments today.
Yeah. He's not one to hide his frustration either.
No, definitely not. Yeah, it happens, I suppose. Just need to take an extra step on the Molotov when he threw it.
But those are the worst grenades, the ones that, you know, they don't only fail, but they actually set you up for failure.
True. We said we'd check his utility damage. Let's see if I was right. Yeah, he got 221 in the first half.
Well, yeah, you're on it then.
Nailed it.
All right, so a bit of a utility master.
Yeah, he is, on Dust 2 especially. Like, they set him up for it, admittedly, but he is one of the GOATs at getting util damage.
Speaking of utility, Henry, we've got one smoke and a flash on Flames, so kind of getting close. Wow, wait a minute, I need it at all here. Flames gets one, but Mayan with the dualies in the middle. He's already found 2 and looking for a 3rd if he can. Still plenty of bullets. He's not going to run out soon, but ZywOo in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, he's found a double on short. And he's got the bomb, so he's running straight up there. Jail to get the kill, and around his turn, it's flipped on his head. 9C, how did they let this go? Nice shot from Lucho, but Jail comes into the rescue once again. And that could be the nail on the coffin here for 9C. They did need this pistol to get into Dust 2.
And they had plenty of advantages there. It felt like they kind of threw it away a little bit. I want to see that sequence from ZywOo, just see how good that was. If there's anything they could do, did they overpeak it? You've got this freebie at the start of the century with the missed Molotov. Yeah, you can see he's pissed. Yeah, and you get these dually kills. Man did so well there. Then he pushes the smoke before the bomb's even planted. It felt so unnecessary. Nice work from ZywOo, but yeah, it's JL coming up, clutching the 1v1. They're taking the eco and allowing it to go 12-2. I guess just pick your poison. I wouldn't necessarily call this. You're guaranteeing that point. I think you just have to take the risk here. Like, you're not going to recover a 12-2 game. What are we doing?
I agree. I feel like you're going to need a couple of miracles to get back into this game. Why not just start it early with a bit of a force up here? USP?
Okay, well, that certainly helps.
That's very interesting. Lots of smokes.
If they win over USP somehow, I take it all back.
Yeah, they must have known something that we don't. WASO hiding at the bottom, and he does have a teammate with him, so they could a little bit of a crossfire here, but they're just so quick that it kind of gets blown open. They needed that to be much slower so that they can work between the pit player and the long player to kind of annoy them. But Vitality, they don't have that kind of respect or that kind of patience, and they're going to be going straight into a 12th round here. So looking really fresh at the moment. Nuke is our second map, I believe, Henry. And we've got Cash as the deciding 3rd if we can get there.
Feels like we might not get there.
Vitality on Nuke? Scary.
Yeah, I don't know. The fact that you talk about the JL stand-in factor, but he's 20-5. I mean, he's not like he's holding this team back by any stretch of the imagination. You got ZywOo looking pretty decent as well. He's second with 14-7. And yeah, We'll see whether it's going to have to take something very, very special. It's their map pick for a reason. They wanted to have as many gun rounds. They have to get a post 10 in a row now. All starts here, the main AWP. Spots one. Is he given a chance to actually pull the trigger?
Yeah, Apex saw him. Elevated smoke on the doors. Trying to blow it open. He does have another HE as well, man, so he could try again. But Vitality are slow enough that even if he did it now, they're not even near that position. Vitality had lots of cool little aggressive moves on the CT side. I mean, Flames pushing out. They had a couple of plays on Catwalk as well. It'd be fun to see if 9C could do something similar themselves if they actually can keep this play going. There's a flashbang for you.
Really nice work. Added some textbook CS there. The alley-oop in towards short will find Flames. He kind of just accepted his fate there. He basically just went AFK as well. I'm so blind. if they peek me now, I'm dead. So just have it. You've done well. Round still recoverable, of course, but advantage 9Z.
Robs threw a lurk smoke into B, and it's kind of kept two people. Like, there's been a huge rotation over on that side.
Well, that's what it's all about. Maintaining pressure, keeping them guessing. It's JL looking to take his total up to 21. He can find the timing here. He's waiting for one more cue. And this could do it as well. Oh, the HE follow-up as well. Oh, he's an absolute animal of the util. No punish just yet, but he has dislodged it.
They actually throw a Molotov on him anyway. He would have been dead no matter what, but the headshot will certainly get the job done. Wasso Peak.
There it comes,
Gonna get shot to the side of the head. JL, no problems there.
Perfectly timed, Anders. Should be GG. We'll see. 10 seconds.
Very patient round here coming out now. It will be knocking them down is Saiwu. Quick headshots. We know that he's such a fantastic hybrid, and you see it in these moments with the pistols, with the AK as well. May on the last one, and yeah, you might as well give it a shot here, flashing his way through, trying to see if he can find anything. I think he's lost in the smoke for a second. Can't really see anything above it here, and slowly that bomb is ticking away in front of him. It's Saiwu with the final headshot. A nice triple to end it with, and a fantastic map coming up from Vitality.
Yeah, that's a statement performance. You can see they've been in the lab. They're looking much sharper here. Saiwu has found his form, and even JL top fragging there, finishes 21-6. This was the pick of 9Z, and it was very underwhelming. They'll have to pull their socks up on Nuke if they're going to stand a chance here.
Last time around, when this was the series they faced off against each other at the Major, this was the deciding map. It went 13-11. It was the full Vitality. Well, guess what? Clearly, all you needed was a JL to come into this one, because he did look damn sharp in it, but also 9Z. I mean, we're seeing the same problems, and we can defend it a little bit. We heard what Max had to say in the interview, but I mean, you got absolutely blown out the water from this one.
Yeah, you got smacked, to be completely honest. I think Vitality deserves a lot of credit for showing up in full spade today. A lot of people perhaps were rightfully worried, you know, could this be a Vitality that somehow, some way would find themselves to be eliminated already? I don't think that's going to be the case. He even said that I think 9C in this game would get less than 12 rounds over the course of 2 maps. But still disappointed in 9C. Still thought they'd bring in more to it. I also did say that the Dust 2 pick didn't sit right with me, to be completely honest. I know Vitality have shown weakness on it, but it's not a map you pick against Vitality unless you have a very clear idea of how you want to punish them, and I didn't see that on the T side whatsoever.
No, I feel like going into watching the first couple of weapon rounds that they wanted to maybe exploit some of the weaknesses that Vitality has shown before, instead of maybe, you know, going completely DNA what is 9C, and it just backfired because like the individuals had such a good time like playing against these type of executes and slow rounds where they knew exactly what was happening. And yeah, like I even think 9C had their individual moments. Wasso has a couple of good headshots, right? So it's not like the individuals weren't there. I think they're just outclassed.
Yeah, and that outclass comes from also remembering that now Vitality have not just one major champion MVP, but also 2 with JL on there. We've got to point him out on this scoreboard, right? We're happy to see Saiwu back and doing what he does best, but to get this kind of performance out of JL, that's a big confidence boost for him individually coming into this team after not playing at this level for a while.
That's exactly what you're looking for if you're JL. This is a window of opportunity for him to showcase the rest of the world that he's still a great Counter-Strike player. As I spoke with him on the B-Disc, right? There's a tiny bit of risk, you know, that his stock value will go down if he doesn't perform, but then you can always excuse it with, yeah, being a stand-in on Vitality is never going to be an easy task. However, the upside is exactly what you see here. If you can have games like this, not every game, it doesn't have to be every single game where he's top fragging, but just occasionally up there together with ZywOo or being the difference maker. There's a lot of teams out there looking at JL thinking, as you also said, you know, maybe he's slightly underrated, showing that he clearly still got it against a team like 9C. And as Apex said coming into this game as well, when he's top fragging, there's something completely wrong. This is more what you want, right? You want to activate ZywOo, you want to activate Robs, who in the beginning of the game, very influential. And then if JL can have a game like this just once in a while, then you have a team who can still go very, very far in this tournament.
He is also playing the standard card a little too much at times. You can see him getting, you know, the last kill of the round, peeking a little bit, you know, just to, I'm here, boys, right? But yeah, at the end of the day, when you then perform in all the other rounds where you get the multi-kills to swing the rounds, it's whatever. Like, you lead 10-2 at half, go for it.
But also, there's a lot of learning that needs to be done. So have a listen to some of this confusion that can happen at times when you're a stand-in player.
Just 2 kiss. Kiss is
Yeah.
on the right.
Kiss, two, kiss. Bro, he played those 2 practice with us, he doesn't know. We said kiss 200 times. So annoying. Let's go, boys.
Let's
Nice.
we can expect this to happen in there. Pim's like looking lost into this all.
Yeah, but I think 2 kicks, that's a crisp kicks in Denmark, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Like
2 kiss.
It was 2 kisses, right? It was the, I don't know, like...
What they do, but they've called a naming of the strat that way, right? But I mean, they said it. You've been in the practice with us, you can't remember this.
Yeah.
It's probably a lot to remember though, right? You could probably attest to that, Rugger.
Yeah, like you need to be a very good student coming into a team, learning all the stuff and remembering what to do when, you know, like on top of that you have util, like Messi was a big part of, you know, the whole util balance, like throwing from the backgrounds and stuff. So I think he's very happy he didn't have to play that much T-side.
Well, when you're talking about utility, you picked out a round to do some of this as well, right?
Yeah, like it was the preparation part we've talked about, right? Like here, Vitality sets up this like double HE anti-stretting, and it just goes to show, you know, that Vitality says they don't prepare, but this is 100% anti-strat, because I look back like at the last like 6 months and no rounds has played out like this for Vitality ever before. So this is 100% how to deal with a team like 9C when you know, okay, they tried the B-bomb side, they tried to play defaults, maybe it's go time for their favorite strat along, and Vitality read it.
I like that, right? Because I know what these players are saying because they say it so often to me. It's like, we focus on us, we focus on our own game. But when your analyst or your coach is going to be gifting you all this information, you are going to take some of it in, especially if it gives you an advantage like that.
100%, you know, but it's always a balance, you know, how much do you focus on yourself and how much do you focus on the opposition, and small details like this, you know, can win you around, you know, single-handedly just based on good prep. But I think there's some truth to it when Vitality is saying they mainly focus on themselves, and you'd know that as a coach as well. I think the more of an underdog you are, the more gimmicky you have to do, the more prep you kind of have to find advantages, because you have to find some sort of a way to even out the playing field almost. Whereas if you're Vitality and if you possess guys like Robs, like ZywOo, you know, normally Messi as well for that matter, then you don't necessarily have to play the same style of Counter-Strike. You don't necessarily have to prepare the same way or even out the playing ground. So it's always a bit of a balance. And surely if you have a prep like this, you know, and if you have a certain thing you know is going to happen, then you'd be an idiot not to take advantage of it.
Now, I was willing at times, right, to give some space and time to Mayan, going from rifle to warp, but I mean, it's getting a bit uncomfortable at times now for this man in terms of the liability can sometimes be.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Roger. You're the nice guy here. I'll say the dirty stuff. I think that's the biggest issue 9C is having right now. Getting caught off guard here, completely clueless of the opportunity for ZywOo to be in this position. We're talking a full buy round, an AWP. He's taking out of the round. Fast forward to the next round. He stays alive for how long? 20 seconds. Guess what happens? Gets shot down right here by ZywOo once more. It's not to hone in on him. It's not to say that he's the reason they lost this game. But I think when you look at 9C over the last 3 months, it's been a steady progress. It's been a team that is moving in the right direction. But if they want to, you know, one thing is getting up there, another one is establishing yourself. I have not seen enough from Mayan to feel that I can say truthfully that he's good enough to play on a top 5 team. I think the quite opposite is the case right here. So he needs to step it up massively, or I think 9C eventually will be forced to replace him, to find someone who's cut for it, because so far this is just one example of many where Mayan is falling through and not finding any sort of impact, and if anything being a liability with the AWP.
And I was able to talk to him a little bit about this because I was trying to get a finger on actually what's happening. So listen to this one. Mayan, looking at your own individual performances at South American events, at qualifiers, the major, I would say it's like similar level of performances. Sometimes a little bit better, sometimes not as good. How satisfied are you with the level you're showing within 9Z right now?
I think I can do it better. I'm trying my best to find my consistency, but yeah, it's being a difficulty because my whole life I was playing as a rifler, so yeah, I'm trying my best to find my consistency, but yeah, my teammates are helping me a lot, and this kind of events it's very important to learn and try to find it.
Does the 9Z style and system allow you to also have the impact you want now as an AWPer? Do you maybe have some ideas, or you think of some moves you want to make, or do you just listen and do like what Max, what Bit tells you to do?
I'm always trying to do my plays, also trying to help my team to find the kill on the start of the round, and yeah, but also my base game is when I try to follow my teammates and try to help them, doing the best communicate I can. But yeah, also my best game when I try to find my kills and trying to also create some space, and yeah.
Is there some AWP players, like you watch their demos, or maybe some that you aspire to be like, one that you think, okay, I want to AWP like this player?
Yeah, of course. It's funny because I'm going to play against him.
Okay.
I always trying to learn from csgo.
Yeah.
I think he's the best AWPer in the world, and yeah, it's an honor to play against him. And I think I know some things he will do, but yeah, we will see.
Well, you may know some of the things, but executing it is a different side of that coin. And I just want to look at it for him, right? He said it's very tough to go through this change, but you took on the role, you wanted to do this role. There's only so much time you give someone, right, to improve within that and be capable.
I hate doing it, you know, because he seems like a super grounded guy, seems like a nice guy.
Very smart, by the way, yeah.
Very smart. Seems like he's aware that there may be a potential issue, but unfortunately it's not my job to be his best friend in this scenario. I'm looking at 9Z as a team that has the potential to establish themselves as a top team, and I think that's when I look at the lineup, you know, when I look at the team, I think that's the one weak link they have right now. So it's not to say that he needs to be cut tomorrow, but something needs to change for the future if he want to stay around for 9Z.
I at least think, like, looking at how he has impact versus some of the other AWPers, like, he thrives the most when he doesn't take on, you know, the straight up duels together with, let's say, csgo, that he goes to peak drops on B, that he, you know, finds some of these, like, kills against the riflers, where you aren't as exposed, you know, to having to play perfect CS, get into the perfect positions in the mid round. And I also think that's what the team should look a little bit more for, because this team is a team of movable pieces around him, right? That wants to create the space, wants to be ready to go on kills. So maybe dodge the let's play defaulty like spirit and vitality, and more into, okay, how can we utilize me as getting a peak or getting some room for my riflers?
Yeah. Well, that's enough talk on me and the whole situation we've seen on Dust 2, guys. Nuke is the next pick, and that's coming out from Vitality. There was a time when I remember a 9Z that was very capable on Nuke, though, right?
I remember as well.
And it wasn't that long. You remember it a hard way as well. You had this face first to you, but we have seen it slow down. We did see them struggle against MOUZ, and from what you told me about Nuke, they're going to need to not do the same things they've been doing. There has to be change, because Vitality will know.
Like, obviously, I was a little curious as to how MOUZ had such an easy time against them. And going back and looking at the previous games, it was basically, at least on the CT side, too much of the same. And if you give, you know, these world-class players the thing they expect, then they will have an easier time playing against it, right? So I think they need to, first of all, not just replicate all their, like, small gimmick things, but at the same time get the CT system rolling, because against MOUZ it was all over the place. DGT didn't know what was happening in yard. They were over-rotating when there was no reason to do so, getting picked apart, like, because they were in transition. There are so many examples. But the good thing about it is you can fix that quite easily on CT Nuke. but it also does require getting a little bit momentum so the teams they play against don't disrespect them like MOUZ did.
Yeah, is that going to be possible within this though, especially when Vitality just had a monstrous win here, Pim, that they can just be like, well, we can do what we want anyway?
Well, that's the thing. You speak of Vitality and you speak of a guy like Robs, who's arguably the best in the world at punishing those, rotations when he's on the T side, lurking inside lobby, finding gaps, finding players pushing you at odd timing. So he's a tough one to go up against. If anything, what speaks into favor of 9C is the fact that you bring in JL on a map like Nuke. So I think Apex will have to simplify the playbook a little bit from Vitality, or at least place JL in a position where he's not going to be a liability, which could open up, an avenue for 9C to potentially be a fighting factor in this game. It's not going to be a Vitality playing as, I guess, creative and as structured as they used to in Nuke, given that you have JL and it's going to take time before he feels comfortable. But I don't even think that's enough for 9C. So I still have Vitality being the firm favorites here. But if anything, more than 2 rounds, let's be honest.
I also want to talk a bit about the mood difference. I know 9Z just ended up losing, but I mean, we still had the same huddle, the same energy, which happened even when Vitality were losing last series. But for 9Z, it was very quiet. They look a bit focused here on the crosser, maybe staying warmed up. But I mean, this is not what I expect from a South American team.
3 maps in a row where they haven't been competitive. Like, they've been absolutely annihilated. You don't understand why they're pretty sad right now.
I think they're in their own heads, by a big margin. Like, you can see it in the body language. You can see it when they win rounds. Obviously, some of them are super excited, but obviously there's something else happening within the team right now. And being in their own heads also means sometimes that the energy that the players share with each other, it goes down. Also that, you don't get the extra performances out. You don't get these 50-50 swing rounds your way because you lack that little bit of, focus, motivation, sharpness, whatever you want to name it, right?
Well, let's see if 9Z can get out of their own heads. Let's see if they can challenge Vitality in any way. Let's pass it over to Henry and Anders.
So excited what we're here to find out. Henry, it was a tough first game there. JL, he was looking sharp.
We've got Nuke coming up next, and we will see whether it's going to be a chance at 9Z to bounce back here. I agree with the desk, though. It feels like it's just not enough right now. Mayan seems like a liability. It seems like they are overthinking and kind of in their own heads. And the fact that Vitality seem very prepared and are anti-stratting them in some capacity as well, I feel like 2-0 is written on the walls here. But let's see. It's going to be the T-side start for Vitality. As they mentioned as well, JL coming into this squad, he would, I think he's just taking Mezzi's roles in every capacity. So we'll see how that works out for them. But the good news is ZywOo has turned up today.
Yes, we were lacking that last time around. I think it's a pretty brutal summary from Pip saying they've played pretty much 3 bad maps so far in the tournament 9C, but it's true. We want to see something different here. Nuke is coming up now, 2nd map in this elimination series. Everything is on the line right now for the South American squad. Vitality, they do like this map and they are good on it too, so I think they're going to be strong here.
You've got the ZywOo P250 armor utility combo. They've invested a lot into him, and rightly so. Wow, Flames is quick towards outside, breaks his ankles as he jumps down, and DGT will find him. Nice shot.
That actually is a really, really good shot. Seemed like maybe Flames is going to try and set up ZywOo for something there, but he's dead a little bit too soon. Wasso peek. Do you want to peek this? There is a player there in ramp behind the box, but it's kind of where they are thinking about it. You could see Vitality are kind of looking. They're not really sure. Don't throw this away, 9C. You've got such a great position. ZywOo trades 1 kill outside, but Luchov, if you die here, it's a little bit of an issue. Robs gets 1, Apex on the follow, and it's still doable, still winnable, 50 seconds.
Time for the GOAT to step up. Max is low. Mayan been struggling all tournament long. Got the Julies this time, 100 HP. Up against the mighty ZywOo, though. Already a frag to his name. They're going to be on high alert here. They know he's got the P250. Now they know where he is as well. Trying to just rot that clock. He knows it. Going to be quite aggressive here. How many bullets has he got left? Not enough as he goes to the block.
Picks it up right away. One of them is already low. It might be an easier clutch now. Running closer. Actually bullying him out of this position. If anything touches him, he's just constantly around the corner. But they cannot avoid ZywOo for long. Triple. And that's Vitality winning another pistol round.
They had the bomb under their remit. I feel like they could have held the bomb more defensively instead of, it came down to 2 separate 1v1s there. I think just camping the bomb, really making him go for the plants. Let's see what they're going for here. They both challenge him, but as soon as one goes down, you've got the low HP remaining. And it will be Vitality stealing that pistol away. You know they're going to force buy though, 9Z. 5.7s, a rifle, we've got a scout for Mayan. Mac 10s out of full force Vitality as well. Two players towards outside, and they're setting up the outside utility as well. See which ones they deploy here. Looks to be 2 diagonal wall.
Those in the know, we'll call them the Henry G smokes.
I like that you bring that up every time.
Yeah, well, someone had to be the first Henry. This time it was you.
Real recognizes real.
That's exactly right.
So, we will see one player down towards Secret. Now you are in a spot of bother here if you're 9Z. You've got no further utility.
Yeah.
Not much firepower. You know they've got presence towards outside. And there's still plenty of time here as we hit the 1 minute mark. ZywOo controlling towards the Secret position. That looks like a smoke for Heaven. Not sure though.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Yeah, it's going to land deep back there. Molotov on top of the hut as well. Some flashes flying straight through. It is going to be that Heaven smoke. Also Peak sneaking in, coming in with a 5-7. Could have been great, but it won't quite be enough here.
I'm glad people are starting to throw that Heaven smoke. For the longest time, in CS2 especially, I couldn't work out why no one ever throws it. Like, the lineup's not crazy, and it's a very powerful smoke. There you go, Apex showing us that we might see a bit more of it in the future.
I've got advertising myself, and we've got a video coming out next couple of days with Heaven Molotov.
Okay. Is it similar sort of lineup, or?
Kind of similar, yeah. There've been some in the past, but they've been very, very tricky to throw. I feel like I found something that kind of works.
The only thing with these smokes, you have to shoot that back window out.
Yes.
Which can be, yeah, that one. Thank you so much. You do have to shoot that one out, which can be a little bit awkward. You either nade it or spawn, or there are some ideas to throw a decoy at it.
So that's what I did in my video.
Yeah, are you throwing the decoy?
Yeah, got a decoy
interesting.
from T-Spawn because
otherwise, if you're throwing it aside, you have to like jump and burst fire Glock and try and shoot the window out. It's just like, that's the awkward part about it.
The problem that I was struggling with when I was trying to come up with this idea is that if you either HE or shoot it, you're really telling the CTs you're going to be throwing the Molotov.
Yeah.
So you need the decoy to land almost before they show up, and then hope that they just think it's like a weird curiosity kind of thing.
Yeah, I looked into this like a month ago as well. I was trying to work out the most efficient way to do it without telegraphing it too much, and that was the conclusion I came to as well. Either way, it is going to be 2-0. They will save some pistols and an MP9. Shouldn't be too much to report here. It's Vitality's round to lose if they so wish, but they've got nice outside presence again. Flames already down towards Secret. No one home. And they're going to be going for a lower split of things, maybe in towards ramp. Apex will just be patrolling the smokes, making sure Flames doesn't get backstabbed here.
Such a core feature of Nuke, if you can kind of get the information on the CT side, whether or not somebody's crossed or not, because
absolutely
rotating your defense around based on that information is sort of essential, and half the time you just don't know because of the smoke. So I think it's one of the things that makes the map super unique. That and the bomb sites being stacked on top of each other, if people haven't noticed yet. But yeah, this is definitely Vitality making their way through, working down below. A little bit of presence here. He's blown open the windows as well, Flames. He's not afraid to be making a bit of noise. Maybe it was timed with ZywOo throwing the grenades there, but doesn't seem like anyone's realized yet necessarily on 9Z.
Kind of huge for Flames. It will be ZywOo to go down, but the backstab should be deployed momentarily. It's going to be Flames finding one. Does he detect the presence of the second? Might not matter either way. 4 on 3 for now. Lukov down to 66, and now 0. Apex will find him. Coming to the logical conclusion here of round number 3. Max will probably get 1 here. So they got the intel. They're going to be maximum of 1 player. So Wasopeak would have to do something unthinkable. There was a chance. If he gets that second kill, you never know. But knowing Max can only be Heaven or Main, I suppose. Let's see whether he can get anything done here. I think he's taken down momentarily. Gonna have to be one hell of a sequence here with the MP9. Not gonna happen. 3-0 as JL closes things down. 2 rifles saved for Vitality. And we got the first real gun round now for 9Z. The AWP come out for Mayan. Couldn't get going at all on Dust 2. Gonna be even harder now on Nuke. You're normally getting 1 pick. You're rotating around. You're supporting various parts of the map.
He does seem like such a genuine guy, right? And that pre-game interview, he's talking about, like, he'd love to learn from ZywOo. It's almost a little bit heartbreaking that, I guess he is, but it's just like by getting murdered on Dust 2, like that was the teaching moment there. Maybe he could do better on this one. 4th round. And let's see what they've got. No confidence in the 9C game just yet. Rops is finding one. That's just unfortunate for Luchov. It's going to be going down. And now we're starting the whole smoke theater outside. 3 smokes this time.
We've seen this utility set many times. Seems very meta right now. And they're not even going to use it. It's so nice to be throwing those every single round.
Yeah.
Sowing the seed of doubt into the CT defense. Force a reaction. And we might be heading towards ramp once more. Man, feeling uncomfortable towards up, but flashed off as well, but it's all a bit of a ruse. Max will be alone towards the ramp, and that's exactly where they're coming. And JL gives him a taste of lead, and boy, is it bitter.
It's got an elaborate round. You fake outside, then
it's a very technical round. Like, the fact you got to stand
round.
in here, that's really impressive. Like, it's pitch perfect as well. You can see them pulling them around the map. Everyone's blind. You've done the outside smokes, a pseudo upper execution as well, where everyone's blind and in Molotovs, and then you're going to ramp and one tapping them when you know there's only going to be one player. Like, it's so layered.
Just 3 layers of strategy. In a round where 9C, it's the first rifle round, so super frustrating for them. 25 seconds here.
And the great discipline as well. I was about to say, Robs will have to peak eventually to get some intel here. So the round is somewhat on with 20 seconds. Yeah, here we go. There's 2 players towards up, and they've confirmed that, including the AWP. That might be enough, but JL here, the fly in the ointment. 13 seconds remaining. What's the call? Can they actually scramble down towards lower? Yes, there's plenty of time, actually. Stressful scenario, though, Anders, but they should pull this one off.
They might be able to, try to open the door. He wants to stop the bomb from being planted, but that is not going to be possible. They're already on the other side. Grenade tickles him. You need to coordinate this with DGT. He's on the other side of the bomb site as well, and there's Mayan going down. DGT hoping to open up something here. He has the incendiary. He could have thrown it into the corner and burned both of them out. But what a nice round from JL, flanking that upper position, allowing him to get down below. Great triple.
An absolutely beautiful round of Counter-Strike. That's what you want to break down on the analyst desk.
Yes.
FYI. It doesn't get much better than that. So many layers and reacting well as well. Like, sure, 9Z got back into the round. They hit some nice shots, but just the mid-round calls after all those layers as well. Planting down towards lower for a few seconds to spare. Perfectly played in the 2-on-2. Yeah, that is just a thing of beauty. 9Z gave it everything. They were fighting back. They knew what they're up against, but just couldn't hold on. And now we go 4-0. And we are going to see some purchase here. We've got a Hero M4, a FAMAS, and a few pistols going up next. JL hits a banger towards the ramp. Down towards where we went. Off angle for Flames, and then a double stack towards Shadow. Yeah.
My God.
That's a great round.
That's usually the kind of round it's just like sort of a major, semi-final kind of round where it's like, oh, we're pulling in like 5 different layers of ideas on top of each other, but it did work really well. Max here, keeping it simple, landing the headshot on Apex. Hero M4, there's also FAMAS in play. They will trade out the 1, and there's no utility to flash Max out of there because they just don't have it. Otherwise, that would probably have been used to try and help him out. Really nice timing, and with DGT getting the headshot on Cyber at the same time, you have to appreciate that. Pushing the Molotov Luchov there to pick up the kill. That's super smart. That's a freebie.
Okay, looks like we got
Even
our first
I could
round.
hit that shot.
I think you could have done. But Robs, in a 1 versus 4 against pistols and a FAMAS. Don't think this is impossible. He's definitely got a look in here.
Yeah, with Robs, nothing is impossible.
They give him an inch, he will take a mile.
It is a bit awkward that the bomb is a little bit further back, so no matter what here, but you're right. I mean, he's jiving for a kill, hoping that someone oversteps. He has to go and pick up the bomb. It's on the roof, in fact, so might not be worth. If they don't give him a chance, I guess you just save the AK and say that's it. Would have been fun if he could have got activated into the clutch, but I guess in modern day Counter-Strike, that's always going to be very, very tricky. So slowly stepping away from the action. 9C investigating. They are going to want to pick up as many rifles as they can. They've already got 1 of them. Should be plenty on the ground. So from losing your first rifle round, coming into this one and stealing now 2 AKs, probably going to be a 3rd somewhere on the ground there for Luchov. That's at least something. Like, if you're going to be losing the first 4 rounds, have this round be your 5th. AWP, in fact. So that is massive.
No clutch today. But a nice injection of cash needed a bit of a miracle like that. They managed to recover a couple of AKs, the AWP. And we'll see money absolutely fine. Not great for Vitality. I say that. Apex has opted for the Tech-9 instead. So a couple of concessions to be made here. Is this the moment where 9Z are activated in this series? They got 2 rounds on Dust 2, their pick. Not a great spot to be on Nuke on CT side, 4-1 down. Can recover this though, early days. Mayan will be going towards the ramp room. It's been a thorn in their side. Towards the play here from Vitality. I'm not seeing any outside smokes yet, holding on to the initial utility, but here comes the same wall we saw before, courtesy of JL.
This time, what looks like more of a commitment, but they're just waiting for the red container. They were expecting a peek from 9C. They're thinking there could be an aggressive CT out there. I know that they said that they don't do a lot of prep work, but that was obviously a lie, Henry, because they had incredible grenades on Dust 2. Definitely well prepped. Oh, was a peek. Attempting something, maybe as an answer to losing that info out in Yard. He wanted to get something back towards lobby. It does not work out for him.
Lukov will rotate down towards lower. 2 players and the bomb heading in that direction as Rob's towards ramp, trying to find a gap there, but Mayan holds strong with the AWP. Lukov at least needs to survive it. Just get the intel, can't get one tapped. Going to be using this jump back. I think he spotted them as well, so that's exactly what he needed. They got 2 players down towards lower.
Very nice.
They might go towards the A side through vents though.
I think you could be onto something. DGT is here, but I don't know how much he could stop them. Cyber putting a little bit of pressure on. They haven't made up their minds yet. They're giving so much space in these rounds, in the mid round and late round, for 9C to make a mistake.
They're going to go up. Zywu just throwing flashes around towards double doors. See if anyone can get blind. Go in towards that upper side now, but Mayan has rotated it nicely. Should be able to get one more here. That's round. 15 seconds remaining. Nothing JL can do with this one, I'm afraid. Look to cause some financial damage. That's exactly what they've received this round. They'll be on eco going forward. A second round in a row. It's much cleaner this time from 9Z. 4 players surviving, recovering more AKs here. 3 of them now on the CT side. Great work from Mayan. That's his best round yet in this series.
Yeah, these 2 rounds might be the best rounds that 9C have actually played in the series overall, like already in the whole tournament, to be honest.
True.
Didn't do a lot of work against MOUZ. Looked flat. Same is true for the start of the day here on Dust 2, but now we're in round number 7. And you said no real money on Vitality. Didn't get the bomb planted either. First real sign of life coming out from the South American squad. We don't have the insight into what's been kind of plaguing this team because we just know that they're better than what they've shown us so far. Like, no one's really doubting that. Something has gone off the rails a bit for them.
Flames boosted up on main roof. I think many people realize you can actually do that. It doesn't have to be from the silos, so you can do it quietly.
There you go.
Okay, that's an entry point. Multiple kills required for Wasserpeak now. He's got fantastic aim. Good fundamentals to see if he can hold on to it. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. JL trying to vault up towards the heaven area. Or he might have slipped the net here as well. It's going to be Zywu trying to take all that aggro away. He's going to wait for the reload. That's a chance to strike, and it's so well done from JL.
And Zywu got the headshot as well on me and playing down
ridiculous. That's just the cherry on the cake, I suppose, but...
Oh, man.
Oh, he's tagged him as well. He'll die, but... Oh, he doesn't even die. Okay, crazy round. Crazy round there, dude. They didn't even have Kevlar.
Feels like that's the kind of round that Vitality, when they were at their peak, they would always win a round like this, even against like the top level teams, and then they were back. Like, that's when they looked indestructible.
Love that synergy with JL and Zywu there. Like, really fantastic comms. Like, Zywu telling him, like, I'm taking all the aggro for you. There's 2 players in this position. He waits for the reload, then he picks it up, goes to that swing, nails the shot, and of course, Zywu closes it out as well. Yeah, very nice, boys.
I guess that's the kind of synergy that you would expect to lose when you have a stand-in, right?
Yeah.
It actually looks really good.
Zywu back on the AWP. Money absolutely fine. Rops not so much. He'll be taken down early, courtesy of Lukov and Wasserpeak.
Okay.
Now we're getting somewhere.
That
will do.
Great.
You've already got a man advantage. Get one and fall back. No problem with that, Anders.
And they got that very, very deep smoke in towards the lobby as well, to really keep the tease out. Luchov again. Apex has been caught out there in this position a couple of times right now. 9C, good fight back in them all of a sudden. This is where in all of the previous maps that we've seen from them so far, they've kind of collapsed as soon as they gave up a round or two, but even though they lose that last one to a triple from ZywOo with just a deagle, they're right back here, not letting Vitality accumulate too much momentum. Super important stuff. 50 seconds. Oops. They've been well disciplined, 9C, at least on Nuke here. Not peeking, not doing anything crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is absolutely fine, though. Seal the deal. Round over. Bear in mind, winning the eco before, the money won't be completely busted for Vitality. We'll have a look at the loss bonus. It's actually 1,400, so yeah, fortunately they've actually got a bit of reserve cash. Apex and Rops, though, hovering around $1,700, so it would be 3 rifles and 2 players on pistols. We'll see if they want to go all in here. Nice little aggressive push to kick things off, and then ascending up the ladder, getting the 5-on-3. It's okay. It's all good.
I'll never get bored of the Apex reactions.
He's a passionate man.
That he is. And it's brought him quite a few titles, so I'm not going to be criticizing it at all. TGT, he finds Apex again. It's first to go down outside. Pretty nice move. The rest of them towards a ramp with Flames lurking now on top of the silo. They're not sure if anyone is in that smoke. It looked like they were expecting that there could have been someone playing around it, but to be honest, 9C probably don't want to be doing that. They've got the advantage. Pretty good timing on the incendiary will force them into the AWP, and then the follow-up, the secondary rifle there on Max. ZywOo and Flames, 2 versus 5. It's again a very solid start to the defense. The rounds that 9C have been winning have looked very, very comfortable.
Yeah, don't disagree at all. This was 3 AKs and a couple of pistols for Vitality. I was about to say they get nothing out of it. The Flames looking to take things a bit further. Oh, what's going on? What are you doing?
That's gravity, Henry. He'll do that.
Are you joking?
40 seconds. No.
The bomb was already down.
It can't happen. This
could be a historic clutch, yeah.
The collapse of a century if 9C lose this. They're actually stacked on top of each other inside there. Okay, they're doubling up in the corner, but this is still dangerous. Flash around the corner. Okay, Max to the rescue.
What's his main doing? So I guess, like, you have to laugh or you'll cry. If you end up losing that round, like, just type GG, like, you're done.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Straight to the post-game interview.
Maybe there was a detail I missed. I don't know why he would vault in with the AWP especially. So he loses 2 players. You've already got the bomb around, bear in mind. And he runs in and does that. Okay, I didn't miss a detail. That was just crazy blunder. I don't know what's going on. I guess he thought he's about to be swung on.
Yeah, I mean, he probably is confused. Oh, wait a minute, we'll talk about that later. Rush on here, Rops and Flames. Wow, this is a slaughter. Nothing accomplished by doing that 5th round. And 9C, all right. I'm guessing he wanted to make the full jump, but when his teammate on HUT dies, he second guesses it?
I guess so. Well, no harm, no foul, Anders, as we always say. They get a clean sweep in the follow-up round. Doesn't really matter.
It was a funny moment.
It was a fun moment.
Last 2 rounds of the half are coming up now. 9C, they're not going to be struggling for cash. They can buy in every round here, so that's good news.
Wait. Okay, it's the first one. I was like, I thought that was the back window. I was like, how have they broken it so early? We were just talking about it. It's the front window.
Yeah. Would be nice if you could. JL, oh, look at this charge again, just like in the last round, but this time they've got rifles. And Lutrov is traded out. Wasso Peak, he can't get the job done from that high ground position. Apex quickly taking care of Max. His 4th kill, Apex. He's been dying a lot outside, but this one will secure a bomb plant and a round with it. I don't think Mayan and DGT, they could go for the 2-on-4, but they could buy the AW. They can't buy the AK, and the chances that you win the 2-on-4 are so low that it's just probably not worth it here. So, 6 rounds for Vitality. That's already pretty good. You're going to be pretty happy with that so far.
Absolutely, Anders, and there's potential for 7, right? So, changing the pace up. This time the upper rush or pounce with the guns this time. Opening frag, sure, but you can see how blind they were, and just nice shots, good trading, good awareness on the quick back step there from Apex as well. They will save the AWP and the AK-47 and CT side, but Vitality will take back the lead here. 6-5, final round of this first half coming up shortly. So yeah, much better from 9Z, but still not in a great state, Anders. Like, it's better than Dust 2, but it doesn't inspire hope that they're not going to be knocked out of the tournament after this map.
That is the problem. I was about to say, it's the first time that we've seen like a little bit of life in them. It's just really far from being good enough.
It might be too little too late in the big picture.
Well, just give them the benefit of the doubt, see if they can win this round. If they win this round of the pistol, it's a little bit more interesting.
Totally true. JL will be setting up the utility again. We've seen this wall of smokes a few times now. You can even, we've watched it so many times, you can actually use this lineup at home.
That is true. You should learn it.
1, 2. Oh, there we go.
He's got it. All the smokes.
So there's a different variation this time.
Yes. I think you said last time the power of it is you can't really blow open all the smokes.
Exactly. We'll call that one the snake smokes.
Nice.
You look on the mini-map, like, I think that's the idea. You pop open one, there's a number behind it. It also allows you to sneak in towards the garage as well. You can use them to path in. Should be a good round here, Anders. We have got 6-6.
It almost looked like the EGC was about to die to that deep peek, but his teammate was there on the cross, and you're right, it is a good round. Flames peeking with a Molotov. That is dangerous work. Mayan taking him down, and it will be tied up 6-6 at the end of the half.
Can he delay the push? He can do better than that. Dropping Hooksy and Yabi coming back for Stair as well. Big performance from Texi. So close to reducing the deficit here, but two of them dropped by Fuzi in a clutch now, who suddenly made it a 1v1 until he knows he can commit.
Wow, that's insane.
He's got no idea where to look. He's completely paranoid. He needs tablets and a therapist. That Molly will force him into the open, but Fuzi will deliver.
Bomb plant in a moment, and Spirit, a sudden question as to whether they can convert their pistol victory. Prime Taps cleared out from Forklift. We've got this mid lurk coming through, but by the time Body gets into position, Shiro's already got a couple kills. Magic's cleaned out as Shiro finds a third on the round, and the frag grenade whittles Cadian down to half HP. Still a smoke in front of him to play off of. Shiro taking to the high ground is going to get the quad kill in the retake.
Looking to get pop flashed in with a teammate there as well. Twist into the A main position. FaZe might have the read.
Oh, he gets immediately wrecked. He was carrying utility as well. Jabone doesn't have any, trying to hide in plain sight and find a fight if he can. But there's just nowhere for him to go. Natu needs a miracle. He's got to find a lot of deagle shots here. He might just do exactly that. What an overperformance. That's utterly ridiculous. That's nasty work. Mac has got his bell rung. Curtis got 21 HP. This is so dangerous. AW now in a 1 versus 2. This time he does go for it. Where's that last man? Gravity. Oh, somewhere Vu is crying. And he does it. I can't believe it. It's an anti-eco. The stats are getting worse.
Ultimately isolating this B duel. There's just more confidence from Furia in their protocols.
Yes. And in that case, Fallen's individuals, right? Scooping that op up, pushing through the smoke, takes a little nerve. And he is the top performing Furia player now after that sequence. Nice.
Oh, yeah, you get there.
The mowdown from downtown. So OG keep the game interesting as the economic problems sink in for Spirit. Shiro doesn't shoot. A lot of bodies here. They're just charging past him. He's going to hang on to Checker.
What is this play?
Zontex with the Deegan 3 on the other side.
Donk was spotted, but Donk is still Donk. And Natu's the one who dies. That's kind of how it works when you go up against Donk.
Yeah, his pathing there was predictable. Jacob does get... Oh, hello! Jacob and Twist both chiming in with a frag.
That will help. Odd as an incendiary also for Jacob. And he's got a good angle to throw it. So let's see now. Frozen and Magic. I think this duel is going to be really important to see who wins what. Okay, just down to Magic's now. 1 versus 2. He's got the first one up against the rifle of Jacob. Jacob's been doing great work for FaZe, and it will be another clutch 1v1 that is secured by FaZe.
9Z finally showing up to the tournament here. They go 6-6 in the first half. A nuke, it's Vitality's pick. But if they lose this map, they are out of the tournament. Vitality still looking like the favorites as they switch over to the CT side. As Anders mentioned before, though, the pistol round might dictate their fate. We'll have a look at what they've got to buy. 1 smoke, 1 flash, and no HE. So suggest we'll probably go outside.
Yeah, I think they got the P250 as well on Wasso peak. Not that it matters because he's dead right off the bat. Cyber making sure they can't pick anyone off at the beginning.
Do you just reset the round now? You've lost a PD50 player. You know Zywo's out there and he's feeling himself. Even Apex is chiming in now as well. You're just getting picked off 1 by 1. What's the intention here, lads? Now, objective, try and get the bomb planted at the very least. Feels like the round has slipped away. Got plenty of time. It's going to take some fancy footwork. A bit of a ruse, perhaps. They've still got the smoke and the flash. I don't think they can win the round, but let's see if they can prove me wrong.
Again, Vitality are also a disciplined team. You kind of want, if you're a 9C here for Vitality, to do something like move in and for you to find a kill. Playing with the door now. Does get his hand stuck in it. And his head blown clean off. JL, he gets 1 more on Max. Hiding in the back here, man. Oh, it's an opportunity maybe, but not enough. Cyber finds another couple of pretty smooth headshots. And that will set up Vitality very, very nicely. That last half was probably the best half we've seen from 9C in the tournament so far. And like we said, it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
Yeah, that kind of says it all, doesn't it? Losing that pistol, as I mentioned, really did need the bomb plant after losing the first couple of duels there, nowhere near it. Nice shot from Apex, and yeah, I'm expecting the eco to follow things up. They didn't get enough kills to really justify a T-side forced by no plant. So, Vitality focusing on the SMGs and utility here. Grenade to follow things up. Apex hoping to take down Wasso Peak. Didn't quite do enough damage. So just going to use this one to catch their breath. They've invested $0. Try and bait out some grenades. Get 1 kill ideally. Preferably 2.
I feel like Apex deserves some eco kills out here.
Well, he's being flashed in. Have a look. Doesn't swing on it.
Could be another one coming. Saivu certainly has another one in his back pocket, so we'll see. It is just Glocks on the other side. All right, make their way across here. Apex only getting the 1 so far. It doesn't really matter for the round. I'm just saying individually, it felt like he, you know, kind of ran into trouble outside. Feels good to get some kills there, but only the 1.
Everyone is alive and well. Here come the AK-47s, though. So bear in mind, Vitality operating with 3 SMGs here. 9Z should be aware of that. Like, if you're playing with 3 SMGs, there's certainly an idea to go for a lobby crunch or try and get players aggressive outside. Or you can just play a default with some boosts going on and some tricky positions. Looks for the 2 MP9s going towards Ramp Pandas. We will be going for a lobby crunch, though.
Okay.
IMO. Here we go.
I do like that. You are absolutely right, Henry. This is a great call from you and JL. He's going to get double spray down on this one. Easy work with the MP9.
Look, and as if I'm able to call it, you feel like they should be able to as well. Like, they don't seem ready for that whatsoever.
Well, I was going to say, on the T side of Dust 2, we had a couple of annoying moments where it looked like 9C, some of the fundamentals fell apart. I think Mayan on short getting orbed by Saivu, and the lack of flashbangs to set up peaks into like common positions. Like some of the basic stuff that we want to see out of 9C. I feel like it's not really coming to the forefront here.
Like, you should be on high alert for that play. You spotted multiple SMGs in the previous round. You got 0 kills. There's no way you should be losing those frags. Like, you should be like crouching in corners, very defensive, wait until the first 20 seconds subside, then you go into your round.
Disappointing. Sets them off in a very, very bad spot here for the beginning of the second half, of course. Max and Luchov. Peak is good. Apex gets taken down, but all the work is still ahead of them, especially with this kind of a lineup. Cyber makes it look very easy. He's up to 14 kills. Kind of night and day performance for what he was doing yesterday, which most people said was probably going to happen.
Oh, that's rough. 9Z now, not only a demoralizing round, you've given them so much cash here. Yeah, no one's even considering it. Yeah, and you've given them 3 AKs to work with here as well, for free, essentially. Like, great call from Vitality, don't get me wrong, but you got to be aware of that prospect, especially when you know, like, they're on a bonus round, is what we call it, when they have residual SMGs.
Yeah, you called it right away, and it's a good call, but 9C, unfortunately, not ready. Going to be a 3-round gap now as they pick up Tech9. Should we go so far as to call it a blunder for 9C, not to be right?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
like,
not that deep.
No, not that deep. It's just like, I'd like to see a bit more awareness, like, and just better protocols for those sort of rounds. If you know you didn't get any kills in the second round, probably going to be a chance they have SMGs, and they might push you.
A lot of Tech9s, I always think of the vent drops when I see this kind of a thing. I think it's super fun when you can get the Tech9s into the vents and everything else. I don't know if 9C have that kind of thing. They are not really that quick out of spawn. They're throwing smokes from spawn. That's exciting. Going to be landing very early on to put the pressure on here. A third and a fourth smoke landing. So really selling the idea that they were in this yard, that they're all going to be out here. It's really just loot shot for the rest of them towards the ramp position.
So yeah, lower split coming in. So far, so good. Player down towards Secret unharmed.
They have a million flashbangs, and Rops is dodging every single one of them.
Unfortunately, you're up against the GOAT of ramp in the form of Rops, and JL on a bit of a heater right now as well. Gets himself a triple. Sure, it's a nice kill down towards lower. It doesn't really mean much, though. The bomb's down a ramp. They know exactly where you are, and you're in a 3-on-1.
Yeah, he effortlessly dodged those flashbang Robs. He was just behind the box. I think they threw 3 or 4 of them, and just didn't matter at all. Bit of a shame, really.
Well, he's going to have the coaching staff making him aware of what flashes they throw, what positions work. And yeah, you could see he was very calm, knew exactly what was coming.
You said Jail is taking over sort of 1-for-1 for Mezzi's position?
That's what he told me.
I was going to say, the only thing that I could think of is I think Mezzi is probably like one of the best A anchors in the world on this map of Nuke. Like, he is such a solid player to have. It feels like that could be an issue. But honestly, the way the Jail is playing right now, it just might not even matter at all. He is crazy strong. Cyber trading it out. I guess for having Tech9s, getting 3 kills is kind of something. Like, you're doing a little bit of economic damage there, but you need more than that.
Like, unfortunately, you say that. Flames has got $10,000, JL 7,000, Rob 7,000. Yeah, you haven't really done much in terms of financial damage.
They're so rich from the start, yeah. That is an issue.
It looks like we might be saying goodbye to 9Z, I'm afraid. I'd like to say it was an unlucky tournament, but yeah, they just look so flat. It's only 2 series, I suppose, but yeah, just didn't really see much from them. Compared to what we expect, like, they had a great season prior, before the major. And,
absolutely.
Yeah, and even took down Vitality at Cologne in the best of 3. Group stages.
They did do that. It's a reason why people have been excited. I've been excited, but yeah, there's clearly something is different with this team right now. It'd be fun to do like some sort of a deep dive interview to find out what is going on. DGT, top of the smoke, gets Flames to find the kill on him, and what a move! JL as well, he's found Wasso Peak. The round is so swiftly done.
We're done.
Henry, you know, I feel like you're always trying to find a way to sort of put a positive spin on things. So when you say it's done, I feel like it's not a good look for them.
With Flames, it looks like he's almost trolling some of these rounds now. Like, you saw what he did with the squeaky door, like trying to block it being open, and now he's just pushing for all the hut smokes and just like willing to take crazy gambles he wouldn't normally do. Yeah, and then the fact that he's getting away with it as well, like, it's so demoralizing. You know, and the morale's already in the bin. Now you've got to partially buy to try and avoid series and elimination points.
Yeah.
But if we look at the positives, we want Vitality to make a deep run in this tournament.
We do want that.
They're the household name, you know. We want them at the playoffs. They're in the lower bracket right now.
Yeah, we need somebody to challenge Spirit as well, because they have looked kind of scary.
I'm not sure anyone can. The way they're playing right now
feels unlikely. But maybe with JL on a couple of more maps, it could be happening here. He's shutting them down early. Triple again. The multi-kills are really coming through for him. 16 overall behind that round, and it is Vitality at 12. 1 round away from knocking out 9C. Earlier than I think they would have liked. Earlier than I would have expected for 9C as well. I had them going through a little bit deeper than this.
Well, here we go then. 6 rounds in a row required on the T side of your opponent's pick. ZywOo feeling himself. He's up to 18 kills now. He definitely did turn up today. One of his worst performances in their opening series on CS2 record, but not the case today. Looking sharp, looking locked in, looking confident.
Okay, there's the spray down. It's Apex getting the yard just like he was on the T side. Not having the most luck early on, but Saiwu, there's a gap right on top of it. If they go too far down by the fence there, they're going to be found. But it looks like Wasopeak is thinking about maybe sneaking his way through. He's going to challenge JL. That could have just as well been Saiwu with the AWP up there. That is a very bold peek from Wasopeak. 3 versus 4, and look at this forward off angle for Flames. Are you ready for this if you're coming in on the other side? 9C. Looks like they are regrouping towards the ramp instead.
Almost in vain, it feels like.
Yeah.
Just having to do something at this point. You're 4-3, you're 1 round away from elimination. You know it's kind of over. You got the demon on your shoulder, whispering in your ear, just saying this is done. We can't win this round either, let alone the game. You got Saiwu with the turret down towards lower as well. Actually doesn't get any worse than this. Because you know he's getting one-handers.
He's been getting so many kills in this one. Right back to his old self.
They're going to give him a shooting gallery here. Lock in.
They do have one Molotov if he misses, but it does require the miss. Double peek on that side. He's instantly throwing the smoke. He knew that there could have been a Molotov coming, but Mayan does find the headshot against him, so still a chance. A very slim one, to be fair. 15 seconds. The bomb not being attempted yet. They're not quite sure if they have the space for it. There are 3 people on the other side. Come on, guys. You need to punch in those digits right now. JL charging through, slowing them down. It drops in Flames with the close, and it's 9C with a bit of a failed tournament here as they lose the Vitality on 2 maps.
Yeah, I don't want to beat them up too much. Bad tournament, very flat for them, but I think what we should focus on is that Vitality are back. They're looking sharp, and most importantly, Anders, Saiwu. He's not going to have a bad tournament here. You can see he's been in the lab, working hard, and the fact that JL stepping up as well, maybe Vitality can make a deep run here.
Yeah, I really hope so. I mean, the fact that they've got JL and he's working this well, I think that's encouraging. That looks like a strong position to be in.
Yeah, very strong performance from Vitality this time around, avoiding elimination, avoiding disaster. Roger, at no point in this game did I feel they were out of control. At no point in this game did I feel 9C were able to pressure Vitality. You can maybe argue first half of Nuke, that was the closest we had, but apart from that, a very clear-cut victory.
Like, they were just a better team throughout. Like, the individuals really like found the footing they were lacking in the first game. Yeah, I think they were just like by far better, and for 9C it's a bit of a reality check. Now they played MOUZ, they played Apex's Vitality, and both games not much to do.
Speaking of some of the individuals that showed up in this game, we're joined by one of those individuals, FlameC. First and foremost, congratulations on avoiding, I guess, elimination and staying alive in the tournament. How does it feel to still be kicking?
It feels great. I think we showed a different CS to what we showed 2 days ago against Inner Circle, and I think JL also played really good, and he was like, you know, he adapted to the game really quick, and we had a lot of talks in those 2 days, and perhaps maybe the lose against Inner Circle also made him better in our system, in how we play, you know, not system, but in the way we play. So I think it's you know, we found a lot of positives, and today Justin played really good, and I'm happy about it as well.
Speaking about the difference from the Inner Circle game to today, did anything in particular change, or was it just a bad day against Inner Circle and today was a good day, or did you go in and specifically change anything?
I think obviously the headshots always matter, but I think if we talk about what we control... Oh, Casper.
Hello. Big microphone.
Yeah, big microphone. And if what we controlled was like the communication, which against Inner Circle, there was so many moments that we were in between, like one wanted to do this play, one wanted to do this play, and then today, like, you know, if someone makes a call, we go for that call, and we don't care if it's bad, if it's good, if we think it's maybe bad against them, we just do what the one guy says, because just to have one plan is always matters. And against them and against Inner Circle it was tough, because you have a lot of plans that you go like it goes like really quick with Mezzi. Like we are used to do those plans like really quick, but with JL you need to like onboard him with the communication. Sometimes you're not focused on that because you're so focused on crosshair and stuff like that. So today we got aligned pretty good, and it was way better.
Speaking of playing 9C, you did so at the major as well, where it didn't go too well. Now you played them today, where you dominated them. Do you feel there was a difference on the server in terms of the 9C you faced at the major and the 9C you faced today?
I think when we played against them in the major, we played Dust 2, which was back then one of our like better maps, and we didn't do anything. Like we just let them play their game and hope hoped that we'd win, and it doesn't work for anybody. So we just played like shit that game. I think also they played really well individually in the major, like they gave a lot of headshots, and I don't know, maybe this time it's a bit less. Like you felt like it was a bit weaker on the individual side, and we just did a lot of things. So we were in so many positions and opportunities to kill them, to mess with their defaults and this kind of thing. So it was really good.
Yeah, like looking a little bit, like obviously today you were like by far the best team, at least from the outside. Maybe it was a little closer in the server, I don't know. But looking at the inner circle game, you touched a little bit about the lack of movement as a team and stuff. How much were you actually guessing on your city side of cash? Because it looked like to me from the outside that you got a lot surprised about what was happening. You were stacking B, they hit A. Then the next time they bring some more structure towards B and kept you guessing the whole time. Like how was it feeling? Like how did you feel playing that game?
I think this game like was at the beginning of the city we destroyed them, right? We're in really good positions. They come B, we're like really taking mid, we come behind the vent, stuff like that. I think towards the ending of the game, like when it was 12-7, we had still 2 good rounds that we lost like 5v4s, and then we kind of tried to. I think they also changed a bit the way they played with like trying to catch our rotations, but we haven't made the decisions early on, so they kept getting entries on us on middle when they took it from boost or fast middle, and then we tried to just stack 4v5, maybe we can save next round, but we didn't manage well, and we didn't adapt fast enough to those early rounds because we kept dying to them, and then not only we're not in a position to do anything, it just leaves you like 5v4, so it's really tough. And I think what was the case there is that like we wanted to adapt in a certain way, but we also wanted to do something else on the map to make sure we tried to handle 2 separate fights instead of just playing one fight but really well. And I think that made us like guess a lot and be in really bad positions to make plays, rotate, and they capitalized.
Also looking at today, you played Dust 2. It's not like the old times where it was just a guaranteed win going into Dust 2. You still like look super sharp on it. What have you actually talked about on this map? Because as I teased a little bit on the production after Dan saying you don't anti-strat and you pull out the double AT thing along, then I had to call him out a little bit. But how much work did you put into Dust 2 to also make it one of the best maps again?
Well, I think with Dust 2, like we were so good that to some extent, like we didn't need to put that much effort in it. And I'm sure, like you're my coach, so we always know, like when there is really good map and you work on the other maps, something gets a bit worse. But I think what we lacked on Dust 2, and I think we're still really good on the map and we still have really good understanding. I think what we lacked is that we're just too lazy. Like we took things too easy. We thought like people are not gonna try to mess with us. And on City, for the last 3 games we played, like before that, like 9Z, I don't remember the other 2 teams who beat us. We didn't do anything. We just AFK on the servers. We just city spawn, let them do what they want, execute. And our Dust 2 before that, like the 36 games we won, was just us messing with people, playing aggressive, being in their faces. And there was like 4 games that we were just lazy and not doing anything. We took things too easy. So
how much falls back on you? Because I know how you are as a player. I know you would love to not stand still the whole time. So I know you put a lot of these ideas in. Were you also part of, the problem, so to say? Because knowing you would want to do something all the time.
Yeah, I think on City, on long, like you don't have much you can do, but you can also push the team towards the other side and they can aggress together. And I think I also took things very easy because I was just staying in my position, and if they come, I also have no chance of killing them because I'm like...
Unless you get blind, you always get too, right?
My crosshair, like I'm so tired of looking at the crosshair and standing still. So it was my fault because I should tell them, guys, let's do something. But it was overall in the map, like we just took things so like guaranteed, like we look at the prep, okay guys, they will come long maybe. Like I'll stay long the whole round, right? We want to do something, we want to still play our game. We'll just stay in a positions that we're not that good in. And that's part of the solution that came up, like I'm a player that cannot stand still, so let's keep going forward, guys. Let's keep pushing. Let's give those opportunities to play aggressive, because if people play aggressive, you can come behind them, you can play off them, you can push. And if everybody just stands still, you're just letting the enemy do what they want, and that's not the way we want to play.
Sounds like a bit of a wake-up call for you guys on Dust 2 in particular. Zooming out and scoping out a bit, FlameC, naturally you haven't had the best start to the second portion of the season with the Bounty, with EWC. Now you're playing with Yale as a stand-in. I'm curious to your perspective in terms of, is there any urgency to pull off a good result, or are you still laid back in the sense that you're playing with a stand-in and we should maybe lower our expectations for Vitality just a little bit?
Well, to be honest, like the expectation for ourselves, like in the team, is just to play good Counter-Strike. Even if Justin comes and he's like a really good player, you saw it, like his performance, but he's also he brings a different energy. It brings like kind of a fresh mindset. We need to play good. We want to play good. We want to give him the opportunity to play because he hasn't played in a long while, and put him on the stage in Porto. So. For me, like we still want to play good. There is still the VRS that is, I don't know, we're top 6 or 8 or some shit.
Yeah.
So that's obviously it scares us, and we need to step up. And of course, we know what we're capable of with Mezi, and that we can be much better and much more aligned. But let's be real, like we lost quarterfinal in Atlanta with Mezi. We lost the AWC quarterfinal. Maybe we lost to like really good opposition, but we also played really bad. So
I have a last question. Like, looking back at the vitality that everyone feared, and you were like by far the best team in the world, how much has changed not having the fear element of overpass in your map pool? Because that is, if you pick overpass into vitality, you have to start T, and you were disrespecting enough to also pick it and then run away with the T side, knowing we just need a couple of rounds going into CT. The current map pool, not so specialized. Like, what does that mean for you?
Well, obviously when Overpass is out, it hurt us a lot because we had Dust that was kind of like a really good map for us, and we could beat many teams comfortably on it. And then Overpass that we picked to almost any top team, and we just beat them. Yes, exactly. Even to Australis.
Even to Australis.
Yes, and like we had this, and everybody knows, even during Australis era, like when people dominate, it's just because they have a really, really strong 2 maps, usually like maps that everybody plays, right? And they can just keep repeating it in the best of 3 and have opportunities to win. And Overpass leaving the map pool was a big damage to our map pool, but then we dropped off on Dust 2, which was a big part as well, because we can still have Nuke that was always competitive in our map pool. We have Mirage that was really shit for a long while and then became like one of our better maps. So every map that is bad for us, we work on, we get really good at, but Overpass was definitely unique because we understood each other so well and we worked on it so hard, and right now the goal is to do that with Cash. If like it's a new map and it's something that we really like that map. That's why it was the 3rd map today, I think.
Okay, you really like it?
Yeah, we really like it. So
Interesting. Thank you so much, Flamesy, for your time, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Unfortunately, we also have to catch up with a loser from today. We had James Bank catching up with Bit from 9Z, who's now out of Blast.
The 9Z that we saw from last season certainly isn't showing up at this point, and I need to start with this more so than not much point of touching on the Vitality game. It's now in both series. You guys seem like you were heavily countered in some ways, lacking some individual plays as well. Can you just explain to me what you're feeling, what you're seeing from the team? Because the 9Z people loved and enjoyed it. It seemed to have slipped away.
Yeah, it was a very tough game. I think we found a very good Vitality version at this game, but yeah, we as a team and the results we showed in the past, we can lose to those teams, of course, but we need to at least be competitive, I think it's hard to point just one thing right now, but I need to rewatch the match, and I think from behind, my first feeling is that we're kind of playing too automatic, we're not like thinking about what's happening around, and we're like taking the decisions too blind. I think it happened to us before the major when we played the stake tournament, which was kind of similar feeling I had. Like like the players not taking too much individual decisions. Trying to play too much on plays based on the playbook and stuff like this. So I kind of have the same feeling right now, but yeah, we need to still figure out how we're gonna fix it, like we did in the past. So I think that this is what comes first to my mind, and then of course there's individual. I think we are not in our top shape right now. We lost a lot of rounds where like the 2v1 on Pistol, on Nuke. There's a lot of close rounds where we should win, and if we're not like sharp on the skill against a team like Vitality, is gonna kill you. So yeah, there's some points that we need to figure out, and yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna come back stronger.
In terms of coming back stronger, one thing I did notice that some teams understood the tendencies of like what your players were doing CT side, position, or like the routine. Does it feel like the preparation from other teams is making it maybe easy for you to be predictable in some ways?
No, I don't feel like this, to be honest. I think we had very good preparation, to be honest, but in the end, preparation matters if you win the round or not, you know, because in the end, it's Counter-Strike, you need to kill. I think we did a very good game plan. For example, on Dust 2, we go mid in the pistol round, and we didn't clear behind the doors, and Robs get 2 kills. We know B is clear. Yeah. So there was a lot of good calls that I think we did good, but we didn't convert the round, you know.
What's next for 9Z? How do you try and rectify this? Are you going to maybe stay in Europe some more? Are you going back home? Just give us the understanding.
No, we're going to stay in Europe right now. We're going to have maybe a week or something. We're going to have not a lot of days, but we're going to have some days here in Europe to practice before we go to China. So I think we have at least 3 more days here in Copenhagen, then we go to Madrid, and then we have a couple of days there, and then we go to China. I think this is enough time for us to come back.
Hopefully it is. Thank you very much for your time, Bit. See you next time. So a lot of words coming out from Bit on the reasons why. He said he's been here before, right? We did see this before the major. He's correct. That stake event that they played, the ranked one, was pretty terrible, but then they bounced back and they made it all the way to the major playoffs, which is a huge achievement. But I mean, maybe some of what he's saying, Rogan, not quite on the money.
I think he dodged the question a little bit, thinking about turning the question to himself about their own game plans. Yeah. And I think obviously everyone has a game plan going into a game, right? And if you have this very set system that they like to play, obviously you can only do as much to kind of change the outcome of what you want to do. But looking at it from the other side of the coin, I think they for sure got found out here. Yeah. But the good thing for them is now they can disappear a little bit, go under the radar, and then come back with some fresh things that also fits the meta, how they like to play, and then come back and show a different version of 9Z, because the things they have right now is not enough. I think they need more layers into the game.
There's no denying the fact that it's mega disappointing for 9Z to finish last at this tournament. It should be, especially on the back of not making the playoff at EWC. And, it may sound a bit cruel because they are new kids to this kind of level, to some extent, and they have just recently established themselves. But if you want to be talked about as a potential top 5 team, then you also got to deliver as a potential top 5 team. Sure. And there's different ways of losing, because one could also argue you're playing MOUZ, you're playing Vitality, tough opposition, but you weren't competitive in any of those games. You didn't even make it close. So sure, you could have finished in last place here at Blast and would be like, okay, but you showed that, or you took a map off Vitality, or you took a map off MOUZ, or whatnot. But there's literally nothing positive coming out from 9Z in this tournament. So it's a bit of a wake-up call for them. And as I said, coming into this tournament, I don't know where to place it, and I'm not any smarter by now. And
the biggest problem for me is both those teams they face is both teams they've beaten in the past, yes. And okay, the MOUZ one's a little bit different because it's not the same lineup, but also this is Vitality of a standard. You don't have to win the games, but I need to see more from the games. It's the way they lost, which is crushing, at least if you're a 9Z fan. But as we continue to move on forward, Vitality's hopes and dreams do stay alive of a lower bracket run here. They'll be looking to see who they might face off against after the rest of the games start to go the other way. And overall, do we look at this and think Vitality still have a chance of getting the job done? They can fight their way back into this?
100%, but that lower bracket is going to be stacked no matter what. You already have FUT down there, who we assume will beat Lynn Vision, and then you have Vitality, FUT. You're going to have either Legacy or Falcons dropping down. You're going to even Inner Circle or MOUZ dropping down, and there's only one team from that lower bracket making it to the playoffs. So as much as I have to say Vitality are still the favorites to make it, FUT, we just saw them play exceptionally well. Legacy or Falcons could potentially go down in that lower bracket as well, and that would change the tide completely. So I don't know. That's still open for interpretation, James. It can be a lot of different outcomes for that one.
I think if Falcons doesn't drop down, I see Vitality making it through based on the stylistic teams they will play. They play teams, let's assume it's either going to be Legacy, FUT, these type of teams that runs and guns at you. This is fine for Vitality. But if you have to play, a Falcons team where you not only have to beat the individuals, you also have to beat, teams that knows how to exploit, rotations, all these things, where you drag the rounds out a little bit more, all the set reactions between the players are not 100% gelled. That's my fear for them. If Falcons drop down, I think they will beat them, but the remaining of them, they will have a very good shot at.
Well, it's still up in the air. That's the excitement of what we've got here and how the bracket is working out. But now, it's time for another fun game, boys. And this time, it's one that me and Pimp should be massively in favor of winning. It's called the blind ranking. So your eyesight's so good, you're actually going to be losing this one. I'll be okay. And Pimp, you could be God. Yeah. No, but you could be the God tier. You're already blind.
Yeah, true.
So it just all makes sense.
Okay, I'm used to it. Let's go.
To explain the blind ranking for everyone at home, we will be getting a player in here, and this is how much would you want to build a team around this player? Pimp, I'm giving you the first one.
Okay.
It is Spinks.
Spinks?
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's the thing with the blind game, right? We don't know what else is coming up, so you don't want to put him too high in case a Dong or a Saivu shows up. And I also do think Spinks is not a player you build a team around, but he's a player that you can, build into a team that's already having a solid foundation. I see Spinks as being sometimes forgotten how good he actually is, but he has his flaws to his games. He's not necessarily the guy he's not the guy you build around. He's the guy that enables players around him. He has to do his own thing, maybe sometimes labeled as a bit tough to play with. So maybe slightly controversial right here, not knowing what's coming up. I'm gonna put him at 6.
Damn! What did you? Okay. That is super. I was expecting at least a middle, Pimp.
Yeah, I have an idea that we're maybe going to see better players to build around.
Okay, I don't know how many players we've got. Even I'm going in blind to this.
I'd assume 7.
Yeah.
Molodoi next is who you're getting, Rugger.
Molodoi. I would put him at 2nd because you can build a team around him, and I think that's what Furia has been doing over the last period of time. They've put him more into we live and die by you. Luckily for them, they have a supporting cast that can also take over games. But at least with his playstyle, he wants to go in. He wants to decide the games. He's not a guy that is just throwing util in the background. This guy can win you games. So I also think we're going to give us a little bit wiggle room with the number 1 spot, but he's definitely up there.
I like that. I can see Molodoi being around there. You said, Jesus, you thought that was too much already?
Yeah, I think so. Molodoi last year, maybe I'd argue up there, but Molodoi this year, he's not fallen off, but he's not as impactful as he were when he broke out and when Furia were winning tournaments, to be completely honest. And I can see why you'd build around Molodoi, but...
Yeah, he's a future player.
But potentially, but if you're going to come in with a Saivu and a Donk now, then Molodoi being 2nd, that's high.
Hey, I like where he's put Molodoi. All right, the next one. This is interesting. Karrigan.
Yeah, building a team around Karrigan.
But yeah, you give him all the pieces he wants. You build around what he decides. Right, he's built great rosters before.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what he got in Falcons. If he were to build his own team, I don't think there'll be too much of a big difference of who he's playing with. Oh, this is going to be controversial. You know what? 7. You don't want to build a team around Karrigan right now with where he's at in his career. I think Karrigan is living his best dream right now in Falcons. He's most definitely making the most out of it. I think Falcons could be the last team he's also ever going to play for at this level. If I'm looking to build a team, I'm looking to build something for the future. And as much as I love Karrigan, and perhaps I even think he is the greatest in-game leader of all time, big fan of him, I don't want to build around him.
I understand it, but I think there's some perspective missing. That you can throw him in to a team, and then he will make it work. So you don't necessarily need to build it around him. He will build it from the inside himself.
But that's what. So how I was viewing it is you would put him really high up because you build around him, you let him make all the choices, and then you have the best team.
It's one of those. If
he attracts players to him, they're like, yes, I want to go with Karrigan.
To some degree, yeah, but I think we have to come to realize that he is in the fall of his career. He's even said it himself. I think the fact that he's getting a chance in Falcons, getting to win the major in Cologne, it's fantastic. It's what's making me believe that he could go down in history as the greatest in-game leader of all time. Yeah. Definitely in that conversation. But I think when I want to build a team around someone, it's something for the future. That's the argument you made for Molodoi, and there's no future in Karrigan 2 years or 3 years from now. That's just a fact with the way he's playing and where he's at right now. He has to make the most out of Falcons and let him stay in Falcons, and we'll build something else.
Well, Rugger, we're giving you all the AWPers at this point. You're getting Saiwu next.
Yeah, but there's 2 ways to look at it, right? There's the one where you build everything around him. But he's still so versatile that he can also come into a team and make them better from day one without anything happening around, for him. Because he's not the player in Vitality, let's say on the T side, that everything is built around. He is there. He will do his job. He will run behind flames or epics, jumping around corners and just clean house, But yeah, I am a little controversial. I'm gonna put him 3.
3 below Molodoi.
Yep.
Pimpy.
You can build a playstyle around...
You've actually got him to not talk. Look, he's not saying anything.
You can build a playstyle around Molodoi. If you want to build it for Saivu, you would need to rethink a little bit, because Apex hasn't built, this Vitality only for Saivu. Saivu is just so good that he can do so many things at a very, very elite level.
Okay.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
I can't believe you didn't speak. This is great.
I mean, Saivu in Vitality...
I ruined it.
Listen. His entire, I very much disagree with that. The entire career of ZywOo and Vitality has always been built around him. When Alex was the in-game leader of Vitality, all he ever said publicly was, we're building the team around ZywOo. I'm jumping for ZywOo, I'm flashing for ZywOo. All we ever do is for ZywOo. Even the old iteration when Shox was in there, it was all for ZywOo. Apex came in, said in the first couple of interviews, we're building it for ZywOo, we're doing everything for ZywOo, etc., etc. It's then transpired into the modern day of ZywOo, where I agree with the point you're making that he can do anything. You don't have to build the team around him, but you'd be an idiot not to.
That's true.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's your choice, Rugger. You've got it. Next one, Pimp.
Yeah.
You're going to love this player.
MSL?
No, I'm actually going to be nice to you. You're getting m0NESY.
I'm getting m0NESY. See, that's an interesting one. And now Rugger saved me, I guess, a little bit. If you're going to come up with Donk later, we're going to be in trouble. But I'd say 1 here for m0NESY. I think that's the player you build around. That's future. That's a player that I think people underestimate the fact that he's still not the final product. I think m0NESY can still get better. I think the way he plays with the AWP, the way he dictates, he's everything you want Molodoi to be as well, to some degree. You know, a player that can change the tide of the game, a player you can build around, and definitely one of the first players I would pick on any team from scratch as well. He's highly motivated. He's a nerd of the game. He seems to be easy to play with as well. Just like we praise ZywOo for being a great teammate. You know, that's the one thing ZywOo has above Simple when you compare the two, that maybe at times Simple was a bit rough to play with. I have never heard anyone say it's tough to play with m0NESY in any sort of imagination. So
golden child.
Exactly. So if not ZywOo can be number 1, then yeah, m0NESY without a doubt.
Okay, let me ask you a follow-up question. Do you think Falcons is playing around him right now? And if no, should they?
I don't think they're necessarily playing around him. I think there's too many playmakers in Falcons, and that's the way they designed that team, right? If you put m0NESY in, I don't know, G2 again, let's put that as an example, then the entire team will be built around him. But there's too many playmakers in Falcons, and I think that's good. I think he's having the right amount of freedom right now in Falcons to thrive, but there's no doubt that you could bring him into pretty much any team, maybe outside of Falcons and Vitality, and then say, this is your team, you do whatever the hell you want. But when he's surrounded by quality, then sometimes you gotta give in a bit.
I think they need it even more. Like, he is good and he decides rounds, but does he decide games as much as we would like to? I think that's my only thing about m0NESY, because he is so good that you would like to see it a little bit more.
Give him the opportunity, and he definitely could. So building around him might work in that sense. Rugger, next, makaze.
Sorry about taking 7.
Yeah. I would put him 5, and I think the explanation is pretty straightforward, that he is not a player that will take over games outside of Ancient. Like, he is a very good individual player, but I think he is lacking some layers to be given that responsibility, right? Like, the role he would be looking for if you wanted to build a team around him would be the Nico of all times, right? And is he as good, as smart, as mature in what he wants to do as him? No.
Okay, I like it. Boys, you've got 1 spot left. It's number 4. And guess who you're getting?
Donk.
Donk, exactly. You guys should have waited out for this. I thought you would have known where you got like a ZywOo, you got then Molodoi as well, and then when you got m0NESY, I was like, you know there's one player definitely above m0NESY. Maybe you don't put m0NESY there.
Yeah, but he took my number 2 spot with Molodoi, just like I took Makaze's number 7 spot, so I guess we're equal on that one. Naturally, if you were to make this, Donk would have to be all the way in the top. I think that's what's happening at Spirit. That's why you see Spirit winning trophies. That's why you see Spirit being as good as they are. You can argue they haven't built the entire team around him, but it doesn't matter, because Donk will, in a way, force you to build the entire thing around him, because he's involved in everything within the first 20 to 50 seconds of a round. So whether you have the idea that you want to build around him or not, he's just going to force it upon himself. So again, if I could pick any player right now to start off from a grind, you then go into the cultural thing, the language thing as well, not speaking internationally on a lineup for now, but player type-wise, no one is more impactful than Donk is right now.
Doesn't matter. Donk speak headshots. That's it.
Yeah, you know, I actually wouldn't need him to communicate on an international team, really, would you? You just put him out and let him loose, and then, guys, work around what you're getting. And he can talk good English. He sat down and had a whole conversation with us, right? Actually. So he can pass it on, and also he's living in FACEIT, so he can do the basic communication needed for his role.
He's the greatest player we've seen, you know, ever in Counter-Strike, according to me. I think the raw amount of impact, as consistently as it is right now, it's unheard of, man.
Can I just ask you that quickly, right? I know we've got to keep moving on, but it's just from what you said there. I think already he is, that we've never seen anything like it. I don't think there is anyone better than him. I'm not talking about the MVPs or the awards. It's just the way he plays the game. Would you agree with that, or am I going too far?
I think you're going too far. Also considering that whoever we put up there they did it in CSGO. Completely different netcode, completely different meta, completely different way of playing. Like Donk has thrived in CS2, and he has like optimized like what mechanics means in CS, but he has not done it in CSGO. So it's like Wu for me still is ahead of him because he didn't live on, you know, the netcode, the peaks, everything.
Yeah.
Donk does a little bit.
Well, I get what you're saying. The same argument was used for Saivu in comparison with Simple, you know, and my argument or counter argument to that is it's not Saivu's fault that his parents didn't have sex before, you know, that he could be born earlier and start to play Counter-Strike earlier. The same for Donk. It's not his fault he wasn't born in time to play CSGO.
But then he
Speak
needs
to his
to
parents.
do it longer time. Then in a couple of years, then we can take the conversation up again.
Fair
but
enough.
at least for now,
my
Saivu
God.
has his number.
All right, Pimp, you can't talk anymore, man. We've got some interviews
Told
for
you,
the
if I
next
speak,
game.
I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, please stop talking. MOUZ taking on Inner Circle coming up next, and there's no sex in this one. There's just some good chats. What would you say is the difference between these teams like Vitality and MOUZ and some of the other teams you're facing? Does it seem that big?
You know, I guess like MOUZ is more about discipline because, you know, like Vitality, they have a really huge individual players, you know, and they can play from default, you know. And like also they have GL, not Mezi, so that's the reason that they can do a lot of scripts. So they're trying to play default, and you know, like MOUZ, it's a new team with also new players that are young. I guess they will play more like, you know, like academic, you know, because like MOUZ, it's a full guys from academy, so they are trying to play like not on individual, I guess, play, but they're trying to play like team, you know, disciplined.
The game you guys played against 9Z seemed like very good on the preparation. You knew exactly the moves to make for them. Is it still possible to pull that off against an Inner Circle?
Yes, definitely, but we don't underestimate the Inner Circle. They also beat Vitality a couple days ago. I think they also are in a really good winning streak. I think they have like 10 or something in a row. So even if it's not against the top tier teams, winning 10 games in a row, it's not easy in the life of Counter-Strike. So we don't underestimate them. We do believe we are the better team, and if we show it on the game, if we perform like we expect us to perform, we are going to win. But still, it's Counter-Strike. They're playing really good. They're in a really good form right now, so we need to show up.
Have you gone in and made adjustments to make sure they couldn't just straight anti-strat you or know the positions you're going to take?
Something we changed, but I will not say some secrets, you know. But you'll see on the server.
And I look forward to seeing it on the server because this now becomes very exciting. This is an Inner Circle on a streak, looking to dominate. They already beat Vitality, and they did it even having to fight back into one game. We can say it's with JL or whatever else for an off day, or Zyru not playing well, but I mean, they earned their spot here. They got it done on the day, and now they have to face maybe a more well-drilled and tactical MOUZ, who we know what we're going to get with MOUZ, but it's very solid. That's a next test for these guys.
100%. Inner Circle is what FUT was 6 months ago, you know. Yeah, dominating Tier 2 Counter-Strike, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, having won 12 out of the last 13 games, beating Vitality, making that breakthrough. But let's not forget they're playing MOUZ, a team that won a trophy just some weeks ago at the Blast Bounty, a team that has a core of players who's been the second best in the world for a long, long time as well. As much as people want to hype up Inner Circle right now and say that this is maybe even a 50-50 game, by no means isn't it, right? MOUZ are the heavy favorites right here. It would take something extraordinary for Inner Circle to win one more game. I know against Vitality it was impressive, but also the first time in the history of that core of the lineup they beat a team of that class.
I think what they showed against Vitality, obviously you cannot like transfer it to every single matchup, but what they brought to the table, they brought surprises. They played very slow. They sped up the round after. They won a lot of XVXs. Like, that's legit. Sorry to say, it is legit, but as Pimp is saying, like, MOUZ is still the favorites. But I'm happy hearing the interview in the beginning that they have some surprises for us, like they're bringing something in. This is what we wanted from 9Z, right?
Yeah.
Like, why are they not doing it? Because they have the same type of underdog role going into a matchup. So I'm super excited to see what they're gonna like bring for us because they know the meta, they know what to do.
Looking on the MOUZ side of things, right? Spinks obviously had this crazy cash game. I'm not going to focus in on the stat line and all the score with that, but I want to focus on what this guy can offer when there's now so many aggressive pieces. This is what can suit him, right, Rugger?
For sure, like having two pieces together that plays the same role, wants to do the same thing that they had before with Jimmy, right? Like give him the freedom, as we talked about building a team around him. This is a mini version of it, right? You get a guy in to do the dirty work for you, so you get the playing field you want to have, right?
Yeah.
And I think like the stats also shows it, right? Like season 2 here, with the addition of PR, someone else is running in front of him, not taking all the good lurks and stuff. He delivers.
That's the thing with Spinks right now. He's not forced to do a move he doesn't want to on the server. He has players to do it for him, so he can selectively make that decision himself, you know, because he can't be, people are always saying like he's a beta, he can't be aggressive. Well, against anti-ecos, he's pretty aggressive, you know, so he has that ability to sort of choose himself now. He doesn't have to. Exertion, Celix, PR for that matter, that's more than enough of aggression coming out for the rifler, so that should free him up to only take the duels he find to be advantageous for himself. Now, is that going to work out for MOUZ in the long run? Sometimes he kind of goes missing of the big games, but I think, as you said as well, that's going to enable Spinks even more and give him a bit more freedom to do what he does best, and that's by playing for himself, by himself.
Well, when he's doing that, let's find out from the man himself. I was talking to him about exactly this just a few moments ago. Spinks, obviously you had one phenomenal game on Cash going into that. Just tell me, was this just you're liking Cash, you got more room to move around? Talk me through it.
I do like Cash, but I don't expect every game to start this good, of course. Yeah, it was a good first game of the team, and yeah, that's it. I'm just happy we managed to win. I don't think it will be every time now I will play Cash, it will be this good, but yeah, I like the map.
Looking at that though, obviously in the team, you now have quite a few more active players, and I wanted to see if that helps more with the way you want to play CS, you know, give you some more space to be a bit greedy, lurky, have some more impact in the way that you like to play CS.
Yeah, we have an active team. We are also still changing up small details from time to time. But I do believe as a lurker, the more aggressive your team is, the easier your role can be sometimes. But in the same time, you can't just be passive all the time. And also, no one is going to be aggressive all the time, you know? So there is a balance to it. Yeah. For example, I think back in the ends days, we had a really aggressive team, which made mirror lurking easy sometimes. But yeah, it's the balance of it, and yeah, it's pretty good right now.
Do you like the current direction that the team's going in with the new players coming in? Do you feel like this is where we might get the very best of Spinks again?
I hope so, I believe so. I think, yeah, we are going into a good direction, in my opinion. I think it's also showing on the server sometimes. And yeah, I believe so. I think everyone is doing a really good job. Everyone is working really hard. Some of us started to go gym, some of us started to focus more in the game, and just from all the perspective, eating healthier, we just, from all the sides of it, we are trying to be better than we were yesterday. Yeah. And it's not always working, sometimes we will still lose, but right now I believe we are in a good spot.
You can't win every game for sure, but you just said like we're going gym and all this stuff. Is this a new team approach of like everyone going out to be a bit more healthier?
I don't think it's a new team approach. I think it was always recommended in a way. But,
recommended but not done, Spinks.
No, exactly. It was always recommended but not always done. But I think when you are in a group, when you're in a group of guys and 5 guys are doing something, it's helped the 6th guy to do it as well. Okay. In any parameter, not only gym specifically, but when everyone is eating healthy around you, most likely you are also going to start to eat healthy. When everyone is working really hard, you also start to put a lot of hours. Of course, everyone has their own individual way. But yeah, right now I think we are on a good moment in the team, good direction and everything, yeah.
Bit of a cheeky chappy coming out from Spinks there, right? Obviously in a good mood, a lot of change within the camp as well, but he was kind of hitting your point home at the beginning of that interview, Rago.
Yeah, and like, obviously if you have more active players, it also means you have less wanting to play passive in the round, meaning more elbow space, like more room for him, right? And as we also talked with Torsi about the other day on the desk, if that also means Torsi starts being more active, even more space, you know? So all these like small things that they try to do is obviously not only for Spinks, but it's a lot of things for him, because I think this is a major investment into Spinks as a player. And also let's remember that this guy was known for being a deciding factor in finals and winning trophies early in his career. So I think that's what they're looking at. How do we get it over the line, right? Like how do we become the team that wins more than going out in semifinals?
Yeah, very important factor that you need to have in there. For Inner Circle, on the other side of things, you guys are mentioning Torsi. Hedrick, he is back. Yeah, he was back against Vitality. He's making some nice moves as well. This is a team that suits him so much better than when when he was on bait.
Yeah, again, as we spoke about the first time we spoke about Inner Circle, it's a team where everyone have tried different things in their career, and now they come back to play with each other, and you're getting the most out of each other. I think it's a team that has trust, you know, in the certain elements. You have a guy like Hedrick coming back from a time in NIP, from a time in B8, who on paper should be better than where he's at right now, but being in a team where they trust your capabilities, where you get the freedom to express yourself, is way, way better than being second string in a team like Beta, being second string in a team like NIP, and that goes for some of the other players as well, in Captain Kutka, who had a fantastic showing against Vitality as well, who's, you know, it's a name that we've seen around for a long, long time, but he hasn't had that massive breakthrough, so I think it's a very interesting project, and as I said, any team who can win 12 out of 13 games, whether that's Tier 3, Tier 2 or Tier 1 Counter-Strike, everyone is crying about it's hard to find consistency. Well, they've done it on a lower level, and that deserves to be praised.
And it's also very hard on that lower level with very interesting online games that can happen and all just the competitiveness of it all. But we need to find out what maps we're going to be playing. So once again, it's time for the Vita. Boom! Here we go once again. Veto time. Are you expecting any surprises? Anything maybe slightly untoward here, Rugger?
Today I actually don't care, because I think both teams have such a good map pool that whatever gets picked today, I'm pretty certain it's gonna be a good game.
I love the fact you said you don't care. That's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah, I like that. You know, not all vetoes are equally interesting. The Ancient pick, though, is interesting, because that used to be a map that MOUZ have been flirting with, and they struggled a bit with it. Then Brolan, you know, he was, you know, a vital part of the CT side defense on the map as well, and now we get it to see being picked against MOUZ. So I'm curious to see where they stand in regards to that. Mirage pick coming out from MOUZ, not too big of a surprise. That's been the bread and butter for that team for a long, long time, and you know, a map where it's easy to slot in Celix, a map PR used to love when he played in Game Allegiance. So I see this map pool, as you said, you know, it was pretty much written on the wall, and if you can get Nuke as your third deciding map if you're MOUZ, you're pretty goddamn heavy.
I think overall, like, a very good veto from the outside for MOUZ's sake. Like, going in on your on the decider as your best map, that's pretty damn good, right? So, but yeah, like, I think again, like, a lot of these things comes down to the individuals, and I think one point we maybe missed a little bit about Hedrick is also that before he used to be, you know, just a CT merchant, he could hold angles, blah blah blah. Against Vitality, he gets equal amount of kills on both sides, and if you want to take down a team that is so well gelled, that does so many reaction, your open needs to come online against MOUZ.
How much of a worry is it to MOUZ of how disruptive a team like Inner Circle can be, which is where they've struggled against teams like FUT?
I think MOUZ kind of likes it, to be completely honest, because they're also super activated on the server, and whether you agree with it or not, bringing in a guy like Celix and bringing in a guy like PR, they're used to playing against that. They're used to playing at a little bit of a lower level. Celix came from the academy team, also been grinding out Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike. PR and Game Allegiance, for the vast majority, they were playing the same types of teams like Inner Circle, the close qualifiers, etc. So you also bring in players who are experienced against this type of playstyle, so to speak, of these kind of teams, and I think that's going to help the old generation and the core of the team.
Well, let's see if it does help them. It's time for us to get into the game. We're moving into it. It's the opening map between MOUZ and Inner Circle. Anders and Henry, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Yeah, qualification on the line here, and you don't get knocked out if you lose the game as well. So it's not going to be super intense, Anders, but I'm interested to see whether Inner Circle continues this amazing run they found themselves in. 12 out of 13 wins in their last few series.
Yeah, taking down Vitality. MOUZ over on Polymarket still look like they are the favorites.
I would agree.
I guess that makes sense. Like, one victory against a big team, it's great. But we don't want to get too carried away. Still, Inner Circle look like the underdog team.
Sure, like they did beat Vitality. Don't take anything away from them, though. But it was a very flat Vitality, and as we mentioned, it was one of ZywOo's worst performances in CS2 history.
That is a good point. See if they can do it. If they do it now, Inner Circle, if they pick this one up, it's going to be very, very impressive. So I'm really hoping that they deliver on the same level of consistency that they show up here to this series in great form. Qualification on the line, like you said, and we're going into Ancient to begin with your second game of the day.
Hasn't been a very good map for MOUZ this year. Played it 7 times, won it once.
Okay.
Can't even tell you who the team they won it against. Don't even know who they are, but I'm sure they've been in the lab. Still got them as the favorites here. PR to be tested. Dual elites in the cave. And he will be taken down. These guys hit hard. Let me tell you.
We found that out yesterday. They almost looked like they wanted to straight commit into that fight, but that smoke slows them down, holds them back, and now they got a flashbang trying to get up at the ramp. It's actually a really good grenade. Surgeon forged back to that back line. Captain Kirker fighting for his life, and he will take down Spinks as the bomb is being planted inside of the site. 3 versus 5 in the afterplant, and that is tough for MOUZ here. They're going to have to make some critical mistakes on the T side for MOUZ to have a chance to get back onto this bomb site.
Yeah, nigh on impossible here. You got no kits, no utility to work with, and we will see a 5-on-3 ensue. Zelex, though, will open things up. He'll find a 0 and a chance here, I suppose.
There's a chance. Dualies have been stolen as well. They're finding more headshots. Zelex again an insertion. They tap the bomb, but it's a full 10-second defuse, and Onyx, all he has to do is step up from that ramp, find the kill, shooting him in the back of the head. Torshi wanted at least a kill in the end there, but not going to be possible. It will be Icy to pick up this pistol round.
Well, there we go. Nothing too flashy or technical there. Waiting for the initial aggression from the CT. Slowly taking cave control. Getting the first kill very cleanly. Taking out the dual elites. There it is. And then got the second. 5-on-3. Decent attempt on the retake. To be fair, closer than I thought it would be, but no real chance of winning the round. 2v1. Clean finish. And it will be IC taking the all-important first pistol here. Force buy in response. MP9s, 5-7s. And we're going to be in for a fast mid-play here. Well, at least one player will be. Zelex will find him. That's going to be Onyx removed. Good try from Torji. Gets the dink, but he was the only player in towards there. It's going to be a scramble now from Zelex to try and join them.
Wow. That was seconds away from being a devastating HE. It almost ended on 3 people, but not quite.
Good damage.
Yeah, Darby's still able to pick up the kill of their insertion. They have rotated in. All the rest of MOUZ already at the bomb site. That is a very fine angle to peek. Yar's back here. 5-7 in hand. I feel like MOUZ could have slowed it down there. They're still fighting and actually coming out on top now. Challenging Captain Kirker. He was great last time, but he's outdone by the MP9 of Spinks.
Very fast round there from Inner Circle. Felt like maybe a little bit too fast, losing that first pick. Zelex stepping up and going absolutely massive there with the MP9. Very agile, moving around, reading the situation well. First kill was super clean. HGs were fantastic as well. They kept chipping away at them.
Yeah.
And then the long-range MP9 just finishing things off. I agree with you. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive from MOUZ, but they had the resources to work with, and they will be picking up that second round of Force Buy. Speaking of which, I see bringing the same to the table here with pistols.
Yeah, maybe not as impressive as the MP9s, but yeah, they are purchasing into this one. I love the rotation from MOUZ in the last round. As soon as they won the fight in the middle, they instantly rotated to the A bomb side. Like they knew what the follow-up could be.
Well, we had Torji deep in towards A main. He gets a nice dink up. At least he didn't get a kill, but he spotted like 3 or 4 players.
Yeah.
Got one of them down to 10 HP. Enough information for Zelex to rotate in, take his total up to 4 kills here. Should be a 2-1 here for MOUZ. They've got such an advantage in terms of the firepower, and they're not giving much away here. PR holding an aggressive line, but he's got the AK-47.
And he's got Spinks on the other side. Maybe not all the way down there, but they can sort of juggle some of the aggression between them here. Always on the lookout for this kind of position that Spinks is holding, for where he's going to be throwing the smokes down. He's pushing right into it. Yeah, this is a big problem for them. Nice shots. Incendiary goes deep, but that smoke is still in his back pocket. Gonna throw it in a really good position at the top of that ramp. Torshi, though, found there. You gotta respect the IC players because they do, like you said, shoot very, very hard. Back in a 3v3 now, and still a winnable round somehow for the T side here.
Yeah, in terms of individual mechanics, they can keep up with MOUZ. Don't you worry about that. This round up for debate. Definitely advantage MOUZ considering the weaponry and HP remaining here. Smoke down towards short. 2 CT players here, though. Xerxian with the Galil. Spinks on the deeper line towards long. Should be fine for at least 1 here. 1.5 so far. It's going to be the push through the smoke. Round is done. Onyx maybe gets 1 more kill with the Desert Eagle. Not going to happen, though. Xerxian getting those sound cues. 9 seconds remaining. Upgrades to an AK-47. 3 survive. Eco coming up next for IC. And, yeah, so far so good for MOUZ after losing the Pistol Landers.
Spinks looked almost unplayable at one point during 9C there.
Yeah, remember on Cash, he got 20 and 5 on the first game. Like, he is in great form right now.
Huge for a new lineup, right? That's so big.
Yeah, Spinks, we know how good he can be. We haven't necessarily seen it as much as we'd like in a MOUZ jersey, but I think we're getting there now. Seems like getting a lot more consistency, finding that world-class form we know he can have. 5-on-1 right now, and like I said, full eco.
They're going to be smoking this off, right? Like, oh, they're just running straight through. They're not even smoking the Molotov. They're just trying to go for it. Smoke is down on the bomb side now. Spinks, 1 kill. Got to save a couple of bullets. They're on the other side, planting the bomb, but you know what? It's absolutely fine. Nobody even dies on the MOUZ side of things. I thought that one smoke they had on the T side was to sort of stop the incendiary and just run through, but yeah, they waited a little bit.
Yeah, using the lurk smoke instead. Very common to just try and get a cheeky bomb plant down there, and it works out quite nicely. That's all they wanted, and MOUZ will be happy with that as well. They keep 5 players alive.
Block them up, boys. Let's fucking go, yeah?
Guys, there is no way
we're
losing to CP to Kurtka, okay?
Yeah.
It's a big benefit.
Let's go,
Captain Kurtka.
The vibes are great, Henry.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves right now. And we will see the AK's back out in full force. Pretty decent buy with the bomb going down as well. So, in a circle, looking to bounce back here. Zed map pick. MOUZ haven't got great stats in this whatsoever. But so far, looking comfortable, looking strong. 3 in a row for them.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it. Forward position with the MP9. Gotta be careful here. We'll take down Dawi. Lot of damage on the follow-up as well, even if Zero gets that one. I'm shocked that he's alive still.
Oh, he's gonna get his kill.
He's looking for him. Yeah, he's walking right through. The reload's happening on the other side. Zero, can you find the timing? Grenade in hand. Oh my God, how has he failed that one? Spinks. He should have been dead 10 times over. Metric hoping to claim the round back for his team,
unlucky.
but yeah, you're right.
So many nice ideas, gaps found, but absolute pandemonium in the smokes, getting flashed, finding multiple bodies in there, and they only end up getting 1 kill here. Can Onyx find a bit more of a dent? Once again, pushing through the smokes to no avail, I'm afraid, and MOUZ will continue with their winning ways, 4-1, and we'll see 4 players survive, starting to get a nice reservoir of cash built up here. Might be tactical timeout territory next round, I would say. We're in partial buy here, so good job.
Oh, God. He just jumps around him. He's actually
so unlucky.
Flying around him.
Yeah, PR. Good sharing as well. This is a scary prospect. Torji, who's normally the absolute star of this squad, he's been playing the best this year for them. He hasn't even been required yet. Everyone else stepping up, looking rock solid. Torji now is the AWP. That's where he does his best work, as we all know. So, it's going to be an AXQ Anders. Your favorite.
We do like those. We'll take those.
Is this, I think this is the Lurk smoke lineup. I can't remember. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think they're trying to like suggest we're doing the same thing again we did on our anti-eco, sorry.
Yeah, I like it. I think you're onto something there.
There it is. Lurk smoke.
Good call.
And then keep the players there. Suggest doing the same thing. Pouncing towards A.
I mean, you know what? Selix is the only one here at the moment, so I think is he fully committed to this angle? I feel like he's in a position where he's not easily going to be able to fall back. I'd much rather he just be playing Donut instead, because then he can escape.
Has he got the lineup?
Let's see. All right, there we go. He's a little bit further forward. I like that. So, yeah, he can just quickly sort of retreat back into it. Takes down Captain Kurtka, but the refrag is there. Starweed taking him down. Bomb being planted now. No one even interrupted. Sometimes you just get spammed down as you're planting the bomb on the Z bomb side, but MOUZ, they don't look stressed. They're just setting up for the retake. They know they've got the weapons, and they know they've got the kit as well, so they're not in a big hurry here. But that smoke might put a little bit of pressure on them. They kind of have to push through that one. And Onyx, he was ready on the other side, waiting. PR, he will take him down. But this is really tricky now. Look at the lineup here. They know where that bomb is planted, obviously. They've done the communications. Spinks, he finds the headshot. Now it's down to the Deagle and the Tech-9. PR, has he got the timing? That is such a crazy shot. And the bomb is being defused. Nothing that Zero could do about it. So I thought for a moment when that smoke went down, the second one towards CT spawn, that was going to be a problem.
Spinks and PR playing out of their minds right now. The shots Spinks just hit, let me tell you, they were incredible. We didn't see it from his POV, but those were such difficult ones to land as quickly as he did. They had no defensive utility. They couldn't smoke the bomb. That's the shot I'm talking about. I think it's another one like that as well. So him and PR working in tandem, hitting those shots, that should be a round they lose. Like, they let them in too much. The bomb was ticking too quickly. They had no smokes to block them off. But it's hitting absolutely phenomenal shots there. Will force out the timeout as we speculated. And the money continues to be very strong for MOUZ here, even after losing a few players there. Knocking on the door, 5 digits for 3 players. And turmoil now for IC.
I feel like in many ways what MOUZ have been up to with this lineup change is like one of the wildest decisions, because they were consistently with the old lineup making quarters, semifinals of every single tournament ever, and they've basically changed the lineup saying we want more than that. Like, it's a giant risk. It could just as well go the other way, but this is looking great.
I think as a player, you always, once you have a taste of a couple of trophies, that's what you want to be playing for. Sure, from a business point of view, for the organization, making it to the playoffs and majors every single time, the team's in a good spot, but the players will want more.
That probably is like the friction between those two different forces, but I'm glad they've done it. Like, I think they should be fighting for it here. Oh, very nice idea.
Yeah, it is cool. We're seeing a lot of players do that these days. Deep Molotov, the incandescence, the flames, gives you a bit of cover, stops the push coming down. And unfortunately, didn't get much for it. They are holding strong in towards the cave. Drops the smoke down as they try and get some intel. Oh, they just flashed themselves. No one there, not going to be punished for it, but doesn't inspire much hope. Bomb outside B for now.
Packed up Toshi in the middle. Allows them to have 3 people on B, and then again holding really far back, essentially accepting that if it is an A execute, we'll have to do a retake, which is not that uncommon. Smoke there. Again, landing deep enough on ramp. I know it sounds like a meaningless detail, but if you throw that smoke too far close to the B bomb side, like on the CT side, it gives a huge angle for the Ts to kind of jump out on. And some T sides will park themselves in the smoke, and they will blast their way through. So putting it a little bit deeper. Sounds like it doesn't make any difference at all, but it does. 35 seconds, and we are going to be seeing the full-on B execute with a little bit of an attempt, a hope to catch somebody in middle. No one, I think, is going to be rotating through there anytime soon. 25 seconds. Counter utility now as they throw down the incendiary to try and slow the back. I think that was meant to go on the ramp. It kind of falls in the middle of the bomb site. Dowie not ready. He was looking to take a deeper fight. Wow. They use Zero as well. 10 seconds on the clock, trying to get through it. Spinks with a headshot onto Hetrick. And on it here, he's got no teammates. Captain Kirker was lurking in the middle the whole time, so the round falls apart.
There is one word for this, and it is domination. They are getting outplayed.
The best word to describe this.
In every facet of the game right now. Individual mechanics, where they're reading the game, map control, clock, everything is going in their favor. You just saw that beautiful setup they had there as well. After they felt the B execute coming in, PR readdresses the issue, pushes in towards Cave. Nice little swing there with the crouch peek as well. This kill right here gets the information. They can focus towards the bomb site. They boosted up Spinks with an off angle. Guaranteed kill for him, even gets a couple. The way he's playing right now is very scary indeed. And it's going to be 6-1 as we enter another partial buy situation.
This is looking fantastic. Selix led off the leash a little bit as well, trying to take the fights. Deep grenade, head trick. He will eat some of it, and he'll be hunted down too.
Okay.
It's looking really grim at the moment.
Okay, a window of opportunity here. Of course, you need to be careful. I was going to say, maybe don't repeat this one. Has given them the ace side, but the bomb is very far away. Zelex in towards a donor, and an interesting maneuver here from Captain Kirker does actually get in towards CT spawn. Someone needs to make a play here. He's got the hero AK-47. He needs to be behind enemy lines, tuck into a position they might overlook, and here we go. Found him. Now the round's on.
You're right. That is a really, really smart play. Because that bomb was trapped in T-spawn for a minute. He will go down, unfortunately. Selix, he does find the kill on the Captain Kirker. They need something here on the IC side. Onik, he was stuck for such a long time trying to get the bomb up to the bomb site. Now that he's finally got here, his teammates are dead. This MP7, I mean, a bomb plant still could count a little bit. Actually, winning the round is very tricky at this stage, and he's been revealed. They're going to be on top of him. Upgrades for the AWP. Don't know if that's significantly better at this stage. The real trouble is planted the bomb. They're behind him now as well. Sertian right at his back.
Oh, the teamwork. They've even got time to blind each other, and it's absolutely fine. 7-1. Bear in mind, Anders, this is the pick of Inner Circle. We haven't seen much. They won the pistol.
And we had no reason to be confident about MOUZ on this map.
No.
There's not a lot
of suggest they haven't got much to work with. But when Spinks and PR are turning up like this, Zelex looking hot as well, like everyone, apart from Torshi's 1-5. He has had a few misses, but like I say, he doesn't really need to be locked in when everyone else is stepping up in this sort of manner. 3 AKs, 2 AKs, a big part on the CT side. A ton of money. I don't think they'll be eco the entirety of this half now. Round number 9. Another buy here. damage taken for Doorway, and you can see him trying to dodge the flashes. Captain Kirk needs a double here. Gonna find it. Can he get the triple? No. Back to a 3-on-3. Hetrick, known to be a rifler, loses the duel to Spinks, who isn't missing right now. 12-1.
Insane confidence for Spinks to move forward into a fight. He's already been discovered there.
He's in that flow state, huh?
Yeah, he
knows,
must be.
Even though it's like a 60-40 fight against him, he's going to win it.
You just must appreciate that. I can't remember what the score. I think it was like 14-0 or something at the start of Cash. Like, he just didn't die for the longest time.
I think it was higher than that.
It might have even been higher than that.
Yeah.
Somebody find out for us.
He finished the game at 20-5. So I think it was like 17-0 he went or something like that. Either way, a chance there, I suppose, but nope, completely shut down. Spinks and PR get themselves 2 kills each once again, 8-1.
I think
I've said it a few times this tournament, Anders. It feels like we're already done here. I'm not saying that because of the scoreline, it's the way the rounds are going
it's
down.
Pretty comprehensive.
Yeah.
I think our little info box said that so far in the tournament, he's 33-6 on the CT side, Spinks.
Damn.
That's just outrageous. Like, what a ridiculous position to be in.
I think if he keeps this up and has another great showing here in the series, he'll be the #1 ranked. Oh no, Donk is doing well as well. Donk's definitely going to be #1 ranked player in the tournament so far.
Yeah, right.
But Spinks will be in the top 3, I reckon.
There's no shame in being second to Donk, really.
No, definitely not.
He was really modest as well in the pre-game interview, right? Saying, well, I don't expect you to be doing the same thing again. Like, yeah, it was good on Cash, but he is doing very much the same thing again. PR will take down Onyx. Where could they find some success here? A bomb plant would be nice.
This is the partial buy. They had a couple of AKs. One of those is gone, and, well, there's the other as well. It's going to take some heroics through the smoke. They're actually getting a little bit of fortune landing in their favor. This kill has to come through, and it will. Okay, the round is actually on. A rare opportunity here for IC. Can they find a second round, post the first since the pistol victory? It's been 8 in a row.
Look at who's left, though.
It's the dastardly duo.
PR and
the Smash Bros.
That is what they are right now. Relentlessly beating up on Inner Circle at the start of this game. They did not plant the bomb. There's so much time. I don't hate this idea.
13-3 and 12-1. And you're up against Hetrick and Zero, who are both 2-9.
Oh, yeah. That is tricky. I feel like Inner Circle could have walked away towards the B-bomb site already. I'm worried that now they're overcooking it, saying, obviously they were hoping that there's going to be a peek here, that somebody from the CT side will want the information. You can understand the theory behind it, but
they're going to start moving soon, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, Spinks has timed it to perfection, Anders. It couldn't be better. It really couldn't be better. The spray could have been better, but still gets the kill. It's such a good flank. Didn't even need to be spot on with that one.
Yeah, the power of the position was so much that even the spray was a little bit sloppy. It's absolutely fine. Zero is about to be sandwiched in. PR is coming back from the B-bomb site now. And he's got an HE as well if they need it. Going to be alerting to the fact that he's back there somewhere. Peek comes in. Zero, you have to win this. We'll take down Spinks. It's a good start. And in the open, that's a fantastic clutch. Zero with 3. And some good headshots towards the end.
I didn't think he had it in him. Fair play. Did very well there. It's the second round found for IC. Started off as a partial buy. Scrappy plays in towards the A-bomb site through the smoke. Managing to bring it down to a 2-on-2. Had no more utility. You thought that flank with Spinks would be enough. Had to drop the AK to reload. Brave to challenge once again. Beautiful shots to close things out. Need a lot more where that came from, but a lifeline for IC has been found. 2 more rounds to go. They need these last 2 rounds. Has to be A4.
Yes, I feel very similar. Good spray for PR, but he takes a lot of damage in return as well. Now taking over is Spinks, and actually a third player. That's 3 people shooting through the same smoke, and eventually they get the hero of the previous round, Zero, out of it. Hetrick is hoping for a moment of inattention, but there's Torshi, his second kill of the half.
Yeah, needed him to turn up, especially when IC is starting to turn up the heat. Good shot, 5-on-3. Not out of the round just yet. We know they're very skilled on the IC side. I've got time to work with here. Some util as well. Wasted the Molotov, unfortunately. Lands in the smoke.
Somebody has to go pick up the bomb, guys.
It is back behind those double doors. You are right about that. Comes down to this. Captain Kirk, I think the angle eludes him. Zelex, very deep off angle.
Now they can't pick up the bomb because it's being essentially held.
You're right. What's the play here, lads? I guess you're just hoping you can find a couple of picks. Now you have to fall back. Timing is actually to work out quite nicely. PR didn't see that coming. Why would you? Now he can't get the bomb.
Okay. Can he make it back across the road once again, though, is the question. Okay, he's setting it up, trying to see if he can flash his way into it, but that's the bomb again lost to them. Oh, what a shame. If they had the bomb with them the first time around, then they could have put some pressure on MOUZ, but it's not the case. He's down to 14, and the nade. All right.
God, it made me snort there, like how flashed he was. Like he just had zero chance to do anything with it. So unfortunate. Yeah, MOUZ is super locked in today, guys. I don't know what to tell you. You can see it for yourselves. Super aggressive, dominating that B lane, taking Vision away, and it's like they've got all the spam lineups with their smoke as well. It's really, really difficult. Stifling play from the CT side, not letting them breathe at all.
I don't know how the bracket works out, but it would be a real treat to see something like a MOUZ, this kind of MOUZ versus Spirit, because they just really look fired up. Obviously, Spirit, they are the heavy hitters in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah, well, that'd be in the playoffs, at least in the other group. So yeah, this is if you are just joining us, whoever wins this game makes it through to Porto. Then they have another game here in Copenhagen where you decide whether you're going to the semi-finals or the quarters.
All right, then. Well, I would love to see something like that here. Never stood a chance. And the winner is playing the winner of Legacy and Falcons. Another exciting game. That's going to be coming up a little bit later. Round number 12, Henry.
That's a banger. Like Falcons, that's a grudge match.
It is.
Falcons can't be Legacy. It's like their kryptonite.
Yeah, I'm going to be tuning in for that one, no question. Now we look at it, check out the middle. Actually, a lot of mid control given up for MOUZ early in a lot of these rounds. I think they're quite comfortable falling back and just kind of playing more of a retake on A and holding B more. Captain Kirk getting very close. Almost too close for comfort there, but Sertian gets one and he's reinvigorated. He wants to go and take a fight here. Free kill, no problems on that one, but Sertian is still causing problems in the middle.
It's looking way too good. Bad news keeps on coming for IC. Torji slowly but surely getting into this one as well. Looks like we're guaranteed a 10-2 scoreline here unless Zero is undetected. He's certainly not. Spinks, another monstrous CT side here, 15-2. And ladies and gentlemen, I said it once and I'll say it again, that is absolute domination from MOUZ.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With the new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
Playoffs looking very likely for MOUZ after they find 10 rounds in the first half of their opponent's map pick of Ancient. They move over now to the T side, doing the Pistolanders. It's Curtains, and we will move on to Mirage.
It's just very impressive. Like, I do love a close game, and I see last time we saw them against Vitality, they were looking amazing, but you know, watching MOUZ play this great Counter-Strike is fun.
We're looking for viable opponents for Spirit, right?
Yes.
That's what we want to find. Someone that might be able to take them down. And what we're seeing so far from MOUZ in this tournament, they're looking like they're a very strong unit right now. You can see the downtime they've been locked in, practicing, and this is a very good-looking MOUZ so far. Can they close it out cleanly, though? Does IC have anything left in the tank, even to get a few rounds on the board, maybe get up to 7-8 rounds and just get warmed up and frustrate their opponents and delay the inevitable? Time will tell.
It'll be a start. There is a potential flank coming in late in the round. Selix, I think, is holding the red room. His teammates on the other side working towards the cave. Can they get rid of Darwin to begin with? Not quite, but he's actually in CT spawn now. Look at how deep he's gone. And nobody knows. They don't even have a clue that he's in here. Torshi's dead, but it's all on this Glock flanking. He spotted one towards the ramp. He's going to be ready for the kill here, but he wants more than just the one. Sets it up nicely and swings against that back player, holding it. Het trick. He does win the fight at the bottom of ramp as well, holding the bomb now. It's an awkward round from every direction. 3 versus 3, and PR taking down Cero. Het trick fighting for his life back here as they finally picked up the bomb and got onto the site. That's a long-range shot from PR. He's still doing the damage. He's up to 15 kills himself, and leaving Onyx at a 1 versus 2. What do you do here? What's the plan now? The bomb is delayed. And there we go. You could hear it on the other side. It's creeping in. This is so scary. He's got the dualies out, but the gush and the follow-up and a triple from PR will give MOUZ another pistol and put the final nail in the coffin surely here for IC on Ancient.
Statement performance here from MOUZ so far. Bear in mind, this is the inner circle that took down Vitality earlier in the tournament. And now MOUZ absolutely owning them across the board here. Another victory. And IC in the first half, they won the pistol. They've only got 2 rounds total, so we said that was a requirement for them. They have to try and win out on the force by now. 5-7s and an MP9, but see if MOUZ can find map points here. Ancient hasn't been too kind to them this year, but this is looking very promising indeed.
Yeah, IC won the pistol and then lost the second round. It just went on like a massive losing streak. Okay, that's nice. Flashbang.
Go towards A now. If you're MOUZ, you spotted at least 3 players there.
Good point. Torshi, you do have the bomb, so I don't mind the idea of holding middle, but maybe either throw the bomb back or start to make your way over.
Okay, actually quite a nice advantage here for Inner Circle. They haven't capitalized on the potential open space towards A. Gonna be smoking in towards the K position, I think. Where's that going?
Yes, you're right. Onyx very forward. 5-7. We all know how dangerous that can be. It's the first headshot, but good trade for Torshi, if nothing else.
Okay.
They still have some time. Surely going to be going donut. Sertion is at main, leading in towards the A bomb site. And they are spending a lot of time checking the map here. They want to make sure that no one's shooting you in the back immediately. Drops the clock down to 25 seconds. There is a boost up there. Sertion doesn't have the required Molotov to get rid of him, so he's going to have to face him straight up. And actually, he's being hunted down. Het-trick sees a moment of weakness and will take him down. That's huge. 14 seconds on the clock as they smoke the bomb site and try and make their way out to plant inside Torshi. He actually fakes it. Only 7 seconds now, but the spray down is in. He can't win the round by planting the bomb, and he can't catch Captain Kirker either. So I see they're going to be able to pick this one up, but that is close.
Very scary towards the end there. Spinx felt like an opportunity there, but as you mentioned, no time remaining on the clock. A nice coordinated strike, though, from Inner Circle. Smoking the double doors, pushing on that B ramp. No backup at all available for PR. Like I mentioned, the double door smoke, his teammate behind him. And then it's nice proactive play. As soon as they get a bit of information, pouncing on these stragglers. Felt like Spinx had a window opportunity there, but getting out of the action. IC will post their third. So tactical timeout called by MOUZ, their first. They're going to be force buying in response around Spinx's Galil. They've got Tech 9s, utility, and looking for map points on their opponent's pick here.
A little bump in the road for MOUZ. It shouldn't be more than that. But you said it already. If you're IC, you would love to just play your way into this second half. Get anything done.
Even if it's just delaying. Just shake off the bad vibes, get warmed up. Can always bounce back. It's not like it's a bogey pick coming up next. It's Mirage. Like, you can definitely bring this to a third.
Yep.
And we're not done here yet. Force buy from MOUZ. And it looks to be an A execution. We show a little bit of presence towards B. Courtesy of PR. He's done the same lurk smoke we talked about in the first half. So he's in the lurk smoke over there.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Smoking red. And I think, what's PR? Has he smoked CT spawn from way downtown? Or is it Donut? He smoked Donut. That's pretty cool.
Nice flashes coming out from that Donut position as well. And it's going to be Onyx. Nice little burst. Finally a trade kill. Surgeon gets the one. And actually, I don't know how, but he's found the kill onto Onyx. Another one landing. Headshots across the board for Surgeon. PR lurking a kill on Dawi. How's it falling apart here? Zero trying to push in as the bomb is being planted, but have to delay it now. Can he get one more Surgeon? He's already done so much. And he finds him with the quad, the pistol, doing all the work in the round.
P250 Kevlar gets the quad kill. The nail biter once again towards the end.
This is absurd.
1v1 essentially. We knew his teammate was over towards those B lanes, but it's the P250 that's finding kill after kill, headshot after headshots. Beautiful stuff from Xerxon. His best moment in the map so far, I would say. Ran out of bullets in that rifle as well. Finishes things off with the P250, and there it is, map point, Force Buy victory. Speaking of Force Buy, definitely got to bring one out here. Now need 9 rounds in a row if your IC. It all starts with 5 pistols, 5 7s, and deagles. Should be a done deal here. Nice call. You know they've got no Utilanders. Contact play.
Yes. I like
Death
that.
ball in towards the donut. Yeah, GG.
That is a bit of a problem. Still 2 people on the site, but jumping in, exactly what you want to be doing here. Oh, wait a minute. Head trick. You could do a little bit of work as well. He's found 3. 5-7.
They'll overlook this. They won't think about this.
Yeah, they definitely won't.
Nope. Caught it too early.
Not GG. I don't really blame you for it. I feel like Selix kind of did his job in jumping in with the SMG. I feel like the spacing for the rest of the team, they were so far behind him that it allowed Head Trick to kind of reset his aim and just come back and get more kills. If they had just kind of followed in behind the SMG, I think it is over, and I think it would have been GG. So on PR, very hard to check this corner, and Onyx, all right, he'll save him the embarrassment of knifing him. Probably not what you want to be doing here.
No. That's super surprising. Nice setup. Overlooking the boosted player. Nice work from Head Trick to have so much impact with that 5-7. Captain Kirka picks up the penultimate kill, and yeah, a few more twists and turns yet.
I'm still not sure why people don't Molotov that position more. The boost in the A-bomb side?
I think they do. Just maybe not on these sort of rounds when you're contact playing from middle.
Only team that I can find in like the top 10, 15 maybe even that sort of semi-regularly do it is FUT.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the teams have given up on that idea, but it is pretty doable. Good spray down from Captain Kirka. All right. They said they wanted to play themselves back into it. This round is a little bit easier, or it should be. I say that as it suddenly turns into a 3v3 behind Selix picking up the double, but if they can win this one, then there's a bit of runway. They get more players activated. Captain Kirk is starting to play pretty well. Onyx, he goes down, and a headshot from PR. How have they given up this lead? They had it in the bag.
I'm not going to say GG again, because you never know what can happen, Anders. Even in a 3-on-1.
All right, I respect that. They are kind of beat up a little bit on the MOUZ side, and Zero has an HE. There's a world which he gets the first fight. HE's another one, and it's a 1v1. Oh, but he's been spotted.
And dinked.
And dinked, you're right. Oh, the worst of all worlds here as Zero goes down, and MOUZ They finished what they started, 13-4. It's just such a comprehensive victory here on Ancient, isn't it?
It really is. IC didn't get a look in. The team that took down Vitality absolutely taken down here by MOUZ, and it's a great team effort as well. But you have to highlight Spinks, 19-5, another sensational CT side performance, and PR stepping up as well. We're moving on to Mirage next, and it looks to be a 2-0.
Have to agree with you that Rugger even made a face of like a nod of approval to you there, Henry, because if anything goes to say it's going to be anything like what we just saw in these opening games now from MOUZ, it is straight domination. It is super confident. They're not letting off the gas against these teams, right? They're not letting little plays trick them up or make them fail when they should be winning out and closing out rounds. 13-4 is domination, and I know Xerxes will be at the top of the scoreboard, but Spinks again in the first part of this game, he can do anything he wants.
Yeah, we spoke about it, you know, big point of conversation coming into the game, that he's now freed up to do what he does the best, and that's nothing up until the point where he wants to get engaged, right? There's no pressure. There's no external pressure on him trying to create space, trying to open up any avenues, whereas when you bring in a guy like PR, which you saw in this game as well, he's aggressive. He creates the space, so Spinks gets to do whatever he wants to, and that is trading his teammates, and that is finding the duels that he likes to do. Basically what we're saying here, Roger, is he doesn't get involved in the rounds before he feels it's time to, and when he's feeling comfortable in that role, we saw what he did in Vitality, we even more so saw what he did in ENCE when everything was built up around him. Spinks is reminding us all that under the right circumstances, he can be a world-class rifler.
For sure, like he isn't pressured at any point in this game. I think there was two bad situations for him. The one where he gets caught a little bit on long behind the smoke, and the other one in the 1v2 that they still ended up winning, right? So he takes the duels when he wants to, and he's super good at it, and you just gotta praise that. It's not easy to do that and still have the impact, because remember, you can also be doing it and, you know, losing your fights and be looking like really bad, but he's doing it with a flair and confidence that we haven't seen in a long time.
And this for PR as well, right? This is where we can now, I'm not going to call them a dynamic duo, but this is where they complement each other in a very nice way.
100%, you know, and that's the big, I think, can opener for MOUZ. Once you get PR integrated, once you hopefully get the most out of him, we haven't forgotten how good he were in Gamer Legion, you know, and what kind of playmaker he is, and how he can support Exertion in that department as well, and work as a duo with him. Had a strong showing here, both on the CT side and T side, and he was the one missing maybe a little bit at EWC. He's been the one who's, in the beginning, been a little bit inconsistent, but the more he's going to grow into the role, the more he's going to be more comfortable within this MOUZ setup, the better it's going to be, and that's my main takeaway from what I've seen from MOUZ so far at this tournament. What I saw at EWC, I wasn't too impressed with, to be completely honest. Even when they won Bounty, they had games against 3D Max, they had games against other teams in the tournament where you could argue they could have lost the games 2-0, then they found a way to bounce back and they get the job done. This is the first time I'm seeing MOUZ being clean from start to finish.
Yeah, I think, like, again, like we talked about with Vitality earlier, they were by far the better team, and I think that's the case here as well. But I also got to question a little bit, like, Inner Circle's approach, right? Like, MOUZ is notoriously known for being a 3-2 team, meaning they play 3 on the B bomb side and 2, meaning that mid is a lot of times up for grabs, and if you don't come and take away the biggest like problem for MOUZ and put them into some situations where they need to rotate earlier and start their like proactive plays earlier than they would, then you're in for what just happened, you know. So I think they should have done better, and hopefully on Mirage, MOUZ is a little bit more known in terms of like what they enter the server with. Okay, that might be a chance for IC.
Well, part of what entered the server was also Xerxes again as they're fragging IGL, right? We've got to keep praising him in this sense, because he is, okay, it's mainly on the CT side, right? We didn't play much of the T side into it, but he's still doing the work, he's still doing the communication, he's still taking on all this responsibility and performs to this high on a level. It's a bit of an anomaly.
It is, you know, especially in today's day and age where you have different types of in-game leaders, right? Whenever we talk about Falcons and Kerrigan, we talk about an in-game leader that doesn't frag at all, and then you look at Exertion being the counterpart to him, being maybe the best in-game leading fragger at the moment. It's also his playground, though. When you're going up against the Inner Circle, you're going up against the team who's willing to fight, who plays fast Counter-Strike, who, as you said, didn't really test them too much. He wasn't forced to do too many mid-round calling stuff. He wasn't forced to play around with rotation, Yeah. He had a pretty easy day, and we know Exertion to be a quality player in that regard. So it's his bread and butter. What I'm curious to see is Exertion go up against, you know, Vitality, going up against Falcons, going up against some of these teams that like to play with rotations and apply more pressure. Because essentially what that should do is that should remove his focus maybe a little bit from his individual play to more of the decision-making parts of being an in-game leader. But in this game where it's not needed, he can farm it out.
I want to ask you guys a question around this Ancient pick coming out from Inner Circle. Yes, it's a good map for them, but were they baited a bit into how bad MOUZ actually are at this, or is it more a stylistic thing? Because I'm looking down MOUZ's result. They lost to FUT 3 times, they lost to Eurostralis, they lost to Spirit, they won against Nuclear Tiger, so that's an easier team. They lost to Gamer Legion. Like, they've not been doing well on this map. Is this just they've improved a lot on it, or maybe they just don't respect Inner Circle and they can dominate them?
I think it's a CIS thing, like the way they play Ancient. I think Spirit is the anomaly in CIS. They want to send Donk out mid, want to send him into the fights, right? But a lot of the other teams have this, yeah, let's just let them have middle and then we play later. But when you play the good teams and you are this predictable with the timeline, what happens? PR pushes in, kills the guy that is holding, right? All of a sudden you need to worry about the flank. You get killed from heaven trying to enter K. Like, there's so many things that goes wrong when you play the good teams if you don't want to play middle. And to be fair, they tried one time, went into the Spings highlight where he kills 2, right? But that was still a better situation at 2v3 than what they had for the whole C-side.
And no, there's another thing we've got to look at here. It's just the individuals not firing so much in this. You can get outclassed, but when they want to fight, even in just some of the straight heads-up duels where you'd give him a 50-50 chance. It was only Captain Kirko who was actually shooting back at one point. What happened to the fighting, the confidence that we saw from Inner Circle earlier on?
It's about being put in the decisions, or sorry, in the positions to be able to win those fights. And I think most of the time, if you were to look at the game, all the duels were in advantage for MOUZ, right? Again, Spinks didn't take any duels before he had the advantage. The same could be said for PR and Exertion. I don't think the way they set themselves up didn't really give those individuals a chance to do much, you know, and yeah, you can argue that maybe some players should have done better. Maybe Hetrick should have picked up the orb a little bit earlier and tried to make the difference. But at the end of the day, it's about how you get into those duels. And if most of them are 60-40 in one team favor, then it's very tough for an individual player to exceed that, unless you call Donk or Zaibu.
I also want to say, like, it was a full drive-by on B lane, you know, like they were just sitting waiting because they had nowhere like to go, they had nowhere to move, so they're just sitting holding positions. And Pia drive-by them a couple of times from Cheetah, Spinks did it as well from Banana, Celix does it from Heaven before they even go anywhere, and that is they put themselves into a box where you don't get good duels because you are forced to wait for them to come like and swing at you, and you know CS2, the swinger has the advantage, so yeah.
Well, Mirage is coming up next, but before we start to get into that, we're going to take a look at a little bit of fun here with Polymarket. Did you see this one, boys? It says, will JL appear as an analyst at an S-Tier-CS tournament in 2026? Well, Rugger's here now, so probably not. That's a big improvement on there. Sorry, JL, you are my friend, but I mean, you understand the woes you had within this. But also, I will say, if he keeps playing as well as he did for Vitality so far, hopefully not. He sounds like he wants to play. He told you he wants to keep playing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be my answer too. I don't think he wants to, and I don't think he should either. I think he should continue as a player and continue to build up what has been a great career so far. You know, it's stagnated a little bit, but what we saw today, I think, as I said, you and I both agree, you know, as an analyst, no, don't touch it. But as a player, I think he's a little bit underrated.
Yeah, like also like looking at he's standing in for Vitality for the coming period of time, meaning teams that wants to hit the panic button just before the major, he might play, so.
Yeah, and you're looking at this, right? I know it's just a small sample size already in this Vitality jersey. You mentioned he's just picking up some of these ending kills, but he had a good performance here in Vitality. If you're a team right now looking at this, I know it's on Vitality and people can go, oh, well, they've got all these other pieces in there. Do you think his stocks are going up?
Yeah, I think when I spoke to him, I asked him about it as well, if he was, you know, fearful of maybe the stock going down if he didn't play well. I think it's a very, very low risk, high reward scenario he's in. If he plays well, a lot of people will look at him thinking, oh, that's the old JL, we can definitely use him. If he doesn't play well, he's a stand-in in a struggling Vitality, in and out of the team. You can come up with a lot of excuses. So I think he's in a prime position to make the most out of it. And, you know, to me, it comes down to the ambitions level. You know, I think he needs to be aware that now standing in for Vitality, that's nice. Used to be part of Na'Vi that were contending for trophy, that's nice. Maybe join a team, you know, that is just outside top 10 or just inside top 10, you know, lower the ambitions just a little bit, because I think he can be a difference maker on the right team.
He can for sure elevate one of these teams you're talking about at the end of top 10 to break into top 5. And regarding his stock, I think he is in that category where he doesn't need anything to succeed as a player, and these type of players are pretty unique, especially in the current market, considering I'm not sure about how expensive he is or if he's a free agent, but...
Free agent now, yeah, now we let him go,
yeah. So basically a lot of teams can take the chance, knowing they don't have to use this like big buyout on him and can splash him with the wage instead, you know, so I think I'm pretty safe if I was JL, knowing I'm gonna play. The question is at what level?
Heroic, Astralis, maybe even a G2, you know, that there's plenty of teams who could hit the panic button before the major and potentially pick him up.
Financial advice being given out here on the desk. He's a free agent, so why not take him? But you can also take a break. That's where we're going to right now. In just a few minutes, we'll be back and we'll be discussing all things Mirage and how much of a chance Inner Circle might have here against MOUZ.
0.1.
Inner Circle right now have got their backs up against the wall and they need to squat down and find some success by the looks of it. We're looking at the booties of the players right now. This trying to get some, I don't know, explain this to me, Rugger, you're a coach.
I think this is the classic one of getting some good mood back into the team.
And some monkey noises?
Yeah, like I think obviously they also need to laugh off this first map, right? Like they were outclassed, probably didn't hit everything they wanted to, so
Go on, Pip.
This is to recover the series before it's too late, I think.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? And I like that from Inner Circle, keeping the mood high. And as I said, coming into the game, people may paint a picture that this was a close game on paper, that MOUZ weren't the heavy favorites, but Inner Circle beating Vitality doesn't change the fact that it's a team that is still on the way up. They're still trying to find a way into Tier 1 tournaments more consistently. And let's be completely honest, losing to MOUZ is not a big deal. It's more so the fashion they do it in. You know, they need to remain competitive. They need to show us that there's something at stake here, and they need to show us that they still have something to play for. And losing 2-0, as I said, to MOUZ, not a biggie in my book. It's more so the fashion they could potentially do it in. They need to make this map competitive at the very least, just to give us a little to work with.
When we're talking about that little to work with, I'm looking down the results here from Inner Circle. They can win Mirage, right? But I mean, they're not playing anywhere near this level of competition and experience. Does that give them an even less of a big chance here to fight within this rug? Or am I worried right now if you're the Ukrainian fans?
I hope it hasn't, you know, persuaded them into thinking, okay, let's just sit back and play whatever we normally do. I want to see them go out into middle, try and look for the entries, because if they fall back now and let Exertion and the boys have all the room they want in mid, it's GG.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to be full chaos for Inner Circle to stand a chance.
Well, let's see if they can fight and bring some of that chaos to the server. Guys, my analyst desk was very boring. They didn't make any moves. Anders, Henry, squat down for me. Make some love.
Speaking of boring.
Oh, thank you, Pim, graduate of the Team Liquid Clown College, of course, and I heard you got full scholarship. Thank you very much for your words. Yeah, the Polymarket predictors are saying that MOUZ are going to be the favorites to take this one 2-0. I tend to agree. I like the fact that IC are actually outside, having good vibes, having a good laugh, and it's Mirage next. Not like it's a specialist map pick. We know they hit hard. They should be absolutely fine.
I hope so. I want to see them recover that confidence and, you know, keeping a light mood, getting into this. We've seen that IC can hit really hard. We had moments of it there on Ancient, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to stop Spinks, Sershin, and PR. All three of them just going completely off the rails on that one. So Captain Kirk is going to have to continue like he did on the first map, and then we need all the rest of it here. Hetrick and Dawi and Onyx, Zero as well. Like, he had some good clutches on Ancient, but yeah, they all have to come together right now if they want to take down MOUZ. It is the second map here as we get into this one to see if we can qualify. That's the exciting part as well. You're not out if you lose here.
Well, don't take away the tension, Anders. I'm trying to build up a show here.
Well then, all right, Henry, give us a bit of a chance.
All right, let's see what we've got. 5 players over towards B. And it's going to be not so much an execution, but a bombardment of flashbangs by the looks of things there. 4 flashes to work with. Nice grenade to kick things off. And the incendiary to hold them at bay. They can call with the rotations here. They've actually got 4 players on the B side of the map. I see that is. In we go.
Yeah, they've already thrown the smokes. They have to commit to it, flying down onto the site. No one's checking on it, but here comes Selic's insertion. They're right back in. PR took a long time there, but he found Hetrick as well. The bomb is being planted. Oh, Dawi, there was maybe a chance to recover the round if he hit that headshot straight away. But if not, then it's a 2-on-4. You're miles away. There's not a kit in play either. Yeah, you're going to have to back on out, save the armor. That's about the best that you could do. That's a scary moment for MOUZ, right? They're slowed down as they've already used their utility. That could have gone pretty bad. It didn't.
It didn't. Worth noting it didn't. But yeah, the fact they had 4 players over there, you'd think they'd get a bit more than 1 frag, but it was the flashes, right? 4 of them. Absolute chaos there in the B bomb site. And it will be MOUZ continuing with their winning ways here as it's a comprehensive victory in the pistol. 2 players survive. Saving the Kevlar, they're going to be force buying based on that. So we know they can cause some damage with the pistols, the Deagles, maybe an MP9 or 2. So not out of it just yet. MOUZ need to be careful there, though. Can't take anything for granted. You see opening kick there for Onyx, but that's all they really got. You can see the Xerxian flash assist coming through. Sweeping the bomb site, no problem whatsoever.
PR so mobile when he's taking that fight. Like, he's never really standing still. Hard for Hetrick to fight back. You're right, though. On the first map, some of those force-up rounds were actually some of the better ones for IC, weirdly enough. Perhaps alarmingly so. Are they going to be ready? 3 people at the B bomb site. They're pushing onto the A ramp. So, in theory, they could have some good information. It looks like MOUZ are just going to be revisiting this B bomb site, hitting the same idea. Smokes are down. Flashes are going to be next, we know that much. A little bit of a counter smoke here to buy some space for themselves. Nice deep Molotov around the corner to really clear out that position. Exertion, I don't even know how, but he just found the perfect angle. Dawi's lucky to be alive. But the bomb is at the back bench. Not quite planted yet.
Oh, it's a shame. Hetrick, nice position. PR pretty much confirms the round. Torji will join him. Onyx Nothing to do, nothing to say. We'll have to fall back. No bomb planted yet. I'm not going to be saving the Famous, but looks things here. Going to try and at least take a couple of down with him. Almost 0% chance of winning the round, I'm afraid. But in towards B we go once again. Pretty comfortable for MOUZ. Hedrick had a few more bullets in that MAC-10. Could have been a different story.
Yes.
Wasn't meant to be, though. And like we said, a couple more kills would be great, but PR looks absolutely sensational this series so far. That's Spinks, PR, and Xerxon also being up. Zelix had some great moments. Only Torji, who didn't have a bad game on Ancient, really.
Hasn't had game.
Yeah, so he hasn't like had bad numbers or anything, but he's not the one popping off like the others. It has to be Eco. All 5 members going down at the 4 spots, 3-0 confirmed.
Yeah, we love a good deagle round. Maybe we could find some headshots here, but it is always tricky finding the time. Oh my god, that's close. How close on the wall behind him did that bullet land? It couldn't have been far off. Spinks hanging around the middle. Not fully committed here, MOUZ. And no reason that they have to be either. That first rifle round for if we're in a circle, that's surely going to be the one that sort of sets the mood for the first part of the half anyway. If they can't win that one, then it might just be MOUZ kind of doing a bit of a repeat from what we saw on Ancient. Which, if you missed it, it's pretty one-sided. Nice utility to block off, suggesting they could be going connector, but in fact they are, once again, for a 3rd round in a row, started to hit this B-bomb site. This is Darwin in the back by the bench, but that's a nice peek, and an even better one perhaps for Zelix. Job done.
I think you might be right. 3-0, the flying starts here for MOUZ on the T side. Comfy as ever. The game really begins, though, in round number 4. Hedrick should have enough for the AWP as well. Looked very good against Vitality, he did. See whether there's anything left to be said here. 5 players alive. The problem is now, we call these bonus rounds, so you've got 2 Galils and a MAC-10. Suggests that we do something a little bit quicker. Xerxon can throw that away, they could buy an AWP themselves. They've got enough funds to just throw the MAC-10 away. You don't have to keep it, Anders, is all I'm saying.
That is a good point. Some definitely will.
Yeah.
A Boomer Truck Harrigan or something probably just going to be fine throwing themselves into the fight, but we'll see what kind of style they're bringing in, Xerxon. So far, he's at least holding on to it. It is a little bit of a tech timeout, Henry. Haven't had many of those.
No, it's been very smooth so far, that's for sure, but gives us a chance to look at what MOUZ will be up against and whether they'll throw away the MAC-10 and run a default round, or, like I said, a bonus situation with 2 Galils and a MAC-10. You might just go for a full-on set piece or something very quick out of spawn and continue to discombobulate your opponents. And it looks like it's MOUZ with the slight technical issue. Hedrick, I can confirm, does have the AWP. And while we're here, Anders, let's talk about the games that are coming up next today. We've got Lawners and Scrawny coming in next, and it's going to be FUT and Lynn Vision, which should be actually Lynn Vision looking quite sharp right now, to be honest with you. Who did they had? They had Falcons on the raid. They took a map of Falcons in the 3rd map. They were 9-3 up.
Yeah. They could have won that, yeah.
They did lose like 10 rounds in a row in the 2nd half, but they are looking like a different Lynn Vision than you might expect, is what I'm saying there. And then the game of the day, IMO, Falcons versus Legacy.
Hell yes.
And it's going to be a bloodbath, a grudge match.
I am looking forward to that game.
The Falcons' kryptonite is Team Legacy. They can't seem to beat them. It's always convincing wins for Legacy each and every time. So, we're back underway. As I said, with this sort of round, they haven't thrown away the MAC-10, just a note. Oh, they did throw away a Galil, though. They had 2 Galils, huh?
I think so.
I'm almost certain they did. I'm going to go and investigate, Anders. The
find out
people
for
need
us.
to know.
Yeah.
They did, look at them.
All right, Henry, sharp.
Okay, I throw away the MAC-10, surely. The Galil.
Makes you wonder if we end up at the B-bomb site again with the MAC-10 flying out. I do wonder about that, but regardless, we still have plenty of time in the round so far. Some mid-presence for IC. I like that they're not completely giving it up and falling back. Smoke recommitted to the window, and there can be some utility thrown towards the connector. Trying to push the CTs back. Very good move here for Xerxon. No one's there on the other side, and they will hit the B bomb side again. He's going to be jumping up into the window. A lot of this will be Onyx, and he has no utility. They have none left to defend the site with, but they do have the head trick AWP. Double Molotov in the back, and that's a great shot as they try and make their way across. No one's looking for Onyx either. They were not ready for there being 3 people at this bomb site. Spinks, not much of a chance, even if he's been playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen out of him for a while. That 1 versus 4 was going to be too much. Really well played. For a round where you have no defensive utility, just picking the right bomb site's a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, challenging round, and a weird one as well, considering we had some tech issues. It looks like we have got them again. I think that's contributing. Obviously, something wrong with Zelix. That's what I mean. And yeah, you shouldn't be talking. Come on now. You know the rules. Come on now. Can't
be the coach and the admin at the same time.
And that's fair enough. He was just trying to tell him to calm down. I think that, like I said, it was a contributing factor. So that kind of shows you what I mean. They go into that round. He's stressed out. Something's not quite right, whether it's a sound issue or keyboard or something like that. It doesn't look anything too bad. But yeah, it might have played into that previous round. We will see now money available. But bear in mind, they threw away $1,800 with that Galil. So yeah, money not as strong as it could be, but there's still plenty of cash to go around.
It is interesting to see them sort of pick the B bomb site 4 rounds in a row. Yeah. Like sometimes you can force the CTs, I guess, to overcommit to a defense there. But yeah, so far it's been working, I guess, 3 out of 4 times. So we'll take that in a circle. They're better than what they've been showing us so far in the second day of play here for them.
Definitely, like no one's really popping off with them. That's the problem. That's going to be the difference maker here. You need your Captain Kirkus. You need your Onyx to step up. Headtrick needs to have serious impact. Like that's what got them the win against Vitality. The individuals were looking super sharp, confident, aggressive was their main calling card. Disruptive, I would say. And so far they've been quite timid and tame.
Yeah, I think we were impressed by the fact that IC weren't looking like they were playing a Vitality team. They looked like they were just kind of, we don't care about the names on the other side. We're not going to respect you. We're going to be fine just taking the fight. It was really nice to see. Like, it's always fun to see an underdog team come in with that kind of confidence. And see if they can rediscover it right now. We're back in the game.
Or hopefully Zelix has gathered his mental, recovered from the technical difficulties. This is what we're talking about, Anders. Okay, it hasn't worked out necessarily, but I liked the confidence.
Yeah, I thought maybe the incendiary there was going to be able to mask him enough to find the kill. Dowie goes down to 3 versus 5. And MOUZ, I think they've proven a couple of times now that they're not necessarily the kind of team that's immediately going to jump on this kind of an opening. They don't just pull the trigger and rush onto a site when they find a couple of opening kills. They're happy to slow it down and play the rest of the round from there on out. It has been working for them.
Certainly has. Still a chance of recovery. Headtrick knows he has a step up here. Unfortunately, the flashbang is absolutely spectacular.
That's Torshi from the B hallways throwing that. That's such a deep flashbang. What could you do here? Onyx with an M4. Backup is never going to get there. Unless he gets a triple, there's not even any point for Zero to kind of run across the map. If they wait another 10 seconds, then yeah, maybe he's going to be a bit closer, could go for the flank, but they are already moving. And just to make things even worse, some Molotov to clean him out. Yeah, no chance. Zero will have to save the rifle somewhere else, as MOUZ immediately back to their winning ways.
And then some. 5 players alive, great teamwork, good discipline. No one throwing the round away, no one taking a chance, even in like a 5-on-2. Utilizing the teamwork, the utility, and making sure they guarantee an advantage in every duel they're taking. It's what it's all about at this level of the game. Even when a round feels like it's a done deal, one mistake can turn it on its head.
And that will continue to be even more true the harder teams you fight. Yeah. So, you're fighting later on Vitality, you're fighting a Spirit.
Yes.
This kind of mentality is so important.
Especially these superstar players we're seeing this day. Like, it's a very different game compared to even 2018. Yeah. Where you could get away with a few mistakes and being a bit cocky. You really have to be locked in the entire time, even in the 5-on-2s.
If anyone ever goes back to take a look at some of the early CSGO, like Forrest and Get Right winning, 1v3 and 4 and 5 clutches, like it's going to be so hard to explain why that was even possible to people.
You're almost getting fed kills at certain times, right? I like that from Captain Kirk. We said we wanted to see a bit more assertiveness. It was a nice little alley-oop play. He got flashed in, but they were ready for it. They had one player in anti-flash. They knew that was one of their moves. And from that point on, just maintained their advantage. Isolated duels, flushed out CTs with the utility. And yeah, it's just a really nice round. Xerxen calling a great series so far. This one's the tactical timeout by IC, 4-1 down here. And bear in mind, if MOUZ pick this map up, they are guaranteed to make it to the playoffs in Porto starting next week.
Yeah, huge for a new squad to be able to achieve that early on in the life cycle of this team. They look really fresh. They're really fun to watch. Some of these new lineups in general, I mean, we've seen, say, some individual struggles, maybe as a team like Aurora not fully gelling together, but I'm really excited about the project right now. I think they look really fun. This MOUZ team looks fun. G2 lineup also looks really cool. Like, I'm kind of enjoying this season.
I agree with you, yeah. When you put it like that, yeah, there are a lot of interesting lineups that are still fledgling and working their formations out and how they're going to play. And the group stages has been really indicative as to who's going to be the favorites to make it to the playoffs. And right now, MOUZ at the tip of your tongue in terms of the team that's going to be potentially challenging for the trophy, at least against the likes of Team Spirit. If they can keep this level of play up, yeah, this could be an exciting run for them.
A lot of mid-control, but there are 3 people at top connector. I feel like if you're going to have 3 people there, it suggests that you're probably going to be moving them forward at some stage, and already Hetrick trying to get there. Bit of a Molotov on the other side of push. PR maybe into the fight. Xerxen, you'll get one only in return. They have a late lurking Palace player as well coming in from Spinks, but can he actually do anything here? The rest of them are making their way on the other side towards short with the bomb, so maybe Spinks is just going to be catching rotations. He could actually get 1 or 2 kills, and if they find Onyx at the back of this site, it's on.
Yeah, you're dead on there, but overlooked. It's going to be a bit of a freebie there for Onyx. Presumably the round landing in their favor, and yes, he gets away with it. If he goes down there, it's going to be a very different round. Staying alive, showing tenacity here, just being a nuisance, and he's done more than enough there. Great work by Onyx. Will be the second round here for IC. Still very early days here in the second map, so it's going to be the second round on the board and a 2-round game. Money under a little bit of scrutiny now for the MOUZ side. They do have a buy available, but definitely worth a timeout to discuss their options. Getting a little bit hectic out there with the tech timeouts, and see if MOUZ can calm things down. They still have enough for a Torji AWP. Dropped by Spinks. The rest of them can get AKs and basic util. Maybe one Galil will have to come out.
All right, then. Pretty great awareness in the last round from IC. Both in Onyx, like you said, kind of dancing around waiting for the backup, but also Spinks was lurking Palace and they were waiting for that. Like, they killed him on the other side. They didn't just kind of run away from the A-bomb side as soon as they were attacked on B. Good signs, I think, for the CTs. Stealing a couple of AKs on top of that. So scoreline is 2-4 in favor of MOUZ. It is not too late for IC to get back and have a pretty good first half here. So see if they can double or even triple down on this commitment and finally get this team online to show some of the counters that they were showing yesterday, because that was great. Dowie, nice movement, getting up there. Very aggressive mid-presence coming up from the CT side at double HE, but it is Torshi to open up Captain Kirker without much assistance. Oh, and they will catch Dowie as well in the smoke. He can't really escape Zero. If he dies here, then the round is over. I feel like I see this stage, just stack a bomb site, get all 3 people into a site, which is almost what they're doing anyway. You're not going to be winning this round stretched out across the map.
Every round of Counter-Strike is possible to win, even a 5-on-3 against very informed MOUZ. They don't commit just yet. They've been very disciplined. And here we go. Torji goes down, round back on, 4-on-3. No trade. Uncomfortable now. They have 1 smoke and a few flashes. You might even give IC an advantage here.
Yeah.
With the AWP on the line, just like that.
Definitely doable. You are right. Head trick. He finds a couple, 40 seconds. The bomb is lost on the A ramp. So otherwise, Xerxen could have been a really fun position here.
Okay, that's a hell of a shot from Spinks. Good God. All right. And then we are going to have Hedrick. We know what Hedrick is. That missed shot should lock the round in. Good try from Hedrick, especially. 2 kills almost brings the round back to life, but no dice this time. Problem is now their money's in turmoil. And indeed, they'll take a tactical timeout. Hedrick, 3,600. Dowie, 26. So there is a buy there. They're averaging around 4K otherwise. It's tech pause again. Zelix is having some issues today. It's annoying if it keeps happening. Especially if you have to keep taking the headset off and adjusting the setup.
Yeah, Cyclone behind him, giving him a bit of a smile.
Yeah.
In a weird kind of way, I mean, that is part of, I guess, like the mentality that you need to be a pro player. You're never going to have like, you know, like there's always going to be like small issues, little things that, you know, pop up. Like it could be weird airport travel, bad sleep. Like
you'd rather be at home, feet up, sipping a certain beverage. But
exactly.
You're in the studio and the pressure is on and it's not going to feel perfect. And we're not sure what the issue is. Hopefully we get it sorted. But yeah, you got to make sure. Okay, we're replacing a monitor. It's like a pit stop at this point.
Yeah.
Looks like we're doing a great job so far.
That's got to be one of the easier things to replace, thankfully, you know, in terms of the hardware stuff. So once we get to the full PCs, even if we swap them out, again, it's going to take a couple of seconds more. So appreciate that. Good job on the tech staff to be right on top of this one. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you have to find it within yourself to just keep calm and you know, kind of don't get too frustrated. It can spill over to the rest of the team. Can be a little bit infectious at times if the bad vibes go too far.
Well, everyone have to sit and stew in it. As you said, IC should be able to buy into this round, but it will be compromised. They certainly won't have the Hedrick AWP. Captain Kirke yet to frag 0 and 4. Everyone else so hovering around 5 kills. It's still a competitive game. It's not going as badly as Ancient was, for example. They won the pistol and lost like 9 rounds in a row. So at least they're still in this one, but it's not ideal on the CT side, and you're trailing 5-2, and you're going into a round where you will have a disadvantage going forward as well. Zelex 2 and 4, monitor being replaced, and hopefully will be underway momentarily.
I think some of the more ridiculous tech timeouts I've ever witnessed, Henry, was probably back in the 1.6 days when the old classic Na'Vi squad with Markelov and the rest of them, they would kick their opponent's computers sometimes to force like a computer malfunction.
So they were cheating, you're saying?
It was a level of strategy we haven't seen for a minute. I'll say that much.
Sounds like straight up cheating. Are you sure that's exactly what happened?
Well, I've said it now. I kind of had to commit to it.
Yeah. I've never heard of that before.
Listen, it was a Wild West, as you know, back then, you know. So
yeah, right.
People throwing burgers. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on back in the day, Henry.
Yeah, there was a lot more psychological warfare. That's especially back in the old LAN halls as well. Like it was just about getting your. When we were playing, like back UK.CEST back in the day, if you'd sit like opposite, like you could hear each other, and you'd be like not only shouting fake strats, but also like just hurling personal insults at each other as well. And God, I've got some really grim stories and stuff we used to do, so I don't even want to bring them up. It'll paint me in a bad light.
You managed to stop yourself.
Yeah. But yeah, we used to really use it at LANs, especially when new people were like certainly like nervous or couldn't handle like a certain amount of pressure. Yep. Just add one more element into it to make them uncomfortable.
I've seen some great moments like that early on in CSGO where Taz from the
ECA lands and stuff like that.
Like he would shout at people, and you got these like new kids coming into the team.
He's a big man as well.
He's a big man.
He looks like your dad.
Exactly. And he's standing up, shouting at you. You know, oh, you guys are gonna lose. You suck. He'll get to you. I think it's funny. I think it's great. I miss that version of Taz.
He's a sweetheart though in real life.
Of course.
Yeah. Just a note.
But we're back in. We were, took a walk down memory lane, but it looks like we're good to go.
That should be the tactical pause now, just to get everyone's mental in check. At least I hope so. No, it's still tech.
Might be resetting the server for a quick minute.
Yeah.
So once we get back into it, we should be pretty much good to go. You're right, though. It's not too late. Like this is all they need is a couple of rounds here in a row here for IC, and then the mental in the game could change quite a bit. Did you forget to set the switch up the settings on the monitor?
Yeah,
that brightness, contrast, all that stuff.
All of that stuff will have to be done. I think it's good to go. I think we're just getting him back on the server right now, and you can see him. Yeah, probably just doing those settings at this point. I think Zelex has been pretty handy this tournament, though. I've been impressed with his outputs. Doesn't seem
very much so.
Doesn't seem like he's out of his depth by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, and also feels like if you think about like the amount of firepower that this MOUZ team has in theory, it's not like he has to like overplay his hand all the time. I think just playing sensible Counter-Strike, like you don't have to be the superstar here. There's so much firepower across the team, so...
Oh, we've got the thumbs up from the referee. That's normally a good sign here. And Zelex there can confirm is back on the server. We've had the match medic. All things pointing to...
Everyone's happy now.
We're going live. Rebuys will come through. Okay, yes, we are good to go. Thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. Second map here. Nuke is the third, if we need it.
He really has his keyboard like fully 90 degrees. Like it's not even tilted. It's just, what's the point?
Carpal tunnel simulator.
It is wild. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back into it. Round number 8. And let's see if this break in the action could affect the team or if MOUZ are going to be back to their winning ways. Focus right now. The attention is on IC to get something done. They've smoked up their own incendiary. And now they blow open their own smoke, so a layering of different utility to kill PR.
Now we're getting somewhere. Few aggressive gambits here. This is one of the rounds you certainly need one. And they've got the man advantage, and he doesn't fall back. You'd assume he would, but Zershin seems to be aware of the prospect of him staying around that kitchen area. Now, will that... Oh, it will be as unraveling. He's ready for this. What a play. Okay, apparently not a play. How did he lose that fight?
I don't really know. I guess he was moving still when he started the spray down. Dawi at the back of the site, but they know that he's here, and he's already been tacked up a little bit. Wow, that is close. Grenades on either side. He should be burning in the back, and finally Spinks with the AK finds him. I'm shocked that Dawi lived for that long. Torshi not missing a beat at the moment. He started to get war warmed up, which is a really bad omen for IC.
Good flash. Allows him to reposition here. Spinks and Torji, the latter with the AWP in a prime position to catch him on the cross. They've got no further utility, no kits. Torji, you feel like he's guaranteed a kill here.
There is someone in the corner I think they could pick up. That's why they're going this way. They need to pick up that kit in transition, but slow enough. And they actually, they got the kit, but I think that's not the main problem at the moment.
How do you win the round? Even if you kill the first, you've got to deal with the AWP, sure.
I have no idea, and I don't think Captain Kirk knows either. Spinks to get the spray down. Very good recovery in that round for MOUZ, I've got to be honest. I mean, obviously, Surgeon should have had that fight in the kitchen right away, but they managed to battle their way back.
I don't know if you missed this. Someone just tweeted it to me.
Go on.
Blast actually put up a little graphic. They called it the Henry G curse. All series casted by Anders and Henry G this tournament have ended in a 2-0. Which is not usual. Let me tell you, whenever Anders and I cast any tournament, we're normally 3 maps, overtime every map, each and every time. This is an anomaly.
I just want to say that you're the one that brought that into the partnership.
Yes.
Like, historically, Henry, I feel like you've casted more overtimes than anybody else in history.
This is a rare tournament where I get 2 zeros. But yeah, more than happy to receive. They've not been bad games, though, to be fair. Like they've been like electrifying 2 zeros with overtimes. Great rounds, donk aces. Like it's been crazy. But this one is looking likely to be 2-0 as well. So the curse will continue, I'm afraid. We haven't got there yet, but it's looking good. Full eco for IC. And MOUZ are not giving anything away here. Not going to take any risks. Full execution in towards A with 5 players. 2 out of the Palace. Smoke's going in now. 3 of them. Molotovs as well. It's very late execute. Damn.
Yeah, they're not leaving anything to chance, like you said. Really making sure Sandwich is Molotov'd out. Triple box back there as well. Not a chance that you could stand on the bomb site anywhere. Good headshot nonetheless, in spite of all of the utility. It is actually the only kill that goes the way of
quite a
IC.
few gaps, all things considered, with the amount of smokes they threw.
Yeah, you'd think that there'd be a lot more there. I think one of the smokes failed, but ultimately, it is not a big deal. Selix and Spinks, they combine for a couple of kills.
I guess maybe they could have body blocked a couple of smokes as well. I don't know.
It could be, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Oh. It was at 5-2, now we're up to 7-2, and it's getting harder and harder to construct like a really great story around how IC could make this back.
Well, it all starts with a 7-5 scoreline. That wouldn't be too bad. It wouldn't be a great position, but that's if they get 3 rounds in a row, which is unlikely. MOUZ, they're in the flow state this whole tournament. They haven't played a bad map yet. So, feels like we're going one way only, as you mentioned. IC not out of the tournament, but down to a very scary lower bracket. And they do have decent cash here. They have a couple of kits. They have the Hetrick Orb. Util's not too bad. Their best round has been like the opening gambit where they push in towards the kitchen, alley-oop, flashbangs. We'll see if they want to go for that sort of gameplay again. I think being disruptive is the only way they're going to beat MOUZ right now. So the individuals haven't turned up to go toe-to-toe with them, so they need some little plays to catch them off guard.
I would really like to see that.
Hetrick's got a really nice spawn with the AWP. He could go in towards Palace or go A-ramp aggressively or just go towards Connector, obviously, as well. Looks like he's just going to go for the standard play.
All right, then. He does have a teammate with him. They're throwing that grenade early. There's no smoke at that top mid position, which is very unusual. Torshi's in the middle, angling for a kill against somebody. But yeah, that lack of top mid utility could be a bit of a warning to Icy that something is up there on the T side. There is, again, Spinks lurking in the palace. You see him there quite a bit. Trick. Do you want to stick around? That's 4 players right now for the CT side that are basically occupied fighting for the middle, and they haven't really found a target yet, but might be this underpass play. Surgeon, he's a couple of footsteps away from death if he peeks the corner. Oh, he's still allowed to live. That is close.
Should have been closer. Should have been on the mark. Xerxes certainly is. Nice killing towards the connector. Back and forth we go through the smoke arrow. A brave maneuver, one that does not work out. And Captain Kirker wondering what in God's name just happened to his teammates. He's isolated. He's alone. And they're going to be taking the bomb in towards A. They don't have to. Like, B's clear. They've confirmed it. Just a matter of time before he's taken down. Yeah. Flames all around him. And they will be going up towards short and planting the bomb in B. They've got a lurker towards the palace as well, so Spinks presumably finds the straggler. But yeah, we used this word a few times in the first map, domination. That's another example of it, Anders.
And that's in spite of the fact that they had 4 people in the middle, right?
Yep.
But they weren't able to really fight together. Good counter utility coming out from MOUZ, it's blocking them off.
It's such a different round of head trick. Nails that first shot towards the underpass.
Good point, yeah.
And by his standards, the way he's been playing this tournament, I think he would say as well, he should have hit that. As soon as he misses it, that's when they strike, and they're trying to recover the connector, and then they're pushing through the smoke as well. Not sure that was the maneuver, and it will be 8-2.
Good to see Selix kind of taking his frustration out on the enemy team now instead. He's recovered his aim a little bit, started to feel it.
Yeah, true.
Double kill of this round. See, he's more than ready for that fight.
I think they know it's done. They just haven't turned up today, unfortunately. But these are the sort of teams that they haven't got as much experience. They're relying on the individual mechanics. If they don't turn up, they're having a bad day or just going quiet or just a few rounds that fall awry. This is where you can find them completely outclassed.
I think Pimp said it on the desk in the break there, right? It's not really that they're losing to MOUZ, it's more the fashion that they're losing in.
Yeah.
If it's a little bit more competitive, if they looked a little bit more sort of, turned up here and turned on, then it would be more exciting. But they haven't been able to individually get going. Could see it on the scoreboard as well for that CT side. Some MP9s, some pistols, and almost no utility on the CT side. And MOUZ kind of just repeating the similar formula here. 4 in middle. He's still alive. What is going on?
Is he got God mode on or something? How don't he die there? It looked like 10 MP9 bullets went into his skull.
You hit him over the head with the SMG at the end. Like, what?
Well, if that's the way that round's going down, it feels like you're kind of cooked. 9-2 was the partial buy. They'll go for a double orb setup here. I mean, we saw Na'Vi yesterday recover a 10-2 deficit.
That's true.
But the thing is, they were on the T side when they had 2 rounds. They moved to the CT side.
Yeah.
Right now, it's considered a very CT-sided map, Mirage. And in a CT-sided meta in CS2 in general. So the fact you only got 2 rounds here, I don't think there's a world where you get a comeback. But Headtrix had a nice couple of shots now.
Oh, he actually did get legged as well from Torshi there. Blowing up with the smoke, but there's a second AWP. Almost wish they could have had that earlier. Onyx. Good kill. Icy looking to take a 3rd round right at the end of the half. But you could see that Torshi knew. He knew the timing. He knew that there is a possibility for the CTs to make that quick jump up into the ladder room. So it's like he was caught off guard. Just caught by the wall, I think. Plenty of time. Should really never be losing a round like this one in modern day Counter-Strike. 2 versus 5. The time does make it at least somewhat doable for MOUZ, but the first kill will pretty much tell us the beginning of the story.
Surely there's no world where Spinks and Zelex can pull this one off. And I say that with bated breath.
Oh, what's a slow peek there. Nice off angle for Dowie. Oh, Selix!
Damn, son.
That is remarkable. Unfortunately, it will not be enough to clutch the round. It's still a brilliant first half. 9-3 in favor of MOUZ.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly. On the opposite side of this erupting battlefield, our B anchor is as cool as a cucumber, having the time of his life with a spring in his step. Returning to the chaos, this perfectly executed attack has a problem. A noob. Fresh account and less than 20 hours played, duoing this season with a veteran. Blinded by one of their own, it seems as if their fate is sealed. The hunter is now the hunted. Revenge is a dish best served with a carambit. Huddled like penguins, their plan has failed. Now it's only a matter of time before they are spotted, and the round is over. Through all of this havoc and turmoil, our B anchor continues the kangaroo jump. Finally, after many hops, they hear a faint cry in the distance. He decides to abandon his post and regroup with the herd to claim what little glory may still be available. But he is not alone. The T's are nothing if not sneaky. This T's patience has been rewarded. The unfortunate anchor never stood a chance. And to make matters worse, the A attack was a ruse. Our A player's defense was a waste of time. The alarm sounded. The CTs must now migrate to the B site. This once stalking predator is now the prey. As a final solution, the CT has one last trick in its arsenal, the smoke diffuse. And as the famous saying goes to the native people of Mirage, pros do not fake.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. MOUZ well on their way to the playoffs here at Porto. 9-3 here on their pick, and they did it on the T side no less as well, Anders. Feels like it's absolutely locked in. I'm not sure how they get back into it. It all starts with an important pistol victory, of course. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. Quite a technical one. We've got lots of utility. Flashes in threes. We've got flash, smokes, Molotovs, and a B rush.
Yeah, but there's three people defending. A lot of counter utility coming out. They're timing down. It's a great jump in, but Spinks and Sershin are already there. And now more backup is starting to get there. If they wanted an opportunity, they needed to win that fight right away. Down. Now that they've been slowed down, it might just be too late.
It's never too late, Anders. There's always a chance. When there's a will, there's a way.
Oh, I like that attitude, Henry. That's hopefully what IC are saying to themselves right this second. They don't have the bomb.
Thankfully, the bomb didn't drop down, though.
That's true. They couldn't pick it up and throw some doubt into the round once again. It's right there within grasp. Okay. So far, so good. But they're being jiggled away slowly. He's committed to it now and killed P. Oh, my God. 3 headshots in the round for him with a USP. It's very impressive work. And MOUZ, I mean, they didn't even need him with the pistol, but they've done it.
It's looking like an exciting one there with the B rush, some set utility, but you can see how blind they were as they came out. And just easy pickings for PR. Gets himself 3 kills in total. Beautiful shots to close things down. No bomb plant. Do you force buy? I don't know. They're going to take the full eco. 11-3, locked in. Glocks, no armor, no nades. An absolute gimme of a round here. An almost impossible task to recover this on the T side. Yeah, might as well be AFK in spawn.
Yeah, taking a improvised timeout.
Yes, indeed.
Depending on how old you are, existence timeout might be the term that you're pulling out.
I knew you couldn't resist it.
I can't.
I can see it. I can see the cogs in your head turning. Should I say it? Should I bring it out?
One for the Boomers.
Yes. A few of them left. How old are you now, Anders? You hit 40 yet?
I did, yes.
Damn, dude. Congrats.
Damn, exactly.
I was 38 last week, so...
Didn't expect to make it this long, to be honest. Like, I'm just happy to be here at this stage.
They're
like
actual boomers. Like, you do hate to see it.
Yeah, well, the kid's laughing now. Don't worry, it's going to happen to everybody, you know? So, careful. Soon you guys will be the boomers. And
it creeps up on you quicker than you think.
And you look at the new generation of memes, you'll be like, why is this funny? Like, what are they doing? And their music is weird, too. You know? it's happening slowly. Got to be careful. All right. SMG, I respect that from PR. Not farming the kills. He knew they weren't going to have any armor or anything else like that, but he's playing for the team. And that's always respectable. Spinks again with 13-5. It's less than we've seen before, but it's pretty good. 11-3 is going to be the scoreline now. They will keep 2 of these MP9s. We've had this discussion before, but I mean, sometimes you feel you're invited to be a little bit more aggressive when you got those SMGs.
Well, yeah, we talked about it in the previous series as well. It's the bonus round, right? And you have to be aware of this. You know they're probably be pushing you and trying to find little opening picks. So I'd say IC to slow it down, see what you're up against first, see how much aggression is presented, if any. Doesn't mean they have to, but these are the sort of players we're talking about. Zedek's probably flashed in here, and have a look. They're ready for it. He was playing anti-flash, Dory. So nice work from him.
Yeah, but you're right, though. So a nice flash setup here. Zonic shooting him in the back. Gonna get this kill as well.
Huge.
Nice headshot. That is the opening that they were looking for. And the bomb is being planted towards Connector, which means that Onyx, even low on health, could have a big impact on the round. Super important that they communicate that plant position to him, just in case it's a clutch towards the end of it. Molotov goes deep, but it doesn't actually touch anyone back there. So, very tricky round, I think, right now to win, and even more so now that PR is dead. Spinks here, navigating it as well as he can, but Hetrick, not afraid, steps up to take him down. And that is Icy finally winning a round here.
Absolutely. Everything we talked about going into that round, they had to be aware of those potential pushes. And like I said, they absolutely were. Playing anti-flash, aware of that potential maneuver. Got the opening kill. Collapsed into the A-bomb site. Job done. Their most convincing round, I would say, here on Mirage. But now the rifles come out. It's not a perfect buy. You can see they've sacrificed 5 helmets and no kits. Bare bones utility, but they have got the 5 rifles in hand. Thankfully, it's AKs across the board, so the helmets won't be a factor.
Yes, that is true. Again, they're pushing that A ramp, though. Not with a flash this time, but a much more silent kind of push coming out. Selix, do you just keep going? Okay, he will answer that question right away. Moving on forward. Let's see how much real estate he's going to be finding. In the meantime, it's IC taking up connector position. Oh no, that's the bomb running its way back. He was not ready on it. That is a real wrench in the machine works, unfortunately. They're fighting for it, but they still got to pick up the bomb here. Hetrick and Captain Kirker, 2 versus 4. And you're forced back into T-spawn. What a disruptive play from Selix.
Difficult one here now. In a circle, 4 versus 2. Surely nothing to do. A moment's respite. And as remember as well, if you want to get involved in the predictions of our games,
I do.
Head over to Polymarket. Just want to make just let the people know about that. Every game is available out there.
Yes, I'm glad you reminded me, Henry.
And I would imagine right now, everyone's predicting MOUZ to go to the playoffs at this point. But a 3-on-2, a chance for Hetrick and Captain Kirker.
Feels like a solid prediction for sure. PR is really stepping it up, and it's the same 3 players, right? PR, Sershin, and Spinks, but now they've added Selix to the mix, so they've just become more dangerous since. And you know what, Torch is playing pretty well too. Again, it's not like he's playing badly, he just hasn't been that involved in the action. 12-4, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed into what could be the final couple of rounds here. As I see they don't have a lot of money to work with, and MOUZ, they just look like a rock-solid team at the moment.
They really do. I think considering what we've seen, this is the correct outcome. IC haven't had a look in today. They have not turned up whatsoever. MOUZ certainly have. They are looking They are hungry to go deep in this tournament, Anders. And I'm pretty convinced after these 2 series, we've commentated both of them, they've looked excellent.
Yes. Not been much to really fault them for. Their cash looks strong, even if it's limited sample size, but it is encouraging to see. And they just look like they're having fun out there as well. So they are still checking out the middle. They're going to be throwing one of those deep smokes towards connector, smoke towards the window as they pick up the bomb and T-spawn. And looks like it could be a B finish towards the end of it. More grenades now being pushed out. Smoking off short, but there's already 3 people in the B bomb site. Such a great read for MOUZ at the moment. Maybe not so much for Sertian. He's found in the smoke and shut down, but they still have to be careful. The bomb is making his way into a bit of a trap. Nice, Captain Kirker. The spray down from the back is epic from Torshi. He's taking down Dawi. And now the bomb is finding itself a little bit alone on the site. Zero, the last one alive in a 1 versus 2. Large hits a great headshot, and he did clutch it for them on the opening map. Maybe he could do it again.
Default plan, 1v1 against Zelex. Had a few tech issues today. Can he hold his nerve, close the game out?
He has no idea that Zelex is already hugging the wall. I think Zero is at an unbelievable information disadvantage. Maybe he's going to check it now. A little bit of time has passed. There we go. He's got the crosshair in the right position, and that's an easy shot. Really important for Zero there. A good triple. I think his second 1v2 clutch of this series.
Absolutely. Does manage to keep them in the game, at least for now. 7 in a row required. I don't think the money's there to justify a buy for MOUZ. You thought after this double spray down for Torchi that would be enough. 3 versus 2 at this point, but taken down by the grenade. 2v1 for Zero. Nice shot on the first. Spinks was looking to close things out. Zelex overlooks the corner. I was going to say, he should be the eco. They're going for broke. All in.
Okay.
Whether this will be the right move is yet to be seen. Could be a difficult round. And you can see the money's low on either side. That's why they've gone for it, because there's a 1v1. There's Mac 10s, Galils. Okay. So it's actually pretty even in terms of the firepower.
That does make sense. Oh my god, it's a scout headshot. I think Captain Cooker was jumping as well. I need to see the slow-mo of that one. Spinks dropping another player. Torshi, the scout's out of the bomb site, but there are 2 more players started the show up here, so it's already looking like a very strong defense again. Last time they fought their way through, but this time, PR is there with the pistol, and he's mowing them down. Final kill. Onig is executed in the aptly named the murder hole. 13-5 as MOUZ make their way through.
Really enjoyed that performance from MOUZ. Comprehensive victories. Never in doubt for a second there, Anders. That's back-to-back games now where it looks like they could contend for the trophy. Can they go all the way? I'm certainly excited to find out.
And I would be too after these performances. MOUZ come through ever so strong in both games right now. They look like a well-oiled machine. Everyone's playing well off each other, and they're enjoying dominating these opponents. And who wouldn't be if you're playing like that?
Yeah, a team in full control, where the win condition can come from pretty much any player. We saw Spinks go off, CT start on Ancient. You saw moments in this game where PR played well, Zelix chimed in, Exertion, Torsi, who up until this point is actually the highest rated player for MOUZ the last 3 months. So it does feel like a team right now where there's no weak link.
Yeah, like for sure. Like I think at least looking back at the previous MOUZ before the changes, like right now it feels like a lot of fresh energy has come into the team, much more like movable on the maps, willingly to take these risks that also wins them a lot of rounds. So yeah, I'm very impressed with what we have seen so far.
And I'm sure Cyclone's very impressed right now as he joins us up on this desk. Cyclone, this is a good kickstart for this opening campaign here. You've qualified for Porto, but I mean, the boys have dominated out the gates against everyone.
Yeah, we have. It's nice as a top team also to have games where you dominate, right?
Yeah.
I think often we just get it across the line, so a good showing for us, and also important that we can do that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, you know, I covered you at EWC and also saw what you did at Bouncy. There was a bit of mixed signals to some degree. You win a trophy. At EWC, you seem to struggle in pretty much every single game, as you also alerted to right here. The gamer leading one on Nuke being down 2-10. So what's changed from EWC coming into this tournament? You seem to be playing on a different level.
If we take it a step back at Blast, we were also 1 round away from going out against 3D Max.
Yeah.
We had a tough game against Astralis, so we knew also it wasn't perfect yet, right? It was the same going into EWC. I think also at EWC, quite a few teams punished our Ancient, so that needed some work definitely. Yeah, we're still just part of that process, right? And there's a lot of room still to grow with. So I think as the tournaments keep going, we're going to take big steps forward.
When I look at your lineup now, you know, I see a lineup that is very homogeneous. I don't see a weak link within that lineup. As we spoke about, Torsi lately has been stepping it up. PR, Celix, we know what they're capable of. Exertion, the same. Spinks is on fire. Would you say that that's part of why you built the squad as you have as well, to make sure there is no weak link within the lineup, that you are a very homogeneous team?
I think we were always this team that tried to lift as a unit overall. Part of why maybe in this moment it doesn't look like a weak squad is also Torsi's back in shape.
Yeah.
He's finding form. He recovered also a lot mentally throughout last season, especially this one now. Spinks is in good form. It's nice to see from him. There's also a bit more momentum on the team, a little bit more buy-in into what we're doing. 2 new guys, some fresh blood, some fresh wind. I think still the young guys are a bit inexperienced in green. Maybe a bit on the mental side, maybe a bit on the game playing side. So there's definitely still a lot of areas that we internally identify as things we need to work on, but it was always our DNA to be a homogeneous group.
Speaking of that mental side, I watched Cedric play maybe the worst game of Counter-Strike he's ever played on Ancient versus Gamer Legion. He then came out on the 3rd map on Nuke and saved you guys' ass. From a coaching perspective, how nice is it to see a young guy being able to mentally cope with that and then come out and be the difference maker?
Yeah, I think Celix, one of the attributes he has at an early age is that he's quite strong mentally.
Okay.
Yeah, also, I've said it before on a few interviews, but he has a background in moto racing. Yeah. And that also takes, you need to be on a fine edge all the time, right? And always be in there. And yeah, I'm happy that he's showing signs of this especially. I think this is where he has an edge over other guys. Also today he was a bit tested, you know, there will be more of those. Today was tech issues hitting him, and he's a bit of a rookie, so he doesn't know he can type .stop, so it's not live, and he's just like, it's fine, I move on, I play, and then he can't even buy anything, and it's a bit messy. And he has to move on and play from it, right? It's also learning there.
And also when we were looking at that, right, with the mental aspect of it, he mentioned to Pimp when he was doing the little B-desk with him that he's actually got his own mental coach as well as the one that MOUZ gives him as well. What is that like for you to see from a young player to kind of make that decision in their career so early on?
We've had a few of those guys actually that had on the side also their own psychologist. Maybe they prefer to speak in their own language. Could be it's not necessarily a sports psychologist. It could also be more of a mental one. But of course in MOUZ we try to look at the holistic picture. So we also approach it. We have Ole Fischer with us who also does a lot of work. And we try to have that universal approach.
Looking a little bit on the game today, like you were dominant throughout the whole series. Was it a surprise to you that you got so much room as CT on Ancient first and then on T side of Mirage to basically do everything you wanted? Because from the outside, you had mid control, you're killing them on lane, you were like pushing at all the right things in the beginning where they didn't really push you back. Like, was that a surprise for you?
It was a surprise that they didn't fight back harder. I think just looking at how they played against Vitality, that team definitely has a bit more to go with. I think we're just ahead in terms of how we read the game. I think they have a lot of obvious things for when are the numbers B, when are the numbers middle, on all the maps, also how they approach on Mirage. I think it's quite singular. I think they tried to catch us with maybe the slow play one round. Also one time they did this net reveal playing B house and PR was ready for it. But sometimes also the kill goes their way, and I think you should stay active even if the enemy team knows. So from a prep standpoint, not surprised that we could outmaneuver them. I think maybe a bit surprised that they didn't take the fight more in their hands.
Speaking of the whole prep thing, I've been talking a lot about your previous opponent today, about you figuring them out, having like, at least from my POV, massive reads on them, how you want to handle them on the server. How much of that is easy to transfer to the new version of MOUZ? Because now you have, 4 active players and Spinks a little bit more laid back compared to before where you had both Jimmy and Spinks. Now you get another one that's willing to go for it. How much of a difference is that for you when you want to play this type of CS?
Yeah. This goes a bit deeper, so definitely with Spinks and Jimmy, we recognized for a while that they're both a bit passive by nature, and we like to stay active as a team, and we often talk about playing as 5 I think the myth of only making one play at a time, it's super outdated. And we want to be a bit ahead of it. Maybe sometimes have 2 things going, maybe even 3 things. And I think that's what we're striving for. And of course, if you have more proactive players, players that think fast, players that like to play make, it's a bit easier. PR buys into that philosophy a bit. I think also with Spinks, you will see a guy that knew he had to develop these aspects of his game. Also, when we first brought him in, he said, okay, I want to be more of a voice on the team. I want to do that a bit more. I didn't maybe get that in Vitality. But I'm joining here to be part of that. So even now when he's in the main lurk position, he also tries to be an aggressive lurk a bit more.
We can also see it, right? Like, and obviously when it comes to a player like Spinks, confidence matters a lot, right? Yeah. But like again, looking at the whole prep thing, I think it was super impressive, the job you've done behind the scenes, especially against 9C. I saw a lot of like small things that you were really ready for, like Spinks pre-firing max on ramp, on his handling with the molly and stuff like that. So I think it's going really good, and it's nice to see that you can continue to do it and gain that advantage, because you have a really good team, but it's also young, like 2 young players, right? So having these small things and it works also helps them buy in, I guess.
Definitely, yeah. It's also a team effort on the prep department. You know, Subnix does also a lot of things there, both on the enemy but also on ourselves. All of the guys also individually prepare, right? And we try and bring it together. So it's a team effort, and I think maybe that ramp play is definitely down to prep, how Max likes to play it, but it's also something Spinks take care of himself.
Nice. Good work being done, good homework being done across the board. I want to play you one clip here, Cyclone. This is a bit of a TeamSpeak moment where you need to put your foot down.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen. We use the first 20 seconds to shake it off, okay? We just shake it off.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit messy for us, but we're still at 4-2, right? So we have a good lead. Dory has a full half to call now, some good buy rounds. Yeah. And we show a good team, okay? Yeah. Let's be quiet for 10 seconds, then Dory makes a call.
When you go up or go down 4-2 and you tell the guys to you know, focus up, but also be quiet for 10 seconds and just take some time to soak it in. We were wondering why that is, you know, to give the team a bit of silence and then to have Dorian make a call.
Some of the things we work on is also managing our breath. Okay. Calming down a bit sometimes, and if someone's always talking, there's not the space to breathe, and you forget it a bit. So the guys know if I say we take 10 seconds now, to take a breather. To take a second breather. Okay, then we can listen a bit clearer again, instead of just going on top of each other. And I think this is a mirage, maybe. Yeah. It's very messy and chaotic, also because of the tech pauses and the rhythm of the game is a bit off for us. So yeah, just give them a bit of a break so they can breathe.
You called for 10 seconds, and I think Dorian lasted 3 or something like that. Is that still something you're working on?
No, Dorian is pretty good on low time, to be honest. Okay. He's very rapid with his communication, also knows exactly what to say, even with the time. He's quite clever on communication.
And now looking at this, right, you've made it to Porto, another playoffs run for you guys as well. Do you see yourself at this point, with how well other teams are playing, that you guys could be one of the favorites to go for another trophy already this early in the season?
We're definitely in contention, right? We are making steady improvements from tournament to tournament. It's going to be the same here. We can only beat what's in front of us. Right? It was the same at Blast, so we're going to do our best to make sure we're ready. And for sure, there's a few teams here that would also respect us in any given game, in quarterfinal, semifinal, or a grand final.
And looking at that, right, obviously the next match you might face will be either between Legacy or Falcons. Would you like to go up against the Falcons within this one? Give them a test this early on?
I wouldn't mind either. I think it's very different cases in terms of how they play. Kerrigan said it yesterday that he thinks they have a bit of a dirty play style. I think it fits the game how Legacy plays. I think also it's a very active team. It's also the kind of style that we sometimes struggle a bit with.
Okay.
So I think for just our progression, there's more to gain from playing Legacy. Also in a game where we're already in playoffs, so I would say them. I think Falcons, they're better individuals overall, but not by a lot, I would say. I think Legacy is still a top team and also in good form right now. So let's see. I think both have their merits, but I would prefer the work that goes into Legacy.
Okay.
And also, when you're talking about teams people can struggle against, you guys have had your own struggles with FUT in this, right? How do you try and figure that as a coach, as Zipnik's there helping you out as well, right? Because it's not a couple of times they've beaten you, right? They seem to be a real thorn in your side.
Definitely. They play a very similar style to Legacy, right? It's very aggressive, it's very in front, and even if it's very obvious that they're going to make a bad fake somewhere and they explode 3 guys or they make a gimmick play, they're just always on the move. And we're still a bit surprised by that, right? Yeah. When it's a bit disorganized, and yeah, that's the challenge. So we try and get ahead of that. One move we made today, or in the last week was to try and get that Ancient better, right? I think that's really key against FUT when we played them now at EWC. Even if we've made it a close fight on Ancient, we're not supposed to win that. I think it came down to Dust 2. And we probably had it under control until we didn't. And that's what happens against a team like that, right? So if we can make Ancient more competitive in that matchup, we can get a bit more comfortable against that style. Then I think it's going to be a good fight. And we usually have also close games.
Yeah. I also think they're going to take middle a little bit more away from you when you're CT on Ancient. So that's definitely another test to be had.
I make notes.
I've played them too many times. So
yeah, you've got a lot of experience in that. You guys can exchange from those on it. Yeah. Cyclone, thank you very much for joining us up here, man. We appreciate your time. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. We'll speak to you soon for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that being done, MOUZ cruising their way on forward, dominant in all of their games from 9Z now into Inner Circle. This has been impressive. And what Cyclone's saying here, it's a very well-measured look at where his team is at right now. And he's not jumping the gun. He's not trying to give us too much away just yet. Pimp's got a... I can see your face already.
I just love his honesty, you know, because I hate fans out there when they go like, yeah, but they won Blast Bounty, you know, so why shouldn't they play well at EWC? He even said it himself, right? They won a trophy where he also felt they weren't ready for it. He won a trophy where they were 1 round away from being eliminated by 3D Max, who is, by the way, nowhere to be found anywhere at the moment. So fact of the matter is that results is one thing, but the way we see the game, the way we actually put it to an eye test, it's clear to me that MOUZ now is a better team than they were a couple of weeks ago. So they're progressing, they're getting better game by game, and as I said, they're working on the Ancient, they're working on the map pool, Celix and PR is getting more experienced. That's the reason to be excited about MOUZ. Not the fact they beat Spirit in a best of 5 final at the Bounty. That's a nice accolade to have. That's a nice trophy to lift. But as a team for the future, it's clear to me to see now that they're better off now than they were 4 weeks ago.
I think what they're doing better now is buying a little bit more into the philosophies and stuff that Dennis was also talking about, right? But I still have these like small doubts in terms of like what happens when they actually get tested on the gameplay. Because right now they're setting the pace, they're setting the tone, they choose when to be aggressive, they choose when to give space up, right? None of these teams so far have been able, you know, to actually pressure them. If there was a team that matched up in style on the 2 maps we just played, really, really bad against MOUZ, these are the teams they played so far, right? Put Legacy in there. Let's have, you know, them run at them, see if they match up at the individuals. Because the story so far has been, let's see, wait and see a little bit what happens, and then we're gonna make our reaction, oh, we've caught them by surprise, all these type of things, right? But the thing they have going is the confidence through the roof, and you can see it in all the players, and that is also what they need to elevate, you know, themselves into winning the trophy, right? Yeah. So I'm super happy on their behalf, but I also want to see them tested before we throw them in and say, okay, this is the team to beat Spirit, right?
Yeah, that's it, right? You're a long way from that in terms of how different it is in the teams they've faced so far, and only we can see it if we get there. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time before we go out towards a break. And when we're looking at this bracket, I know what he was saying, right, of who they might want to face. Personally, for me, even if it is just a decider for semis or quarters, I would love to see a Falcons-MOUZ game in this stage, right, and see what can work and not work. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree, and I think Falcons would agree as well. I think that Legacy Falcons game coming up is going to be super, super important for both teams, because if you drop down to the lower bracket, where you have to battle it out with Vitality and FUT in order to make it, not to take anything away from Inner Circle, but they will be outmatched down there. They're not going to make it from that lower bracket. I'm sorry to tell you, sorry to disrupt the tournament for you guys in that sake. That Legacy Falcons game, that's probably both teams' best chance of making the playoffs. So that is very, very, very important for either side.
All right, boys, we're done for another day here. The early morning shift is out the way with Pimp. Closing thoughts?
Yeah, we got to work on our blind spot list, you know, and see if we can give it another go. Apart from that, I think it's been a pretty good day.
Rugger?
Yeah, same. Like, I'm super happy that we have like teams playing so good that are supposed to play really good. So that's a good storyline going into also the next couple of days and the playoffs.
Oh yes, it makes it that much more exciting. But we're done here for us on the desk. Nat, Vu, and Maui are coming back, and then we're going to be taking you through FUT going up against Lynn Vision. We'll see you in a few.
Hello guys, this is Matis.
This is Fallen. Hey, I'm Alexi B, and today I'll be reading some bad comments.
FUT itself hasn't been looking hot since in the major result. Well,
Vitality are so good that even a single map win for Navi would be a victory in itself. What can I say?
Everyone knows this kid is going to be the next Brokey or some PayPal, bro, what you doing, right?
The Hunter was never and will never be a good player. That's a bullshit, I can already tell, and this guy is clueless.
Sampeios was like that in 2023 too, always flicking and constantly getting pack kills, but then he disappeared. XT. Oh, typical HLTV user. I love it, I love it. You know, Molodoi has a bright future ahead of him. He's just starting, so you're gonna have to watch a lot of games from Molodoi, and hopefully he's gonna be winning a lot. So I think you were wrong with this one, Cyber King.
So guy named Insert Blame here says Navi gonna get the honor of losing to Vita in finals this event. But yeah, I'm glad that people are thinking that we're gonna reach the finals, and yeah, it's good for us.
Minus Nico plus Avigot is a huge downgrade. The previous could win the odd blast, this new iteration will most likely win even less. I mean, eventually we won the tournament, to be honest, after this guy said it.
My mission here is to make Fury a super competitive team in the best way I can. Then leave. Low. Yes, I'm doing that in December, bro.
You know shit's fucked when Alex is Navi's top performer. It's probably better for the team's future prospects if they lose this match anyway.
Express Patience 9809. Okay, I like this nickname as well. Castrato was shit in Katowice, shit in Altin playoffs, shit in Cologne playoffs, and shit in Budapest playoffs.
I am can't hit shit after Mirage, and Alex is playing with half of his brain whilst it stays under 1 KD. Jesus, what a shit show once again. That's a nice and supportive comment, it seems.
Ignoring the latest shit show is strong, no? Good, my boy.
Navi have improved a ton. My prediction is Vitality 3-0. Not gonna lie, that's a funny one. The first one, funny one actually, so kudos to this guy.
So legit just bullied his team into being good, and I'm here for it. I mean, yeah, it was kinda true to be honest at some point, but yeah.
Are they seriously hiring a guy from Ancal? We need good players to become champions, not these low-tier scrubs who play tier 3. What a joke, pathetic you guys. Who would have thought, eh? Molodoi, coming all the way from Kazakhstan, playing on the cyber coffees, no computer at home. Who would have thought, eh? The kid is good. And yeah, you never know until you know. Molodoi proved you wrong, my friend.
EPL was a fluke for Navi. Damn. Can't win a trophy nowadays without it ever being a fluke. Thanks, guys.
Nothing quite like arena Counter-Strike. Let's get into this one.
No, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. You like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
That'd be cool if we open the show. Packed out Moody Center, bro. I would kill this. All right then, how would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas. This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage.
Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine? Counter-Strike lives within us! From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
He can do it all! Roll out the captain! Done! It's a moment for Apex! Headshot is!
It feels like we're speedrunning day number 4 here at Blast Premier Open Porto because it's already a changeover in shifts. I've got Maui and Vu joining me here. And Maui, can you believe it? It's only 3 p.m. and you're already starting work.
Wow, would you look at the time?
You might need to get a watch.
Would you look at his time?
It doesn't say 3 o'clock on here, though.
You don't change it when you get to a new country?
It's purely for style.
Oh, well, I think that's some good style points
Aesthetics.
right now. Yeah, I get that. But are you guys excited for day number 4? Because I know we had some eliminations yesterday and some qualifications, but now we're looking towards Group B.
Oh, you're saying they're speed running. I think they're speed running to the good games.
Okay.
Our games, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. They just knew what the fans want. They want to see these 2 games.
Okay, look, I get that, but before we can really jump into the nitty-gritty of this, of course, I would like to have a little bit of fun with you guys. And we're going to do one with higher and lower, because the last time we played it, you guys got 29?
No.
26.
21. The record is 26.
Oh, okay, so you got 21. Do you think you'll do higher or lower now?
Lower.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was lucky.
It definitely felt like some good RNG. But yes, you guys can play higher or lower over on the Blaster website. It's brought to us by IC Market there. And so we're guessing if the skin on the right, or the item on the right, is higher or lower than what is displayed on the left there.
Higher.
Higher. I have this AK, but not battle scarred. Oh, wow, it's worth that much battle scarred?
Lower?
That's got to be lower.
Yep.
Easy Falchion case lower. Higher for sure.
Yep.
It's going to be another one of those ones.
Sometimes they just give you the easy one.
I think this one's
low. 14.
I'm thinking lower.
Terrible.
I'm
Some
thinking
of these
lower.
are really
This is boring.
expensive,
Lower.
but
I was
Oh,
close.
that was
I
close.
said 14. It was 1370.
Oh, okay. This is where I'm not sure. I would probably go lower though, because FAMAS skins are usually pretty
lower.
cheap.
It's a FAMAS. I have the best FAMAS skin in the game.
Gold?
It's worth like $15.
You have the gold one? Yeah.
Yes, the gold
Okay.
one, exactly.
Yeah, I have that one too. Lower.
Lower.
Ooh, I think higher. Elite Mr. What is his name?
Mr. Mulik?
I can't read that.
Malik?
Malik.
Mr. Malik?
Malik.
Oh, Malik. You're probably right. Yeah, I'm going to take higher. I would take higher, fellas.
I'm going lower. Oh, no.
Ooh, thank goodness we took higher.
They all seem to sit around that 13,
Lower.
14.
Lower.
Yeah.
Lower, for sure. Now, oh, no.
case be
I don't know.
case.
No, I don't know about this now.
I didn't even know this case existed.
So lower then.
I
If
would
you didn't
go-
know it existed, lower.
I would go lower.
Or is it so
But
far out of your price range?
Thank goodness.
Exactly.
Yes. Higher,
Starlight
higher.
is a nice skin.
Yeah, it's
I
a
think
nice
we got
one.
this
It's one of the
before.
better MP9s.
Yeah.
That's lower.
Lower.
That's lower for sure. We're killing it. What are we at?
Crane flight. I haven't. There's so many skins in this game that I haven't even seen before.
I don't.
Man.
I gotta go higher.
Higher?
I'm gonna. Ooh, but battle scar.
Watch this be like a $2
We're at
one.
11. Okay. I'm gonna say higher.
It looks really
but
ugly.
it's battle. Oh. Oh, that's brand new. That's like that's one of the brand new ones. I would take higher just because it's brand new.
Yep.
No.
Oh, it's the opposite because it's brand
Damn.
new. So we got
Damn.
what
is
time
that
was
one?
that?
Oh, it's so cheap. I just saw a pro playing with this yesterday. Who was that pro? Who was that pro? He's broke. That's all I know. He's broke.
Damn, now he's going straight out. It feels like there is nothing that we're going to hold back from here. Definitely no reservations as we're going to get into our third series here. It's going to be Lynn Vision up against FUT. Do you see yourselves as a team that is on the same level as FUT or maybe even above them?
Personally, I think FUT is like a harder team compared to Falcons because their playstyle, they do lots of unexpected executes or like a surprise hit on the site. So maybe it's like tougher for us to handle that kind of situation. But after the Falcons match, we see our potential. So yeah, we'll see what we're gonna do today.
I think they're a strong team, honestly. I think they have their stuff, but to be honest, we should be the ones who are taking 2-0 today. Yeah.
Feels like there they're on the same page there, where there was a little bit of reservation for Lynn Vision, saying, yeah, we understand they're probably going to be on paper a more difficult opponent for us compared to Falcons, and FUT coming in saying, yeah, we should be 2-0ing these guys. There shouldn't be too much of a heavy lifting needed.
I think when you look at the games in this event, this might be one of the most one-sided that I would have predicted. Up there with Vitality Inner Circle.
Well, we know how that one went.
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Vitality bodied by Inner Circle. The same way Lynn Vision will body FUT in this game. No, the other way around.
This just should be cut and dry, okay? I feel like FUT, off of the back of their Paris run to the grand finals, are a team that has now caught everybody's attention, and they're holding it. They're hoping to hold it. That being said, they obviously already lost a game to Legacy to even be in this lower bracket, so they couldn't really parlay off of that deep run that they had in Paris. And so you're seeing maybe some cracks, but it's generally against the best teams out there, like a Legacy, whereas Lynn Vision themselves, they haven't even beaten a European team for upwards of 3 months.
They did win a map, though.
In a BO3. In a BO3.
I was going to say, it was close, though. Not only did they win a map, but they were up when it came to halftime on, what was it, Mirage? Dust 2.
Dust 2,
yeah. Up against Falcons there. And so you really put in those questions. Of course, yes, the result at the end of the day, they did drop to the lower bracket, but look how close this was. This could have, and theoretically should have been, a Lynn Vision win up against Falcons 2 days ago.
Not only were they ahead, but they had a generational crumble on the second half of that map. A map there's a decent chance we see today where they just look scared to play the game, and I'm worried that you go against a FUT team that's going to be in your face. They're going to be playing and taking those aim duels. There's a reason I think they say that this FUT team is scarier than Falcons. It's not because they're a better, well-rounded team. It's because what they do well, they will continue to do. And Lynn Vision is a team that oftentimes does struggle in the 1v1 duels to win the aim battles, and if you can't win some of those against FUT, they will run you over.
Funnily, I find that both of these teams don't have all too dissimilar of styles, because when I also watch how Lynn Vision plays, it kind of feels like they're a team that also does a lot of all-in plays pretty early on. If I were to use, actually, to continue the poker analogy, I probably would say they're like a team that just raises way more than you expect pre-flop every time. You're kind of like, you shouldn't be doing that, but now it makes things scary for us, okay? Stop scaring me. And that's what they did to Falcons. Their T-side at times was actually just those kind of brute force plays to kind of get them into bomb sites. But they usually have a little bit more in the tank, like a lurker. And that's why Call Me Sue actually did really well versus Falcons, because he was getting a lot on those extremities.
Yeah, when they swap around to play a little more split out, a little more spread up, I do like the idea behind it, but so often I see they miss timings. When we look at the comeback on Dust 2, Lynn Vision, they just weren't taking map control. The way, you know, you lose long control on Dust 2, you go back, take tons control so you can stack A. They would just play across the map, one player in each position, and hope that you could out-aim your opponent and hold the bomb site. Not going to happen against a team like FUT.
Yeah, and big credit as well, though, to what Lynn Vision were able to bring to the table. Of course, the individuals at the end of the day when you're in the server weren't able to push it over that line, but a lot of what they had leading into this is big thanks to their coach, Gum, who I actually spoke to before this matchup. Gum, so many people have talked about how good you are at anti-stratting, and I have to ask, was that key to the almost success that you guys had a couple days ago against Falcons?
Yes, I believe so. A little. I think maybe 50-50. So 50 from my players, they play really well. The 50 is from the anti-strat, but I do believe if we can execute it more like to the perfect, I mean, 100 execute what we plan for Falcons Dust 2, we can win that match very easily, but we miss lots of mistakes, and we have a meeting afterward. Then I think today we can do much better.
How is it preparing for a team like Falcons compared to preparing for a team like FUT?
Falcons is more like they are following Kerrigan's decision, and Kerrigan have a very unique characteristic, so you have to analyze him and know how he like to call. But for FUT, they are a strategy-based team. It's a very different method to analyze them, but yeah, I think today we can do much better.
What's easier for you, preparing for Asian teams that you're very comfortable playing against, that you have played against many times, or getting to come over into international competition and go up against teams like Falcons and FUT?
We do the same way, but the international teams apparently they are much better individually and they are much more experienced. So in even in a very tough situation, they can make the best situation on that circumstance. So I think it's many. There's no difference from how we prepare, but the players need to be more mature. I mean, on the international stage.
Gum really gets to the bottom of that. Everything that did go right for them, but at the end of the day, knowing that it is going to be that 50-50 on him a little bit and what he works with the team, but also the individuals. And he is just praising that, yeah, when you come over into international events here, you have to realize there is just individuals who are one step above what you're used to playing.
Yeah, there's a massive player pool to choose from when you look at these Eastern European teams. You look at any European team, they have such a huge player pool. Oftentimes you just have better mechanics when you see these players. And it really is a tough time for a lot of these teams coming in, and I think it will be for Lynn Vision to fight a FUT team one-on-one to have your players win the aim duels. But to be fair, you would have said the same thing about Falcons, and they did manage to do that for at least one map. They honestly looked very impressive individually.
They did. I feel like, though, I'm not sure, that to me felt like a little bit of a flash in the pan for some of the individuals on Lynn Vision. So I'm more hoping that they can just kind of make their style work against FUT. And I feel like this game is going to be fireworks. It's going to be a lot of early aggressive plays. So unfortunately, that does lend me to believe that FUT are firm favorites because of it.
Well, I mean, knowing how well Dust2 did go for the side of Lynn Vision in that first half, we could potentially see them go back to it, but I'm sure that's also a little bit of a confidence in we have this distinct playstyle, Maui, that works for us, and we found so much success in that first half.
Right. Well, looking back at it, we have a round where we can show how Lynn Vision was able to put themselves at such an advantage over Falcons, and this kind of exemplifies what I was saying with the fact that it feels like Lynn Vision, when you watch them play, it's like they're raising so much at the very beginning of every round. It's a minute 37, and there's already been a flurry of kills. They're even looking for another one here. They find themselves in a 3-on-3. This makes and pushes Kerrigan to rotate, but then this is where Lynn Vision probably has scaled up over other Asian teams, where they can play to hold. They wait. They don't just say, we're going to send it in, and they're going to play to the exact standard that a team like Falcons would likely expect, where they were already probably rotating. But as you can see, the defense had already lightly thinned out, that Nico and m0UZCEST didn't fully commit to the idea that they were going to be, because they weren't sure. They weren't sure if there was anything that was going to rotate on back. And even though Nico desperately tried to get back in the bomb site, because Lynn Vision don't just leap immediately after those first initial kills and they wait a while for the dust to settle, they can confuse teams, even teams like Falcons.
My concern there is m0UZCEST had to miss 2 op shots. I think if he lands even one of those, you're looking at a different situation. And then we looked at that scoreline. That was 9-2 for Lynn Vision. Can you remind me, Maui, what was the score at the end of that game?
Well, I like some things that I see on T side, but as we know, their individual players may not be able to stand up on individual defenses on CT.
Yeah, the CT side, they were shut out.
Yes.
That is the tough situation to come into. The T side, you can have some cool ideas. You can overwhelm, you can target a bomb site and attack it with all 5 players. CT side, you have to win your duels. You have to have your rotations down. You have to have your macro down. That's where they really struggled.
I have full faith, though, that they've been able to go back to the drawing board a little bit more, have a look towards that, and be able to bring to FUT that little bit extra for themselves, whether it's in having those rotations, that individual skill that you guys say that they need a little bit stronger on the CT side. It does beg the question, though, FUT right now, whilst they did have that amazing second place for themselves in the previous tournament, their series against Legacy, a little bit, whatever you say, robbed as to an overtime, put themselves in a precarious position where they didn't have to be forced to be that. They didn't end up getting much going for themselves, full stop, I felt.
Yeah, I think FUT weren't at their best against Legacy, but you have to think about it. We have FUT coming off of second place, and then you play the 3rd place team in your very first game.
True.
It is a loss, but it's a loss to a caliber of an opponent that you could see in the playoffs. You're likely to see in deep runs in many different tournaments. And Lynn Vision, they come into this one a little more flat. You know, they have a loss to Falcons. They come close in that loss, but you see them fall apart, I think, in a much more unfortunate, much more worrying way than we saw from FUT against Legacy, who I can respect the loss, even if it's off of a really insane comeback and, well, their own comeback and an ace to finish it off in a devastating way.
I'm not worried about FUT for this matchup here. I'm not really even worried too much about what they're going to produce in the rest of the season, because last season, I feel like people were getting very excited about them, but in reality, they didn't actually even qualify to over half of the playoffs that they played in the first half of 2026. And so for them to already come out guns a-blazing, do extremely well at a strong international event, maybe the best or the most important event of the season, excluding the major, they've already gotten off to a much better just start than really what I expected out of them. And I think that if you look at this team and with xFlout, I almost feel like they're getting like a semblance of a second honeymoon too. It feels like the energy's pretty good. They're still taking their opponents very seriously, and whatever happened with Lonks in the meantime, don't have to really get into that. It just feels like xFlout is bringing kind of more energy for this team, and they already also have shown that yes, they dropped that one to Legacy, but even in big games versus some elite teams, they're not really chokers. And so I don't think that one loss, they'll be able to shake it off relatively easily.
I mean, for much of that Paris final, they were the better team for much of it.
Yeah, I'm more curious about xFlout specifically, right? Because being that newer member for them, whether it's the energy he's bringing in, is there another extra level towards xFlout when you look at it and you go, honestly, I wasn't really expecting this from him, whether it be consistency, firepower, individual head-to-heads?
The thing about xFlout that I wasn't expecting was for him to pop off so effectively, so quickly. Okay. I thought it was going to take a little time to slot him into the lineup. You have so many times where FUT will run a style, you get contact, you get a frag, and then there's already a flash popping above you so that you can go and swing for more space or a second kill. Sometimes it might take a few events for that to slot in for you to get comfortable. He seems to have hit the ground running on this team in a way, I was very high on xFlout. I thought he was going to be maybe as good as Lonks. He's been arguably better for his time on this roster so far. xFlout also, from what they've said in interviews, maybe can be a little bit more communicative than Lonks, which was surprising to me because Lonks seemed like a really big hype guy, but I felt like, well, from what FUT said, it didn't seem like they were getting enough in the server communication. But now, I would say the minute difference I feel from FUT this season with xFlout versus last season with Lonks is that they just pivot faster in mid-rounds.
Okay, that might just be the 1% that they need a little extra to be able to, of course, what we saw, get a second place, be able to go further, lift a trophy, and we need it to continue for them. But we want to see what exactly they are going to be playing on here as we check out our map, Vito. We've been alluding to the potential comfort return of Lynn Vision after they almost bested Falcons on it there, but for me, it's also a question mark of will FUT let them have it?
I mean, I don't think they have much choice. FUT aren't the strongest Dust2 team. They've had some rough showings recently, so I don't think there's any way Lynn Vision go away from what is their home pick of Dust2. It's not. The problem is it's a map where you're still going to have to aim duel them quite often, and that's what Lynn Vision, I think, really are going to struggle with.
And we actually get the Anubis pick out of FUT, which is more or less their second favorite map, maybe sometimes third, depending on when you look at the data. But I was sort of thinking that they would just go with Ancient, but now that they're in the driver's seat, they could just get Ancient for the decider. And I would say, given that there's a strong likelihood they ban out Nuke and then it goes to Ancient, I'm going to give this one to FUT in terms of just they're already the favorites. The Veto now has two of their best, I'd say 3 maps in it. And yeah, they maybe would have wanted Mirage, but that's Lynn Vision's perma. This is looking pretty darn good for FUT, pretty comfortable overall.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is FUT would have liked to pick Ancient. Instead, they go, hey, we'll pick a different map that's maybe not quite as good as our Ancient, but we're still very good on, and then we'll get Ancient as the decider. Yeah. It's a win-win.
But that's all the way towards the end, right, Maui? That's the last map if it gets to that, because where would you put their potential for Dust2, their strengths on the side of FUT?
Well, I would actually say that that's kind of a win-win situation for Lynn Vision. You're counter-picking because it's one of FUT's weaker maps, and then you also just get one of your favorite maps. And so the thing to look out for FUT on Dust2 and why they've been so weak is symmetry is really bad on this map. And you can't have your Opper be a 0.7 rated player on the CT side, which is what he is. So he needs to get, I mean, I don't know if he's going to just step up suddenly versus Lynn Vision or not, but he's the guy that can be the problem for FUT's own defense.
I'm going to counter you on that one. He can get a 0.5 and they can still win this game.
That's also possible. That is the rest of the players will usually pick up the slack, but it is a reason they're weak against some of the better teams.
True.
I mean, you don't want to be put in that position where everyone else has to pick up your slack. You want to be able to hit the ground running in this best of 3, and we'll see if Lynn Vision can undo the wrongdoings of the last time that they were on Dust 2. We're going to head on over to Scrawny and Londis.
It's funny you say that, Nat, because you pick up the slack on the desk all the time when these analysts get rambling. Welcome, everybody, to Game 3 of day what now, Mohan? We're getting close to the Superbach Arena.
How much will we get for the sponsor plug, by the way?
I'm still working on the contracts. Okay, yeah, put it down for now. The Polymarket predictors have FUT as your favorites in this game. I think everybody kind of has FUT as the favorites. Maui Snake really trying to hammer that home, even now with the veto. And look, we saw promising stuff from Lynn Vision versus Falcons on Ancient. That kind of took everybody by surprise, but we also saw Lynn Vision, unfortunately for them, fall entirely flat in some of those halves, win literally 0 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2. So kind of a hot and cold experience from Lynn Vision thus far here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, saw enough that shows that Lynn Vision they're going to be prepared to steal some rounds. They're going to be very strong in some situations, but they don't have as much depth as some of the other teams at the event right now, and they didn't have the tactical depth, especially to close that game out versus Falcons.
Ooh, well,
there's
aim
some tactics though.
And grenades. That's enough to start off in a good-looking 5 versus 3.
I mean, the primary thing they had to realize was the CT side on Dust 2 was coming out with more opening looks. Here is a great one.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of nice to see Lynn Vision go from the last half they played versus Falcons, which was an abject failure, to now a chance to improve on immediately versus FUT. So let's see, because there's no game tape in between those 2 halves of CT side Dust 2.
Another bomb gets dropped.
2 frag grenade kills.
Man, we didn't see any of that versus Falcons already, so this is awesome.
It's the kind of situation that makes you feel like you're being read like a book if you're FUT. 2 players that never even had a chance to shoot back, and as they boost on the other side of the smoke grenade, they're going to stick around for the duels. Insta headshots out of Zacher.
Both.
Lynn Vision kind of frying out of the gate with the impact here. So awesome individual level for Lynn Vision to kick off Dust 2. More rounds on this Dust 2 CT side than the entirety of the game versus Falcons.
Didn't they win 1?
I thought they won absolutely 0.
Oh.
But
it was just yesterday. It was almost flawless. Oh, the Furia game.
Now that you say that, maybe they did Lynn win. Let's go double check. I don't want to be spreading lies.
I think you're right. It was the Furia game.
Yep, 0 CT rounds.
Yeah. Progress.
You know, everybody always talks about championship hangovers, but it'd be real shocking if FUT were to get eliminated before playoffs after being in the grand finals of EWC.
That is such an insane thing to say after a pistol round.
I don't think anybody said it this week, you know, like, because they've just been this consistent force. But that's what this game's all about, folks. It's elimination on the line tonight. Gonna pop through the smoke into the 2-player B defense. Solid stuff out of Starry, and Amelia still hanging on. Zacher holds on to the mid-control. Ooh, there's a second. Cemetery looking for the bomb plant. Good prediction of the run through the smoke. I mean, Zacher didn't try to hide it whatsoever, just full steam through, and that'll keep majority up. Easy chuck of the MP9 for that M4, so 3 rifles move forward by Lynn Vision, and they survive the B-pop.
Yeah, of course, obviously. They knew that Dust 2 was going to be coming. I don't think FUT were necessarily scared about that. It was mostly just about if we're going to see Lynn Vision learn. We just saw that interview where Nat said with Gum that he's got, praised for being really good at anti-stratting. But it did feel like there needed to be more support from him as a coach when things got tough in that Falcons match.
Right. Zacher and Westmelon, 2 kills out middle, 1 into lower tunnels, 1 into the suicide. So this collection of pistols and MP9 gonna try to work their way up catwalk, which will play right into Zacker's hand. It's gonna be interesting to see if Lynn Vision have a heavy op presence tonight in this matchup. So far, so good from Zacker. The pistol shots were clean. And a nice position from Westmelon as he gets swarmed. Quick jump down through from catwalk will at least get him done for. And another situation whereby Lynn Vision survive with 3. So you can see FUT are at least earning some small openings here. We'll see what their first gun round can do in terms of putting rounds on the scoreboard.
Yeah, a couple of kills in these last 2 rounds is good. But here's where we get the party started. We're on the dance floor. Cemetery's got an op. They have a full buy. Now I'm very excited to see the rest of the CT side at a Lynn Vision.
Ooh, here comes B-Trams. Latifi podium. Cemetery has 0.84 rating on Dust 2 since his PGL Bucharest MVP.
Since his Latifi.
Felt like FUT were thinking about approaching in tunnels. Those grenades both ways kind of put things on pause and allow for Lynn Vision to peel back.
B-Trams hasn't had very many pieces of good news for us when it comes to players recently.
That's very true.
Yeah.
He's been really kicking people while they're down.
Yeah, hater World Cup for him.
Useful information, yes. Just negative. But that's what sells, you know.
That's how I get all my views.
Well-timed push.
There was a B split brewing, but an even better long flank timing.
And it stops getting watched so that Krebeni could have thrown a grenade, but the smoke pops on his corpse instead.
X-Cloud wasn't truly cleared. They can still continue forward with this.
Nades trickling out.
No smoke on mid B. It's going to come down to 3 guys here.
Good dink from Starry. He'll finish what he started. Mid player emerges. X-Floud dueling into CT spawn. Gets the window fight, but Starry wins it. He will lose his B anchor, but Zacker makes up for that by holding off on the door cross while it remains unsmoked. Cemetery's off at a 1v3. Draws them in. Baits the shots by Yoing for the Glock. And we get 2 kills from Zacker on that cross. No smoke causes 2 casualties, and the first gun round from FUT shut down.
No bomb plants.
Uh-oh.
For FUT Esports. Wow, this is so good from Lynn Vision. The fact that I remember saying no tunnels pushes, no long flanks, no cat setups. They've done all of those things already. Didn't even mention the nades, and they did that on the pistol. So it is a whole different team today on Dust 2. They've clearly learned.
Pop out long to try to get the pit kill. Sue into the cover. Can't manage with the Tech 9. At least you have Westmelon here to react, try to control the gun, but as he goes wide out, good for him to at least drop 2 bodies. They were hoping to set him up. That's a big pickup. Zacker can suddenly just turn attention back over towards long.
8 kills for the kid.
They're going to pop it open as bomb gets thrown over to X-Floud. That becomes his responsibility. Lynn Vision keeping the pressure on with that flashbang. Jugs drops down into car, and they don't fully emerge. They interrupt the attempted plant. Just keeping attention on smoke instead. Fakes it once. Jugs pops up, spots 2 bodies. Dodges bullets, they come back the other way. He will find Amelia's head, but he lost his teammate, which means bomb in the dirt. And as he goes for the info as to how far he's come out, looks to take the duel on his terms, but Starry is also cooking. Another multi-kill from him on this rotation. It's only 1 survivor this time, but it's 5 straight out of Lynn Vision.
Yeah, they just look fantastic. That's Zacker's first death. He's had so much output already. Just got so many good things to say about Lynn Vision right now. They lose an opening kill and still come back into the round. I don't think anything that, unfortunately, that FUT probably watched is relevant to this match right now. They are going up against a new beast.
credit where it's due. I mean, looks like a totally different team. One half to the next. So clearly went back to the practice room after that tough loss to Falcons. Put the improvements on full display. Get a heavier start towards long this round from Lynn Vision. Maybe in anticipation of the repeat for FUT, but they'll get X-Floud outside mid doors. And it looks like he's going to go a little further.
Oh boy, not the thing you want. Smoking your own doors. There are missed smokes, but this one's definitely counterproductive.
At least able to take over Catwalk in the meantime. He will just still use that smoke, looking to path into Cubby by the looks of it. Trying to make the best of a bad situation, I suppose. Cat being compromised with the 2 walls. Smokes letting Krebeni drop down into spawn, but Westmelon's ready for it. And now that crossfire gets pulled back. Westmelon with the double kill. Amelia's opted not to activate, and when he does, he finds the other duel, allowing Demon to react, which opens up the B site entirely. Jugs walks out through tons and finds it clear. And so it is Demon, the solution to what was looking like a feisty mid setup for Lynn Vision. One that allowed FUT to walk into them, but really banked on Amelia getting more than he did.
It looked like Amelia picked the only wrong option of 3, which was either peak early, peak late, and he kind of peaked in the in-between timing. If he had just held, maybe that made more sense, but probably the best option was just going for the trade while his teammate was still fighting, while Westmelon is still fighting from spawn as well. It's a moment where attention was drawn from him for a second, but he thought he was pinned probably, and there was an op on his line.
Yep.
So you can understand it. Still like this attempt, though, out of Lynn Vision in terms of how much action is happening before the exec takes place. You know, there's a saying that we like to use in Chinese.
Is there?
Yeah. It's easier to move a mountain than it is to change a person.
Wow.
But yet they've made so much progress on that front.
Wow. I'm gonna let that one sink in.
It's been a storm of personal growth in the last 48 hours for Lynn Vision.
I also want to give credit to FUT because that round got sketchy for a second with that bad X-Floud smoke, and they still kind of stuck to the plan, got their way out middle. And maybe that's because Lynn Vision didn't really prod the smoke at all or position behind it whatsoever.
This one's no cat setup, but it is that deep smoke. And I think with the amount of pushes that we've seen already, yeah, FUT are going to be, I think, respectful of this and throw out some of their default utility just to make sure everything's actually clear. You could see that Sue, after he flanked long that previous round, immediately ran back. Was sort of, I think, worried about even trying it, even though it was successful. I wonder if he'll bust that out again at some point this half.
Oh, that nade.
Solid.
Yeah.
Wow. 70.
Substantial. Westmelon gonna be flushed out. Goes for the headshots. Connects on 1. It is Demon again at a critical point of the round, getting kills here for FUT. Zachar awaits his chance to strike.
Flash no good.
And he misses. Tough shot with the double scope. Krebeni in spawn. They're gonna find him. Starry cautious enough on the approach to figure this out. We get Demon dropping in to die with no additional kill, and Krebeni remains stuck in this spot. 2 players in front of him. Deals with Amelia, and Cemetery's got that cover off the op. So man advantage, hard fought for here from FUT. Flash is great, and it opens the door for that Krebeni kill, but he holds his nerve, and we've got FUT with a hard fought battle, getting themselves 2 consecutive rounds.
That was a heads up play from Cemetery dropping into spawn. Krebeni could have been left to see if he gets 1 kill and survives, and then they could play off the clock, and the op goes in to make sure it's impossible to even get that trade. Excellent support. This is also a ridiculous place. Just full committing to the Molotov, knowing the exec was definitely taking place. 1 kill in that spot's obviously not quite enough.
Here's a little anecdote, now that we're versus USPs and shouldn't expect much, but Demon actually has one of my favorite screams in the Counter-Strike space. When a hard-fought round is won, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Mo, but he's top 3 undeniably.
What's the anecdote?
I don't know, think about that.
That's not a list that I've made, actually, but...
Yeah, think about it.
Yeah, we'll think about it.
It's just really nice bass.
Is Jabo one of them?
No. No, I mean, he's good. I love that he shouts,
Is
but...
Is Lake one of them?
No, I don't think so either. Hex is one of them.
Oh, okay,
But for him, for me, Hex is because of the sayings, the expressions.
Yeah.
I mean, welcome to the dystopian future is probably one of the most badass lines. And I think, honestly, Apex has to be up there just as #1.
Okay,
Remains
right.
king, just for being the trash talk king. He's also the most animated. So Apex for gestures, Hexed for creativity, and then Demon for the sheer audio experience. And with that, the USP round is over. So back to the game.
I think Lake.
Still thinking about it, eh?
I'm going to go Shiro.
Oh, that's a good one, too. No, you're right, though. The Banshee Whale.
Banshee, yeah. Always look forward to that.
For those of you at home, make your own list. Let us know. Email it to Blast or something.
Could throw Amelia in there, honestly.
Yeah, now that you say that, I hadn't really thought past Demon, okay? I was thinking on my toes. And so's Coolio. That's why he comes in, trying to fine-tune things. As FUT look to tie the game up, knowing Lynn Vision are back on full guns. Nobody's home, even though they're worried. I mean, a testament to how active Lynn Vision have been that FUT are even considering there's players in tunnels.
Oh, careful with these shoulder peeks. Doesn't expose himself. Oh.
Teammate loses the fight, though. This is going to be rough for Su. They're seeming cautious. Oh, he peeks out, gets the second dink. Looked like he was going to drop both riflers and then just had to dance with the op. But now instead, it's pressure from Westmelon. He's looking to hang on, but the flashes just totally shove him back down into the spawn.
Those flashes is kind of winded, eh?
Yes,
They'll
sir.
be able to run across, get this bomb planted. They'll have to toss it, but it's safe. CTs are already saving. Even though he did get the extra dink, because Zacher died, he needed 2 at least. Very strong start from Lynn Vision, but they have started to recede to the mean. And obviously when you bring tons of new stuff in, like, all right, we're going to address a lot of these things, you can't keep it up for a whole half once you start trying, you know?
Yeah, they came out of the gate swinging.
You really want to live that life, you got to live it every day, so. And we see even the very best, like we saw even Falcons struggle to sort of keep it flowing throughout an entire game. Not surprised that Lynn Vision have sort of just gone back to a few regular rounds here.
3 rounds left of a CT side as they try to maintain the lead. At least still majority alive facilitates buying next. And you can kind of pinpoint where things went south. Heavy emphasis comes out from FUT on long. One bullet away from shutting down both those riflers, but that's Counter-Strike. How often is it just one more bullet? And they don't actually buy anything else around this. Okay. Gonna keep 3 rifles, a couple deagles for the 2 players that didn't survive. And again, you can see the reaction Lots of bodies for Lynn Vision over towards long out of the gate, and it's going to be FUT to seize control of Catwalk with ease. Zacher puts a deagle up. That's the first line of defense. He lands the shot, but Krabeni's going to double down. 2 clean headshots as Westmelon unfortunately doesn't get the instant kill. He tries to reposition, and FUT were coming into this one looking for fisticuffs.
Don't mind the idea fair from Lynn Vision. It's just a bit of a gamble as whether or not FUT would try to take full-on long control. Going back to Cat, obviously, was never going to be super in their favor when FUT realized, hearing all those nades running down mid, that they could get this part of the map for free. That'll be the forever problem in this match for Lynn Vision. I don't think they'll ever be able to really erase the confidence of FUT.
If anything, I think frustration. This is the round where they just start to. This is the round where beat you on the head with your own success. So FUT get their revenge, tie this game 5 rounds apiece. The money that was kept last round, of course, going to offer up rifles now, and Zacher back to the op. Unfortunately for him, being that Desert Eagle for first contact means this Cat play never gets slowed down. And if it gets slowed down, maybe Westmelon gets into a better place. Maybe there's not as much conviction from FUT. But when you get an opening kill as quick as you did versus a Deagle, and then the next rifle also instantly dies.
Krabeni's got the op too. Guess I'll just drop that now.
They're flying. Missed shot. Whoa! Starry.
Huge punish. My goodness.
Goes for the door challenge. He's got Westmelon to play off him, so Lynn Vision are not just going to shell up here in the dying rounds of the CT half. Starry turns attention back. Shadow advantage makes the X-Cloud frag easy. Triple for Starry. Demon on the recovery goes down with nothing, and Krabeni may have swapped back to the AK, but he's got a 1v5 in front of him. They will continue to challenge, and Lynn Vision show teeth. They chomp a piece out of FUT in mid, and will at the very least have 6 at the end of this half.
That's just such a teachable moment right here. Lynn Vision, they go for another super aggressive mid setup, and they end up winning. Last 4 rounds have been all passive setups, not a single push, and they didn't put anything together. Look how much better they play when they do this. I'm sure they didn't want to let FUT back into the game, but they got to be really proud of themselves to get 6 now. This is more of a preset B lane. Obviously, it looks like FUT are ready to pop out long, but they've got tunnels control.
The Star, 7 of Starry's 9 highest rated maps this year, came on Dust 2.
Whoa.
Well,
there's some positive news.
Confidence he had last round kind of shows that. Missed chance for Call Me Sue. Jug's patience up in tunnels. Gets damage, but no frag. Into the mid doors goes Krabeni, and dropped at the hands of Starry, continuing to collect these kills. Him and Westmelon 11 apiece. And as the long pace fizzles out, they've got this late op play from Cemetery. Where'd that bullet go? Your guess is good as mine.
A little uncomfortable because he had the bomb. He gets that kill, he could cross. Now he doesn't know. And time is ticking, actually. I think that's kind of spoiled things. They could have still gone long, but now he doesn't want to. And they've actually got to come up with a new solution.
Zacher to reposition. Oh, they found their opening. They've got the op off the line, and Westmelon dead to Demon, who just challenges through. Starry's the flank. That's what they needed. 2 players dead, no time to plant. And so this is just going to be Starry running for the hills. As time fizzles out, it'll be a 7-5 CT half from Lynn Vision. Rock solid improvement, considering they had no CT rounds versus Falcons. FUT still with their hands full.
We're at the ACES ROG lab. It's Maui Snake and Vu, and we're going to be looking at some clips of pro players from last events And without the nameplates, we're gonna try to guess who created the highlight.
And this should be easy because we're looking at it in lightning fast refresh rate on pristine color from Asus ROG.
We're gonna be keeping score, but once you make your guess, you are locked in.
We're keeping score. I thought this was just for science.
Science and fun. All right, let's roll the first clip. I can tell you that this one is FaZe from 2025.
Who has these gloves?
Yeah, it's a weird skin combo.
Doesn't Brokey have? This is broken. It's broken. Lock it in. It's broken. It's like they're gonna lose this map.
Yeah.
He thinks about going for the night kill. He doesn't. He walks around a connector and then he no-scopes someone, and everyone's like, Brokey's got it, and then he's right back to being a bum.
All right, this one is the Huns 2025.
I know who this is. I can't remember his name.
I thought it was Score maybe is the only name I can't remember right now.
I don't think this is Score.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
it's someone else. Okay, if we can't remember the name, I'm gonna say that what happens next is he doesn't get a whole bunch of Deagle kills and makes one of the best clips of the year. I was watching this in my mind, but I can't remember the name.
Yeah. 9.
Next up, Furia 2026.
Oh, this is K Serato. This is gonna be the pistol ace where he flicks right.
Oh, this is such a sick clip.
It's one of the best highlights of the year. I think it's 4 kills.
Let's say 4. This is like the bounty, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something like the bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moose and
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one's insane. Next clip is gonna be Vitality from 2026.
Yeah, this is the Zaiwu flick.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the Zaiwu flick.
Oh, the one he purposely looks into the wall when he peeks so that he can flick really hard right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is
Zaiwu.
It is Zaiwu. He's gonna do a gratuitous flick to the right, yeah. This clip is Falcons 2025.
All right.
I'm taking Kyosuke. I think it's Kyosuke 5 kills.
Yeah, I'll give this Kyosuke 4.
The indecision in the action. Nico would have already thrown the nade, wouldn't have turned around.
Randomly swinging around shooting, that's Kyosuke in a nutshell.
Yeah, just looking for fights all the time. Well, GG, at least the highlights were incredibly clear thanks to this Asus ROG monitor.
I agree.
Lynn Vision leave us impressed with their improvements on the CT side. Now they've just got to do what they did on the attack against Falcons, and they could damn well win a map tonight versus FUT.
Yeah, this part they don't even really have to change. That was awesome what we saw on their T-side dust too. Wow, we got a lot of FUT players roaming. They don't see any mid setup, and they're actually leaning B now.
They're going to hear the long flashes. That'll draw everybody back, including Demon as the first player up through Cat. 2 to the ramp already. Couple more to go. They're going to box him in at least with lots of bodies flying out the long doors. Westmelon tucked into pit. Sue's going to offer up a distraction. We'll see what Westmelon can do once he gets active, but he's been found out. And so far, until he fought, it was all kills the other way. Westmelon with a double kill, the only piece of Lynn Vision so far to succeed. So Amelia picking one up equalizes this, and now it's health advantage over Krebeni capitalized on. X-Floud's Berettas rip one away.
Ooh, careful.
And bomb is not planted for CT spawn, but there's no kit, so it'd be an awkward 10-second defuse. He thought they'd bite, they do.
Oh, he actually,
he gets back on. Ooh, it's close. Yeah, it's fine. He's good. He should be good.
Yeah,
Come on, get
right.
good. Right?
Wow.
All's good, right?
Oh, yeah. Not even close.
And that's, you know, Amelia peeking in that exact moment. If only he got back into cover.
He was brave enough to not peek from that spot when, you know, he really didn't have many advantages with the bomb on default.
Yeah.
So nearly got it together.
What's crazy there is X-Floud trying to get to the defuse. Watch, bumps into the right there, can't reach it. Yeah. So scary. That's such a small detail in your movement, damn near cost you, but
Pistol win's a pistol win. Still Lynn Vision forced by off that plant.
Look how brave FUT are coming into a round like this with no kits. An op in play. Total equal spread of the map. It's also wild, man. Now, no one watching long.
Yeah.
Just relying on no pop flash. This is turning into a pretty big blind spot.
I'm shocked they're not afraid of it, but
could be a read on. They know.
Yo, gets there, Krabeni. Here's the flashes. Oh, finds it blind. Okay, they'll recover that way. Still kind of compromised as the MAC-10 emerges up from Cat, but never mind. Demon shuts down that side of the attack. A nice little spam through from Krabeni. And Starry is, again, a bit of a beast. This would have to be the ace. Onto the op swap. But the double scope might cost him if the Cat player peeks.
Need to get the bomb, unfortunately. Time's not on his side.
Nah, 15 seconds, has to scoop that up, run over. I mean, if he sprints it out, he'll go for it, but they just want that op in the next round.
To be honest, the HE could kill him, but yeah, they'll just get out of there, so no chance at this.
It's honestly a pretty solid steal, considering this is FUT's op. Oh. You deny them their sniper save. FUT will be well aware that this op has now moved into the next round, but I'm curious what Lynn Vision want to play with. It feels like now, because they at least have an op, it's like, well, you've got options.
That was the crazy risk of the round to invest into an op versus what is going to be a low buy.
Right. No, what was crazy was investing into an op versus a low buy and nobody watching long.
Yeah.
Oh, but he gets it there while blind. And FUT clean up to tie the game 7-all. So real question will be, what can Starry get done with that Kevlar op? He had the long spawn. And so, makes sense to try to capitalize off that spawn. Work with what the game gives you. They'll know about that op's opening position, and he will try to move elsewhere. There's a bit of a mini game even within this round for Lynn Vision, and that is kind of just don't even give the op back.
Yeah, if he comes anywhere close to dying, he needs to throw that out because FUT has spent all their money. Westmelon shoots at nothing. I mean, they'll see T to peek at the moment. But Krabeni has an HE, so they do have to be careful about this. Whoa, the push with not using any of his nades. Okay.
B splits on. If you peek window, the op could pick you.
xFloud sees one, then it's on. Yeah.
That's why xFloud remains passive in the window, because there's odds are the op's still stationed back, and all's good. As you'd anticipate, pistols don't get much.
They actually used the HE to allow him to peek in the window in the first place, because they would all be turned around. Just very solid protocols. And yeah, now it's just, let's shroud that op in secrecy and get out of here.
Tech9 trying to hold them at bay, probably to guarantee Starry's save.
And it is a touch risky to even try to look for this op. They all could use an extra little bit of money.
Yeah. So Starry departs with basically all that Lynn Vision came into this round with. It's pistols in the dirt, FUT with a lead. For the very first time this game. And now obviously that op changes hands over to Zacher as Lynn Vision come in with their first buy round on the T side. A reminder, friendly reminder in fact, if you'd ever like to live trade the game, you can do so at Polymarket. Every game, every day, all day long.
Really expecting a delayed long take. Doesn't happen just yet. and still weighing their options. See if they molly bricks if they're actually worried about a op. Yeah, they might be, even though there is none.
I'm sure it feels like if FUT were willing to buy that op round 2, that they'd try to emphasize it in this one as well. But no, it's not the case. M4 is in hand for all of FUT,
It's just
waiting.
they didn't lose anyone last round. They didn't have an op either.
Frag into the pack. It's a bit of chip damage. Could have been worse. Zacker's got the coverage. Oh!
2 off
that is FUT's op used against them. Took a little while to get there, but thanks for the helping hand. 5v3 on site, all thanks to the op coverage as those CTs try to kind of frazzle the approach. It is great coverage by Zacher, and the first gun round of this T side ties the game again.
It's pretty lovely. I mean, they don't overcomplicate it. They throw, you know, all the correct stuff to just approach this safely. They use the op that they saved. That's been so valuable. Survived 3 rounds, and ooh, actually FUT have to be careful about losing anybody else. Wow, Kriveni still gets that kill. He's got a player behind him too if they try to double down on killing him.
Feels like Lynn Vision happy to let this rest at a 4v2.
That's really nice. I mean, they get the bomb down at 30 seconds. They don't waste too much time. It was really on FUT to try to find something.
Here we see it from Zacher. It's going to be a bit of a shooting gallery. Ready for both points of contact.
All because of good utility.
Yes, sir. Makes his job that much easier. Coolio wants in.
FUT will not win this game easily. Lynn Vision are playing at their best right now. And even though Dust 2 was an issue for Lynn Vision in closing the game, then their map pool as well, they had that, I think it was the Ancient map. They really beat all the stats.
Blind as a bat. Kriveni, though, good timing. Peels Amelia off the backside of the push, and he finds the headshot onto Starry, who has been frying with rifles. So good on Kriveni for winning those 2 separate head-to-heads.
I mean, he's 17 and 10, leading the way right now for FUT.
And that's a 4v5 recovery, technically, with Cemetery dying empty-handed. Jugs keeps aggression going through tunnels quietly. There's a real possibility to pinch this bomb in a second. Oh, but Zacher catches him. And that cat smoke was, I believe, still up a bit. So an exchange of util that frees up the bomb. The bomb is just going to go running over to that B site, totally separated from its one only teammate over on A still.
Yeah, they're in jeopardy of this getting retaken.
Westmelon's looking to make a move, and if he can,
I mean, if he shoots from here, though, if he shoots from here, they're just going to jump on his teammate.
Exactly, so he's going to try to close this distance instead, and the Molotov is perfect. The spray's a bit messy, a second CT spotted, at least piecing together the picture, but with Zacher dead, they're on top of this already. Westmelon's going to have to sprint all the way through, and so Lynn Vision see an opening, but it's an opening not every player's in a good position for.
I think he just had to delay the bomb plant. Hold the site for a second. It's not going to get retaken while you're still haven't planted and they don't know where one other person is. And then when that flank comes in close, you start throwing utility as if you're trying to establish on the site. Oh, my teammate's a little late from tunnels. Then they get close, get a kill, get the plant, and then he can come and help out. They were in a hurry to get that money, but at least they get that money. feel like Jugs is having kind of a struggle session at this event.
He's 4-11 right now.
Yeah. Sometimes goes absolutely bonkers. And that push absolutely shut down.
Sorry, man. Locked in. Jugs is not going to be able to pop up for free here. Util sails by him. Teammate distracts. He catches Westmelon, but Zachar's op has been sharp enough.
Wow, there was probably barely anything showing for him to get that kill.
Now he's got the advantage.
Oh, he's sharp.
Love
man.
that.
Exacto
No
knife.
other op for him to have to handle. Confident that he's got the better line, and sure enough, he could have just gone for the bomb plant, and we would have said, hey, good opening on the site. The fact that he just solidifies the round, and we're going back and forth now. Tied at 8-all, tied at 9-all. Both teams down to a single tack pause. You see these coaches wanting to get in. It feels like we're at that critical juncture in the game, and Lynn Vision respond with what looks like majority alive. And there was a move here, right? FUT try to take that opening gambit. Starry shuts it down.
That was a crazy looking move. He ran through every piece of utility. Smoke molly and flash. And then there was a guy waiting for him.
Jugs is currently on pace to have his worst ever LAN rating in a FUT jersey.
Damn.
Looking to turn that around today.
Right after such a good event.
And man of the hour in the face of the onslaught, dies to the flying MAC-10. Amelia just goes for it. Big Amelia energy. From 6-12 to 8-13 with the double MAC-10 entry. Guarantees this one, so Lynn Vision touch double digits first.
You know, they were waiting for a chance to go B. Their early game plan versus Falcons was like 4 B hits in a row. Here they played it a little slow on that, but this is what they're most confident doing. And if Jugs is going to have a really rough game over in B, this is the time to do it.
All right, little freebie upgrade for Krebeni. Amelia trying to rally the troops as he was used as the tip of the spear. Watch this flying MAC-10 entry. That's a man committed to his cause.
I wonder as we grow later into this half if now Lynn Vision start just leaning B a little bit harder. I feel like they've done enough where FUT do have to worry about the cap plays. Lynn Vision have shown that will take long, but someone's having a bad game. It's never a bad idea, especially on a site that's hard to retake on any map. Just keep doubling down. Hold Jugs to the fire there and see if he can actually put together a hold at least one of these rounds.
At least this time he's on more than just the 5-7. They've already managed the cross, not spotted by Zachar. Long play this time, heavy hit here from Lynn Vision. They've got the CT off on retreat. Amelia once again finding output, not kills per se. But you've got Demon and Cemetery down to 19 health combined, and all 5 members of Lynn Vision out long, which did open this sort of a push for Krebeni.
This is excellent. There's no stragglers, however, so just in the 5 take, and with 2 players this low, that will make a difference. Everybody knows what's up now. There's a lot of mind games that take place at a minute here on the long cross. That smoke can get blown open. Sometimes you want to go a little bit more quickly. This might be one of those.
Starry almost jumping on it as the smoke was popping. He'll find the headshot to Demon. They also heard Cemetery's op out here on elbow, so he'll track that one down. The op shot confirming somebody was back there.
Two low HP players dead.
Zacher holds flank, off angle, finds Krabeni off guard. Starry, a third kill. And he's gonna go chasing down X-Floud, trying to sweep all these guns under the rug. Lynn Vision, after a back and forth tied game twice, look to pull ahead 11-9.
Happy to say this is fantastic CS out of Lynn Vision. Already got through their demons of having to have a good CT side. We have no questions about their T side overall. This is a championship level team that they're going up against once again. They're proving themselves quite nicely.
Let them know, Amelia. That one saved M4, all they've got. So chance for Lynn Vision to lay it on thick, secure 3 map points. And with the decisiveness of these last couple of rounds, it's really cool to see Lynn Vision's strategies stick their landing.
This round is carte blanche. I mean, they have an anti-eco. They can go wherever they'd like. They've already produced tons of variety so far, this T side. They have way better guns, so it's just about committing properly and watching for timings like this.
Just keep those AKs out of their hands as well. That would have been a one for Krabeni, but the 5-7 gets a little wild. Nice wall bang. Juke's trying to do what he can. All in from Catwalk. Could lead them into Demon's 5-7. That flash found a lot of targets, but they popped the smoke open. Demon not ready for that move. And Juke's not able to find more than just his one. Still a player on site. Too bad it's a USP. There is low health on a lot of players here. Oh, but they managed to get by. I mean, 31 HP, 30 now for the 3 players of Lynn Vision that do get tagged up. So there was a world FUT do at least rack up some damage, maybe a gun exchanges hands. Things could have gotten weird, but hey, it's secured at the end of the round, and that is indeed 3 map points.
It almost feels like this would be one of the least likely upsets, obviously, with everything, even with everything we've seen, just because we talked about, of all the teams, Legacy and FUT are the 2 you expect to be really consistent. But unlike in those other games, it's like FUT could be playing better, don't get me wrong. But Lynn Vision, we've seen all the changes. They're actually playing a very solid 2-way game of Dust 2, way better than they did versus Falcons. They nearly beat them there. All through the timeouts now.
I think it's really fun that we go from the decider of Falcons Dust 2 third map to now first map on the same side. That was really cool to go from the last half of the Falcons loss to the first half of FUT, exact same position, totally different looking team. You know, some critics will say, are they even trying? And then you see an example of this, and it's like, yeah, that's what hard work in 24 hours does.
What country is that guy from?
Who knows? We've all got them. You know what I mean? They're everywhere. I don't want to play as a female character. Okay.
That's a very recent reference.
Active move into tunnels, spots nothing. Really light nades here, huh, for FUT?
Wow, big risk here from FUT, man. They have no kits. They're going to get destroyed if they lose the B side. It comes down to Jukes. He has 6 kills.
Man.
Worst tournament so far. He's alone. No mid players. Every single player on the other team's coming this direction. And this could be a curtain call. I mean, you almost want to disrespect this smoke. Surely, they're ready to go.
Yeah, life can come at you fast, and Lynn Vision will come at you faster. Two players on the charge. He's outside the door, and he still finds the lineup. He gets away from it in his support system, holds off the one other player.
Incredible.
That doesn't hit tunnels, so good on Jukes. Gets away from the Tuns exit, finds a way to still establish some impact. Otherwise, this would have had to been a pretty heavy retake with bodies on site. Instead, 5v2. They could still lose this. Watch. Oh! Zacker's got a second. Loses the op fight. And as Cemetery swaps guns, it's the Tunnels player to stick the retake. FUT survived the first of 3 needed.
Wow. Dukes took a huge risk there going retake. But also, he was alone, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. I'm going to say he had to get 2 kills there. He put up both, stayed alive the entire time. Damn, Lynn Vision were made. They could not have picked a better site at a better time versus a better player. Still 2 to go to bring us to an overtime. And Lynn Vision haven't had any sloppy rounds on T side.
That's why it's fair to still have high expectations for what's left of this offense. But right now, really heavy push off catwalk by FUT. That's the kind of setup that could certainly catch you off guard in the middle of your approach. 2 players along the wall. Krabeni, great cover and a great kill to drop a guy like Starry who's sitting on 24 frags, but the flash, it finds them, and Westmelon right there to replace his fallen comrade, which means 4v3 Lynn Vision. They found themselves an edge.
That was just excellent. They knew that Smalley wasn't smoked and they had to go. They organized really quickly, and even this move is great. They've got Long wide open.
Very active attack from Lynn Vision. Very different looks as this T side has gone on. They hold their nerve and they wait for that peek. Oh, great shot from Zacher, just well prepared and ready. He was here early, so he had that extra level of patience waiting for the cross. And now, xFloud and Jugs gonna have to rotate into this 2v4 on the A site. Not a retake just yet, but the Cat player smoked off if he even gets there. There's still this top mid play from Call Me Sue. xFloud dead, and so unfortunately it's all on Jukes. He hears the bomb plant, hears the shots from Carr. Knows 3 positions, but the trade out of Zacher means Lynn Vision get this one over the line. After a heartbreaking loss to Falcons with 0 CT round wins, they show us real improvements day to day. And at the very least, start this elimination best of 3 by winning their map pick.
It was fantastic signs from Lynn Vision here on Dust 2, and what we saw was maybe potentially just a flash in the pan of Lynn Vision going up against Falcons a couple days ago and how good their their CT side was. It feels like now it actually is a good CT side.
Yeah, I mean, their CT side still had some struggles, right? They start out 5-0 up. They end up tying it up 5-5 before they get a couple rounds back based around some missed shots on the FUT side. But still, I mean, much more impressive than we saw against Falcons on the CT side. And then the T side, more of the same. I mean, we saw them go for some more split up plays at the beginning. Then they realized, hey, this is just not going to work out. And then they just stack up together. They go for 3-2s, 4-1s. They go 5 out long. And FUT just couldn't counteract that.
No, credit to Lynn Vision on this one. I feel like Symmetry is going to want a handful of those op shots back. I was I didn't expect Jugs to have this hard of a time, though. You see, towards the tail end of the game, he kind of got into it himself. He was sitting on 5 kills for maybe 75% of this game, and so I was kind of shocked about that. But for the side of Lynn Vision, I mean, they just knew exactly how they wanted to play. They were they were really grouped up through so many of those hits. Amelia was a ferocious entry on some of those kind of takes, even though he ends up with 10 and 14. I bet he has like 5 assists or something like that. He did a lot of damage despite not always closing out the kills.
I mean, just looking at that scoreboard, seeing the difference between Symmetry and Zacher there, it is what you guys were talking about, alluding coming into Dust 2, just how difficult it is misses for the side of FUT, but more specifically Symmetry.
Well, they even picked T-side FUT there going into Dust 2 because they probably are very aware of their own shortcomings on that. And also, I would just say, localize it to the fact that Symmetry just looks really confused sometimes on this one. The time when he left long completely open, when Lynn Vision were flanking him, and then one of his first and only op kills for the entire half was just fully blind, just kind of lucky all in all. But we could even just jump into it. There was round 16 through this one where there was a full exec coming off the short side where Symmetry just eats every single piece of utility. Like, you couldn't ask him to look more, like, if you ask Symmetry, walk outside and stare in the sun, this is what it looks like, okay? Like, he was completely blind this one. He was eating flames, eating flashes, and just an all-in-all just polished exec coming out of Lynn Vision. Nothing complicated, nothing flashy, nothing crazy that we haven't seen before, but just well done.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be complicated in situations like that. I think the unfortunate thing is you see Jugs have a hard game, you call that a weak performance, because he's got the same amount of kills as Symmetry. Yep. This is, I would love to see, this is a B-Trams one, pull up the stats for Symmetry in 5v5, 4v4s, and Symmetry in clutches, because I feel like he's actually a really solid player when you get him in the clutch. It's the early round where you need your opper to deliver. That's where we want our oppers delivering. That's where he struggles the most.
It's a shame that it has to get to that point then when you have to have your back against the wall to see him show up for himself. Just be that stable piece there. But I do want to look towards more of what Lynn Vision did right, especially in the first half, because we're coming into this. We know Dust 2 is very heavily something that they love for themselves. We saw how well it was going for the side of against Falcons, that when we see it this time around, we're hoping that there has been a lot more work put into what is going to be their CT side.
Yeah, when I looked at this against Falcons, it looked like they were scared. Then you play against a team of FUT where you could forgive them for being a little more scared. They were much more active. I feel they were in the right positions quite often. Westmelon, even getting mollied out, still picks up the 1 kill here. But this is really indicative of the way FUT play, and this is why Lynn Vision said, you know, we know the way they play strategically. You have Demon drop into CT. They're trying to support this fight. They're not giving Lynn Vision any space to actually get back into this round. This is why you have the 5-round comeback here from 5-0 down. They're consistently trying to fight, and you had 2 players on long there for Lynn Vision, and they didn't even get to activate before 3 players dropped into CT, and you're fighting all the way towards middle there. That's kind of the indicative FUT style that Lynn Vision were prepared for, but you still have to hit your shots.
It did feel like FUT is trying to drag Lynn Vision, because when FUT is playing against some of the top elite European opposition, they almost drag them into the mud a little bit. They're very brawly. They like to do a lot of early plays, but Lynn Vision, they welcome that. They're totally used to that. If you take the nameplates off, you'd think this is Asians versus Asians. I mean, like, that's what it looks like when you watch CS over there. So I don't think they were really all too. They're not looking at that game thinking, wow, we were shocked by how the way FUT's so active.
I mean, it really showed later on in that half as well, right? Round 11 is the one that we're looking at, Vu, where they realize FUT wants to have that play style. They want to be aggro, and they go, actually, you know what? Let's hit him with the same sort of medicine here.
Yeah, they were incredibly active. This is a great indicative round of the game. Symmetry misses an easy op shot, easy-ish. Starry insta headshots him right back, and then you expect Starry to fall back, usually take the 5v4. Nope, he's going to stay up here. They're going to go for full mid control. They've got a player up on short trying to fight towards suicide. You've got 2 players dying in lower, and then you've got Kerbeni left in a 1v5. And this is stopping the comeback from Lynn Vision. This is pretty much the whole game in a nutshell. You have an aggressive play from Lynn Vision. They're trying to stay active. Cemetery whiffs, and then the round collapses right after that.
That's the standard flowchart for that entire game right there. Yeah, that epitomizes it.
What was the meme you were saying yesterday, the clock one, where you start here and then it's just the rinse and repeat?
You're in a FUT Lynn Vision round. First thing, Symmetry misses. Second, gets killed. Third, chaos ensues.
Fourth, win the round. Go on and go forth there.
Fifth, give Cemetery another off.
Okay. All right, guys. He had a rough one there. I'm sure they're going to have that conversation and talk about it later. But the big key point to that is, sure, you can, not saying you can, like as in you should be doing it, but even if the AWPer misses, to be able to be in a position where you're comfortable enough to contest that, you got to give props to Starry, right? Especially in that round there and time again on this map.
Yeah, I like the adjustment from the team that he's coming out lower. They have players pushing up short. They take all the control and they don't let it go back. They don't let it go away. Starry this entire game, though, I mean, you can see that shot from Symmetry. Most AWPers, they're going to miss that and they're going to get away. You just have a 5v5 where you lose a little bit of control. Hitting that shot from that range is a really tough shot, and then having the confidence to stick stick around and stay in that position. I mean, you could argue FUT could have cleared it a little better, but still, he sticks around, hits his shots, and that's what we saw from Starry all game long. Just shot after shot. He's always in good position. He's going to get the frag for you, and he really never let let Lynn Vision down this entire game.
If you were making a Chinese super team, Starry is 100% right on that team. I mean, I think that him and Jam Young are the two most explosive players from the region, and he showed a lot of that ability here as he imposed himself on D2.
I mean, look at his stats here, just an amazing one for himself. And I do also have that question. You're saying he's a star player if you were to build that dream team, but does it continue on? Is he also a consistent player? Because that's the question sometimes you guys have the caveat. Yeah, he stepped up here, but is he going to step up again when we see him in another best of 3 on another map?
The concern I have with Lynn Vision is so many of their players look strong and then they play the top opposition and they continually falter. There's a reason they haven't won a best of 3 against an international team since April.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, but Starry is, I would say, one of the more consistent players on this team in that if you look at Zacher, he might pop off the page against regional competition, but he falls off quite heavily when you play international competition. Starry, I think, still does have some of that consistency, although I'm not sure you generally are going to expect him to pop off to this degree multiple games in a series.
I mean, Zacher looked good this time around. I don't know what you're saying. You're singing a different song over here, Viv.
It's a little easier for your opera. It's a little easier for your opera when your entries are getting so much done.
That, and also I feel like in the op head-to-head, he was probably just destroying too. So I felt like he was less perturbed or bothered by anybody. But if it was, say him versus a Molodoy, he'd probably get eaten up.
Oh, I'm just also intrigued then that Lynn Vision coming into this, they go, we actually think that FUT is a more difficult opponent for us than Falcons. And I'm wondering, is that really true? Were they maybe trying to play coy with me here and they were like setting expectations low despite them being phenomenal players?
That's a tough one. I don't know why Gum said that necessarily, that Falcons is somehow easier to play against. I think he says that because he has properly anti-stratted Falcons in the past, and he found that they didn't change too much on certain maps, whereas FUT, as we could see, they have a variety of ways that they want to call rounds. They're usually fast tempo, but you don't know if they disguise what their play is pretty well. You don't know if it's going to be a 4-1 where they're coming out long or through B, or they're going to be actually going through all the stages of mid control. So yeah, they're a little harder to keep track of.
I mean, when I look at this one, I think Lynn Vision just played their brand of CS on the CT side, and they definitely did not do that against Falcons. They were scared. They weren't taking control. This is like a whole different team when we see them on the CT side. If they played like that against Falcons, they could have won that series, absolutely.
I don't even think it's a could have. I think they would have, right? It's way easier to say that, but they are in this best of 3, and we're still looking towards who is going to come out on top, because whilst Lynn Vision won map 1, we still have Anubis map 2 coming up after this break. Lynn Vision showing themselves new and improved on Dust 2, and they take map number 1. But now the question remains, is Anubis going to be strong for them, knowing that it is FUT's map pick here?
Yeah, this is definitely a more comfortable map for FUT. I think this is a map they're very happy to be on. And on the other side, you have a Lynn Vision that really struggles on this map. They have a higher win rate on their CT side than their T side, so they ended up picking the CT side, which most teams aren't doing recently. I think this is a heavy favorited map for FUT.
The only concern for FUT probably comes in xFloud, who didn't really play this on his last roster of Heroic. It's, in fact, before he joined FUT, it was a whole year of him not playing the map. And so in the 2 maps that he's played with FUT thus far, he has a pretty paltry 0.7 something rating. And it's really just been kind of a strugglesome session watching him play on those entries, especially on the T side, where in the brief stuff that I watched of him, it was just more like he's swinging and then he reacts to what he sees instead of envisioning where that next fight's actually going to come from.
So if xFloud might not be as comfortable and as strong here, and we might see a dip in his performance, who are you hoping steps up, fills that gap to ensure it's still a FUT-favored map?
Well, I feel like actually Kerbeni can get really freaky. That's something that they probably need to just, well, I don't know how freaky they need to get to beat Lynn Vision, who aren't that sick on this map, but he's kind of the guy that can sometimes be a little bit of a thorn in the side or control a lot of the action in the middles of the map.
Yeah, I like Kerbeni on the T side, and maybe we look more towards a Zhugs or a Demon on the CT side to close the door, and then we're going to head to a map 3.
Okay, nice and simple like that. No freakiness needed. Instead, it's going to come in our casting duo, Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, we'll bring the freakiness if we need to, but Anubis has got to be where this comeback starts now. FUT are genuinely facing elimination from Blast Open Porto. That's not a sentence I thought I was going to say at the start of the day, but here we are.
You did, because you said it on the second round.
Okay, well, that was a hypothetical. I still didn't believe it. Polymarket predictors still have this one painted FUT victory. It's just that much closer now. And understandably, Lynn Vision played that first map fantastically.
Yeah, they earned it. They just played better. They played better overall. They earned it. And yeah, what was crazy again was taking Anubis from Falcons when it was at 20% win rate for them. I don't have any doubts about them now at any part of their map pool, because we don't know how much they've improved, because clearly it's a lot. They put in a lot of effort here. This is an excellent looking Lynn Vision so far. I mean, I'm not going to fault them if they end up losing this map. That would not be a surprise to me either. But at this point, I think it's FUT who are more concerned. And I mean, Jukes has one good round to keep the map alive, but his overall performance at this event is looking really rough, and that is going to be a huge problem, because he could be the star of the show. So yeah, it really can come down to, I mean, normally it doesn't have to come down to just one guy on a team this stacked. But if Lynn Vision are going to be both great at teamwork and great individually, then it will. Also, best op on the server was Zacher, right? That was the other part of.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
that wasn't as nearly as good.
Yep. Awesome to see his output. I mean, it was immediate as well. Zacher's off impacts.
Yep. He is fast.
I almost feel like you could feel it from the pistol round with those 2 headshots from Catwalk boosted on the box. So nice to see that Lynn Vision brought new strategies, fresh tactics, a layer of confidence, and also backed it up with strong mechanical showings. I mean, Starry had his name plastered across almost every damn round back on Dust 2. But enough of Dust 2. Let's get into Anubis.
Dust 3.
Yeah. Westmelon on Platts. Looking like a sudden pop. He wants a flash to try to fight with. Starry dead with nothing with those Berettas, so it's going to be FUT to break through this defense. At least the original pieces. And the rest of Lynn Vision still kind of stuck out towards mid-bridge. Jukes has another challenge coming his way in a moment. Rock solid opening for FUT. They know what they wanted. They got what they wanted. And Lynn Vision quite literally put up 0 fight in this first round of map 2.
It's actually not a bad way to start with their setup. Just the duelies didn't stay long enough for the flash to take effect. And then I think xCloud got his killed while blind. So almost everything went the way Lynn Vision wanted to, except just not getting the kills fast enough. We'll see how they do starting on the back foot.
Haven't had a map of Anubis from Lynn Vision on land since Cologne, where they got absolutely shredded. But like you said, kind of all the history gets thrown out the window when they can show us improvement day to day. Westmelon starts it with the 5-7 headshot, makes this round a little more interesting. There's a whole lot of Kevlar bodies around this bomb site. And FUT don't control the back of the site. They just smoke things off, and that's going to allow the counter-terrorists to just gather up behind it. They are playing with no kit. And now they're out of flash, so they have a smoke to try to move forward if they want to. They've got this long flank coming into position as well, but the FUT pieces start pulling players off the bomb site. And that's going to really just even lessen any impact Lynn Vision could think about next round. You know, you had a position here where you could have gotten away, saved these 4 Kevlar pistols, and hoped to put them in place next round. Instead, Starry will be lucky if he gets out of here alive. And so it's all flushed down the drain. Lynn Vision, do they take anybody else? No, sir. Cemetery escapes, and so majority up for FUT as they convert the pistol.
That's what they're looking for right now. Just a couple kills to kick off for Jugs. They got 2-0 start here. Obviously, it's also their map pick, which means they have a bit more to prove on it. Interesting that Lynn Vision actually go for CT side to start, considering they had choice.
Pistol maxing. FUT on a 7-0 T-side Anubis pistol round streak. Now that is positive news.
Yeah. It's getting a little too positive now. I did one for Starry.
Sure.
Get back to hate max.
All right, yeah, we need one more hateful pop-in, please, B-Trams. Not to tell you how to do your job, but it's just a request. As we wait to see whether Lynn Vision's first gun round can change things. Zacher on the op, that's a promising sign. Like we said, looks so good with it. Back on Dust 2. But FUT just flowing through these opening rounds. Really haven't hit any hiccups.
Damn, they're not wasting time.
They know what they want and they'll take it. Mid-opening duel goes their way. Sue, the first casualty. 0-4 start here on Anubis.
I'm a big fan of those strats that are like, go fishing. Let's just grab a kill, but I got you on a line. We'll bring you back, reset totally, leave you with no one to find. No way to rotate freely through the middle of the map either, but whoa, that's a freebie for Zacher. Eyes wide open on this, and well, FUT are gonna come through. Zacher will turn around, so that works out nicely.
Emerge through, but nobody else here, right? So good on Zacher to get the double kill, but
still worth a sniff. They have a kit. Lots of utility.
Demon hangs on in E-box. There's the utility to drop in front of it to just kind of take the wind out of the sails if Lynn Vision wanted to take a sniff. Well, it's kerosene they smell. Burns out, frag in first. 2 players layered back here, and this flash from Westmelon could set up Amelia. They dodge it, he gets his 1. Will Lynn Vision still continue with this chance?
2 smokes, not using them yet.
Oh, he comes through, Westmelon. That's the kid as well on him.
Smokes now.
He's gonna smoke off the bomb, get on top of it, 5-second stick.
There we go.
And they've nailed that retake. You're kidding. Okay, Lynn Vision, respect.
Yeah, it was great. They had the time to do it. They set up all their utility nicely.
I'm curious, Westmelon gets through E-box, catches Demon off guard. There's a fire burning in here, and he took no damage getting past it. Pushing through E-box with the kid. I just didn't catch who threw it.
Not sure.
This here. Yeah, just gets around it. 'Cause obviously, if that's Demon's Molotov. Trusting maybe an early warning, not the case.
From a 4v5 there at Lynn Vision. A very aggressive start to the last round out of FUT.
from the opening fishing kill out middle to absolutely no presence mid either team. There's just this early exchange of utility long A and a pretty quick departure from the FUT players to go join up into this B split. We get a double up just on the exit of E-Box. Starry and Westmelon flushed back. Gotta be worried that that long smoke gets popped open in the meantime. Westmelon feeling like his positions are limited, but he will still hold his ground with a kill and a half. Starry finds one from the long exit. Good smoke spam out from Krabeni off jail, but a third piece on this B defense in the form of Kalmisu, and he goes down with nothing.
Key from Krabeni. Oh, I shut down everything now.
Great hold and great headshots. Certain explosiveness to the T side from FUT 5 rounds in. They'll leave these round wins from Lynn Vision as nothing but a one-off.
FUT always show us how quickly you can actually set up full execs. You know, all the same positions, approached pretty safely, just a little bit faster than normal, and they get to E-Box, everything looks valid. They aren't taking any crazy risks by doing it. And they simply do not waste time. Just such a key trait from Krabeni. If he doesn't get the spam timing, it feels like for sure the second E-Box player will die. He was already low. Oh, it was blown open.
Yeah, backed up into it like he had real cover. So that site gets smoked. And the only thing Lynn Vision have on the scoreboard is that 3v4. Zacher had the right idea, but just doesn't get any confirmation that his counterpart was down there, and is the only op to work with this round for Lynn Vision. The only gun would have been real great for that sniper to have gotten a kill in either of these chances.
That's a gift that Krabeni doesn't die. Zacher now has to try to find a new place to go. Luckily he's in middle. He can go to either site easily. Hard to read here for FUT. They also don't overthink these anti-ecos normally, so expecting a decision on the site soon. They have to calculate for that op.
Ooh. An adventurous move from Westmelon, shut down. But if it gets them moving towards this op, then it could get it moving towards a Lynn Vision round win. He's gonna pop open smoke, but 3 players crossed already, and so Starry in a tough position. Oh, made even more tough by a total lack of impact with that deagle. Not one bullet landed there, Mo.
Bullet, yeah, that's unlucky.
That's why I buy 5.7s.
At least Zacher gets to hang on to the op.
Yeah, unlucky that he had a couple chances. Didn't actually get anything to shoot at when he was peeking through the window. Through the window he didn't. Across the bridge he did.
Yeah.
That one would have been the chance. But I thought maybe even picking off Cemetery when he was the bottom of the stairs. That duel doesn't come his way. The duel that does, he whiffs. And so FUT dodge danger in this one and build up that bank. If we've learned anything about Lynn Vision, though, it's that the next time they play CT side Anubis, they're going to be really good.
I'd say nothing terrible about it so far compared to their Dust 2, where they're actually trying things.
Yeah.
So still looking at good things, but FUT are just playing very, very well.
Obviously trying to course correct here before this half gets really out of control. The op goes looking towards E-Box once more. That's an invitation and a half. But the op doesn't connect.
Well, Molly misses. We'll move the CT out of position, and they'll walk into this and still get the kill. Crazy.
Great shot from Cemetery. Amelia locked in now. He's got nowhere to run. Had to commit to the duel. At least gets his one. But we've already got utility down in position. FUT were very prepared to move into this execute quickly. A Molotov into heaven for good measure. And cautious just at the right time. So FUT are just such a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and with Cemetery having such a good game now compared to Dust 2, opening kills like that are unreal. I mean, I'm actually shocked that he out-opt Zacher, who's super quick, is on the angle, knows exactly where this peak is coming from, and is looking pretty ready for it.
And was having a great day. So we know the form's not too far gone, but Cemetery really perfect with that one. And obviously, nature of the setup, Amelia was do or die, and they asked a lot of him versus all of FUT. 6-1 secured.
Clean peek.
Zacher sets the stairs on fire, trying to flush them in. Oh, there we go. Call me Sue from window. There's an incendiary thrown from the A site through the window that kind of separates the pack there. They run into the cutout in Canal, and Call Me Sue is just afforded the peek down. Because the stairs are mollied, no one in position to really hold that. And always tough shots when you peek out that window and have to look straight down.
Totally.
Not a fun duel to take, but he nails them. Man advantage earned by Lynn Vision as they seek that second round win. FUT boost a player back through it, and Krebeni's going to find some real vacancy here in mid. And Cemetery just peels
So
Amelia
good at
off. Damn near same angle, and Krebeni finds his down through camera. Man advantage robbed right back by FUT, and these last remaining Lynn Vision players nowhere close enough to stop this plan.
Lynn Vision are going to take this series. They're going to have to do it with FUT, looking like they're at full strength. Again, really just speaks to how well they played on Dust 2 to make that upset happen. The FUT are just right back to it. I wonder if they have any regret starting CT or if they're just happy to get it out of the way. Usually if the map CT favored and you pick a T side, it's because economically you can make more mistakes. And in this case, that's why it kind of makes sense. You get the good side and you can make more mistakes. You start T, but I wonder why they went for it this way.
Again, I mean, you couldn't tell me if that was this most recent round or the round prior. It's the exact same angle, exact same damn near pixel perfect peak. And it cracks the A side open. Add to that Krebeni's kill through camera, which was just as slick. Yeah. Lynn Vision getting tossed around on Anubis, but Starry will just drop out the window, get first blood, traded instantly with as many players that were there, and Zacher will not be allowed to get away. They do it again!
No way, he's almost got three.
If only he had the A4.
He almost did it again.
Amelia's going to push out through a long. That's going to finish off X-Floud and control Canals, but we've already got the answer. Krabeni down through cameras, got the bomb here right behind him, and so Amelia drawn back into the action from long A. At least this time around, it's a 2 versus 2. The one round Lynn Vision have was an unlikely retake. Will they take a second look at this, or do they let it go?
I mean, not going for this is kind of wild, actually. Like, I'm pretty sure Amelia knew with them both running that it was going to be the A side. Yeah, okay. Well, man, the clock is already killed, though.
Yeah, 17 seconds on this bomb. Hit only on West Melon. Amelia comes in late. What? Diffuser goes down. It's a 10-second defuse, and so he can't win this. Nice try, Amelia. Can't scoop it up in time. Bomb's gonna pop. Very late return to that bomb site. Felt like they were of two minds.
He was looking for something. I thought he heard both players running, so I thought for sure the rotation could be quick. They know there's no actual lurker in this spot, but maybe he couldn't hear them both.
Crazy. Then we get this window peek again.
Yeah, and to be fair, they actually added more to the play. They had 2 players pushing out of E-box. He came in, which honestly I would have expected him to push twice there. And he delivered a 2K spray transfer once again.
Just unfortunate.
Running out of camera with her knife out was a little weird.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if he didn't have to go... Okay, hold on. We've got another early hit. Starry's going to be under pressure. Molotov in front of him. Can't manage to hang on to more than just the one frag. Call Me Sue lines up damage onto the offer. Solid stuff from him. A little bit more output versus Krabeni, but Jukes holds off that flank as Amelia looks to get active. And the tempo that FUT are playing right now, I mean...
It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, it is, but Lynn Vision probably feel like they're just dodging traffic. Some of these rounds flying by at 100 kilometers an hour.
Because again, it's not like they say, okay, rush, and then they just run in. They still throw almost every nade they need to. Like, they cover everything. They just do it much faster than other teams. So it really is just fantastic when it's working well.
It looks very well drilled. Like, everybody knows the protocols, even with the kills that Lynn Vision keep putting up. And Lynn Vision have brought fight to the table, particularly with those 2 window drops. But it's all in vain. 9-1 FUT's lead on their map pick.
They know there's nothing more they need to do. They're trying to bring some dignity back after the last map, obviously. But to be honest, I think they've already proved themselves. And again, we'll have questions for Lynn Vision. They go to T-side. They knew there'd be more of a comeback when they switch over to T-side no matter what. But now it's such a steep mountain. They're so down in rounds.
No Lynn Vision player floating on the other side of smoke, so they'll just send a piece through here. FUT, again, confident, huh?
Yeah, they don't. They're so good with all the gaps, man. They're always right, too. It's not like they just walk into fights all the time, either.
Yep. They get close to camera quietly. Call Me Sue. Great off angle. Lines up 2 players. Kind of sets up a silent trap. He's been blasted out of the round by Cemetery. Zacher trying to connect with his op, but a missed shot is critical, and it's going to fall on Amelia, who also goes down with nothing. So even with Sue fighting 2 backs turned, helping out Starry to get that kill. It is FUT with just certainty that they can flood down into this bomb site. Starry and West Melon 2 versus 3. Starry finds Jukes, confirms the ops, stuck towards Fountain, doing it on his own. Last piece up's gonna be Demon from inside.
He's got him all.
Starry, as if he doesn't have a teammate, takes things into his own hands.
That's a bit of an oopsie. They kind of had that one in the bag. Honestly, if they don't peek and he's just holding the flank on his op, that's xCloud, they're chilling.
Want to say, finally, a mistake out of FUT on Anubis. It comes in round 11.
I was going to say, this is the one retake they go for that they aren't even numbers. It's like the least likely chance. But every kill just falls into his lap. That's 4 on the round out of Starry.
Great reaction to Demon.
He said nice try, but didn't mean it. We've all been there.
Contractual obligation.
Oh, wow.
Krbeny.
He's just got heat-seeking bullets.
I feel like any round Krbeny's wanted to walk through middle, he's been allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Well, not allowed. He's kind of forced himself into success.
Yeah, he was trespassing a couple times, but he's willing to plead ignorance.
There's no barbed wire on the top of the fence.
Is it just a door?
Come on in. The water's warm. CT's push off A side. That's Amelia up on Ruggs. They're figuring out what's going on, but a little bit labored there. As xFloud can't finish it, Westmelon will use that chance to find another headshot. Props to him to do so much with little. Bomb on the ground. Zacher, his op has not looked as sharp as it did on Dust 2. That was a sitting duck. Krbeny gonna activate. Second player in Canal though.
Oh, he got that kill.
Okay, why not? Oh my God.
What?
They're just monstrous. Double digits secured on the first half of their map pick. This T side has Lynn Vision's head spinning.
AWPers use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun, so it's bound to have high impact. Top AWPers get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights. They're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. Kenny.CEST is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like Kenny.CEST, who was so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. As someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP gelling is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. But he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. Feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like MOUZ.CEST, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. Absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of Simple's best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that Zai was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the orb, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
Now that is the playoff quality FUT that we have all become so accustomed to watching. And versus opposition like Lynn Vision that are, you know, on this escapade for success in Europe, FUT hold up their end of the bargain, show that there's levels to this. Come on in. FUT planted on 10 of their 12 T-side rounds. Wow. The 2 times they didn't, they won by elimination. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the most dominant halves.
Masterclass.
We finally felt like we had a competitive series today after the stomps that were Vitality and MOUZ. Maybe Lynn Vision's T-side can bring it back within the realm of respectable.
I mean, we're definitely looking forward to this, and we see why. What is this strategy?
I love that they just dip down into the sands of CT spawn, but then they are fed into the crossfire here on the A site. xCloud's thrown himself in. That's going to have him scrambling back. Okay, now we're playing on the fly, safe to say.
Yes, we are into new territory, but to be honest, wait, are they not going to walk back? I feel like they should. They still have a split. I mean, like this is the obvious thing to do because they were just mollied out. Oh, I guess, okay, if they push in with their 1B guy, then maybe they draw attention.
Oh, insta-kill.
Bomb wasn't spotted. Now it is.
Yep. 2 CTs here as well, and on top of it, Westmelon's died, so at least now Starry can play it like he wants. No teammate to link up with. Knows damn well where they're at. Trying to get away from this duel. He will find safety on site and fake plants once, just in case the second. Now he hears them. Pops the head of Cemetery, but he's caught. Ooh. Trying to jump back into cover.
Did he just walk up onto that ledge?
No, he jumped. There's that little brick at the bottom of the obelisk.
He did jump, okay.
It feels like he wanted to jump into cover, but then his feet got caught on that little extension.
Almost worked out for him.
Would have been a really cool and very critical 1 versus 3. Instead, this just queues up FUT to dominate Anubis.
The strat looked awesome, but as soon as they all got caught jumping onto the beach, I think it was sort of like only one way to go from there.
That's a new sound. Looking great. Cemetery's looking to break the 7-match streak of less than 1
so
win.
Positive today.
Good. Hang on. Tech9's feeling scary as they just pounce on this bomb site, and Starry's Galil. Yep. What do you know? When you've got little to lose, you're allowed to get crazy. Juke's looking for some late game raiding. Lost his teammate, fired bullets, and will take the Tech9 shot between the eyes. Lynn Vision's force will be their lifeline here on map 2.
And just like that, they're totally back into the game. At least we'll get to see what they want to do on this T side. We already got a taste with that pistol round. Like, they were savoring this like a nice dessert for the end of the meal. They put all the vegetables up front. They said, well, let's try to get through the CT side, see what we can do. But they really risked just having a terrible time by opening the door to a 10-2 half and then having to just fight back the entire way. But this will help. Nova's out for Cemetery.
You're dead. Oh, Krabeni killed Starry. More on the bridge. Player drops out through the window with the bomb. That's good. Get it the hell out of there. And you'll find space over on this B site.
Running at this.
Nothing to lose. Might as well put the pressure on the back of Zacher.
It's crazy how much they ran at this. And they could catch him.
Oh, of course. Jukes recovers. xCloud trades out. Bomb hits the ground. The force goes back and forth. And now that bomb's on the ground for Amelia to try to recover. All the time in the world to figure this out. I love that he comes wide through the smoke, but now he's down low.
Oh, 1 HP.
Yeah, that one's gotta hurt.
It's just awesome watching FUT play with this much confidence.
Yes, sir.
Like, you might push, get those kills, then fall back, look for a new round. No, they run the entire flank. It works. At worst, they go 1 for 1 on these spots. Lynn Vision just don't believe that is still happening.
Damn, because I was looking forward to whatever Lynn Vision wanted to play on the T side.
Well, if they couldn't do it there, probably wasn't going to happen.
We're scratching our heads and wondering what they would have gotten off to. What can they afford? Obviously going to force here, facing 9 map points. Not even one rifle.
Might be time to end this nightmare. FUT haven't used a timeout. Totally run through this game.
Yep. It's great stuff from Lynn Vision back on Dust 2, but FUT have absolutely kicked it up a notch on their own pick.
It's 5 players with positive KDs. Everyone's getting crazy frags.
Series leads to Ancient, assuming FUT are able to finish this off in one of their 9 chances. Utility was what they wanted instead. Krabeni, yeah, I mean, the confidence is
it's
just
crazy.
They're sweating it.
It's been a short game.
Yeah. Just finding a best of 3. We'll go to Ancient, try to separate these teams. FUT quite simply cut from a different cloth when it comes to Anubis. And Lynn Vision just sort of disrespected from the get-go. You know, FUT said, to hell with it. We'll die on our sword if things go poorly. Reality is they never did. That stat back B-Tram's brought up, you know, bomb plant constant. Can't find a round really where FUT didn't have success. They lost the 3v3 post plant for one of those rounds. So be it. Last 2 pistols totally boxed in. So as this series is guaranteed to go to Ancient, it is a map that FUT absolutely made the most of back at EWC, using that to propel them into the grand finals. They did lose it to Spirit in overtime there. They lost it to Legacy in their opening map here at Blast Open Porto. So there's still questions as to what version of FUT we get on that decider map, but it's nice to know that a Dust 2 loss has woken this team up. We want to see FUT in more playoffs. It is as simple as that. And this caliber of Counter-Strike is deserving of the Super Bach Arena.
It's going to be crazy to see the journey and the trajectory that is going to happen between FUT and Lynn Vision right now, considering how close it was on map number 1 here for Dust 2, and then how one-sided it felt Anubis was here on map number 2 for FUT.
I mean, I think looking at this one, Lynn Vision just came in with a game plan that says, I don't know how to play CT side Anubis. I have yet to see a team give up mid so passively. Yep. You cannot just play a 2-1-2 on CT Anubis. You are going to get run over if your opponents have aim even close to the same level as yours, let alone a FUT team that's probably going to out-aim you most of the time. You can't just sit on the site 2-1-2. This is nonsense.
And when they also decided to get a little bit more aggressive, they ran the same play twice. They just ran the same play and FUT wasn't fooled a second time. I don't even think it worked the first time technically. It was a close situation, but we could see the limitations of Lynn Vision when it comes to Anubis, which is rather surprising, but like you said, I mean, oftentimes you just saw the players from Lynn Vision turtled up on a bomb site, and Lynn Vision had no, or FUT that is, had no issue dealing with them once they got them there.
I kind of question if it's a game plan thing, because that's a similar idea I had when I looked at their CT side against Falcons on Dust 2, which night and day into this series. Then you look at their CT side here on Anubis. As you said, they have one aggressive play that they added in, and other than that, it was just play a 2-1-2. People talk about Anubis as a CT side being kind of like playing like a T. You want to push in, you want to re-aggress, you want to take back control. They just kind of sat there and let FUT run all over them.
Not a map that you can allow anyone to do that. And look, props to FUT to be able to take advantage of it. And like you said, Maui, not get fooled even when they wanted to run a similar sort of strategy back for themselves. But most notably, I think round 8 is one to look towards where it felt like, okay, maybe something could get going for Lynn Vision here. But at the end of the day, it's not enough to get it over the line by any means.
Yeah, as Maui mentioned, there's 2 aggressive rounds. They ran the same play twice, and you're thinking, okay, now we're finally getting some aggression out here. There's going to be some plays. You have the play through the smoke. You have the play coming through window. You actually get a double. You go 4v3. Then you back up, and you can try and hold the bomb sites a little bit more effectively when you're in the 4v3. But FUT just know the way Lynn Vision are playing already. They can just take back the space in middle that they know is going to be free, and you just have the 2-2 on both sides of the map. Then as soon as Cemetery finds that kill, which is a great kill for Cemetery against an Opper holding the angle, you end up in a just unwinnable situation. This is the problem with playing so split up. You don't have any ability to get to the bomb site to retake it in time, despite being in a 4v3 to begin that.
Even though on a lot of maps a 4v3 feels extremely comfortable because you can play back, hopefully you get your trades as they come into the bomb site or your first kills, Anubis doesn't gift you first kills. There's no real safe angle to play when you're on your heels in a bomb site, and even if they just went for a full exec onto the bomb site, that could similarly have been incredibly effective. It's why you see so many rounds that look like the CT team is throwing, or why are they aggressive, why are they pushing? But if you don't be aggressive, that's what you look like. You just get hard cleared.
With a round like that, you see that they're able to get 2 of those kills mid. How do you hold that? How do you not give that space up and not look like you're essentially throwing it away by being too aggressive?
I think you can give away a little control, but you have to be able to win the duels, and then you're taking a gamble that you can win the duels, or you just back up and you go, okay, we saw players in towards canals, we saw players outside B, we can retake outside B rather, because we know where the majority of their team is, and you can force a 2v1 on the other side of the map rather than just backing up and playing passive.
A lot of teams probably also would have had their 2 A site defenders instead of one sort of holding back at A main and then one kind of holding mid at the same time. Just double push A main. That's even if it seems risky at the time, it's what you see, I feel like a lot of the elite teams do, where they just understand you have to keep looking for information.
I mean, at the end of the day, it was a little bit of a Lynn Vision that looked lackluster, looked a little lost here on the side of Anubis, and a lot of props go to FUT here, and most notably, someone who stood out compared to a Map 1 performance is Symmetry. We were ragging on him a little bit, so I feel like it's only fair that we do bring him up, considering how much better he played here.
I usually think of Cemetery as naming himself ironically, like, look at the cemetery of people that could be dead if I hit my op shots, but this time he actually was creating a cemetery on the server.
I literally just said we were ragging on him too much, and you still doubled down.
I called out beach rounds. I said, this is a stat. Get me the 5v5, 4v4 stats for Cemetery this year. Maui Snake, I already asked you, can you tell me some of the players that might be around his KD? Op v op, 5v5, 4v4.
In 5v5, in even state situations, I would hope it doesn't invoke the name of he who must not be named for FaZe Clan.
It does.
It does.
It does.
It does.
Brokey's above him, and Youngstar's right there alongside. It's concerning. In the clutch, he is.
Yeah, it's true.
The stats say he's average. I'm going to say he's good in the clutch. I think he's actually good in the clutch. But in the early round situations, this is an anomaly, and this is why they have the win with him as an MVP. When he's on point, this team can go toe-to-toe with almost any in the world.
Agreed. I mean, I also am glad that he broke his streak. B-Trams brought that one up too, that he was on 7 maps in a row with not hitting a 1.0 rating. So thankfully we're getting a little more symmetry before FUT, which they may have actually just been in an early grave if it weren't for him.
I do like that one there. They're out of the early grave. They're fighting for their lives here. It is elimination, and map 3 will be happening, but there's more to it, right? It's not just, is Symmetry going to show up for them, right? Map 1, he doesn't, they lose it. Map 2, he does, they win it. It isn't that straightforward, because other people were also showing up this time around in map number 2, most notably, again, Krabeni was one of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason I said before the Dust 2 game, Cemetery can drop a 0.5, and I still think this team is going to win. Krabeni is one of them. When you look at him as an IGL, you don't necessarily look at his calling as much as you look at his fragging around that, and you evaluate him as a combination of a great fragger with some pretty solid calls along the way, and I think that's exactly what we saw in this game, especially with the way they were capable of taking control of mid, knowing the way Lynn Vision were playing there.
Exactly. The way that he was able to understand how the rounds hinged on them already having so much space towards middle, it gave them so many different options in the mid round, and so not only did he play very well, as you can see from the stats, but the calls too were on point.
Great job from Krabeni and all of FUT there, kind of melding my words together a little bit here. I'm worried for Lynn Vision because, again, this is the question. Is it just that lightning in a bottle sort of situation that you looked great against Falcons, and actually now the truth is ringing that you don't really know how to handle a team like FUT? Even though we can see you still bring the aggression, at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to outdo a FUT.
Worried, Nat. I'm panicking. If I'm Lynn Vision, I am panicking. Okay, we're heading into another map where you know this FUT team. People talk about FUT on Ancient. It is their most common, most known map for a FUT squad. And it's a map, I mean, we saw Lynn Vision take down Falcons on this one, but I think you can download that game if you're FUT, watch it back, and see exactly how they did it. And I think FUT are going to take this one.
Agreed. This is really where I thought FUT could just pick this map outright. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't, but obviously the fact that they got 2 of their best maps in this one means that it worked out for them in the veto. In your mind, Maui, who for the side of Lynn Vision wasn't really on point there for map number 2 and might suffer a similar sort of story when we do look towards Ancient? Well, the guy that really struck fear into Falcons' hearts the other day was surprisingly MOUZ.CEST, who in mid-late round situations had a great understanding of when he should go for flanks or to even make those kinds of late round plays where he would just kind of take that extra step and it would catch Falcons off guard with fun timings. But this time around, it's just FUT going for these really obvious head-to-head duels, and that's where I feel like MOUZ.CEST unfortunately comes up a little bit short, because watching him, don't really rate his mechanics that highly compared to a FUT team that's red hot.
It kind of reminds me of the exact same thing we're saying with Symmetry. When you get into the late rounds, I think MOUZ.CEST has a lot going for him. He can play a clutch situation. He can get around back into the situation where it's winnable. But when you put him into situations where he is in a 1v4, if you put him into 1v1s on bomb sites, I don't think he's quite as effective. And this FUT team is one that will test your anchors. They'll test the sides of the map where you have your players. If you can't win that 1v1 straight up duel, you're going to lose the bomb site, and the round is going to snowball from there.
There has to be more that Lynn Vision can look towards, though, because you're saying in the 1v1s, and you said this even before we got into this best of 3, that at the end of the day, Lynn Vision will not be able to win the 1v1s. So then how do you put yourself in a position, if you're the side of Lynn Vision, that you're not constantly having to rely on that you're not constantly taking those risks?
Well, that's why it's so frustrating watching how that Anubis played out, because you saw Lynn Vision play such a default CT side when you want them to try to be a little bit more aggressive. And even though we did see some aggression on those rounds, they still couldn't even close them out. And so you already created the win condition for yourself. You got the opening picks, but you couldn't actually seal the deal at the end. So at that point, I saw what I wanted to, but you just got to get over the line.
I'd like to see them show what they did against Falcons, which was some delayed mid re-aggressions on the CT side. They didn't take the straight up fight. They knew, hey, if we're going to go straight up, it might be a problem. We go for the delayed play, the delayed mid take, catch them as they're in transition. It's a little harder to catch a FUT in transition in the way they play, but at the same time, it's how you can avoid this problem of such a sharp FUT team going head-to-head 1v1 aim dueling you on Lynn Vision.
Well, I'll tell you what, Vu, I'll give you the time. I know Lynn Vision just sat back down, so you can take your headset off. You can go and give them your insight there as to how you think they're going to be able to play a stronger Ancient for themselves. But at the end of the day, we have been blessed with a map number 3. It's coming up after this break, and it is going to be Ancient. FUT and Lynn Vision showing just how comfortable they are on their own map picks, but now we're pushed to a map 3, a decider, Ancient, one where both Maui and Vu have already said strongly favors the side of FUT.
I think it would be denialism to say it doesn't favor FUT. I think Lynn Vision are going to have a very tough time here. If I was to point out a player, I actually would like to point out Wes Mellon. I think this team operates really effectively when he can get going specifically. I think it enables his calling and it gives them a chance in this one.
I don't know if there can be a hero here for Lynn Vision. I'm glad you're optimistic about it, but I feel like Lynn Vision, when they beat Falcons on this map, it was great, but a lot of it was off the back of a great CT side. Now that they're going to be starting on the T side here versus FUT, I would be really, really impressed if they're able to get more than 5 rounds, and I feel like FUT, even if that happens, their T side can be so ferocious with their fast exec plays.
5 rounds, Maui? That's crazy. They're getting 6. They're getting 6.
For the whole map? For the whole map?
Yeah.
6, yes.
Okay, just yes there. Thoughts and prayers already being sent by Maui there, and it is an elimination best of 3. It's an elimination Ancient, so let's see just how strong FUT are going to be.
Oh, Vu's a funny guy.
That's crazy, Vu.
They're funny
getting
guy.
7.
Okay. Twice in 2 days, Mo? Come on. What, 36 now?
Eh?
Your age?
Oh, yeah. I was like, what's the joke? Yeah, that's real.
FUT, back to your heavy favorites, understandably. I think that Maui's, I don't want to even call it pesticides. I want to, it's more realism that, yes, Lynn Vision did beat Falcons on this map, but he's right. That was a particular half, and now they're starting on the attack, and FUT off of Anubis are going to be looking fired up, surely. So I think with Lynn Vision, unfortunately, it's like, just to back up before this map goes live in a moment, their improvements day to day on Dust 2 were so awesome. And for that, I think they deserve to be celebrated within this series, but we could be still looking at a best of 3 where they get slammed on 2 out of the 3 maps.
Yeah, but yeah, their Ancient was fantastic. Pretty much no questions at all. So we'll kind of find out, like, you know, how badly Falcons were playing to allow that to happen, because that was a massive surprise in the first place. Also, much better game tape for FUT. They won't be surprised by.
Yeah, very true, very true.
At least.
Yeah, they had no clue what Dust 2 would look like. I'm sure even picking it could have shocked them. But alas, here we go. Red room control momentarily for Lynn Vision. They try to follow through. Wes Mellon, it's a one and done as Starry sticks back, deals with 1. Now the bomb's gonna wide swing into these CTs. They want to go back into the B play, in fact. And sure enough, this late activation from Su, it gets him 1 kill, but the other player is able to get back into the cover with a flash. And Su knows he's got the left side locked in, knows damn well xFlout is eventually gonna come help this. So how do you pull this apart? It's going to have to be a nasty adjustment for the second peak. First one, oh, the first one, if only it was cleaner, considering that player dies to 1 bullet. Maybe you get a chance at the second. Instead, xFlout, sole survivor, triple kill in the pistol, and FUT start off on the right foot. I hate that.
Could go for path.
Okay, sure.
That's, there's no better way they could have approached that 2v1, considering low HP player peaks first, but it does give Su a chance. He's waiting for like that double swing, never happens. Lynn Vision always trying to do something interesting on their pistol rounds, appreciate that. But now it's crunch time, map 3, everything counts. Don't get brownie points for good ideas.
Looming threat on the other side of that smoke. Cemetery peels away. They'll take over position within it. Famas gets tagged down to 15. What a nade! Queues up Wes Mellon's clear with ease. We've got the Krabeni MP9 spam on the mark, but that also invites bullets back the other way. And he gets dropped to 50 in the process. So I don't think Lynn Vision will be mad about this bomb plant. Krabeni decides to throw what's left of his life into the edge of the smoke. Does collect another for his efforts.
There's a CT smoke, so the T's need to stay active.
There's no kid on this round, and the bomb's at 25 seconds. Juke's gonna try to make it move, and he'll clear that close smoke. All falls onto this Tech-9, and they make that retake happen with just a bit more time to spare. So solid stuff from FUT. Caught off by the Lynn Vision pounce. I mean, again, you couldn't have asked for a better frag grenade onto the FAMAS.
A double, I think.
Oh, that'd make more sense.
Yeah, that was yeah, but
I wasn't
either
sure
way,
if there was a wall bang or something, but yeah, tag low.
Very nice.
Wild Krabeni, full-on kills through smoke, and then this.
What's really nice is sometimes you get the molly, which is really good on rifle rounds where you need more time to set up, but on a rush, that molly can actually stop you if you're taking over cave and the site at the same time, so also people can leave mollies.
We win together, we lose together, fuck them.
I mean.
Fair enough. Win together, lose together. Fuck them. All right.
Put that on a motivational poster.
I like that.
Hanging above your computer,
Live,
kids.
laugh, love.
Don't talk to me before I've had my coffee. No, to hell with that.
Oh, okay. Walking right through middle, like a hot knife through butter. Here comes Westmelon, and he's out. Now they're chasing ghosts.
M4 to the B site sees a lot of players with a good amount of damage. This is feeling like at the very least a bomb plant. Remember, no Kevlar here. To the Tech-9, trying to use the sidearms against them. Okay, Starry, Deagle fade away. Gets cleared out. Su, though, predicted by xFloud. Nice little cleanup duty by xFloud again. He's got a quad kill this round. But yeah, I think Lynn Vision are happy with that. 3 kills plus a bomb plant, unarmored players.
And the call out on the mid lurk as well to get through window, just a pistol, get a kill off of it. Doing that at any point just shows you, yeah, they've come in really prepared for the series. I mean, that's such a nice sign. I'm sure they've come in prepared for everyone, and maybe they froze up a little bit trying to close the game versus Falcons. Who knows?
Sure.
You know, could have been mental, even if you have the ideas. It's like even Falcons, who we know have the ideas, couldn't come up with them.
Yep. No, they had the same.
Game is going
right,
on.
yeah,
So,
valid point.
Really strange stuff.
Kind of struggled in the same department there, Falcons and Lynn Vision. Not company you'd usually compare to one another, but
I like this game as another chance for Zacher. Oh, and that is Zacher.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. He can barely see anything.
Oh,
wow.
And you've got Starry. Now, that was the formula back on Dust 2.
Ultra slow-mo on that last Zacher shot? Okay, not that one. Why not get ultra slow-mo? Can you do ultra?
Do we have that machine?
Do we have an ultra slow-mo? Because I'm saying you could see, like, a quarter of his sleeve.
Okay.
And it's not a wall bang.
It wasn't? Yeah, I didn't see the kill
not
feed.
a wall bang. So it's
All right.
an insane shot.
And I mean, you timed bringing him up to perfection there, because he gets that shot, and then who gets these 2 kills out middle basically on his own is Starry. And what was going down back on Dust 2? Zacher hitting critical op shots, and Starry constant with the multi-kills off the rifle.
Yeah.
So for a game of Anubis that just literally had nothing for Lynn Vision to stand on, it's a hopeful sign that the first piece they win here on map 3 is from the same formula that got them Dust 2 secured.
Can we do like frame type slow-mo?
I actually want each frame printed out on a piece of paper.
Connor's always got to do the most. Can add just that make it so much harder.
I win. You lose. Now let's cue it up. Zacher, great shot into cave, puts things in question. Starry dominates mid, and Lynn Vision win their first 4 rounds in. Enjoy this.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
not a wall bang, by the way. Where?
Wow.
Say goodbye to your elbow.
Okay, great shot. That was super slow motion,
It
too.
was.
Yeah, that's what we asked for. All-in rush this time. Lynn Vision already have their execute. Smokes out. Jukes is under pressure. He's got a teammate in front of him on the signpost. Cemetery peels one back. That was through the edge of CT. Now xFloud in the middle of all of this, looking over top of the smokes. Lynn Vision didn't get the space they wanted. Very quick reaction out of FUT. They say, you want to fight fire? We'll hit you back with flames of our own. Scorched earth on the side of that A site as Lynn Vision get owned.
This is another quick game. Dust 2 was a saga. It was a comebacks from both teams. great all the way through. But after last map, we're definitely looking like we're just replaying that again. And this time, FUT don't even really get to control the pace. It's Lynn Vision who are going quite quickly. They're just keeping up on the exact same tempo.
Was there a missed smoke? Because, I mean, Lynn Vision threw two smokes over top of A in the middle of the execute. I'm shocked neither of them land in CT cross.
Yeah, maybe, I'm not sure.
Or maybe the timing of it something, but...
There was that, yeah, because there was 2 smokes and xCloud was looking over one of them, so not sure.
Because when they're in A main, they're entering A main, and there's 2 smokes sailing over Donut. I just assumed for sure one of them's going to be the CT lane. Cemetery finds an op pick in the middle of all that carnage. But FUT overall, we're also so quick to react to that, you know?
Yeah.
Jukes takes cover behind the boxes.
Oh, their rotations on this map are just...
We saw that even in the loss versus Legacy, right? They lost to Legacy in the opening series, but there was some very close moments where they had advantages. xCloud gonna get flashed as Starry emerges. Only one this time, and Demon just lets the MP9 rip away. Westmelon popped back by Jukes, bottom mid, and I mean, we're at a minute 35.
Yeah, look at this. Their 3 smokes are still up right now.
6 guys dead at a minute 35.
I love it, actually. Very fun. Not for Lynn Vision, though. And dead. Oh, wow.
Okay.
There, they mess with the beast. FUT really have just ignored any Dust 2. Never happened. Scary, this team.
Good. Rising young roster, showing consistency and resilience in a time where some of the more known organizations are having struggles and inconsistency. I'll take it. You know, it takes teams like FUT and teams like Legacy to keep the big dogs honest. xCloud's not going to be allowed to escape. Tech9 chases him down after Starry finds the tag. That was a tag with an AK. Kriveni smokes off one side. Oh, but that's Starry's rifle getting into it. This one AK round has opened a door for them to grab another gun and get this 5v3 nice and early. CT smoke goes deep, though, into Cave.
They can get out in front of it, and it won't be watched either. So, some good information. And Demon's expecting them to push through.
He's right about that.
They can actually go and clear this out now. Yeah, that's kind of nice.
Jukes catching the kill back. They were waiting for this one smoke to come over from the single ramp player. Everybody else hits the pause button inside Temple. Starry re-emerging with this AK.
Still going.
It's on Jukes and Cemetery, who's now starting to rotate around through red. Starry's done for. Call me Sue's Deagle hits. Lynn Vision finding a lifeline, assuming this Opper can't clutch. 1v3 is tough. Rifles in the hands of all the players and quick to go for the trade. Starry finds another moment to shine here, opening up a possibility for Lynn Vision to keep this first half competitive.
Great refrags for both of them, but it's really Starry. As soon as that cave smoke comes out, they realize CEST takes some kind of risk, steps right into the angle, knows exactly what's about to happen, that someone's readying a peek. Totally saves his teammate. It's certainly not too late to change our tune about Lynn Vision. We just now know exactly how hard it's going to be.
A limb game. FUT of only 2 LAN last place exits. Oh, Starry, one and done again, trying to be the solution. Bodies through on the ramp, missed shot. Could be critical, if not for Demon, holding it down. Superb couple of headshots. Amelia on the response. He knows Demon's still got to be back here. His teammate, though, back behind him. Amelia opening up sight.
They're everywhere,
blindsided. FUT are, like you said, everywhere.
It's so, like, it's too quick how they're flanking. It's so hard communication-wise to be like, well, now there's a guy behind us in cave. What about the guy in front of us in sight? Oh, my God, someone's got a 2K. It's impossible to keep up.
It is very FUT to react as quick as they do. We talk about, you know, how long-standing some of the teammates are on this team as the ex-Na'Vi Junior core. Na'Vi xCloud newest piece, and he replaced Lonks, who was also the most recent addition before that.
wanted to walk out A off that, but now there's no reason for Cemetery to move. Oh!
Flash gets him off his line. xFloud comes back in, and Cemetery able to get 2 as Zacher tiptoes into the angle. Battle of the Oppers goes FUT's way, now 5 players up, and this starts to cement not only a 5-round lead, but we were talking money built up by FUT finally.
And now you see the confidence be kind of an issue for Lynn Vision. They can't even secure that one spray because it's just been so many kills happening at a blinding rate.
They're just dogpiling him, trying to climb over green to get this finish. Jukes goes through, missed the timing on that flank. Westmelon gets tagged for 10 damage, then tagged for 4 damage. Finally, he dies here, dropping only 1 body versus FUT this round. And this is coming off of that just suffocating tempo back on Anubis. So I'm sure Lynn Vision feel at this rate, they're starting to just drop into free fall.
Yeah, bungee jumping with no cord. Toughest part is, I mean, they're losing at the default portions of the rounds, not even just getting the mid control they're looking for. All their rounds have been fast, but again, even their slow ones where they just want map control, FUT are looking everywhere for map control too. So early solutions, no matter what the problem.
Unfortunately, now Lynn Vision relegated to pistols. We've seen them with openings off these kinds of buys, but it really helped that Starry had an AK that one time. It's a lightning pace for a best-of-3 series that goes all 3 maps. Climb up from mid here for xFloud. Eats a flashbang. Corbeni looking to just challenge down the ramps. Going to find them in preparation, but they're not giving them that time to breathe. Lynn Vision forced into the action again at the hand of FUT. They will find footing on sight. They do have an AK now in Starry's hands, and a good short push, catching a player with nades out. Westmelon cleared back by xFloud. Bomb is planted in the process. And this is going to probably be Lynn Vision banking on that Starry AK to do something special. Cave player helps out with Zacher's Tech-9 finding 1. Starry's gone unnoticed, but a smoke in front of him really could spell disaster. And if not the smoke, it's a dink that comes through it, man.
It just never ends. Okay, a spam that's perfectly placed could actually... Oh.
Very close. But we're not talking about close rounds anymore. We're not talking about nice openings. We need results for Lynn Vision as they faced elimination today.
I do like they're not giving up on their style, which is quick, and they're still getting into sites. They are still scoring bomb plants here and there. Tram set the only 2 last place exits, one with Coolio as a stand-in.
Okay, that's fair.
And then,
no offense,
Birch Cup, which I think he said was their first tournament or something. So very good excuses.
What you looking for?
Can't find that damn swamp.
No way. Don't hang out here too long. You'll get trench foot.
Well, they are in the trenches. Big time.
That trench going to turn into a grave if they're not careful. Ooh, yeah. Amelia's 4th kill of the map. An instant headshot on the Jugs aggression. I'm going to laugh if Corbeni finds the nade.
I mean... they have the full flank here, so everyone's going to rotate over. This is not going to be easy for Lynn Vision.
xFloud response. Oh, almost snapping it over to Amelia. Cemetery combat off up close. And Zacher's got his number out from Donut. Now, going back to the site, watch Corbeni. Oh boy. They are not considering this flank timing.
Oh my goodness.
But what's he want? He wants more from this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Krabeni, this is slick.
He can just clear out angles, but he knows his donut, so he's got to take this kill.
All donut, and he knows it. They don't have a smoke to block that off, and they don't really have a lot of health to play with either. Oh, nice. Zacher.
Yeah, he's fast, man.
Great finish, and also good movement. Dodging that angle. Ooh, I love that. A little slip over. There are flashbangs there. We found them. That's funny. He was looking for flashbangs while he held 2 flashbangs.
That would do it. That would cause problems.
Well then, Lynn Vision, one more at least. The tail end of this T side, Lone Star. Star is the only Lynn Vision player to have above a 1-point rating against top 30 opponents this year. That sounds about right.
Yeah, they haven't had a great year overall, so that's fair. Just good to see them bringing out some of their best stuff at this event, at least.
It's going to be a hard elimination to know that you were that close to beating Falcons, which would have given you an extra best of 3 to play. Got to put you in like an M80 situation. And then you prove to yourself and everybody else that 1 Dust 2 CT side later, you can look that good. Gonna be left scratching your heads like, why couldn't we just do this versus Falcons? You only needed a few rounds.
The bomb's gonna get caught.
Back in spawn playing with utility, stomping as well. It will be given a chance to defend itself. Amelia doubling back through elbow. But Krabeni's gonna fight tooth and nail for this. Second elbow player catching you off. It does peel back the mid setup from Lynn Vision, but that's fine. They react and earn a man advantage. A real chance now at a 4th T round win. Starry waits patiently, gets delivered X-Floud's head on a silver platter.
Felt like a bit of a jump bait there. Walked right into it.
And FUT gonna try to remain active, but in doing so, just offer up another kill.
You know what? 4 rounds isn't that bad.
It's not. Especially when we know what that CT side had in store for them.
Yeah, it's just actually not that bad.
Desk had doubts about the T side, thought that's where the struggle would really be, and it was a struggle, doubling their rounds in the last 2 of the T side. Makes this very interesting for Lynn Vision. Poor Cemetery is going to have to pull off the clutch of the series. Forced to move it out. Elbow guys still hanging around because there's so many bodies left over. Surprised that they were able to handle that double A main push. Looked like a great move by FUT, who kept up aggression all CT side long. Lynn Vision survived 2 bouts of it for the 4-round T side.
Orpas use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun, so it's bound to have high impact. Top Orpas get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights. They're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. Kenny.CEST is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like Kenny.CEST, who was so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. As someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP gelling is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. but he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. Feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like MOUZ.CEST, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. Absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of Simple's best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that Zai was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the AWP, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
An interesting turn of events here is Lynn Vision secured just enough rounds to pique our interest. We know that their CT side versus Falcons rock solid. They went 10-2 on the defense versus Falcons. So why not make this game competitive? Hinges on a pistol victory, and it was Amelia who finished that half versus Falcons as the top-rated player, right there alongside Sue, not the expected suspects.
Oh, this makes it a lot worse. If it's going to have to end in this 8-play, got 1 kid on Sue, but looks like they were hoping not to have to retake. Ready over on B.
Ambitious spam.
Oh, they haven't moved
nothing
yet.
Now they're going to know.
Oh, you got to commit to the rotate. It's going to take too long.
xFlout at least plants a second time. That'll give him an extra second and a half to work with, I suppose. Zacher coming into Donut on his own. Decides not to just in case that lurks back there.
They got to have a full plan, though, you know?
Now he's peeling away entirely.
They have a smoke for 3 players at the very least.
They're going to try to make this happen from the CT lane. There goes their flash to get it going. Diffuse kit on Sue. Tagged down to 20 health. Trying to get now into the action. Low HP on the diffuser. Oh, he got it!
He got the diffuse.
He sticks that in the middle of the chaos.
No way before that retakes really even got started. Smoke on the bomb, low HP. Pros don't fake.
It looked like they didn't have a plan. Their plan is pray to God that he doesn't get mowed down.
They smoked the bomb. I was like, they're screwed. These guys can get shot all the way from the back of Donut, no problem from safety.
And he gets dinked on the way in, so the diffuser's even sitting on 20 HP. But at the same time, I mean, check out Demon knifing where the bomb's not planted. Because he comes at it from the side. Yeah. Loses it in the smoke. Great bomb plant quickly for FUT, uncontested, but Lynn Vision.
Now we have a game.
That's the lifeline.
Unless they lose this. We're back to square one.
3 rifles on the force. Zacher and Starry trying to lock it down, but the SMGs get pelted. Amelia lines it up, and he will deal with it. Bomb down in front of him, and xFlout emerges as the last remaining rifle here for FUT.
Okay, now we definitely have a game. Unless they somehow mess up this situation, which they're not. This is so interesting. It's 1 round at the end of the half. 4 rounds in total. It looked so domineering from FUT. And yet here we are, 2-round game, a CT side of Ancient. Anything could happen, folks. Lynn Vision have a high threshold for pain. They haven't given up.
Some grueling close losses as of late for FUT between EWC and their Ancient versus Legacy. Krabeni tries to get out middle, finds damage on Starry, but will be the first casualty of this one. Frag grenade into the pack. Ooh, that is tough to stomach. Forces them to go into the all-in. Call Me Sue's got a shooting gallery in front of him. Him and Westmelon maintain, and that's 5 up for Lynn Vision on a 1-round game and a CT side advantage.
They got hands. And if FUT want to play fast, I mean, Lynn Vision do have nades. They do have a CT side. They've taken down, I'll call them better players on this map on CT side. Starry's having a great series overall. Sacker's been bought some time. T side, no op impact. That's fine. CT side, could be a problem if he doesn't connect. Okay, Starry, go off.
Yes, sir. Krabeni kills Sue.
Oh.
Starry's got a second, still floating around here. And it's going to be Demon to get the better of him. A lot of bodies still here for FUT. They will trade their way through this to the man advantage.
Yeah, relied on Amelia for one, but look at the push that they have. It's Westmelon, you know, as long as he doesn't go too far, he can still be very useful. And he's working all the way around. This might just be overdoing it, considering he's still got a teammate in spawn in the 2v3.
Although Krabeni coming back to just clear inside this door.
But he's not.
Yeah, Westmelon's got to come back now. They're going to hear that util on B. He moves it through middle instead.
Yeah,
This is FUT dodging the threat. Lynn Vision getting lost in the mid round. Starry maybe biting off a little more than he can chew. That was 4 players coming at mid.
Man, they genuinely had a great stab at that if he didn't push all the way.
In 2 separate waves, FUT throw Krabeni out. First, Starry feeling himself with a kill, and then a second. But then there was that second wave. 2 more players out through elbow.
Yeah, that's where, and Starry took the fight on the next one. Amelia just needed the trade. That's where the sharp aim comes in, obviously. Very good multi there for FUT. And Demon to grab. A bit of relief for them, too. Especially with how that started and how this half has started for them. Put too many chips in the pot, and you know, could have came out of that with a man advantage and not risk going further. Obviously, could have just destroyed the entire round. They got another kill, but it's a bit much to ask. Because he saw the way that FUT was playing, got inspired. Good early HE damage here for FUT, on FUT. But they've got cave, they've got middle, and they've got a plan.
Rotation comes over from Starry, though. He's going to add himself to this B defense. Eats a nade for rotating in. Westmelon clean with the first one. Sue's still considering holding off for the cave play. Now he looks to get into the action, but he turns back on Krabeni and gets one in sight. 2v2 established. Bomb down for the time being. Zacher takes damage from the flames. That's going to draw attention to him for sure. But he peels back.
Man, next rotation is slow, but it's coming in from the right spot. Wow, all the way around.
Still worried that that op sits behind the long smoke.
They've got a smoke, actually. They're going to clear out the right spot. If they don't see anything here, no push comes down, and they smoke cave.
Zacher's got to get back in. I'm thinking he's concerned that they've pushed him off of the audio he made in the molly.
No, you guys got to move.
15 seconds. They've got the kit. There's not a lot of time to spare here. We've got to get Zacher to smoke off cave. It's just exactly what he'll do. Now he's got to defuse this, and then you've got to have Amelia cover, but a frag grenade's going to expose it. Bomb is now at 6 seconds, and because they're not on it, at this point, it's done. Jukes goes through smoke, and FUT take double digits.
Yeah.
They slow down a 2v2 where Lynn Vision looked nervous again.
Yeah, a touch disorganized. Communication just needs to be like sharper, I think, with more urgency right there just to make something happen. They could have approached it a number of ways. Obviously, if this was a drawn-out retake and they actually did read that FUT were going to push things, then maybe it's very easy to pull that off, but instead it's a standard setup in the post plant. And they had every right. I mean, with the nade, they had every right to sit inside of cave. They knew they could blow that open and see the bomb. FUT are a team that don't doubt themselves in moments like that. That might be the difference maker.
They're going to crawl out middle with the smokes now fading on red. That's a big position to take away from a Lynn Vision that is now separated entirely, 3B to A. Donut getting taken over by Krebeni at the same time. This smoke already in position for the wraparound. You said FUT don't doubt themselves, and they come out of this spawn with an excellent fresh idea for the T side.
This is crazy hard to read. They obviously see the smoke, but they're here so early.
That helps.
That's clean.
Zacher putting one down, puts a frag grenade onto the Donut smoke, eats a flash, gets found out, exposed in the open to X-Floud.
Still looking for one more on A.
And Emilio remains smoked off. He's feeling like he's got to duel his way, and Demon is there with the headshot. Krebeni now on an adventure out towards middle. We get this elbow lurk from Westmelon. Oh, and Westmelon gets found. Great reaction out of Demon. Demon now has 2 critical 2Ks. This one clearing out Amelia and that flank on elbow, and go back. He was the solution to Starry when he was getting kills bottom mid in one of those earlier rounds. Demon piecing together a good performance on this T side to put a real distance between him and Lynn Vision.
And no saves is actually very tough. They're so broke. Staring at map point. If they lose this next round, that's all they'll have to work with.
God, the money's bad too. Oh, they're broke.
Yeah.
Playing for overtime will be Lynn Vision, no doubt. Not a single player with $3,000 or more.
Well, they made it interesting with that pistol round, but man, a couple of shaky steps in the second half. One miracle retake on the pistol round, but that's it, unfortunately.
And respect for converting that pistol fully for the 3-0 CT start. Oh, okay. Starry with little to lose, freed up, grabs an AK. 2 A players trying to oh my God, a team kill comes through. Hang on now. If you can't kill him, force your opponents to kill themselves. Bomb in a weird place. I didn't catch that B-Tramp stat. Something about opening kills.
Lynn Vision are 14-4 in opening duels, but they haven't converted some of those from 5v3s. Only 4 of those turned into 5v3s.
I see. I didn't know we could just call those back in like that.
Oh, he's going to do it even though he knows what it said. Look at FUT, they're a little bit worried.
Yep.
I mean, a late stack into middle is something interesting out of Lynn Vision. This would be hard to figure out.
And the AK's back there, man. And we've seen Starry win rounds as the hero AK.
Yeah.
It's going to require to still be set up by pistols, but that's that team kill those USPs forced. Krebeni thinking about going to take a look at it. Gets dinked in the process. There has been solid output from the non-AK wielding players. Unfortunately here for Lynn Vision, nobody home on the A site. And while FUT slow this down to a snail's pace, they will be rewarded with a bomb plant and an easy moment to just solidify this 12th round. 5 match points is what Lynn Vision will face.
It's just time to play perfect for Lynn Vision. And it's not like FUT are just making all kinds of mistakes. They look insane right now. These last 2 series have us taking Lynn Vision a little bit more seriously, but unfortunately, they can still just both be losses, and that's ultimately what they'll be remembered for.
And they get cleared.
Starry's put up good numbers in this match so far.
Yep. Unfortunately, like B-Tram's highlighted earlier, it's only Starry with that above 1.0 rating versus top 30 teams this year. Lynn Vision are 1 for 6 in their best of 3s versus international competition in 2026. They have a best of 3 victory over Ninjas in Pajamas back in June. A damn close call versus Falcons at the very start of this event. But unfortunately, those wins remain elusive. It's overtime or bust for Lynn Vision now on Ancient. We can sing their praise for game plan and at times confidence, but as these results come to their conclusion, it feels like that's when Lynn Vision kind of shell up a little. Versus Falcons, couldn't get the win over the line. And as FUT took control of this ancient map, just no answer yet, but full buy could change things for Lynn Vision. Let's see.
They're still playing for mid. They're still pushing. I just think that's just like another level of competition almost. As much as it is Falcons, our FUT are playing way better than they did.
And once again, FUT able to take over early mid play. Starry from the red room, given a duel at least, but only had the one frag to pop open the smoke. And even though FUT show face out mid, they opt to keep things tucked outside A main instead. And you look at that radar, A defense looking light. At least Zacker's been able to push down this ramp. Krabeni could wind up having his hands full. A couple players here to potentially trade him. His teammates send him a flash from middle, and he's actually gonna go looking for a kill up this ramp right now. They're not expecting him to come to them. What a move, Krabeni.
That's crazy.
He decides to take things into his own hand. He's not able to get himself a second, but now it's back to FUT with this mid emphasis instead.
Donut control will be theirs, and it's a very shallow smoke at the top of Donut, which is kind of scary for the CTs. They'll get this information very late. They'll kind of have to just believe it. They're already starting to peel away. One spotted.
Oh, it's got to be Amelia now. 9 kills to his name. Smoked off A main still. He waits for it, knows that there's one player in there.
Oh, Molly, not a smoke. That's tough.
Triple push out from Donut. Cemetery gets one. X-Floud follows suit. That opens it up for the plant. Westmelon could challenge, and he will kill X-Floud. Goes wide, gets a second, and it's damage on the bomb planter. Close, but no cigar. FUT absolutely cranked the dial on this T side. The pistol defuse inside the smoke gives Lynn Vision one last burst of hope, but unfortunately for them, it is a last place exit here at Blast Open Porto. FUT will fight on for a chance at consecutive playoffs.
A tough loss for Lynn Vision here, having to deal with 2 almost back-to-back map picks that were heavily favored for FUT, but also a big congratulations to FUT continuing on in the lower bracket, being able to keep that dream alive for themselves here at Porto.
Lynn Vision this time around at least made it competitive, but there's a reason that this is such a comfortable map for FUT. They activated top to bottom. They had clear, even when they lost opening duels, we saw they were down 14-4 in opening duels at some point. They could still bring the rounds back. They had that second, third player. Just a great map from FUT, although I have to give props to Lynn Vision for getting it to 3 maps.
Definitely. The fact that they were able to take Falcons to 3 and FUT to 3 definitely deserves some props, but of course, nice to see that FUT are able to continue on here in the group stage.
It is great to get to see it. I mean, the Counter-Strike that they have been delivering for us has always been so enjoyable to watch, but it's also been so enjoyable to get to talk to them. And we have X-Vlad now joining us here at the desk. X-Vlad, how are you? Whoa. I'm going to start again. X-Cloud, how are you feeling after that 3 maps?
I mean, feeling good. I think we struggled on the first map a bit. Also, like, we had to talk about it in the break. But after first map disaster, we talked in the break, then we just fixed the problems. I think then it helped us a bit.
I mean, you say the first map was a disaster. It didn't really look that way, though, from us. I mean, I know there were small things that you guys felt were bad, but why do you say disaster?
I mean, I think we had a lot of advantage situations, and we had a lot of information in general, but we didn't play like a tier 1 team, I would say, that round, so that's why I'm saying
disaster and not just a loss.
Well, what do you think about, okay, when you say play like a tier 1 team, is that what you want to try to consider yourself now as consistently as possible?
Right now, I think expectations are high, like from players, from the organization, from the viewers, you know. We are top 3, 4, 5, whatever. So I think we should show that we deserve that. It's not only like getting second place and, okay, we are tier 1. We also need to consistently show how good we are.
Yeah, obviously you're the new guy on the block, and Anubis has been a good map for FUT, but for you it's been a little bit harder. I mean, you didn't play it with Heroic for a whole year coming into the team, but how has it been trying to get your feet under yourself on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think I played a little bit Anubis with Sangal at beginning of Heroic, so that's why I have some experience, but this is a new position because I was always anchoring A. Now I am playing connector or K, whatever you guys call, so it's a bit hard to get used to it, but also like people are helping me. We had good coach stuff, and we always like watch back our games and they give me feedback, and I think right now Anubis is going pretty well.
Obviously you joined this team fairly recently. How confident are you that you've learned the system, that you're fully implemented, or is there still a lot to learn?
Oh, I mean, their system is a bit chaotic. Like, I think there's still a lot of way to go because, like, for example, what I used to in Heroic was a lot of keywords, shorter communication, you know, but here it's a bit more chaotic and we are like not using that much keywords. So I will say it's a bit hard to adapt, but it's also like adapt in a way that I want to maybe use more keywords, you know? So like, because it's a bit sometimes a lot of chaos in the server, 5 guys talking, but I think it is in our hands to make it less.
Is it a situation where it's like, when in doubt, you're gonna swing out?
Yeah, like, I mean, there's a lot of situations, everyone is talking and could I be saying, guys, you know, like shut up. Like everyone is talking and no one is hearing each other. So yeah.
I mean, it sounds like you're offering something to FUT as well then. So not just communications, but what else do you feel like you're kind of trying to bring to FUT that wasn't there beforehand?
I mean, it's a bit hard to offer things because they are together for 3-4 years. So it's a bit hard to say, guys, okay, we need to use keywords more, these kind of things, because they're already like, I need to adapt the system, not them. So like, I'm trying to do my best, like advising or maybe, as you say, offering, but it's a bit hard to convince them, I will say.
Okay.
Going back to the final of EWC, you had such a great tournament, and then you really struggle in the final of that one. Is that one where you feel like if you had another month of practice with this team, you would have popped off in the final as well?
I mean, are you asking individually or as a team?
Individually.
Yeah, individually. Yeah. Like I think I had a good tournament in general, but final was, I would say, like I was not nervous, but it's of course obvious that everyone gonna be pressure is for everyone biggest arena. Like it's my first arena with the crowd. Like I played in some arena, but there was no crowd, you know. So it was a different feeling. Also, I think it was Spirit, like they have a donk. When he's activated, you can do anything to do something. You know, you need to win as a team. Like individual, like Cage was good because individually I was popping off and donk was a bit sleep, I would say. But after that he wake up, you know, then you can stop him.
I'm curious, I kind of want more of like a vibe check with your guys' team because obviously you make it to the grand finals in Paris and then you immediately lose your first group stage game here and go to the lower bracket. But I'm sure you guys have more composure than to just panic and say, oh my gosh, we lost one game, we're in the lower bracket. What was the conversation like after the loss to Legacy?
I mean, I think we kept doing like the same mistake what we did in the AWC. Like we were losing a lot of advantage situations, still we lost today. I think it's a bit hard to fix in a day, so everyone need to put effort and just, you know, fix in long term, I would say. But yeah, like we didn't think like, because Legacy was also 3rd place, so we are not saying they are bad. It's just like we are just focusing on our mistakes, and I think everyone knows if we play better, like individual decisions, the team decisions, if we make it better, I think we can do better. So we are not focusing on Legacy or this team or that team. It's on us when we are losing mostly.
Just a quick question. There's been a lot of talk around Cemetery struggling as an individual. Can you speak to the things he brings to the team that maybe you don't see as a viewer?
I mean, I played with better shooting AVPers, but I never played a guy who doesn't care about stats or going first or dropping utility, like supporting, you know, because every AVPer, especially young ones, are a bit like they like to have good stats, you know, and they are getting unmotivated when they are not playing good. But the Symmetry is fully fine guy, like he's laughing even there is some rumors or people are just bullying him on the Twitter, but he's still fun, like very funny guy. He doesn't get affected, so I like to play with him because, like as I said, I like supportive AVP, and in my opinion, he's not shooting bad, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of support coming out then. FUT, thank you so much for joining us. I'm happy to see you guys continue here at Blast Open.
Thank you guys, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Giving us that insight as well, and definitely uplifting his teammates, trying to offer a bit more in terms of how we're going to do communication. But at the end of the day, Cemetery is a good guy that you want to have on your team, offering a lot more, and doesn't need to be flashy and impress my analysts with his stats to have impact.
Hey, I was a little critical of Cemetery, so I had to give him the question, give him a chance to give some props to Cemetery. I do think he does some things right.
Couldn't do it yourself.
I just wish he could hit the op shots a little bit more consistently. That's all.
That does too. Still deserves critique. I don't think you should, on a map that is really make or break for most teams' oppers, or it's kind of so centered around that. That is probably, actually it's not probably, it is definitively why they are bad on that map is because of him. But on the other maps, obviously, like you said, he does provide some aspects to them. So it's a give and a take there. I would probably want a little more give though.
Sure, I fully get that. I fully respect it, but it feels like down at the end of the day, maybe that's something that you can improve on, whereas Xplat feels that you can't necessarily teach people to be more selfless, to teach people to be able to be okay with those lower stats. So again, it's always a give and take on what you're going to get in a player there. It's also a give and a take when it comes to competitive Counter-Strike here. And whilst we do give FUT the chance to continue on here, it is taken away from Lynn Vision. They're going to be ending their run here, and a tough one at that, considering it felt like they'd bounced back so strongly on Dust 2. I was hoping to see a little bit more from them in map 2 and 3.
I mean, you also have to sympathize with them that you get put in against Falcons and then you immediately go, okay, lower bracket, that'll be a little bit FUT. It's FUT. It's the second place at the most recent major event. You know, this is a very tough run for them, and as much as they haven't been capable of picking up a series win, I don't think you can fault them for that, and the way they made Falcons sweat and the way they bring this to 3 maps, I think you have to give them a lot of props for the way they went out of this tournament, even if on paper they went out 0-2.
Exactly. Anything other than last place for Lynn Vision would have been a pleasant surprise. So the fact that they reach last place, however, win a couple maps, one in each series, is a big positive sign to, especially the fact that they really could have won Dust 2 versus Falcons, as they showed they were able to close it out today versus FUT. So Lynn Vision's going to be a team that you have to keep your eye on and make sure you don't take too lightly, as some of these teams have learned it the hard way. But all in all, they did play more or less to expectation in terms of the tournament placing result.
Sure, when you look at those numbers at the end of the day and you see what's happened falling to the lower bracket than out, yes, it is expected, but I'm still so impressed with everything that they put up in all of those series that we got to see, all of the maps as well there. And for FUT getting to look onwards, I mean, they're looking at playing Inner Circle. It's not tomorrow, but the day after, I believe it is. Maybe it is tomorrow.
Usually it's 2 days here, but
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll find out.
Do you feel like it's an even matchup, or it was Inner Circle just got the better of Vitality earlier in the tournament?
I don't know what happened in that game against Vitality. But I mean, that's a ZywOo with like a career performance to go 0.78 rating. That wasn't. I don't know what they did to Vitality, but that wasn't the Vitality that I've seen for the last year and a half.
Also, I feel every time that JL plays with the team, he's going to be a little bit better now too, because he's learning everything with them. So
True.
Inner Circle caught Vitality on a bad day. I have a hard time thinking that FUT's not going to make a nice run here in the lower bracket.
Now, do I have a correction? It is tomorrow, because I was going to say there's not enough games because we'll do our seeding and then eliminations. There's not enough, so it is going to be the last tomorrow that they play. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself with the schedule because we haven't even finished our day number 4 here. We still have a whole nother series to go, but there is a little bit of time between now and then, and you guys don't want to go very far. It's going to be a very quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be a brand new game that we're going to be playing with a guest appearance on this panel.
Nothing quite like arena Counter-Strike. Let's get into this one.
Oh, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. You like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
Wouldn't it be cool if we open the show? Packed out Moody Center? Bro, I would kill this. All right then, how would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas. This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage.
Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine? Counter-Strike lives within us! From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
All right, gamers, listen up.
Listen up.
No, I say.
I say.
Bro, just say the next bit. There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
A lot.
People are telling you that you need to learn lineups.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
You're too close. Dude, hold this.
Like this, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why we've used science.
Science, bitch.
If you're not gonna take this seriously.
I am taking it seriously.
Then stop.
Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win.
Power Formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers.
For gamers. I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro. You gotta turn it. You gotta, no, rotation. You can drink it whenever you like. Just show them, show them. Power! Yeah.
Good.
All right, listen up.
Power Formula!
Think less, win more. Ready?
Yeah.
Think less, win more.
Power Formula.
I told you guys we'd have a very special guest on our panel, and we've unleashed him. We've let him loose from the cage.
Ta-da! It's me!
Hey, Ronnie!
Wow!
Standing ovation, because there's no seats at the desk.
The people they were typing Kerrigan in chat.
Well, they are tremendously disappointed.
Well, maybe for some, not for others, but I did say we were going to play a brand new game. That's brand new for Blast Open. Of course, it is essentially just a reskinned game of things you guys have seen many times before. We're going to be playing Jeopardy Counter-Strike Edition, which is going to be... Why are we playing the... What? I was going to say, I don't want to see the players. Come on, guys. Those guys setting up? No way. We got 3 categories, 4 questions in each, and I do want to, just before we get started, this is going to be our lovely... 3D printed trophy.
Yeah. What is it?
Looks like Jeff Bridges.
It's Scrawny's head.
It's me!
Hey! You might be the winner. Who knows?
I had a hunch that one day they'd build trophies in my image.
I could use some scrawny head.
Anyway, moving on to the categories here. I thought it was Scrawny that was going to be unleashed, but apparently you're going to put Maui back on the shackles there. You guys have IGLs as category in the yellow there. You have before and after, which is a very iconic Jeopardy category if you guys have seen it at all. They're in the turquoise teal, and then you have errors there in the orange.
Okay.
Now it
Swifties.
is,
I was going to say, yeah.
well, it's a Counter-Strike edition of Jeopardy.
Okay.
And I figured, Scrawny, because you are our guest star and a man who loves game shows, you could have the board first.
Okay.
It'll be over quick when
I was kind of hoping that somebody who has a little more familiarity with Jeopardy.
Oh, you don't know Jeopardy?
Well, I mean, I kind of do.
I'm
but
so
like,
sorry.
Just
You
in
don't
like, well, I just don't know how to like.
For how bad your
start
childhood
right now.
must have been. Okay.
I'm gonna take a shot.
Yes, you just
so-
you just pick a category and then you say what number and the
So
question.
Nat,
Yes.
I'm gonna go with errors for 200.
Errors
You
for
get it. You
200. You know exactly what
you
you're
know
doing
I'm
at
playing
this point.
coy.
Winning 5 Blast titles is a crucial part of this lineup becoming one of the best teams in history.
Ding.
Yes, Maui.
I would take...
I have to ding?
Who is Astralis?
Incorrect.
What?
It's open.
Blast Pro Series.
Okay, why did you guys show the answer when it was wrong? Other people get it. Who's
Did they not win like every Blast Pro Series? Oh,
Maui, it says one of the best teams in history.
Oh my
Astrology is not in there.
Wow.
Well,
Also,
that
yeah.
was a boo-boo.
I thought that me picking the option means I get to answer guaranteed.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, do you want to do that? That's not.
Okay, all right.
We can do that. My bad. He got it wrong anyway. We'll give you the 200.
Usually you ding.
Here, let
You'll
me
give him
let me
200?
Yeah,
It's a
I'm gonna give it because I look. I messed up. I didn't tell production.
All right. Warm up
Scrawny.
round. Warm up round.
Warm up round.
Warm up.
Don't punish me for him.
You're getting 200. I'm sorry, Vic. You didn't stand in. Yep.
What? Okay. Well,
All right.
we'll live with that.
Anyway, Scrawny, it's still your board.
This game's easy.
Where would you like to?
All right. So he gets to go first.
Yeah.
I just don't want to interrupt.
I'm gonna go before and after for 500.
Okay,
Oh,
500.
okay.
I will wait for production before you click it. I want to explain how this category works because you said you hadn't played or
Caveats.
seen Jeopardy. The way it works is it's essentially like 2 trivia questions in one. Okay, so the way it is you're looking for an answer to the first part. It will have the same ending word as the first of the second part. I know that sounds very, very convoluted. I do have an example.
All right, Nat, I'll take errors for 500.
No. An example would be Rihanna's EDM hit searches for singles in Paradise on reality TV. Rihanna's EDM hit is We Found Love. The reality TV show is Love Island. So your answer would be We Found Love Island.
Whoa.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Yes. So you are looking for one word essentially to join these two.
Okay.
And you're going for 500, the second most difficult one off the bat right here.
Wow.
Okay, you ready?
I was feeling confident after the first one.
Yeah, you really were. Okay, we go before and after 500. Blast Open Porto's Asian qualifier team guest stars in this new Marvel TV show spin-off.
Whoa. Blast Open Porto's Asian
Surely you know
team.
that bit? That's the first?
Yeah.
Which team is it?
Guest stars. Asian qualifier team is in the winner?
Yes, like the
It
team
would have
that-
been Lynn Vision.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
the team we just cast.
Yep.
Just double checking.
And then you're looking for the second part.
Lynn?
It's guest star, so you're looking for the new Marvel TV show spin-off.
Vision.
And
I think I know this one.
Wow.
I probably don't know this one.
I'm gonna have
Do we have a timer?
I'm gonna have to call time on it, Scrawny. What are you going with? Lynn Vision?
Lynn Vision and
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not. All right.
God, I
Anyone
got
want to?
nothing.
Shucks.
Anyone want to
You
dig
got
in
it?
here?
No, you do it. You said you got it.
No.
Okay.
I lied. Is it WandaVision? Is that the Marvel
so
show?
close. It's the new Marvel spin-off of that. If you know the newest one that's coming from WandaVision.
I don't know anything from Marvel ever other than
Do you wanna
the
give it a go,
Thanos
Maui?
guy.
Only if I don't lose points.
You don't lose points.
Okay, I would just say, who is Lynn Vision Spider Noir? Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make any sense at all.
It's Lynn Vision Quest.
Oh,
The newest
Vision
Marvel
Quest.
spin-off is Vision Quest.
Oh, okay.
Guest starring Paul Bettany, Vision there. So you did pick a hard one. Because no one got it, it is still your board, Scrawny.
Sick.
So we can go back and
All
you
right.
can pick whatever you would like
Let's
here.
keep it rolling. You know what? That was actually fun. I like the concept. So
Yeah.
let's do before and after for 200.
For 200. Okay, I do like
Let's
that
walk
one.
it back a step.
All right, this one's for you, Scrawny. Famous Queen song becomes the backing music for this iconic Middle Eastern desert Counter-Strike map.
I don't know enough about Queen.
But do you know this iconic Middle Eastern desert Counter-Strike map?
I know a few.
Yeah, name one of them.
Well, what if it's the wrong one?
Well, just say it out loud and you'll know.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Mirage.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Sure. Pass it over.
Maui.
What is another one bites the dust 2?
Holy shit, he's done it!
God, we out
200
here.
points to Maui. That
Classy.
is correct there.
Classy answer there,
Another
man.
one bites the dust too.
2. All right.
It is now your board, Maui. Where would you like to go?
Before and after for 100.
100.
100
We're
thieves.
supposed to go up, not down.
Well,
We'll get there. We'll get there.
we'll get there. All right.
Okay.
For 100, the world's largest hot biome becomes a shooting range for Nico's signature pistol.
Largest hot. Oh, okay. What is the Desert Eagle?
But
What-
we're looking for a
what is-
specific world's largest hot biome.
Oh, what is the Sahara Desert Eagle?
Correct.
Oh.
100 points. That was great work
Okay.
there.
Let's go. Let's go.
Still your board, Maui.
Before and after 1,000.
Holy
Whoa.
Let's clear it out.
Let's clear it out. Alrighty. G2's Rifler lends his vocals to 2018 hit by
Damn it.
Ariana Grande.
Ariana Grande. This is a VU question.
This screams VU.
This is a screams VU one right here. I don't know. What,
Well, surely you know a G2 Rifler.
Well, I don't think Nerds made it into an Ariana Grande song.
I will also say it has to kind of be 2 words. That's the key to this. For anything to work, it has to be 2 or more words. So you're looking for a G2 Rifler that in a way has 2 words in their name.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure that it has to do with Heavy God, but I don't know. I don't know any Ariana Grande songs.
I don't know the Ariana Grande
Are
songs.
you joking me, Vu?
No.
It's like
No.
the single from Sweetener.
Oh.
I don't even know her albums.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big miss for me.
No one?
I'm gonna go with.
I would have done like New Jeans Gods for New Jeans Heavy God. What is New Jeans Heavy God?
No, you have to start with Heavy God because
Yeah,
G2's
yeah,
Rifler is
okay,
first.
well then-
So God is the connecting word.
Yeah,
So you're looking for an Ariana Grande song that starts with God.
I'm gonna go with.
God's Plan.
What
I
is?
did think about putting that one in there instead, and I was like, that's too
Yeah, that
easy.
would've been
It's
easier.
too easy. It's 1,000 points.
What is heavy? Godly woman?
So close! It is Heavy God is a woman, because God is a
I
woman.
knew that one. I knew it. I did know that song.
Oh
You-
my! I knew Vu would know it.
So
I
close.
knew he would.
You guys were genuinely right
No.
there.
Ah,
Yeah,
shucks.
yeah. Back to the board, though, Maui. It's still yours.
Let's do IGLs for 100. 3 thieves.
IGLs for 100. Now, you think it'd be straightforward and we'd just be talking about the IGLs, but that's not how Counter-Strike Jeopardy works here.
Oh.
For 100, Kerrigan shares a first name with Finn Wolfhard, who stars in this 2016 sci-fi horror Netflix TV show.
Whoa.
What is Stranger Things.
That is correct.
Oh,
Good
shoot.
work,
Let's go.
Maui. Yeah.
Let's go. I was thinking, what other shows are there?
Good work.
Widow's Bay would have been a little too recent. That's Apple TV.
Let's bring back the buzzer so I can steal Maui's chance to answer.
You need buzzers.
Well, that's what we were going with.
Okay. I know, I messed it all up.
All right.
IGL's for 200, Nat.
IGL's for 200. Apex joined Vitality the first time in 2018. The same year, France beat this country 4-2 in the FIFA World Cup Finals.
Asking 3 North Americans about football.
Maui was actually talking about during Blast Bounty how much World Cup he was watching.
Yeah, but not in 2018.
Not in 2018,
I
apparently. He's lopping.
I had
checked.
I had NBA to watch then. Who? I'll just take a random guess. Who is? No, not Germany. Not that. Let's go. Who is? F it. Who is Germany?
That is incorrect.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who is England?
No, unfortunately not.
Argentina?
No, it was Croatia.
Oh, Croatia.
Whoa, what are they doing in there?
That's what I'm saying. I would have gambled that one, huh?
My phone's buzzing right now. Prof is messaging me. How do you not know these?
Still your board, man.
All right, IGL's 500.
IGL for 500. We'll see how this one goes. Fallen became the first Brazilian to win a major in CSGO in 2016. That same year, Brazil won their first Olympic gold medal in this team sport.
Jesus. What is synchronized swimming?
Incorrect.
Women's beach volleyball.
Incorrect.
What a joke.
I think they were in the final this year.
What is soccer?
They were playing Canada.
That is correct.
Wow, it
Men's
was
football,
right
Scrawny.
there.
It was right there. 500 points for you. I'll
right
take it.
there.
Men's football,
Thank you.
soccer. You're North American, so I'll give it
That's
to you.
true.
It is now back to your board, Scrawny.
You know what? Let's get going. Let's do the IGLs
Okay.
for $1,000.
I'm super excited for this one.
Wait, there's a money prize?
Oh yeah, that and the trophy.
Oh, what? I would have been
sorry.
trying. Okay.
IGLs for 1,000. Sin was born March 18, 2002, sharing a date with the biggest unsolved heist 12 years earlier, where this many masterpieces were stolen.
Whoa, what?
What?
2012, sharing a date with the biggest unsolved heist 12 years earlier, so we're talking about 1990.
Yep, March 18, 1990, the biggest unsolved heist. Still to this day. How many pieces were stolen?
How many pieces?
Wait, how many pieces?
That is what
How many masterpieces?
Yeah, where this many masterpieces were stolen.
Were all of the pieces masterpieces?
Oh, yes.
Oh, they were. She's got to be
Yeah,
clear.
they were.
Unsolved with all these. How many?
I beg to
many
differ on at least a couple.
masterpieces were stolen?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Guys, I could have made you name the museum.
Yeah,
so.
I'm not sure how to ask a question as a number, so I'm gonna go.
What is? How many?
What is?
Who is?
No,
Nope,
not
that was
who is.
definitely wrong.
Not who is. Disqualified.
Who is 9?
Unfortunately, that is incorrect. Not 9, but that does open up for anyone else.
How many is 12?
Unfortunately, incorrect as well.
What is 10?
Also, unfortunately, incorrect.
What even is
It's
this?
11.
It was 13.
Oh.
It was 13
shucks.
masterpieces,
What
equating to about
happened?
500 million. It was like just after midnight. This museum got broken into.
Which museum?
I have it written down. I don't know it off the top of my head. It's like Isabel's something or other.
Obviously.
Here we go. Isabel Stewart Gardner Museum.
What got stolen?
13 masterpieces.
13. Yeah,
Art.
clear. You paying
A
attention?
lot.
No, but I'm not.
Oh,
what
which
are we
specific
doing?
one?
Yeah.
Too long. We'd be here too long.
I
We've
feel
still
like-
got 3 more questions.
I feel
to
like
go.
jewel thieves are on the rise as of late.
That's true,
So
That is true. That is true.
Hey.
But no. All right, you guys have errors. Whose board was it? It's still Scrawny's, I believe. Yes.
I gotta go era for 500.
Errors for 500 here. This team won 2 majors in a calendar year, but more importantly, I can't say this by the way, won 3. I don't know how to say that. Can you guys read?
Aftenbladet.
Yeah, fight night show matches over players like Dupree, Shocks, and Carrigan. Silence is deafening right now.
Aftenbladet.
Okay. I mean,
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hope it's 2 here.
Yeah,
yeah.
Who's Fnatic?
that is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Just
That
I was
is
like,
correct.
I don't want to get this wrong.
first
I was
question.
scared. I was scared.
First question I know the answer to.
Yeah.
All right, still your board. You get either 100
Hey.
or 1,000 for the errors.
I'm gonna do that. Era's 100.
Okay, errors for 100. This lineup has lifted the most amount of notable event trophies.
Just ever.
Yeah. It's
Who's Vitality?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
I was gonna say it's only 100
I don't know.
points.
You got me nervous. I feel
That's
like there's
totally
tricks.
bad.
Wait, no, it's Astralis. It's Astralis.
Oh, no, sorry, it was Astralis. The other one was Vitality. I freaking got
Oh my
Did I get the answers mixed around, maybe?
Oh. Because I knew they had more LAN wins than Vitality.
No, it was right. It was right. I checked this with B-Tribes. It's definitely Astralis.
Yeah, it's Astralis.
It
It is
definitely is. It
Astralis. It
definitely
is
is. Yeah,
Astralis.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. If you count,
You had me like
counting Blast Pro Series, they have more. Technically, they have less. They have the same amount of S tier lands, but
That
you
was
got
my bad.
more notable events because Blast Pro Series count as A tier.
Hold on. But it's this lineup, not this team.
That was my
Yeah, no,
bad.
that's the lineup. The five-man. No, five-man roster. Yeah,
You
five-man
can
roster.
take the 100 because I messed up and I said it was right when it was wrong, and you know.
I don't deserve it. I saw it on the screen.
Okay, okay, Vu gets 100 then.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I need it.
actually,
I need it.
actually,
Yes.
I
Give
think
it to him.
I think
he
Vu
needs
should
it.
Well,
have
it's winner take all for the end, right?
This is a
Or-
daily double. No, I'm joking. We're not doing the daily double, but this is our
Double Jeopardy.
last question. Do you guys want to do it as a free for all? I feel like that's only fair for the last one.
I need a
right?
chance to
Let
answer.
Vu answer first. Let Vu answer first.
Yeah, let Vu answer
Yeah?
first. Well,
Okay.
Yeah, okay, then he'll beat me though. That's unfortunate.
No, he won't.
It's worth 1,000.
Yeah, and you've got 1,200.
Yeah, you can't even lose here.
You literally
It's
can't
just me
lose.
to potentially come in last place.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
pretty
I'll
much.
snipe it from him.
All
after he
right,
loses.
errors for 1,000. These
No
two.
way.
Oh, he knows this. Oh, he
two
knows this.
Taylor
His
Swift.
profile pic is
boy.
Taylor Swift on Steam.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
let me finish the question.
Oh my God! You can't mess this up, Vu. This is it's a gimme.
Well,
I
let
know
me,
we got all
hey,
too
hey,
well,
for
Taylor.
our
Oh
audio
my
listeners
gosh.
out there, these two Taylor Swift errors notably do not have her iconic re-recorded Taylor's version.
I'm a fake fan.
Holy shit, you are, bro.
I
There's
don't
no
know.
way.
I know we were all waiting for
Yeah, we were.
Reputation.
Okay.
I don't know if it came out though.
No, it didn't. That's one.
There's
now name
one.
the second.
Hasn't answered as a question though.
Okay.
Which era is Reputation?
Yeah, but there's two. I need the second one here, please, Vu, for 1,000 points.
1989. I'm pretty sure they had. I can't
Domo.
remember her new albums though. I can't remember the names.
Well, the
of
new ones wouldn't
albums.
need them because she had her own record label at that point.
Well,
so
that's great because they also don't have a Taylor's version.
Yeah, I thought that was the whole thing. It was that the two newest ones probably notably do not have her iconic re-recorded Taylor.
Dead Poets. What is Dead Poets Society?
No.
It doesn't have a Taylor's
Yeah,
version.
but it doesn't need one.
But
that wasn't the point.
That's not in the question.
That's-
Which
yeah.
ones
I
that
think
need a Taylor's
I
version
take
don't
Vu's
have a
side. The
Taylor's
No
question
way.
is lightly flawed. I
No
know.
way. These two, it's notably do not. Any fan would know that these two need
fan.
and do not have.
Any fan, she
Well,
said.
Any fan.
Reputation. What was the album after Reputation? I can't even remember. Is it the self-titled album?
It is. It's
Amazing.
Reputation and Taylor
my
Swift
God,
for
I'm so
1,000
good.
points. Yeah, you're really good there.
Owned Maui Snake. CS Jeopardy. You don't know enough Taylor Swift eras?
The song
Absolutely
this question was tailor-made for
crazy.
It low-key kind of was,
almost
yeah.
failed.
The
Oh,
only
wow.
one he gets to answer.
Yeah,
It was
seriously.
the one for
How is that
him.
even fair? Oh my.
It's
Well-
not fair. Neither is life, Maui
No,
Snake.
it's clearly not.
Scrony, your one and only time so
Wow.
far on my desk, and you
Wow.
are our CS Jeopardy winner.
Look at that, a trophy of myself.
Yes.
Who would have thought?
I know right where I'm going to put this. Thank you,
Who would
Nat.
have
Rigged.
thought? You're more than welcome.
I really
Thank you
wanted
so
that.
much for joining us. It was close. Vu with 1,100, then Maui with 400 there right
That's
after.
pathetic,
But we
Maui.
do still have one more series for today and a whole lot of fun. We're going to have a Legacy coming up against Falcons.
We didn't prepare on them that much. We didn't think that we lost to them twice. We just wanna play CS that we usually do and just be strong mentality, strong individually. Just be ready for everything.
Does that mean that you guys are going to 2-0 Legacy today?
We'll see.
Niku, you guys have played Legacy twice in the last year and they've bested you both times. What's going to be different this time around when you meet them?
Hopefully the outcome. Yeah, it's been difficult for us to play versus them for some reason. Obviously they are on doing very well right now. You know, they're playing very good CS. They have beaten some other top teams as well. They're pretty confident, probably going up against us. They know what they have to do. We'll try to switch a couple of things here and there, see if that will work this time, but I'm confident. I mean, I said last time I wanted the revenge, but we still lost. Obviously this time as well, coming for the revenge.
It's very hard to play against them in these maps, but we like the maps as well, so I think will be the hard match.
Do you think that you have the better playstyle compared to Falcons and that's why you could beat them twice now?
I think we have a playstyle a little bit different from them, so we have a very aggressive and we have a lot of aim, I think. They have as well, but I think we play more aggressive because of this. So I don't know. I think we have a good play style playing against them, and maybe we can show a good CEST as well today to win.
I think this game has less pressure because I think for Falcons it was a pretty important game. Maybe pressure was a factor that made us win in EWC, but here, like if you lose, you don't go out, so it's less pressure, and I think it will be a harder game. But I hope it will be a fun game at least.
I really appreciate Try giving that insight, because at the end of the day, it makes my job a little bit easier, because he's kind of right. There is a lot more pressure when it's a single elimination playoffs bracket at EWC compared to what right now is their group stage. Yes, it's all about qualifying to Porto, but you do still have a second lifeline here.
And I think that might be a definite favor for Falcons a lot of the time. You look at Legacy, they play as if pressure doesn't exist, and even with Kerrigan on the roster, I feel Falcons still at times falter when the lights are on, when they're at the most heated moments of a tournament. They sometimes they're a second late on a peak, a flash doesn't show up that you need, and that's where they really lose that little edge they need to beat a team like Legacy.
Exactly. This kind of format being in a group stage, knowing it's not really do or die in the same sense, that should help Falcons in terms of alleviating that pressure that you've already mentioned, and also the fact that they have the major in their back pocket at this point. You would think that would free them up a little bit more as a whole, despite the fact that they did crash out at EWC to this very Legacy.
I mean, we could have a look at that, right? Because when you break it down, you have to wonder so many things whilst there is those external factors at it. At the end of the day, individuals weren't really showing up for the side of Falcons in that best of 3.
I would say the individuals of Legacy showed up incredibly when you look at that best of 3. I mean, the Falcons players weren't where they need to be. Certainly you want more from TeSeS, from Nico. Nico's really struggled against this Legacy team, but you also have Try with nearly a 30-kill performance on a CT side of Dust 2 as well that made this incredibly difficult for the Falcons side.
I was surprised for this one. Well, you did have MOUZ.CEST. That was your win condition for Falcons. That was met, but unfortunately, nobody else was able to go toe-to-toe in terms of fragging for them. I feel like also for this game, it almost was surprising to me how Legacy was able to escape as the winner of this, because a lot of their calls led to early picks where Dumao was sent to his death multiple times. There were just multiple instances where Falcons got that pick, but they just couldn't always contain what Legacy were trying to do as the round progressed.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, you have Falcons. They really struggled on their own T side. I mean, they got shut out on the T side of Mirage. Over their losses in the best of 5 at CAC and this one, they only managed, 20 of 63 T rounds. They're just getting blown out when it comes to the T side, and that's, credit to Legacy having this kind of bulletproof CT side at times.
And hopefully we're going to be seeing that. I know Try at the end, he was just like, oh, we just want to have some fun and see some good Counter-Strike. I want to see a similar performance from Legacy, but I also want to see what it matches up against if Falcons were also to all perform individually too, because I feel like that's when we're going to start being able to calibrate Legacy a little bit better, because there is still that question mark. Were you able to do it one event? Can you find consistency? Can you keep doing it now?
Consistency in Falcons, that's just an oxymoron. I mean, it's never really going to happen for them. The way that the individuals play is just so, it's just so focused on what's going on in their micro area, and oftentimes you feel like, are you guys even looking at the radar? Are you thinking about how many men advantage you have? The way that Kyosuke, for example, recently played was kind of downright despicable versus Lynn Vision. The way that he just swings out with no regard for his team having an advantage, whether it's through a smoke, he's just fighting people with no regard for his own life and what it even means if he perishes. So I think that's going to be a huge hindrance, because I just don't even know, even though Kerrigan seemed to have lightly unlocked Kyosuke, I just don't always feel like he's learning when I watch him match to match.
Yeah, I think when you look at their major run, it almost covered up the reality that when Kyosuke has a bad game, he's really liable to make some kind of, as you said, despicable peaks, some peaks that you really need to not be making, giving up openings, giving up situations where you're in an advantage. And if you have him having a great game every game, as he did at the major, well, it looks like he's one of the best players in the world, right? But he has a bad game, his aim isn't hitting, and then all of a sudden Falcons struggle to win, even if the other players are showing up, which against this Legacy squad, oftentimes they aren't.
I do want to latch on, and hopefully Falcons will do the same, to the positive that you guys mentioned in their previous matchup, their previous meeting against Legacy here, was how MOUZ.CEST showed up, right? Because what has already been so far in Blast Open is how good Try is on the side of Legacy. And so now I'm wondering if we're going to see the same sort of caliber coming out from both of them. What does the head-to-head look like? What are we going to be able to see in a run back here only 8 days later?
As much as we know what we're getting out of MOUZ.CEST, he's in the upper echelon, the top 3 of players that seem to be in a career, a category of their own. Try is trying to make an attempt at actually brushing up against that. At times, he's an incredible player with the op in hand, but also with the rifle. You saw that with their last matchup against Falcons as well. When he had the rifle in hand, he could find entries. That is an insane. They do that every time, though. They do that every time, though. Yeah. And even when they lose, they do that. But you see,
just more behind closed doors. It's more like a sub.
you see Try. He's a great player. He's just not MOUZ.CEST. That's the only problem.
I'm so high on Try, though.
Yeah.
I'm so high on Try. Even though the last HLTV top 20 opper that was from South America was Henny, my take is that Try is the best opper from South America since KNG. Even though he never got on the top 20 list, that dude was a beast. That dude was insanely fast. He could change the tide of a game on the drop of a hat. This guy is just changing how everything feels for Legacy. As soon as he joined this team, they immediately became a huge threat to everybody out there because Try is just wicked fast. He can be so aggressive. His rifle is also so clean too. And the amount of rounds that he just single-handedly takes over and also presses the issue. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a 5-on-4. He will still sometimes rotate to the next bomb side over, try to stop what's happening on that side too. Or if he's just pressed onto a site defense, he can rattle off 3 shots with such great accuracy that he can also stop a whole hit dead in its tracks. So I think that Try is really kind of what has given Legacy this huge leap in performance.
Yeah, what you sometimes see is Legacy having a little bit of a gambly style. Sometimes they'll gamble stack 3-4 players in an area, or they'll just give up a part of the map to re-aggress a different portion. Sometimes they would lose control of that area entirely. Now even if you lose control of that, Try has absolutely no concern to walk back into an angle that's been taken. He can be caught in the open. He knows, hey, I'm at least getting 1. Someone swings on me, I'm in the middle of the open, I'm getting 1 minimum, if not more. So he can have the confidence to re-aggress these angles that a lesser opera might be worried about.
Look, say it louder for those doubters in the back, because right now Try has definitely been putting up a performance for himself and for Legacy, but I do wonder where exactly our map veto is going to go. The real give and take right now is Legacy going to be able to get that Mirage back for themselves. The Falcons going to feel confident enough if they were to match up against them in a map 1.
I think if Falcons banned anything other than Cash, it would be them being completely desperate. I think Legacy often have a bit of an advantage in this veto because I think we're just going to have to run it right back to what we saw previously.
I would expect that as well. Okay, wait a second. We got Ancient this time out of Falcons here. I mean, Try has been pretty crazy on Dust 2, so I don't really blame him there.
Yeah, the concern for Dust 2 is Try, especially. I thought they might go back to it just in that Try had such an incredible game, and still you had a very close affair where Falcons arguably should have won, but you know you're going to map 3 on Dust 2 if you don't pick it.
Yeah, you're still going to get it in the pool regardless of that fact. So Mirage here, again, what we talked about with Legacy in this is that sometimes their T side can lead some of their entry fraggers like Dumao down a river. He was having a really hard time, but once they swapped over to the CT side, they were lights out.
It is a strong map veto. Then we're going to see a similar run back if it were to get to a map 3 where they could run up against each other and have that rematch there on Dust 2. But right now we're kicking off with Mirage and Scrawny and Launders.
Mirage, an excellent place to start this best of 3, Mohan. We've got a very big deal in this game. That's why we've got to take it extra seriously. Falcons versus the Legacy squad. And Polymarket Predictors, obviously taking Falcons in this one. Let's hope we get the Falcons that we're playing the second half of Dust 2 versus Lynn Vision, because this is a Falcons that has actually shown a bit of weakness so far here for Blast Open Porto.
If Kerrigan's in the server, Twist must be close by.
He's watching. I bet you that.
the series that's not even really a rivalry if they lose this match.
No, it won't be.
5-0 in maps right now. Let's see if the beatdown continues.
Man, oh man. 13-7 at EWC on this very map going Legacy's way. But that's game tape for the brains behind the operation over in the Falcons camp. Frag grenade into the pack. Nice shot from csgo to start this. And things have to immediately slow down as that utility fizzles out. Chance to get into the bomb site. We're watching on as Falcons get a lot of damage in, but they're still not managing to find a second kill until now. Kerrigan gets there. More damage on Lotto. He is still alive and kicking. Finally, it is just him left over. And yeah, it always felt like Falcons were going to win that pistol once the nades hit, once they slowed it down. Legacy dodged shots long enough, but it is Falcons up with the first.
That has to be my favorite spot for csgo, just on any map, and I wonder how much he likes it.
Just playing behind?
Him shooting at those windows from Get Right, he is just so good at that. And yeah, they clean up. Usually, it's just like a non-starter if you lose that first kill and you're stuck in the B apps. I was shocked to see Legacy actually wiggle their way out, but didn't really matter. Falcons look pretty sharp. Now, they've had a couple of wake-up calls so far this event. Not surprised. They're coming out strong.
I love, yo,
Bomb says, no, we were going.
And who else? It's Art. That is just evidence of his psychology when it comes to Counter-Strike. 4 other players run away. Art runs through.
Now they peek from Palace first. I mean, probably nothing happens, but why not?
Keeping it clean for the first one. There is a bit of space offered, but Kerrigan spams down the attempted bomb plant. And yeah, this one goes exactly how you'd anticipate. Nothing to be proud of here, Legacy. No foot in the door. Nissam's been spotted.
Oh, doesn't know he's there, actually.
Oh, wow. Because he just saw, like, a pixel. I mean, this is going to be a jump scare. Test is going to be so confused. No, it worked.
That's crazy. Nicely done, Nissam.
Oh, that's so good. Tucks in. Yes,
that's joke.
Left scratching his head. Give him a tap. Oh, poor guy. That's funny. Guys, I'll bet my life he's in CT spawn right now. Like, what? It's goofy. So, at least, hey, that does.
Love it.
That's Nissam 1. Falcons get a laugh out of it and a conversion from the pistol. First gun's up for Legacy. Let's see what this game's got in store for us. So yet again, some apartments presence shown by Art. Takes to the tip of the spear. Top mid players come out now for Legacy, as we've got 2 down under the window as well. And of course, Falcons remaining active here on A site, taking over Palace in the meantime. Making moves at 1:10. Nate finds the boosters with substantial damage. Utility follows suit, and Legacy still just pausing bottom mid.
It's a very hard rotation to be, but 2 are getting up into the window, so that tells you it's most likely coming up connector. It looked like they had a great read on it, but it looks like they're actually wrong. This one's coming at csgo full force.
And he operates alone. Nico kills Art.
Oh, they didn't molly cat.
csgo kept clipping 1 and trying to just keep himself down with a nade flying in on him. He's whittled down to 9. Nico's still here, though, and didn't take damage in his first frag. So Nico's going to be ending up to be an excellent piece of support. Lotto, though, with 2 headshots, opens up the bomb site. Just like that, we're back into this. A 2v5 early in this game queued up. MOUZ, single kill, bottom connector, back to the murder hole, confirming the pieces, but allowing MOUZ.CEST and csgo to come at this half-health Lotto clutch.
He does crazy things. I don't know how he's going to set this up, though.
Big round player in their game versus FUT. Here's the approach from the Falcons. They've lost track as to where he's gotten off to. And as he plays here, he's just roping them in one after another. It is indeed a 2v5 out of Legacy.
I'm telling you, an umbrella on a rainy day. That's what Lotto is, man. I cannot believe it. The moments that he puts up sometimes. What a crazy clutch from Tetris.
That one there, finishing off CEST. Oh. And it makes you wonder for Falcons, it probably felt so in the bag when Nico jumps up onto Ticket like that.
He's genuinely got this like Zippix aura right now sometimes.
Lotto's nasty. Has huge stats this year. Desk was talking about him potentially breaking into top 20, or it was a B-Trams insert, one of the two.
Yeah.
He's got the numbers for it. CEST full blind. Him and Kyosuke, 1 kill so far between them. Flashbangs interrupt that exit out through ramp. As one lingers in Palace, Legacy hit the pause button.
Not a bad time to pause. They're not stranded anywhere. Out of view entirely. Kyosuke in a very active spot. Still a lot of attention this side of the map. They don't have kits, no nades as well. This one's going to be a brawl to the finish. They can't play retake.
Just hoping Falcons move pieces to the wrong side of the map. Not the case. Still majority lean on A. Second volley of an execute comes over, but Kyosuke gets away with the position. And you'd think this could spell disaster for Legacy, but they'll still clear it. They've got him zoned back into that cubby. Lotto finding one. Here comes Nico with a double, trying to snap it up into the Palace. Can't manage the third. 15 on the clock and bombed across from Sandwich.
Again, they still have to fight, man. A retake is so unlikely.
Mac 10 to try to cover off Ticket. Oh, Lotto just moves back around. It was actually an open connector plant. They didn't like the odds of that. A double up from Falcons from Ticket, and it works.
A bit of a mistake at Mac 10. Obviously, I don't know how low MOUZ.CEST is, but the Mac 10 would have easily finished him off.
Well, that's a great answer after losing a 5v2.
Yeah, they played it exactly as you should. I mean, Nico swinging out from that jungle smoke, just ready to die, but grabs 2 kills.
I love these two. I love that they're side by side.
I don't even know what happened exactly there.
I think it's the fact that he didn't get burned out of that sandwich position. Because even in the
getting hard cleared too.
Cinematic replay, it's like there's fire on his head. He's just hanging out in there. What's crazy is that he's allowed to get into that corner and they still check it.
Still check.
I thought
Lotto still checks it. No stone unturned with that guy.
Legacy forced to flip over the couch cushions, looking for money to buy here. This force features the 2 Galils, light nades, and some of it thrown towards mid right now.
Man, no kits again. No kits again. They have enough money, surely.
Oh, Nico crossing paths in the window. Oh, what a lineup, Nico. Oh!
Crazy.
I mean, excuse me?
I don't know how he had a point of reference for that. That was really nuts.
Missed chance out the ramp. MOUZ.CEST slaps Nissim out of here. Like a bug. Dumao dropped empty-handed, so rock solid round for the Falcons to come up with 5 players alive. Gonna put this early attempts from Legacy under question as they will be stuck in a save.
You know, the CAC final is one thing. They just got, just put together their new team.
Yeah.
The rematch was very surprising. Legacy beat them again, but, I can only imagine how hard they prepared for this one.
Preparation, one thing for Falcons. Sometimes it's execution the day of. So far, so good. I mean, you have lost a 5 versus 2 in the middle of all this, but everything else looks good.
An early screenshot just to get the jitters off.
You know, yeah, it's, just get it out of the way. In some ways, it's inevitable. Better to get it out early. Aye, yo, Legacy missing multiple utility already this map.
It's okay, Lotto will clear it.
No, he won't, because there's not one player heading towards mid. And obviously, they're thinking best case. Falcons don't know that there's nothing top middle, but floating around in the window was Nico all the while. Kyosuke dodging flashes as the Tech-9s emerge. His gun's getting empty, but that's fine. Kerrigan's holding his own, and on top of it, Nico here to help out with a kill and an assist. So rock solid defense on the B side as Falcons go 5-1.
Yeah, Falcons feeling good, looking good.
Smelling good.
It was a, we don't know that, but one mistake is just one mistake. Still a very clean CT side overall. And a messy T side for Legacy, so. They like B.
Try it again. At least sending out Dumao.
Oh, that's huge.
Lotto kills Nico. Oh, 3 kills opening for Legacy. And Kyosuke can't do it on his own. Look at the damage here, though.
Man.
They are that close to denying Legacy an exit.
I love that strat so much. My goodness, they just shoved one guy to the end through that smoke with the assistance of flashes. He pauses, and then it feels like the rush is just a little delayed. And meanwhile, they're still ready to poke open other parts of the map. That just had Art's name written all over it.
Yes, it did. But it wasn't Art at the tip of the spear. Dumao out first. Brave in his opening move. We'll see if Tess racks up any exits, but they're going to go apartments to survive, so it's really just Nissim as a possibility. Does he see his gun now? Yeah, he does. Yeah. Nissim executes.
Tess is like, what the hell?
Try still dies to the bomb. We have a funny little head-to-head between Nissim and Tess at the moment.
Just never knows where this guy is.
Yeah, I mean, Nissim looked like Houdini from Tess's POV.
That was a very crafty exec.
Lotto is now 50-25 in his CS2 head-to-head against Nico.
50-25? Not even Donk can do that.
Lotto pops Monacy over towards B to start this one, so another opening bit of success for Legacy at the B site. Not a position where the bomb can make it unless it also slices up Cat. And with the second kill, Catwalk wide open for the taking.
Oh, it's fast and committed that nade. Oh.
Ooh, might actually give Nico room to work here. Yeah, Nico's allowed out because of this smoke that Legacy gave over to him. They're gonna pop it open, expose him.
That's great. That is so good.
Can't help but take the attempt.
I mean, it's so hard to tell what's, you know, what's an illusion of a miss. You know, when they clear things like that, it's like, did they just draw him into that and know that someone's gonna try to play off of this spot? It helps them clear both back pillars as well, though, so. They got tricks for days.
A solid couple of starts to the B bomb site. Starting to feel like a good bit of success here for Legacy, leaning on that half of the map.
Win. 50-25 is a crazy.
That's nuts.
I mean, it does help when you're up 5 maps versus them. Not overall, of course. Falcons used to beat them.
Including at the opening best of 3 of the CS Asia Championships 2026, where they went on to lose in that best of 5.
Looks like a bit of a more of a detailed one here out of Zonic.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Mental.
And this, I mean, hook, line, and sinker. I'm not sure if he's mad at them for blowing it open or if he's mad at himself for standing in it.
Yeah.
Crazy way for Legacy to deal with a threat like NiKo, especially in the form he is. 8-4. You know, he stands in a smoke, he doesn't get his aim duel because they expose him on their timings.
Fallen said the other day, Legacy, to give them credit, he meant this as a compliment, but he said they have one of the dirtiest playstyles right now, and just how fast they can get into spots like that, and you don't know that move is coming. Like, how could you?
I mean, we've always used that expression that art drags you into the mud, so I think a dirty play style is a good way to put it. Falcons shelling up a little bit this round, but Legacy finally playing one very quietly. Oh, nice. Nissim saw that as an invitation, but CEST very ready. It was a scary frag grenade for a second for CEST because I thought Tri was maybe going to get an angle, but it didn't go deep enough to fully open smoke. Allows CEST to play close on ramp. Losing the angle into connector has CEST actually falling back. Just in case they do pop out from con like that. Another flash that's just kind of not synchronized. CEST eats it, at least able to still capitalize as the T's were also flashed. NiKo emerging through a smoke once more and m0NESY finding his. 4 up for Falcons. Legacy played with a slow clock this round and it ultimately just fizzles out.
Yeah, they kind of said there's no real gap here as they're going to smoke A ramp. They thought, Legacy thought they could punish, but no. And I mean, making sure to cover those small, tiny gaps that would otherwise not really exist versus other squads, I think is what's really important. Maybe what they've had trouble with Legacy in the past.
It was m0NESY's frag that almost opened the smoke for CEST to get caught. It was m0NESY's flashbang into connector that I feel like he had to throw, so I'm not criticizing that, but CEST looks at it. A couple of moments that could have made CEST's job awkward last round. Guns in hand Legacy. As Falcons will still fight on for that 9-round CT side. NiKo continuing to look sharp this evening. I think bodes well for Falcons' odds of winning. Just dumped a nade on top of Art's head for 50 damage.
Who wins this? Whoa, that's clutch out of NiKo. Obviously, that earlier HE, which I think he also threw. Oh, no.
It was Kyosuke, actually.
Helps out a lot. It was half his HP gone.
You got 3 lean here on A. Molotov right in front of the majority. Legacy have to wait that one out at 45 seconds. Banking on maybe Dumao getting some damage in. He's going to make Kyosuke's position awkward there. Half health tag through the wall. Oh, bullets whiz over top CEST. Nobody watching for that Palace walkout. CEST just gets blasted off sight. And then Kyosuke finished off by Dumao. They have fought their way back into a man advantage. Nicely done.
Damn.
Nissim offering a flashbang while he kills m0NESY.
That was just perfect in terms of not doing too much after they got their kills. I mean, they didn't actually have the smokes to establish. They're really relying on that connector lurk to work out.
That and the Palace walkout too, right? Finding CEST before he could tuck in under Palace.
Yeah, another key moment for Lotto. It's just tough when you die in spots like that because, you know, you go back, watch the demo and go, what did I really do wrong? And I barely gave that away. But Legacy just seemed to find that all the time.
I know Nico and Kyosuke were outside connector, but I guess Nico fell back through jungle kind of as TCEST was pushing forward, and it just boils down to that small timing. He was so close to tucking into cover, but this one puts the money of Falcons under question right at the very end.
And again, this Mirage increasingly CT-sided as the days go on, so it gets a little bit scary for Falcons, who started off 5-1.
Yeah, the reality here is Kevlar and pistols for the rest. Frees up Nico to try to be the hero here round 11. Trying to weaponize him, but nobody home for Legacy here, still sitting far back. Still just moving this AK to try to get the right point of contact, but Nico just hasn't seen anything to shoot at. Can hear them working through the midpoint. Finally given his chance, tags Art down to 20. Now they'll know where that rifle's at. Don't be surprised if this starts to move Legacy into that A site a bit quicker. Still they'll wait for that util. Nico scrambling to get over here as the pistols are going to stack up inside of Ticket. We hit 30 seconds, and Legacy only now emerging from that ramp. We're changing guns and whatnot at 25 on the clock. That AK remains a looming threat. MOUZ.CEST gonna also offer up a distraction. csgo goes wide, kills one with the deke. Bomb plant gets interrupted. Nico finds another kill. They wrap around the site, and it falls onto Dumao, who's just too far gone.
Yeah, no time.
Falcons robbing one back and making up for that lost 5v2.
And we talked about how FUT in those moments don't doubt themselves. They move quickly enough. That's a moment where Legacy, they have everything they need to make a decision. As you mentioned, it's not a full investment. They maybe didn't know that for sure, but they know the best gun is going to be that AK. And they knew it was also on B up until this moment where they gave everybody so much time to rotate through. No way Falcons were going to go for a slow-paced retake. The time to strike was 10 seconds ago for Legacy, and they didn't find it.
So that locks in their lead. Just when we said, like, Mirage CT side, kind of looking for more rounds than what it looked like Falcons would get. And because of that surplus of money now, winning with this one AK, we've got a double op variation for Falcons to finish the half with. So something fresh as Kerrigan dons the sniper.
Let's go, Kerrigan on the op.
What could go wrong?
It's easy. Opping B apps.
It's easy.
It's easy.
Legacy still get through with a buy of their own. Little light on nades, sure.
You literally just chill the whole round. You chill.
Just chilling. Just chilling in the face of terrorism. Legacy. Wow. Almost finding Nico. They're going to try to Hail Mary spray through. Oh, they catch him with the art peek.
Ooh, one of the ops misses.
Nico trying to escape is so low HP, and they just keep on it. They're so adamant. That's going to piss them off for sure. Kyosuke takes a bit of damage here, but it's a quick climb into the window for Legacy as the bomb peels back off Cat, and Art becomes the playmaker.
Taking out Nico's huge. No, they know jungle's clear. Well, this is one of Art's favorite lurks.
And guess who's chilling on apartments? Kerrigan finds one with the op. Kyosuke was ready for the Art wraparound, so very good presence of mind and a solid defense to at least keep this 4v2 Falcons to try to ice out the half.
See, it's easy.
Big reposition from Kerrigan, takes up position in back sights.
Once he gets on the second window, it's over.
Still just keeps on considering Catwalk though, and his teammates got 20 HP. Kerrigan versus Try in an op battle for the B site.
He's out upping Try 100%.
30 seconds.
Oh, but they are holding this.
Kyosuke hears the drop. Op gets off the line. Oh, that's the bomb drop now. So Dumao is going to have to double back after maybe killing 2 people. Kerrigan loses his head. Kyosuke up next, and again, it's that clock that really puts the pressure on this clutch out of Dumao. Add to that it's got to be the ace, and m0NESY won't let you run. Falcons, 8-4 CT side. Solid stuff, even including a 5v2 fumble. They'll be happy with the end result as they take to the T side.
(11-5) for the Mongols.
The one that was slowly piecing together some kind of comfort zone. No comfort whatsoever. 9-10 hits another.
He doesn't miss.
Shots. And so this space dries up. He will do it all if he has to. As the others fall for him, no help is coming for Vitality. 9-10 calls the emergency services. And there's a ton of pressure coming in on m0NESY. He lines up the bodies, though.
So solid.
Locks this down. Another multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal. Okay, over towards outer. Damage onto the op.
This would be huge.
Is Donk gonna look for the pickoff into heaven from Hut, or is he gonna stay in Squeaky? The decision he has to make.
Donk comes back. ZywOo, remember, full health over onto the AK. They're feeding Apex to him. And now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out wide. Okay. Clashes and kills them off. Always reliable Russian rifling.
Walking up on it, though, is Shiro. Does dispatch of another with Cobra gone. Yami's scout going to be pushed in. Shiro a chance. Donk comes in. Just going to get a couple of extra. Padding up those stats further. 23 and counting before the 9D connects. Oh, it connects right. What? How's he done that? Masterful from the 9D. This is lovely play from Italian
Going into the stack on lower, though.
Yeah, you're right. Torji's AWP is here, but it's only going to be that first shot onto Madja before the penny drops. The info flows. Torji looking for more. Oh, he's got it another. Zatara's down. Torji racking him up, farming him up. Beautiful.
They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flamesy in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in Hut. Meanwhile, 8th floor falls. Navi get the entry. m0NESY, backside, the anchor. Anchors. Vitality's king. He sits here as bit responds. The headshot Hunter only gets the 2. And so now it is on Ime. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on m0NESY. And they end it. The Navi Nation crumbles.
Gets away with a lot of damage. That's Brolin squeezed out from Pop. Going to try and run it out into the yard. And ZywOo's AWP is on the line. Second bounce. ZywOo coming alive. Maximum damage done to MOUZ.
First shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for Furia outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Team Falcons showing some tenacity and also their ability to hold their nerve. 8-4 CT side, rock solid half out of Nico, rock solid half out of Kyosuke as well, who is very mobile within that half now that you think about it. Supporting Nico inside connector, supporting Kerrigan over on B. Nice to see that the rifling is a Department Falcons flex to get this 4-round lead.
Little fake coming up here for Falcons. It's an active spot.
Legacy bite. No, because at the same time, they still hit this B site. They find footing on the ground. Try with 1 frag so far. Nissim gets cleared. Kyosuke looking to be the solution. Finds you on the reload. Second headshot's his. Try, though, finally going to get a multi-frag as m0NESY and Kerrigan left to a 2 versus 3. Bomb here on m0NESY's back. Finds you on the reload, but he's kind of scrambling. Worried that another CT would find him, which eventually they do. This is a change of pace for a guy like Try. A lot of talk about Try this week, coming off of a phenomenal first event in the Legacy jersey. Great opening best of 3. Looked like an animal. Was very human, though, however, in these first 12 rounds.
Yeah, he has had a 1 or 2 off maps, so it's a little bit streaky here and there, and even started this one 0 and 6, so a good bounce back already this map. well before it's too late. But definitely his overall trend has been splendid.
Mm-hmm.
They played the fake sort of as you should. It looked like they popped out B a little early, but jump spotting from the left side was really perfect. And all Falcons were trying to do was just loosen the B site. They weren't really trying to get a full rotation because no good team's going to bite on that unless there's a commitment. Good to keep your fakes rare so people believe them. I mean, this is looking lonely.
Woo. Also looking clean.
Yeah.
Just enough of a hold here from Nissim. Let's MOUZ into the action. 3 kills with the MP9. And an assist for the road. Lead gets cut down to 2, but obviously full save here for Falcons so they can buy this one.
A little bit scary here for the Falcons, letting that pistol go. Legacy could just run through a CT side sometimes. And
oh, yeah.
Yeah, Falcons have already felt that. One of the best momentum teams
and I mean,
in the modern day.
Yeah, and really run with it with some of the tempo that they'll play too. So you let them convert healthily.
And we saw Lynn Vision and improve drastically in terms of just getting their communication back online, and it was in the Falcons game where they were showing similar issues. This is going to be their map to show that that's solved.
Try moving wide here, sees the drop. Was a player in front of that to potentially pick, but he didn't seem to want to stick around at all.
It looked like they overreact to A, but actually it is going in this direction. Oh, be so careful about phasing the smoke. They're going to go for the boost just to get back help to try.
It's a cool path to take to try to support this B site, which now does have 3 players in apartments. csgo, creates an opportunity for himself with the Lotto frag. Try full blind. That boost in the window works out for MOUZ. Tries under siege, has to give up position. In the smoke, huge ask of him, and then headshots here for Falcons. csgo gets active on the other half of the map. He's being hunted down by Art. Last remaining player is going to find a 1 for the road. But that was a nice move by Falcons to get back to the B site to swarm Art, even with the support system that Legacy put in place in MOUZ off Cat. He gets his, but it's just the hit onto the site versus the Opper that goes so well for Falcons.
Yeah, flashline square in his vision. Perfect. Exactly what they need. It's like pretty light, but it's sort of like a map control fake. It's not a full commitment to A, but even just getting that 1 kill has to be respected when it looks like they're about to make their decision. The Falcons had a lot of map control there. It looked for a second like they had a free run up Cat. Obviously, MOUZ got in their way, but only 1 kill.
Terrorists win.
Solid round from Falcons here on T side. When a white boy says Harosh.
Harosh, my dudes.
Inshallah.
So first gun round goes swimmingly for the Falcons. m0NESY on an early line. But that'll get taken by this ramp smoke. It's numbers collecting here outside the A site. Movement back now from Try. Offering utility support to Palace. here comes the execute over top out of the Falcons. 3 smokes out with the molly for Sandwich.
Smoke it.
Art's gonna just smoke out in front, give him a little pocket to play behind. Lotto's eating flashes, but finds Tess before he falls back into cover. Now Try opens up the smoke himself to no avail. We've got this bench takeover from Kerrigan, and he winds up getting the double. Another player up through connector, Kyosuke connecting his. Kerrigan doesn't consider it, and so we go back 2v2. Nissam's gun nearly dry. Kyosuke keeping the pressure on so that the stairs player comes wide. It's m0NESY into the clutch. Try pushes past him on an AK. And with the bomb out in the open, m0NESY using 30 seconds in anticipation for this walk-up.
Takes a drop.
Nice. m0NESY plays that masterfully, and it will be Falcons with 10 secured off of a real scramble in the middle of that hit.
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, unfortunately for Art, he uses his own smoke, but then dies to it as Kerrigan goes around the outside. Whoa, first kill in the back is insane.
Damn. Yeah, they fought for that one. And it's cool to see Kerrigan in the middle of that get a multi-frag. Putting up and putting down Legacy economically. We're gonna need a real big mistake for Falcons to lose this one. Sight is indeed stacked. Frag into the pack. TESS goes wide, dies to the USP. Everybody's here for Legacy. But they're gonna get chewed through by Nico. AK arrives, they'll find Art hiding back sight. Scary only for a second. TESS really hoping everybody does commit. They follow through and they'll take this one. The 5-round lead reestablished. Falcons up 11-6.
Yeah, money got decimated for Legacy, so they'll have to look to next round to be a real threat.
Ooh.
Can we get that? I might be scared to come after him now that he has the op.
Working for it. But they'll get that back where it belongs in m0NESY's hands.
So far, so great here for Falcons. Looking good on both halves. Survived this pistol, won the critical round. Nice m0NESY clutch sprinkled in.
And a 5v2 fumble for good measure. You know?
And this is a team that's looking to be consistent past the major. And again, with, you know, Kerrigan having so much impact on this team and influence. It's a spotty record after majors, even after he's won them.
Feels like he'd really like to shed that part of his reputation.
Yeah, totally.
You know,
I'm sure. And the thing is, like, you know, I put my headset back on to listen to his interview after a game yesterday because he was trying to answer the question, like, why is it that you always play to the level of your opponents? And he doesn't really have the answer either.
Sure.
And I'm sure if he did, like, because it is just got to be so mental. There's not really any other explanation for it. I wouldn't be shy about even saying it could be motivation. Makes total sense when you've been playing this long. But yeah, with the players that he's got, they're hungry.
Great opening, Lotto. Gets wind of Kerrigan crossing over. Kyosuke into the cat fight. Oh, I love that. He was so ready to keep it on a swivel.
Surgery.
Like ready for that smoke to get popped open and ready to punish accordingly. Now he's got a decent position inside ladder room. He's got a health disadvantage to have to handle, but hey, it's gonna be tough to get him out of here. And that B defense looking light once the apartment smoke comes out in a few seconds.
You kind of have to make a brave call and actually just go for some kind of B stack. But hard to figure this out. Falcons are early into a very strong position on this side.
They hear him jumping around. They're gonna smoke off window from the apartments. Nico checking the flank with the bomb for the time being, but because they don't pounce, there is this second player in now with Nissam. Willing to continue this pause, but that smoke they just put in window, that's the final smoke that the Falcons have. Tons of nades still.
Yeah, eyes are wide open here from Legacy, ready for this.
Next rotator's gonna be over to jungle, so we've got 2 players here. Nissim can handle only the one. Dumau's gonna have to go big to slow this down, to wait for the market rotate. Kyosuke gets a bit of damage in. Nico's up next, and m0NESY got one of the rotators done for. Art's gonna let himself burn down to 14 health, and that's where m0NESY winds up cutting off both those rotates through the marketplace. It is 6 map points, Team Falcons.
I love the T side so far from Falcons. I mean, it's decisive. It's got all the map control you want. It's looking brave. They got the clutches in there. So, I mean, they have full control. You know, there's a mental block a little bit versus Legacy. They're solving that right now. They force Legacy into a terrible position. Like, Lotto's got an auto shotgun.
That auto shotgun sits here hoping they extend. Very quiet map. They decide to make a move, and it is m0NESY who's been sat there waiting for somebody to overstep.
Yeah, that's 2 more confirmed, eh? One guy throwing the flash, second guy swinging.
They seem content to still just stick around a little while longer. They might try to pounce. No, I was thinking maybe jump Kerrigan instead. CT smoke goes down in front of him. Will Dumau go through this? Ooh, Kerrigan, careful.
Honestly, does it matter? It's all going towards Nissim right now.
Yep. Serving up a bit more of a distraction just to keep Falcons all stuck there. It's going to have to be Nissim to go well above and beyond. An MP9 versus 4. They're going to come clear him, deal with him. Not one attacker dealt with on that side of the map. Kerrigan, ropes are into the chase. And a 2v5 is demanded of Legacy. Falcons are looking to open another series for Blast Open Porto in convincing fashion. They absolutely smothered Lynn Vision as well before losing Ancient as the second map. This 2v5 trying to work forward, but Team.CEST is going to put it to rest. And poor Dumau on arrival, 44 HP, 3 sets of eyes stare his way. They let him know they know exactly what's up with that frag grenade. Bomb at 14 seconds. This is a scramble because he doesn't even have a kit. I mean, he's already lost the round. That's it. 13-6. Team Falcons show us some impressive stuff, especially considering that they had to stomach one of those awkward round losses in the 5v2 early days. A lot of praise to be said about this version of Team Falcons tonight.
Yeah, a really strong bounce back for them considering the last time that these 2 teams matched up. The Mirage looking much better for themselves here. And at the end of the day, you just gotta praise Falcons for showing up, right, Boo? That's what you love to do.
Yeah, I mean, I would have had Falcons winning this one despite their last 2 outings being troublesome. I wouldn't have had them winning quite as dominantly on their T side, however. I mean, after getting shut out the last time they played, they go into the T side, they look incredible. They go for some map control plays, they've got some execs, really well-rounded T side coming out of Falcons.
And I feel like today versus earlier, we're just getting a completely different Kyosuke. I mean, the way that he's able to entry and also just kind of play off of teammates just feels like whatever happened, even though they won the game versus Lynn Vision, probably led to a stern talking to, and you would expect that people like Kerrigan and Zonic can finally, you know, sit him down and say, you need to be working with the team, not against the team.
I think this team is always going to live and die by Kyosuke, or at least for the near future. You have this player that I think he shoots for the fences when it comes to it, and if he's not on his game, he's always going to struggle. But when he is, you see games like that where he can absolutely take over.
Yeah, a strong showing from Kyosuke, and you guys talked about it coming into this matchup there, where it's every individual needed to step up for the side of Falcons, because the last time these 2 teams matched up, it was pretty much only m0NESY that was doing that heavy lifting, the only one that was really showing up. Could you say all round now that you're pretty impressed with everyone, that they just did the job that they needed to do, no one needed to outshine the others?
Yeah, one of the things that, you know, Legacy attacked the previous time, and they tried to do in this game as well, is the B site for Falcons, and that's where you're usually going to see see Kerrigan, you have Kyosuke there as well, and they continually last time around tried to put m0NESY on that site. This time around, I think Kerrigan did, you know, he's not popping off the scoreboard, but he had a reasonable score line to actually defending the site. Kyosuke was there on the rotation, and then it was the second half where Kyosuke, I mean, 8% round swing, always quite nice to see, and he was finding openers left, right, and center too.
Totally. I mean, I also feel like he didn't leave Kerrigan maybe as much as, but the problem, I mean, the thing is in the last matchup, they tried going to Kerrigan. They were able to hold that off, especially because m0NESY was helping that B bomb site so much. And this time, I think that they just recognized maybe we need to hunker down 2 guys on the site a little bit more regularly so that we never have this incident where there's a legacy exec coming in and Kerrigan's on an island by himself.
Earlier parts, Scrawny sort of alluded to it as well, where we saw round 3 be very good for Legacy, and you almost feel like, is this going to be a redo, another rendezvous of Legacy getting to outshine and outperform the Falcons? But it didn't eventuate to anything, but that round 3 was phenomenal.
You can't get out of a Falcons postgame without showing the 2v5, the screenshot moment. This is the screenshot moment, and it's predicated on a Nico overpeak. I think he's expecting Lotto to be swinging onto TeSES there, so he jumps up, but Lotto was backing up intelligently. Now you have Kyosuke looking at an angle that nobody can even peek in, so Kerrigan's taking the 1v1. Then you have a 1v2 from Lotto, and one of the most impressive things I think from their last matchup, I was watching the Lotto POV, he didn't even seem like he was that on point mechanically at his peak at least, and he was still popping off in their last matchup. Then you see this where he is on point mechanically, he's hitting all the shots, he's not giving any opportunity. You know, there was the Nico quote, I don't think I've ever been dominated this hard. It's rounds like that you're looking at where this is Legacy dominant in a 2v5. Nico didn't have much of a chance, he made a slight overpeak. He didn't have much of a chance to actually make up for that. Lotto just destroyed them.
Oh, Lotto was fantastic there. Obviously, Dumauta helped open things up for him, but the way that they even were able to just kind of isolate the fights after the first couple kills on the bomb site, I love the way that Dumauta just kind of locked it down. Eventually, obviously, he gets taken out around top con, but Lotto in that 2v1, I mean, that position is not easy to play in a clutch, but when your mechanics are just picture perfect there, you're just making your jumps so ideally, very little time that you're not in an accurate shot window, that's just pristine.
Yeah, you do still have the characteristic, you know, Nico going for the overpeak there. That's not actually, usually you wouldn't see Nico going. That's not characteristic of him. It's more characteristic of other players on the team. Then you have Kyosuke. He's actually looking at an angle that someone else is already covering, which leaves Kerrigan on an island. Kerrigan on an island, he's going to lose the duel. Then you end up in a spot. So I was worried that that was just going to crumble from them there, but they seem to actually rally together after that one, put together a really strong CT half, and then close it out well.
Yeah, I mean, you're questioning like what these individuals on the side of Falcons are doing. I'm just questioning what the heck Legacy are feeding Lotto. I mean, the other day, bro was clutching it up, able to close out the 2-0 that they had against FUT, and then you see this, and you're thinking, okay, we're really on for something, but you're right. Falcons band together. We see much more of a team present themselves. Round 11 was the one that you don't even necessarily look at and go, tactically, this is phenomenal, but there is a semblance of that at the same time of the individuals showing up.
The round 11 is where Falcons sucked the life out of Legacy in what could have been a great end of the half for them. Maybe get a 6-6 scoreline here. You see Falcons having a very great late round game plan where they're just going to swing together. As soon as you have Legacy storming this bomb site, there's a little bit of a change of hands with the guns. I don't think that actually affected them too much, but you could see that in some ways Legacy are lightly panicked, but Falcons just add fuel to that fire by charging out as Legacy's trying to get a bomb site plant secured. That's exactly when Falcons recognize that one guy is going to have his hands busy there. Also, you get some great shots from them as well, which you just kind of know is going to happen when Falcons are holding Deagles.
This is the type of coordination I like to see from Falcons. It's indicative that it's on a force buy, that they know, hey, we need to go for the swing out. We need to all swing together. And when they do that, they've got m0NESY, they've got Nico, they've got Kyosuke, and TeSES to a lesser extent. I mean, these are all players that are going to hit those types of shots, and that is such a swing round. That would have been a 6-6 half. That would have been a very tough second half if not for that pickup, and then they close out the half 8-4.
Yeah, and putting themselves in that position is great because you want to have the strongest first half for yourself. That's pretty much the basics there. But it's more so when we look towards, okay, what was that second half going to be for them? When we go to the T side, how strong are Falcons going to look for themselves? And it is a similar sort of story where we see, again, another round, this time in round 16, Maui, where you're looking at it and you're going, Yeah, Falcons have definitely improved.
Yeah, I mean, round 16 also just kind of sealed the deal for me even further. I mean, this is just overall really strong A exec from the Falcon side, and even though they lose this opening pick here, they're still able to just keep things composed enough, and I think the way that Kerrigan just acts as this disruptor, pressing on forward, taking all the space, he does get taken down, but m0NESY also just shows how he can be so clutch, that when that space is provided, how you get m0NESY in these kind of open map situations, and just by catching a glimpse, and I think he was even kind of maybe between ideas here, but definitely at least someone minimum called out where Try was. The fake jump here is what's really special about it. This doesn't catch everybody, but you can see Try was on edge right there, and that sealed the deal, how he's able to just kind of mind game Try in that moment.
I think when you look back to their last matchup, the play from Kerrigan is what they were missing, because so often you saw Legacy, they knew exactly what Falcons were going to hit them with. They knew where every player was. Their crosshair was in the perfect position at the perfect time. This time around, they go for an A exec, but then Kerrigan, as the A exec is crumbling, straight through a smoke, and you can see nobody's looking his direction. He gets the double, and that turns the round back on its head. And then you can always count on m0NESY for the 1v1. You can always count him. That's why we had the head-to-head. Try's a great opper. He's not m0NESY.
1v1, 1v2, you know, you could dabble it in there, even though he'd already had a little bit of damage on himself there. But it was great to get to see everything that came out from the side of Falcons. But I'm still looking towards Legacy at the end of the day. Whilst it wasn't as maybe textbook of a Falcons that they had last time that they matched up, there was still so much coming out from Legacy that when you look at this now, you're going, I could still see them as a contender. Like, people might chalk this up now and be like, oh, those last times that you beat Falcons, like, you're really going to get the true testament now. But you could still put them on the same caliber.
I think I'd definitely put them on the same caliber. This is a tandem of teams that are going to be going head-to-head, I think, throughout this season. Legacy is not on the downswing. They're on the upswing, if anything. You've seen consistency from them in the past. I think you're going to see them many times this season fighting against this Falcons team. And in this case, you really had Falcons come in with a great game plan, but that's a game plan learned from several losses to this Legacy team, right? This is a game plan that they weren't coming into their previous games with. And you see this one, you come back for another series later, you play Mirage again, and we might see another story entirely.
I would say that if this were the Legacy of a couple seasons ago with Lux at the helm, then I would probably be more willing to say it's a flash in the pan what they did at the recent tournament or two. But with Art at the helm, that's a guy that has just provided a lot more stability for me. And even though they lost, say, that anti-eco there around 11, they've been extremely thorough with some of those rounds. And that was more so Falcons taking it by force than you see the characteristic errors of a couple seasons ago Legacy. So I like that Legacy put up a great fight, and via the eye test, that was a very close bout.
Would you then say that this iteration of Legacy, it is this, like, they actually do have a higher floor than most people give them credit to, and we're not really sure where their ceiling is?
Their ceiling is probably, as long as, I mean, as Try gets more and more integrated and doesn't have maps where he falls off like this one, then they're just going to continue to be a force.
Yeah, I'd say their ceiling is probably they could have been top 2 in EWC if it wasn't for, you know, a couple of off maps. You know, they had an incredibly difficult run. It's hard to say they don't have a ceiling that can reach up towards the top of the scene.
Yeah, they're still being tested at this point in time. A new and a younger roster trying to form for themselves. And whilst it is a map 1 loss for them and a map win for Falcons, we do still have a best of 3. On the other side of this break, we'll see exactly how Ancient plays out, which is Falcons' map pick. we're heading to Ancient Falcons map pick, and it's something that they picked against Lynn Vision just a couple of days ago and fell short ultimately, Maui.
They did, and that's why it's a little bit of a surprise to see Falcons going back to the well here. Reminder that Falcons were one of the best Ancient teams of the previous year. However, after losing to BetBoom at Cologne, they just stopped picking it, and so they finally brought it back for this tournament. And so to see them lose to Lynn Vision is just a bit of surprise, and that's just because Lynn Vision were so active on the extremities. You had people like Starry, Zacher going for those kinds of plays, but I also will say Falcons were a little sloppy. They missed some utility on some of their sight hits, and I think that Tessis and Kerrigan were usually the main culprits of that kind of offense. And so if they just kind of iron out those kinds of things, those kinds of plays, make sure that the mollies hit the mark, that the sight defenders aren't so comfortable in what should be a position that is on fire, then things are going to go a little better for them here.
They can iron it out, but I think they're still going to struggle against this team. If I was to give a reason they might have picked it, it's because, as we mentioned before, their last time playing this map, this is a map that Tri has pretty limited experience on. He's coming into this team from a team that I believe his last team banned this map. He's only played it a few times, despite having really great performances in the last series. I think he might falter when he's thrown in some curveballs, thrown into different situations. But when I look at this map, I look at Lotto locking down that B site. If they head his direction, they're gonna have a tough time.
I mean, we spoke to Tri, and when he was up here on the desk after that win, he said it is something that he's getting more comfortable on, even though it's not necessarily something he loves to play here. And this is a Falcons that is looking better than what we saw 2 days ago against Lynn Vision. So now it's truly the test. Are Legacy going to be able to push this to a map 3, or is Ancient where they fall?
It's honestly a great question, Nat, and we feel like we kind of have to see day by day when it comes to Falcons, I suppose. Very valid criticisms, I think, out of Maui and Vu of Falcons' last outing here, and high praise as well for what Legacy will bring to the table. So to see the poly market predictors still have Falcons makes sense, and again, we just need to see an improvement from what we got out of Falcons versus Lynn Vision.
They need to clean it up because that was an aberration of a map. Doesn't really fit into their other results per se, so yeah, I think Forum's just a lot better today. Overall, it feels like communication's way stronger. That last T side inspires. I think that Falcons will be in a pretty good spot here. But I can totally picture Legacy taken to this map, even though Tri doesn't have that experience.
Most certainly. Like they said, Lotto locking down a B site. I'm all for it. It looked slightly more human last map. And this pistol, he's gonna find nada. Art moves over with a kill to Kerrigan at least. Oof. Dumau executes Nico as he was hoping to put those Berettas to work. And that's going to offer man advantage over to Legacy for this retake. Make it a double man advantage now, thanks to Dumau. What do m0NESY and TCEST have in the tank? Oof, nothing out of TCEST. m0NESY misses his chance, and yeah, rock solid for the pistol retake. Legacy will begin the CT side with a pistol victory, and that's going to be a bit of sweat off the brow because you don't want Falcons hitting the ground running when the T side's what kind of struggled last time around.
It's true, and I do feel a little bit weird actually even saying like Falcons are now like looking good enough to be good on map 2 because the trend at this event so far, good teams performing out of the gate, really just slowing down to a level that you couldn't expect. Following up, Legacy are not one of the teams in that camp, so maybe there is a real chance for them here.
No, I mean, we really put Falcons in that exact bucket, and the thing was, it was the Stomp versus Lynn Vision into an Ancient slowdown. Quite honestly, this exact situation. So if Lynn Vision were able to show us improvements half to half, let's see Falcons improvements one after another. Hiding in the corner was m0NESY, blinded with a Glock, staring at the wall. Yeah, this one's gonna get melted down real quick.
Like a cheese string in the microwave.
Some would say that. By some, I mean it's really only you that's ever used that expression. But hey, it is uniquely yours.
Thanks. Wish it was a bit cooler.
Yeah. Well, if you keep saying it, maybe it'll catch on. For now, it is Legacy storming down the B ramp, taking possession of the bomb, and forcing the conversion of the pistol win. And it's like, yeah, you could look at this from a one-round kind of scope and say, sure, bully those Glocks, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Legacy take aggressive moves like that as this half goes on.
Yeah, especially towards B. B and mid, it just favors the aggression, just fits their play style so well.
Nothing. 5 stand for Legacy after the pistol conversion.
Art's always liked the map, and as mentioned, even though Try's playing well, you'd wonder, with little experience but playing well, but the results don't fit. Feels like something's brewing.
And also, you know, it'd be one thing if Try was your only win condition, but so what if he's a little uncomfortable on Ancient for the time being? You've got other players that will carry you to victory.
Lotto exists.
Yeah. And he exists loudly over on that B bomb site.
So it's so weird to talk about Legacy as as one or two players. We've always looked at them as a team that just takes turns carrying. You never know who's going to be the best player. They're all very good overall. But he's really been standing out.
It's the kind of formula I think a lot of other teams would love to have. Whose day is it? Still the Falcons. Wallbangs both directions. Tons of presence outside the B site, and still Legacy with 2 in cave, beginning the pullback. Kyosuke just missing this timing on getting the kill. That's strange. Only one of Nico's 16 Mirage kills was a headshot.
Whoa.
That is strange.
That is super strange.
Very aptly titled.
I did not notice that.
Great game, though. Lotto and Art layered up. Good for the trade and a second. So you get value out of Lotto. That's what you're looking for. Third piece in position as Kyosuke remains ahead of the teammates. Bomb's got to be picked up by m0UZCEST. That'll delay the inevitable here. The swing into Kyosuke. He's got a teammate now to work with up close. Dumao whittled down to 40. Still gets a good output. Kyosuke survives 1 health. But all he needs to remain a part of the problem here for Legacy. Safe plant back site.
Is he going for it?
He's getting closer.
There's a smoke to connect with, actually, but
now they both start to fade. No smoke off cave. Kyosuke inside that. No frag grenade for Falcons to open it, but a Molotov on bomb to just delay any defuse attempt. Nissim tries to find a path around through the cave. Yep, go for it. Kyosuke was low. Why the hell not? Now they're going to tap that bomb and try to cause problems, but it needs to be Nissim on the defuse. Oh, yeah. They're going to get them all off of it. Good ramp after plant. m0UZCEST's Molotov, I think, really kind of burned precious time off that clock, and Falcons don't waste time. First gun round is a first round win.
Yeah, it's a very quick response here already on T side. And they know, they have a lot of self-awareness about the fact that this is what they need to improve if they want to survive at this event. They're going to try to put all their skill points in here. Critical first frag out of Kerrigan, even though the trade comes in, just continuously favors Falcons from that point on. See if they can seize the moment. Mid's wide open.
Boy. Triple up inside of the cave for the opener.
It's possible they walk right into this. I mean, that setup didn't really feel like there was somebody else here.
Kyosuke cautious.
Dude, he's nice, man. He is nice.
So many double kills, eh?
Yeah.
Well, back to the drawing board, Falcons. This one falls flat on its face. 5 up, only a quarter damage dealt to Lotto. That's all they had to show for their efforts. That's a tough one to process. Especially when the round prior
players on the other side
comes down to 1 player left over as well, right? So economically, that's a tough pill to swallow. Legacy, meanwhile, living Falcon's dream, keeping everybody up. Tons of money made. And this T side is going to have to be patient as it will try to break through once they're back on guns.
If you combine Queserado and Lotto, it would be Queserado.
Whoa, man. Queserado Auto. Here come the pistols. Hey, Finish off Dumau at least. But it's poor old Nico into Deagle. And this op stuck inside of Red Room is not going to be alone for much longer. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
He's got all the time in the world. Try me, says Nico. As he's about to scoop up bomb. If you scoop up bomb, you could head donut.
The peak's coming, right?
There, yeah. That's actually scared me. I knew it was coming, too. They put the slow squeeze on him. Nico laughs it off, and we'll get guns back in Falcons' hands here for round 6.
Has him shook.
No. Straightforward, no.
Let's see what they do instead.
Gonna force Falcons to work.
Trying to establish a stronghold on mid. Falcons have been getting away with a lot. And not scared to approach the same way on B. This works out really well for their early rounds. Extremity push now. I feel like they almost have to commit to it somewhat. And they do. No, but that's the thing. You get the mid control. They commit to the push, but it's Falcons who don't have to watch their backs. They have a lot to work with. But yeah, if you don't participate in mid, you've got to find some kind of option.
Modesty snipes Dumau out of the round 2, so that's a deep donut pick that goes Falcons' way. A 5v3 is a great place to be right now, Falcons, with a minute on the clock and 3 attacking through cave. That's going to leave Lotto's flank fully exposed. Art is only now getting through the red room. So Lotto decides to push down the ramp to try to just give himself distance between that cave approach, which now gets smoked off by the rotation of Art. That lets Lotto come back.
Yeah, but if he releases this, he's totally surrounded.
That smoke that Art dropped him is now about to expire, and Art's nowhere to be found. Molly lets Lotto turn back to the cave play at least. And since the smoke is only now fading, he's going to tuck into long. This is going to feel like a forced retake unless he just mows everybody down. Bomb's coming up the ramp, and he'll go down with nothing.
Yeah, just walk away from this now.
Nice slow squeeze out of the Falcons after getting 2 opening picks, both base of ramp and deep donut.
I love how these T rounds are looking, and again, like it's, if you don't participate in mid, it will get used against you. There are ways to go around it, but as we see some of those options, they just become more obvious as well. So that's why it does get so scrappy on Ancient, and even if you're on CT side, you're worried about your money, and it can just be one bad flash or one really good flash from the other side, you still just go for that really, really 50-50 feeling duel running down mid to secure elbow to kick things off. But, we aren't really seeing an overtly aggressive Legacy right now. Maybe that's just a missing ingredient.
Terrorists win.
Either way, solid calls here by Kerrigan. It's exactly the style of play they need to bring to the map right now.
He said it like it is. That was a perfect round.
Yeah.
But don't expect Legacy to go quietly into the night.
Yeah, they're still up rounds. We just know that can disappear.
Kerrigan and Cave. Yeah, awkward there. Art will get the better of it. And a more aggressive looking middle. And that's a 5v3 for Legacy. Nico to punish on the fallbacks. He's returned the favor with a double kill. Puts this one right back within the realm of possibility, even threatening the chase into cave. Monacy's responsibility now middle. Oh, great cover. Try shoots through his teammate's legs to get that done.
Worth.
But all this while, csgo has managed to take over the B site.
Yeah, Art can cut this off.
Yeah, he's pushed out from the cave, so Nico coming back at it. Art tucked in. Nicely done, Art. Just waits. csgo now tasked to go back. Cuts off one of the rotates, and I love that he's returned. Wow. Try remains prepared. Try and Art 2 kills each. And we've got another answer from Legacy immediately after a Falcons round win, just like their first.
Try holding short side even with the bomb down there, knowing he has to go get it. That's good thinking by him. Very clean. So it was a perfect round from Falcons, but sort of one in response here. Everything good to say for Legacy. They've been doing great in Cave. I feel like the approach to Cave was just a little light considering how many players have been there from Legacy fighting. But it's also, you know, the fact that they're always approaching mid through Heaven has brought them a lot of mid control so many times.
Barrage of flashbang gets Kyosuke out middle.
And here's a round that defines the half with all the money being spent.
Trying to take a step forward. Oh, he gets damage. Falls back through red with 2 wounded Falcons players. Just floating out here in middle for the time being. Kerrigan and TES real liabilities at this point. Nissim starts to get active off Donut. Who's holding this?
They've got one ready in case he pushes all the way. The trade? No trade?
Whoa. That was Kerrigan who decided not to pop up, sitting on 18 HP.
He didn't believe that someone would do that by themselves, I guess. And they actually quietly turned it into a round. He listens. They had mid, so he does just walk up quickly. This might actually be kind of a next-gen move out of Kerrigan, not taking the kill. Because if he had peeked, they would respond to mid, but they're not going to be ready for how fast they come out of Donut.
Nissim not even considering this timing. He will still react quick enough. That was the low health of Kerrigan.
Still, it kind of wins their position.
It's a very good read. Cool call to get this bomb plant down, but there is still a chance, most certainly for Legacy. We've got Nico still floating out middle. They're not considering this at all. Unless they check it. They won't. Takes the first headshot, gets the Opera to tuck back into cover. The whole team comes over to help Nico, and wow, that is very cool. For a second, you think, what? You're not going to try to trade? But why rely on the aim when Kerrigan can offer a good idea instead?
Yeah, he thinks mid's open, so he just runs away. And Kerrigan hears him running the entire time. Smart as they come, that guy.
That's the kind of call I expect in round 20 to 24.
Yeah.
Really good for him and Falcon's sake that they can pull it off in round 8 instead. You said that was going to be a critical round in terms of the back and forth economically. There's real limits here for Legacy, real chance for Falcons. Still yet to win consecutive rounds on this T side, despite some good looks. And this very cool mid-round. That was lovely. A very gentlemanly call from Kerrigan, you know?
Very Metal Gear Solid.
Very Metal Gear Solid. It's a force out of Legacy. That's the final decision. Leaves them 1 M4, 2 SMGs. And a heavy B start out of Legacy to begin, and there's a heavy presence here from Falcons too. Up on the boost, here comes the charge. Oh, jumping blind. Nico turns. And he commits to the spray down. Kerrigan will do the same thing, and that was the fight they signed up for. Legacy get value out of it, but they do bank on Try and Nissim pushing this over the line.
Kerrigan naded Nico to death.
Hey. Sacrifice is necessary.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Captain has to do what's best for the ship.
They know just when to pause. Very nicely done here by Kerrigan.
I was really scared when it was the op on top of the box. Feels like one of the perfect things to push into. But they get m0NESY out of there, and Nico very quick to answer. That was the Legacy force buy and rush, and now we'll see them with USPs, so a very valid chance for Falcons to tie up 5-all.
Really like saving that boost for anti-ecos. It's like really high likelihood CT's just early rundown instead of on rifles where people just full tuck and are really aware of that. And yeah, that's why that last round was a turning point. Money's gone.
Careful now, Kerrigan. There's an entire... Oh, that is hefty.
He's going to get a lot of assists for that.
That is hefty.
One volley and it's yeah. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the cookout. You're not invited. Even on rounds. Very clean here, Falcons.
Yep. Lovely stuff. Good improvement to the T side. And still a question as to how many more Legacy can actually win. They'll at least have guns in the next one. But we have certainly seen an improvement from Falcons on the attack, from their game versus Lynn Vision to their game today versus Legacy. Looking to enact revenge for EWC. Where it's very possible they got caught off guard by a team like Legacy, had a chance to review the tape, come back into the series, improve day to day. Like if we got the same Falcons, let's say it was the opening game, right, versus Lynn Vision, I think Legacy walk all over them again, but we're watching a Falcons that's gearing up for playoffs once more.
Job's not finished yet, but I'm sure Legacy are the ones who feel a bit vulnerable now. They know they've got a quota to meet. Have any rounds really come out of A main? Almost none.
Nah, not really.
That's rare to see these days.
Could be a fun time to sprinkle one in.
Conditioning works best when you're winning. That's why, you know, Legacy, if any small action towards B or mid, you know, it's going to signal, okay, well, we've lost on B so many times. Just
nice challenge.
Go to the other side. Yeah, that's great.
Tumo says to hell with waiting around.
In front of this.
Gets tracked down.
Oh,
misses.
no, he missed.
Oh, that's lethal for try.
Yeah, that's lethal for the round. My goodness.
m0NESY's simultaneous mid pickup on Dumao at least gets traded out of Art's aggression. You can see how far removed Legacy still are from this situation.
And they were very unprepared for that A hit. Throwing the smoke down to the molly. Didn't think for a second they were that close.
And that was with two defenders there, right? You got Try behind Nissim, but their mental picture of what Falcons was up to was not valid.
Yeah, you can really soften up players by just like not fighting them. You know, if you keep going to one side every round they learn, you leave one open for the whole half, well, you know, the team that's lost all those previous rounds, they feel like they have other problems in the first place. Another solid T side out of Kerrigan, and that'll be a lead now for Falcons.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, you get one chance there, Try, and even if he does get a kill, the trade's looking so likely. Okay, that's the m0NESY response, huh? Well, those bullets do go both ways. Keep it up, my boy. On for a 7-round T-side. Huge improvement compared to what we got out of Falcons for Lynn Vision, so we can start to chalk that up to really just being the off day. And also a great performance from Lynn Vision, not to take anything away from them. Legacy gonna have this B-site challenged once more. Lotto dumping nades, has to just fall back into cover. They're actually walking in. Dumao trying to challenge as Lotto is also waiting for a fight to come at him from the short side. Look, still out there in the open. He'll be found by Kerrigan's AK. Man advantage earned, no coverage for the bomb plant. Well then, hey, second chance. Nico tagged down to 20. They wind up fighting a ton of damage here, and now everybody for the Falcons remains low. Can they still recover it? Because m0NESY clips Try out of the round, and now all that Legacy have left is this cave control.
Man, just don't want to walk into your death at this moment. It should be possible to retake this, and there's an easy kill.
Not ready for the corner to be occupied. Diffuse kit on neither. Missed chance for m0NESY. That would have made it all the more likely. Luckily, Kerrigan picks up that slack. Nissim still would have to go grab a kit from Long. Bomb is at 20 seconds. And he's going to be found out by m0NESY. Low health bars or not, it's a full house between Finn and m0NESY to finish a 5-round streak out of Falcons after Legacy put them to the test. 15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of Furia in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzy. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's right there for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzy doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his second of this half alone.
Round number 18, Furia. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. csgo has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but csgo's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just Dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers what his team needed most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what Fury are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
Furia stacked those rounds. m0NESY uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for Furia outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molodoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They
empty.
are trading him.
You get Magus
No, they
coming
are trading
through.
him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molodaw's able to get one.
3 on 5. Get the 4K, there's one.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molodoy. Oh. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molodoy the sole survivor.
Fuck, man. Fucking Nissim, man. Fucking learn how to play the game.
Good support banana, Nico. Holy shit.
Easy, TESS. Easy. Wasn't so easy to find Nissim hiding in CT spawn Mirage, was it?
Yeah, it gave him problems.
Huh?
He has a bone to pick.
TESS, you're 4-6, brother. But he's doing his role well, so that's worth something. And also, a little trash talk. Keep the confidence high. Let Falcons fight back into this game. It is a 7-round T-side after all. And he's just, you know, he's still a little sensitive after the EWC loss.
It's fair enough.
6-7. Lotto is 0-5 since starting the game 6-2. He is killless since round 4.
Math.
And we had high hopes for him. Kyosuke under pressure. Hey! Still alive. That's wild. They'll eventually put him down as Kerrigan's now at bat, finding the head of Nissim.
Man, Kerrigan's actually sneakily having a good game.
That he is. 11-8. Lotto has been killless for some time. will blindside CEST out of this one. Pretty easy. And now MOUZ.CEST and Kerrigan try to combine for this 2v3 retake. Not going to happen. Legacy are going to give themselves a real shot at this comeback within map 2 by starting with the pistol victory.
Yeah, that'll make it extremely interesting. Now, it's just a full test now for Falcons. Going without both pistols in this map. We haven't really seen their ecoing potential apart from one round back on Mirage. No investment. Too decisive.
See ya. Fast moving Mac 10 times 2 between Dumao and Nissim. And this one's gonna go down nice and easy. Already a tied game. It's just that CT advantage Falcons will hold on to once the guns get flowing.
They don't waste your time on ecos. Like that about Legacy, like that about FUT as well.
Yeah.
Anybody who does that, you're going to be in everyone's good graces.
I know you want a Desert Eagle kill really badly, you know?
Yeah.
I'm sure we could wait all day. But we've got a grudge to settle between these teams, so let's get to it.
The investment's a halfie.
Still keeping it light. See what they can get, if anything, but it's looking smooth from the start. Are trying to track you down in the smoke, but I love that the climb up and over has allowed Nico to escape here. Grab that MP9, so it'll get shuffled between the CTs. Great decoys!
Oh, another!
MOUZ.CEST!
That makes it scary, actually. He knows they've actually run through Donut as well. Working on this flank is extremely productive. There's guns that have been dropped. Now it's going to be Lotto coming up from above, and I mean, MOUZ.CEST's not worried. Wait a second. Okay.
Almost given a chance for the fight.
All 3 players known now, I think, on Legacy, but they've got a good spot to play from.
CTs don't have a smoke nor a kit. Light on the tools for this exact job. Would have loved to have prevented the bomb from being planted. A 3rd Desert Eagle headshot hits. These are very low players, incredibly low, which means incredibly costly, but no time for the defuse. It's going to be an AK save and a runaway, and considering what Falcons brought into the round, pretty damn solid output.
No, totally. That damage matters this early on. They're pretty happy to be here on CT side. Great kills out of MOUZ.CEST, man.
But here we go. Here's the real buy. They took their sweet time to get here, but it gives them all the bells and whistles.
I think we're going to see better approaches from Falcons on this CT side than we saw from Legacy. A bit more aggressive into middle. Come away with only damage. Not worried about the early A move. They've already pre-moved 3 CTs to B. The other side of this. They won't be floating around in the site. Playing from cave, it gives and it takes, and you have 2 in here. You can easily just get Molly. The bomb can go down. You're not going to get necessarily a spam kill. Oh, TESS through the smoke.
Yeah, not necessarily.
And that's intentions known now. Wait, where was that?
That was down the ramp. Just down the ramp through the smoke.
No, it was a wall.
No, what the hell?
Oh my goodness, he did that from long.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, he's on the left side. Hell of an angle and a hell of a couple of kills. MOUZ.CEST's double with the deagle last round, just an appetizer as he almost single-handedly stops this entire B hit. The TESS off-angle wall bang adds 1.
Oh, we need to think about that some more.
I mean,
when
I'm looking
does
at the
anyone
corner.
ever try that? He was over at long. How does he even have that angle?
Wasn't some kind of boost on the corner, was it?
He must have had to walk in front of default, right? Like, sure, how did he get that angle?
Because the
I guess because he's so far to the left there.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
X really looks like it's on the scaffold, so it's a really off position from the person that died. Nissim hangs on. Let's watch back the replay, surely.
Oh, yeah, he walked back in front of default.
That makes more sense. And then he's back over here. Okay. Freaking me out, TESS. m0NESY makes it look like a walk in the park, huh? Great way to earn the tie. On top of keeping a ton of cash, grenades pelting the approach outside of B. Art's not been having an easy job of this. Dying to the wall bang. Now down to 60 health. Dumal working with even less than that, as once more, Falcons just pushing somebody to the bottom of middle and suffocating out the elbow approach.
Just the right amount of pressure to keep him outside of mid, at least for a little longer. Coming away with damage is still productive here for the CTs. They don't see anything, so they won't smoke it out. Looking for a low pro approach.
Lotto's got health. Art's still low. Mac 10 turns. Lotto's gonna catch him off. Nice dive into the corner. Now he's flushed out though, worried that someone's still here, so he actually offers up a bunch of his HP. It guarantees he can tuck into the cover, but it does put a third player sub 40 health. Red room play from Try though, off an AK headshot. This 5v3 wraparound, everybody's low for Legacy.
Goodness, the one player that wasn't gets that frag. And man, they actually have a chance at this, but surely not. My goodness.
Dude.
They all get away with murder. Keeping 5 alive on this round would be ridiculous. Okay.
Respect to Legacy for surviving all of that, for Lotto to tucking into the corner, kind of letting Falcons overextend into the crosshair. And it's Try attempting to join his teammates at the top of the scoreboard with that entry on an AK.
It's a little sloppy from Kioske on his mid approach. Whoa, that's a lot of threats around him.
Scary, but it kind of guarees he can get out of here.
Ooh. See how he takes this fight.
Looks like he wants the damage. Now there's 2 of them not looking. But he's going to think it's the same guy.
Ring around the rosy, folks.
Careful. Oh, m0NESY racking up real damage.
That actually helps a lot.
Mac 10 and an AK save, that's all they get away with.
Yeah. Very costly round. Actually might be grounds for an investment here for the Falcons. They don't have the most money in the world.
Oh, is it too tempting to pass up on?
Genuinely, it's a very hard decision to make because...
Good timeout timing.
It's high risk, but also you have the op. The op can drop a gun. Legacy will be crushed if Falcons end up winning, so yep, they're buying.
All right.
I don't mind it at all. If it wasn't for those 2 m0NESY kills, it might have been harder to weigh that decision. But I think Legacy know now that they're going to consider it. Like, tries on a Tech 9. Careful with this rush.
Oh, man.
Careful with this rush.
Oh, missed shot. Nico, though, catching him off by being inside main. Good output in terms of damage. m0NESY has a chance to recover from that first missed shot, and look at Legacy go. They are gone.
Yeah, flashes go a bit far. There's some stays to see if there's anything else that they can capitalize on, but very awkward, man. They really were going to commit to that. They still have a full kit of utility on Dumal. Man, I love the mid control at this moment.
Yeah, while Legacy shy away from it, it's exactly what Falcons want, so they end up keeping their options open. Felt like there was only room for one of these teams to take it.
That's a call out and a half.
Yep. He put m0NESY on the climb up.
Yeah, Kioske has elbow. Nissim's job is very clear.
Oh, they don't trust it. Looking to pull back. Modesty finds it, though. Kill onto Nissim.
Ooh, but they're not going out to help Kerrigan. He's only got an MP9 here. So a real big chance for Legacy.
We'll see what comes his way. Molly goes beyond him. He's hanging onto the corner. Oh, no, team flash!
What?
Try with the bomb, gets pelted. Dumau making it through with a headshot, and he's going to extend beyond. Now, Lotto's going to have to go for the bomb plant. TCEST changes positions. Dumau's going to have to be the hero, and TCEST winds up with both. Falcons earned this force buy, knew they put Legacy in an awkward spot, an immediate A main clash, and honestly, Falcons are the team that remained on the pulse, going for middle while Legacy took the long, safer option. Falcons played this entire round from the start to win.
And Modesty had a sixth sense. He was just about to peel out, waited 1 extra second, that netted him the kill. And the team flash is one thing, but it also doesn't blind Kerrigan.
Right.
That's just a guaranteed frag for him in a spot where he was kind of vulnerable. Would have been a much harder retake.
Oh, round 18 is going to be remembered as a big one. Force buy out of Legacy, but they are working with scraps. AK and a Galil. Those are the silver linings for this point. Falcons know that they created that opportunity with the setup 1 round prior with Monacy's successful save. Nico hyper passive, smokes off Donut. But what will be Falcons' reaction to a compromised red push?
Create a funnel into the window.
But look at this, they're disrespecting the Donut play. And they've already got CT lane smoked off, so they've got CTs out of position. Nico's gonna pop it open to try to challenge. Lines up 2, and it's Dumau making use of that single AK.
Kind of don't want to rush the situation if you're the Falcons. You still have a decent chance of the retake.
Kerrigan trying to move it through Donut. He's got a teammate behind him in Kyosuke. Kerrigan dies. Kyosuke, he's having a rough game. 5 kills to his name. And so Legacy get Falcons to answer to the threat of Red Room. They leave that A site vacant, and Legacy pounce on it in the moment. Props for that call. They'll get double digits first.
Yeah, that is a crazy call to make, man. That was a lot going into this. They're willing to take the risk. Because they did have mid, it was a situation where Nico, he threw that smoke, it was a bit of a feign. He went to back off. He was responsible for the whole A site. And they got him into a rotator position. I do think, though, they should have still got a bit frantic towards the end. But a 4v4 retake, they have better guns. They still had some utility. I feel like you take your time, clear out Donut. It's still going to be a bit scary for Legacy. But it just gets awkward. And you pointed out, too, Kyosuke is just not fragging right now.
No. Tucks in along the wall. Can't trade the Kerrigan kill because he's dueling with Dumau. Almost feels like Legacy drew Falcons into that slippery tempo because they played it and evolved into the play so fast. All of a sudden, Falcons find themselves in a position that they had put Legacy in a moment ago. We've got a brawl on our hands here for Ancient.
Smokes are not walls. Sometimes you've got to watch them.
Threatening Red once more. Donut smoke comes out, and it's 4 players strong for Legacy on the approach. Will they just get thrown into the meat grinder? Because they've got util to support it, and Kyosuke's got nothing again. Him and Nico dropped with 0 impact between them.
I was shocked that they were going to still go for Donut. They knew for sure there were 2 players there, but at least they knew where the threat was. All that utility does the work. What a round, a couple of rounds here for Legacy. These are the brave calls you don't really see other teams making, honestly. I mean, they believe in the play.
And the individuals deliver across the board now for Legacy.
It'd be so nice for Legacy to be able to find these guns. Without them, Falcons are still in a pretty okay spot.
We were discussing how Lotto had fallen off after, what, round 4? He's put that conversation to rest. Contribution across the team for Legacy as they are 2 rounds from extending to map 3.
Some very impressive moments from both these teams so far this map. Legacy have the tall task of closing out on T side. Feels like the red thread is mid control. It's not been really aggressively contested by either team. There's been some damage in. I think Falcons have found some success later in the rounds when it hasn't been fought for that hard of taking over again. But in the early rounds, they're mostly letting Legacy have it, letting them cross up towards Donut. And that's where we've seen, you know, some of the pressure that goes on Kioske, where he's not coming up with his frags.
Fast charge.
Yeah, not believing this smoke either.
csgo fires off, has to dive into the cover. They've earned the bomb site already. Frags are going to pop open smokes. csgo does connect a headshot. MP9 on the scene. Dropped with nothing to show for it. They're off to the save already.
What a crazy call again. Not believing that smoke for 1 second. They had a plan, and they charged at it like a bull.
Tessa stuck in an inferno here. Hang on, I said off to the save, but Falcons stick around for a second. Oh, they're gonna try to make this move. m0NESY moving the op up, finds his first. Player takes into the smoke grenade over on long side. That's Art. He's working with so little health. Art has low HP, but what a play. Gets cleared out by Nico's pistol. csgo denied. And it's the cave guarantee from Legacy. Falcons decided to go for it, and that's going to give Legacy 3 map points.
They're not interested in looking at an overtime play, but they also have money, so they're still going to be fine.
We're at that point of the game where even if it didn't feel comfortable, they try to push it forward. The Legacy flowing. 2 CT rounds for Falcons since we've switched sides.
Three rounds in a row where there's a risk involved, a strong committed play, perfect timing out of Legacy. It's completely caught Falcons off guard.
It feels like there's not a lot of teams in the world that play this confidently versus Falcons. And it's awesome to see Legacy weaponize that. It's what a recent win versus the same opponent can do for you. Kioske looking to tap in, looking to give us something to be proud of, but instead it's a one and done from him. Dumao gets pinched. Nico finds the man advantage earned. A main kill goes to m0NESY as the ops just positioned comfortably. And so a Falcons aggression from middle to set up outside the B site slowly but surely whittles away the numbers of Legacy.
And Falcons throughout all these rounds have been looking for kills, and they've got some of them too. Money's not perfect here for Legacy.
Trial taken attempt, his counterpart already on the scene.
And m0NESY's basically not missing.
21 kills, 10 deaths.
Very clean scoreline. This is still a live wire.
It's the first of 3 map points survived. Money's still there for Legacy as well, so we're not going to end on a sour note.
And they're not letting him have mid. I think it's the right call.
It's happened often. They're going to be adamant about it, though. Dumao emerging with the opening kill. It's going to have to be Falcons off the man disadvantage, make it a double because Kerrigan's dead too. That's Cave compromised. m0NESY and Nico playing out here on middle. m0NESY sees the left side, Nissam's in the right, and m0NESY's not going to be allowed an escape. Again, Legacy will remain adamant about a portion of the map they want. And with 4 players standing tall, that bomb heads into the A site. csgo tasked with an impossible play, but he at least cuts Art down first. I say impossible. We've got low health Lotto. Knows there's a player somewhere on this site, surely. He's not going to let his guard down. A main players allowed him out. csgo from the top box denied. Legacy will extend play. We're playing for playoffs here. And Falcons, they improve versus their game from Lynn Vision, but it is Legacy's T side that's too much to handle.
Legacy showing up right now, being able to force us to map number 3 and winning Ancient here, having a fantastic second half for themselves.
Yeah, Falcons come into that one with a really great idea of the way Legacy play in the middle. If there's anything Legacy have problems in this map with, it's that they're a little bit too consistent. They struggle in the aggression in mid, and then when they play back, it's too obvious what they're going to do. Falcons were completely ready for it, but they weren't ready for the T side from Legacy. That was 7-5 half. I thought it was over.
Sorry, I'm having a little giggle there. I'm not looking at the same thing.
I think Dumao was trying to get some Kyosuke out of his sock right there, because that Ancient performance stunk from him. That's 2 days in a row where it just looked. I mean, what is going on? I mean, on Mirage we get God.CEST and then we get Bot.CEST. Like, why is it that I have to just flip a coin every single day to know, is he going to play well on a map? Like, the amount of times again where he's just re-aggressing into angles with zero clue or object permanence whatsoever. Like, I'm begging for a little bit of object permanence from Kyosuke.
Are you saying it's actually flip a coin if he'll show up, or was it also Ancient in which he was a little bit stinky on as well the other day?
Yeah, it was. It was two. That's
maybe.
Maybe it's just Ancient. Maybe it's just Ancient, but he is just. I mean,
don't want to jump the gun is all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
He's always going to show up. You're always going to know he's on the server for good or for bad. It's never going to be a question, was Kyosuke in this game? Did he put his fingerprints on this map? Absolutely.
All over it. All over it.
I just imagine like a child has somehow like their hands are always sticky and everything they touch you just look at and you're like, that is revolting. That's the image you've painted for me right now.
Man, it's just, and I feel like it's so hard to deal with that if you're Falcons, you're Kerrigan, where you don't know what you're gonna get, because this time it was, I guess versus Lynn Vision, a little bit was towards the CT side. That kind of happened again here today. So all in all, though, props to Legacy, because a lot of the T side calls really, I think they played against the expectations of Falcons, and that got them a lot more mileage out of some of these rounds.
I know that we're talking about Kyosuke, so I think that this is a very fitting round to play right now, because you're saying if you're Kerrigan, how, or even just the team of Falcons, how do you play with a player that isn't showing up on a map? And round 8 is perfectly it. You send him down mid and you go, I'm not even going to bother trading.
Yeah, this is what you do when you go, I think Kyosuke is going to have a bad map. Let's just let him die and then not even trade. And then let's look at him when he's dead and see what his reaction is. Because watch this, Kerrigan gets the entry. Actually, pretty solid map for Kerrigan when we saw him 11-8. That's incredible for Kerrigan standards. He backs up to the box here. Admittedly, he's got 18 health. Kyosuke is watching Red Room. The re-aggression from Nissim comes out. The question is, they could be coming here with 2, so Kerrigan unsure if he wants to repeat, but when he doesn't go for the trade here, Kyosuke is thinking, what am I doing with this 40-year-old guy not trading? But it's genius. It's genius because Nissim has no idea that this play can be there that quickly. And although he gets the first one, Kerrigan's on 18 health. He's supposed to get taken down. It catches Nissim in the middle of the open. That gets them a sight, and that lets Nico get into cutout there in good position, close out the round. And that is a really great call from Kerrigan. Despite the fact that we're 5v4, you have to keep in mind that's 5v4 when 2 of your players have under 20 health. So you still need a call to get you out of that one. It's too easy to make a standard call, think you're 5v4, and you still lose the round.
I mean, just look at the numbers, the difference, and what exactly you're talking
almost
about now.
Almost 100 ADR difference.
Like,
almost 100 ADR difference. That is, I never see that. You just never see that. Because usually if you see 133, the name that comes before it is usually Donk or ZywOo, and usually map 2, they still actually hold their own.
This is why Kerrigan is so good at getting the best out of stand-ins, because he just tells them, play your game. And your game is run at them, and if your aim's on point, you're killing them.
Yeah,
and if your aim's not on point, you are trolling our game. Please stop. But don't stop, because when we're winning, it's gonna win us a major. It's gonna win us a major.
Exactly.
Look, we're trolling Falcons a little bit. Whilst the performance and everything you're saying is accurate, there's still a team on the other side that's taking advantage of what is being put in front of them, and that's Legacy. I have loved how they've shown up for Ancient, because again, it's not their map pick. This is something that Falcons wanted to go back on, try and test again to see if they've improved themselves, and Legacy say, no, sit down, we'll go into a Dust 2 because we're going to show you actually how to play Ancient.
The way that they played round 19 was in a do or die kind of situation. Games getting getting out of hand, even scoreline. You force buy completely into it. They got full mid control here because Falcons thought this was going to just be a full-on side hit. And Nico, look at the double crouch right there. I think that's the one mechanical failure that is really easy to point out, where he goes for the, instead of actually just peeling off after the one, he goes 1-for-1 instead. Now you lose all of the space towards CT spawn, and then they're just desperately trying to get into the donut at this point, where Legacy assembled a really nice crossfire for themselves. So I would say this was what I meant by they were playing against the expectation of Falcons, because Falcons to start this round were more so set up in a B-centric and kind of an A-centric sort of setup, hoping or thinking that it was Legacy just going to go for the full-on A hit or a full-on B hit.
Yeah, that's Legacy in a situation that's kind of do or die. I mean, you lose the first half 7-5 down. You're in a situation you're really struggling to get back into this one. Then you go for what is a force up. You're going for the A hit. And then I agree with you. Nico goes 1-for-1. If he could get one, get away there, then you have a totally different outlook to the round. Instead, he goes 1-for-1. And then you have Kerrigan with whoever it was running into Donut there. Just can't get the frags off. You just have the 2 1v1s. Those are what you don't want to be taking when you're looking at an anti-force buy. You have players with a couple of upgraded guns.
And then from the back of that, what they're able to do for themselves, it rolls into a round number 20, which is just as good for them, Boo.
Yeah, round number 20 is where the momentum really shifts, right? It's where you need, if you're Falcons, you need to be able to close this one out before you have your economy completely broken. They have no money in the bank on this one. They play a little back on middle. When they do get aggressive in middle, they're really struggling. But then you have Legacy just group their way up and go for a really coordinated donut play. And you have a double up in donut, but triple nades on top of Nico take him down, and the round is basically over immediately off of that. That's just the Legacy grouping up in towards middle, and you have Falcons trying to play that kind of prod style. You give up mid, and then you try and have a player in a position you can win an aim duel, a 1v1, and take down the 5v4. Instead, they play all together. They catch them knowing exactly what's likely to be coming, and they close out the round. That's where Legacy really solidified that game, because, you know, the Falcons just go completely broke after that, and they're playing from the back for the rest of the game.
Really cool of Legacy to throw the nades so perfectly there as they take down both Nico and Kyosuke, which they got a little claustrophobic there in the donut. But all in all, I feel like Legacy in that pivotal swing round were able to come up with something that felt like a little bit of preparation, but also just really great coordination.
I mean, we're looking at the end of the scoreboard, and I'm getting flashbacks to what was that Legacy Falcons best of 3 at EWC 8 days ago, and I'm like, okay, so we're just going to follow the script, and we're going to kind of have history repeat itself just on a different map this time around.
I think the thing that impressed me about Legacy in this one is you look at Lotto and you look at Try, and those are the players that oftentimes you're expecting to be popping off the page. They were really struggling, especially in the first half. So to find a way to get them back into the game, to reactivate, come into the second half, and actually turn this one around, I think is incredibly impressive. And that's what we're talking about. You mentioned that you questioned this team a bit more, their consistency when they had Lux.
Yeah.
Now with Art, I think they really do have that ability to get back into a game, change up their style if they need to, and win from a spot where you think it's all over for them.
Exactly. Just to be able to have a leader sitting next to you that's been to multiple major playoffs, made deep runs like that, totally changes the outlook of what was before kind of a scrappy underdog team. Now it's one that has a veteran leader who can actually face off with somebody like Kerrigan.
It is crazy to see, because it's in map number 1, Laddo's doing a lot for the team. It feels like we're looking at him, we're still very impressed. And you're right, what was it, 4, 5 rounds in that first half? He went not a single kill to his name. And you're wondering, uh-oh, what's going to happen to Legacy right now?
Yeah, I think the B-Tram stat was he started out 6-2, and then he went 0-5 for the rest of the half. I mean, Falcons did a pretty solid job of icing him out. Again, Legacy have kind of a static CT side. It's a little obvious what they're going to do, but the problem is usually Lotto's just so damn good. You know he's going to be doubling up in cave a lot of the time. You know the way they're going to play, but he's just going to get the kills anyways. Falcons made that a little tougher for him.
One last note I would just have for Ancient there is that this is 2 consecutive times that Falcons pick Ancient after having a disaster befall them at Cologne when they picked it against BetBoom, and now essentially 3 picks in a row on Ancient that you've lost. What was probably you trying to build it up in this group stage to puff your chest out to other elite teams like Furia or maybe even Vitality if it gets to some weird kind of map draw or some kind of bait fest in terms of the veto. Well, now you don't really have that tool moving forward. So even though, of course, this evens up the scoreline of this series, this also has greater implications when you face off against other top teams in the near future.
Yeah, especially looking into the second half, the way that one closed out, when they should have been able to turn that one, they should have been able to take that one down. And you're thinking this maybe wasn't the map they necessarily preferred. It's just they knew Dust 2 is going to come as map 3, even if we pick this one. It's still a concern as to their map pool. You know, you want to look at Falcons if they're going to be dangerous, they need to have a lot of threatening maps rather than just a couple in the map pool that they're really struggling with, as long as they're not going to add cash to their pool.
It's also a back-to-back 13 and 10 in the fashion in which they lose this as well, right? The Lynn Vision series is one of the ones that you're alluding to, this one as well, and so it is just this little hurdle of they're not really able to push it that bit further, whilst we are still seeing good things for themselves there. There is one more player, though, on the side of Legacy that I'd love to talk about. You're saying Try also took a little bit of time to be able to ramp up for himself, Vu, and have a better game in the second half?
Yeah, this is one where I think the struggles from not being too experienced on this map do come through from time to time. You saw him a couple of times get taken down by m0NESY. Some of the time he just wasn't in great position to have anything done because of the way the rounds played out as well. So you can't blame him entirely. We are heading into probably his favorite map. It's certainly the map he's well known for. So I think he's going to be capable of shaking that one off pretty easily.
Yeah, he's going to be instrumental moving forward. Obviously, not the best, not a beautiful time for him there on Ancient, but I have a feeling that he's going to show a lot of impact after we get back.
Alrighty, it is going to be a break, and yes, on the other side, not only are we hoping to see a better formation from Try here, but also find out who is going to win at this best of 3 as we're heading to Dust 2. Try, you have had a phenomenal performance so far since joining Legacy, and I have to ask 2 questions about it. One, what does this opportunity of joining Legacy mean to you? And also, how do you put up performances like this each and every time?
I guess I took it as my last chance to prove if I'm worthy player of playing in these tournaments. And about the performance, I don't even know myself, so just playing.
Is it maybe the boys on the team helping you? Do you think that drive of this being your last chance to prove yourself could factor in?
Yeah, I think so. And also, like, I think Art and the coaches put me to very good use in the map. They always try to put me in good situations, so yeah, props to them.
And you did have a little bit of a drought when it came to not making playoffs, not qualifying to big events, but you guys just made it to playoffs at EWC. You placed incredibly well. Is that almost a relief, or does it add more pressure to continue making playoffs?
You can take it on both sides. You can see it as like pressure for us to perform, but we also kind of have a relief because we didn't know how good or how bad I was coming into the team, so you can see it on both sides, but we also prefer just to not put pressure on ourselves.
Well, speaking of playoffs, this map right now, Dust 2, is all that stands between them and making back-to-back playoffs. They're making Porto. They're making it to an arena and another crowd for Legacy. And
the only thing standing between them is a Dust 2 that they've won the last 2 out of 2 times they've played against this Falcons squad. They've really made it very tough for them, and Try is incredibly impressive. When you look at this map, he dropped 17 kills the last time they played. I'm expecting more out of him. This has been his home map for ages.
I have a sinking feeling here for Falcons. I feel like they really let Ancient slip there for themselves, and I also feel like there's a lot of footage now, if you're Legacy, to look at for how to dispatch of them. We're going to see Legacy start on the T side here, and I think the one matchup that's just a complete mismatch is Lado versus Kerrigan. Lado oftentimes lurking towards that long A section, Kerrigan tasked with defending it, and you don't even really need to set up Lado for these kinds of moments. You could make a distraction and Kerrigan can push into the waiting arms of Lado, but even if I see Lado just go for a fight in the mid-late round, just kind of as a release valve, if something else doesn't go perfectly on the other side of the map, I think he's just going to be destroying Kerrigan.
I was getting ready for the bait and switch there, but both of you guys favoring Legacy now going into this third map, and the question really is, does it continue? Can they rerun what happened 8 days ago and be able to take down Falcons to secure themselves a spot in Porto?
Oof, it's a fair question, Nat. Only 8 days ago, like you said, they've already done it. We saw some, some lackluster moments out of Falcons back when it came to their Lynn Vision game on Dust 2. Falcons will still be considered the favorites here, but I feel like things do point Legacy's direction in this game now.
Does feel like it. I think especially with Tri, we know about Tri on Dust 2 since 9Z days. Like he's always been great at the map, so definitely fearsome. I think we do have to watch to see if kioSke's got very parabolic form right now. He was so good on map 1, so bad on map 2. Does he meet in the middle somewhere? It's not like Falcons can't play this map. It's not like they couldn't have won every map so far that they played at the event. The question is, can they do it today? And that was also a game where Kerrigan was sneakily having a pretty good Ancient, and yet they couldn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, shame to let that go to waste. m0UZCEST was also up there with big moments. They show a little skin towards long, and the fallback occurs here from Falcons. This will be a Legacy operating with nothing but long control. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. No kit, actually, on the side of Falcons. But they hang on to a heavy amount of catwalk presence. Nico would love to get one of these headshots just to peel a player off, right? Play the numbers.
They have 2 smokes.
Frag for the cross and a flash behind. csgo trying to set up Nico for a kill. It'll be csgo to be the first victim of the round. Nico still just anticipating the top of ramp. Eventually the player comes up, won't be able to get a second. Now the CAC players that have been there since the get-go try to emerge through that smoke, and they just cannot manage.
Yeah,
so
totally mopped up by Doomau, all 3 of them.
It's the beauty of the double smoke play that Legacy bring, because the first smoke intended for the cross, the second smoke for catwalk, and that totally neutralizes Falcons' walk back from mid. Close your eyes, folks. kioSke missing a bunch of Beretta bullets, goes down 4K for Doomau, and Legacy start this T-side endeavor with a pistol round victory.
That's just one of the things they're so good at. It's like, it's the shoulder peaks, like how they can draw aggro, then let it go, then come back to it. Another guy peeks from a different angle. They're so on the same page when it comes to that. Dust 2 lends itself to that. And again, not expecting this at all to be a walk in the park. And in fact, Legacy, Falcons still got to be favored, right? But
bad one. Ancient was the fourth, lowest map in kioSke's career.
Dang.
And
luckily it's not long.
Kind of felt that way.
He's pretty new.
Forced
Looking like a good call. No one at Goose. Just a free kill to kick off. Oh, but m0UZCEST's ready.
Yeah, love that.
So like, fine, we'll exec now.
Calls for a quick reaction, and they get one out of m0UZCEST. It's actually a pullback from Legacy entirely. Tunnels remain smoked. kioSke missed Deagle shot. He'll be falling back into a site that is going to be challenged eventually here by Nissim. Oh! Deagle from both sides. Lotto takes damage as kioSke gets into the upgrade, and he's looking to leave his mark on an early moment here for Dust 2. Challenging within the window, looking for a 3K. Nissim late to the party, whittled away. And so kioSke making up for some lost time. Falcons forced by out of a 4v5. And it winds up upsetting Legacy's early momentum.
It's an insane push there for Nico. Through the smoke, has to steady his aim with just a couple frames to spare. Legacy approach it pretty well. They throw the setup smoke, but they smoke CT as well to make sure they can, all the CTs they know are going to be rotating pretty freely. Trying to get his confidence back up.
Yeah, no doubt that's dented after Ancients.
Kicked off with MOUZ.CEST's scout kill, who was excellent for what it's worth on Ancient. I mean, I don't really know if he missed. It was really, I want to say, Art's calling that, you know.
Agreed. Yeah.
Pretty much won the game. That was
really worth praise.
It was such a different mode of aggression. Like, it wasn't really anything like the previous rounds. It's just what the game called for.
I think when you go back to EWC, it's like you can really start to feel Art's impact on this team. Took a few outings. You know, this core of core of Legacy have been together for some time. Always weird changing out your leader. Oof, coming to terms with a new type of CS.
Are we going back around?
MOUZ.CEST's head gets ripped clean off. Kerrigan on the crossover, exposed and blind. Lotto's got him dead for it.
Lotto
catches Nico.
That's a lot of Lotto.
Kyosuke from the ramp trying to keep the pressure up, and that'll be Art dead. Remember, Lotto tag low, quarter HP left in, stuck behind boxes. Nissim trying to find a way to join the party.
They want to go clear him quickly. They don't know if there's a cat threat.
That'll be the bomb cleared out. He's just trying to let Nissim get into the play. Nissim, who's missing deagle shots, only racking up damage, still a chance here. 44 health versus Team.CEST's 100. But a deagle headshot's what he's looking for. Another scout tag. Going for it, and he finishes.
That's why Team.CEST hates him.
Force buys on force buys, and an M4 for his efforts.
Oh, he had him so uncomfortable that whole time. Team.CEST dropped into CT spawn. I feel like staying on default would have been just fine. He had him terrified.
Whoa, dirty shot on Nico.
Yeah.
It's like he didn't even fully stand up.
Every little bit counts in this game. And the emotions after taking the second round away from your opponents only to have it stolen back. It'd feel a little bit different if they were on T side, but that one's going to be expensive. Yep. It's all about staying focused now.
It's really fun that we have, again, this kind of legacy and FUT moment. Both these teams rising through the ranks, putting established players under the microscope, real levels of pressure. You know, we can always celebrate like the one-off deep tournament run, but now we have multiple mainstays. So the forces just keep coming, and it's a decent one for Falcons. As Nissim was the sole survivor last round, it's also remained costly for Legacy, so it's not like they're out of the deep just yet.
Yeah, they will treat this like an anti-eco and try to do everything properly. It's more of a classic approach to it, taking long, just taking over pit. Well, might not have been ready for that scout. Now they will be.
The old Nico scout.
But there is only a scout on the other side. I wonder if this game is worth playing. Nico's job right now is to kill the clock.
They've got it down to a minute. 4 out long. Nissim still tucked in top mid. Team.CEST starts to test the doors, and that's with an MP9, so huge advantage here for Nissim. Whittles down MOUZ.CEST. Team.CEST gets active, finds damage further on Nissim.
Oh, he hates him so much.
But it's the first blood in Legacy's favor. 40 seconds now. And Dumau doubles back to join up with Nissim. Catwalk's gonna be compromised soon. Nico not getting enough damage output out of that scout. Try finding the headshot. 5-7 and Kerrigan's hand goes down, and now we've got Legacy sinking their teeth into this A site, able to cross to the ramp with bomb, and that's just gonna be both Nico and MOUZ.CEST wishing they could save here.
These guys are a threat, and Nissim already goes to try to cut them off from saving.
Legacy really want to put their foot down on the throats of Falcons this round and deny any kind of a save.
Oh, he catches MOUZ.CEST. That's an M4 down. It's just Nico's scout.
Force him into the USPs next and really give Legacy runway at the start of Dust 2.
That's so impressive. It felt like that was going to be a lot harder. But with Nissim still at green box, they had a way to watch Cat. I mean, it was his awareness to make sure he got that first kill. I think that whole round was scary for Legacy, but it literally couldn't have been cleaner at the same time. No deaths.
Terrorists win.
That M4 is the only rifle to have to worry about this round.
There's so many chances for Nico to maybe find output there, but unfortunately, scout shots just whizzing by Legacy. And it really does feel like Nissim just has to assess his number all game long.
Well, they've seen everyone cross B, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the door isn't smoked. They had confirmed at least 3. It'll be a push out of tunnels.
Oh, Nissim was looking at the radar.
A little awkward.
Uh-oh, that's a gun to be grabbed.
They surely just run towards M.OUZ.CEST now.
Should be fine. M.OUZ.CEST with a USP. No teammates nearby.
Try with his Glock out.
CT's trying to get ahead of it. There goes M.OUZ.CEST. As expected, vanilla pistol, no real chance. And Kerrigan routing to top middle. Let's see what he can get done with the rifle he procured.
He's got no armor too, gotta be careful.
One M4 save could genuinely be helpful, so let's see if Kerrigan's able to hang on to it.
Only thing they did that was really good here was just boosting on the right side of mid, just really clearly watching everyone cross. Gave him a lot of confidence. Even though Nissim ended up dying, they had a game plan. This one's already getting a little bit out of control for Falcons. Need to rein it back in.
It's the nature of that force buy back and forth, right?
Yeah. Okay, man, that's another gun down. Oh, that would have been nice to have. They're going to invest, but they'll be missing some bits and pieces.
Okay, listen to me, guys. It's all good. I know it's fucking frustrating. I can see it in your faces, but let's reset now, okay?
Trying to keep the mental good. And M.OUZ.CEST's got a kid at the end of the round, so actually, I mean, they've got pretty much everything they need. Little light on utility. Try could be an op difference.
Really just waiting to see if Falcons over step one. They would love to see this corner challenged from the CT side of things. It'd be Kyosuke to do it.
Falcons look weak on everything except for a mid-B potential. Like, even just allowing the catwalk up could be very dangerous right now. Like, they don't have an op to hold this.
I mean, what's there to stop it? It's going to have to be Kerrigan versus 4.
They are also blind over on B. That setup smoke brings them back towards that side of the map.
M.OUZ.CEST starts to lean this way as well, but yet to depart from long just in case somebody were to come through his smoke.
He's got a land square on him, and Kerrigan's got a lot of work to do.
At 30 seconds, commitment comes over, execute clear. Kerrigan tucks, nade was valuable there, softens him up for his A1S, and a flashbang offered up for Kerrigan to work with. Only one to his name. M.OUZ.CEST has to double back to just double check those doors. Oh, nice clip off of Lotto. That's gonna drop the bomb, and he hangs on to long. This is M.OUZ.CEST doing a lot from his position, considering he was operating almost on his own.
No time for this, and
try down to 1 health. Falcons, that felt like such a light sight, but Kerrigan alley-oops himself, and M.OUZ.CEST most certainly delivers.
Yeah, I feel like the HEs actually help with the headshots, so there's that. Did land in the right place. The very sparse utility they had at this point in the round. But this is really M.OUZ.CEST. These two clean clip-offs going back to long especially.
Yes.
Call was right for Legacy, but execution didn't meet the expectations.
Again, no real challenge to the cat play, so it's space given to Legacy once more. Heavier lean from Falcons on this A site at the moment. MOUZ really, oh man. Player in the background starts spamming. That catches csgo off guard. You could argue he's lucky to be alive, but his incendiary just got clipped by the smoke, so.
And MOUZ doesn't move a muscle, I love that.
Burning util to no avail, calls Nico into the action. We've got a missed smoke over at the B bomb site thrown by Legacy. It's the same time they block off CT spawn. csgo double through the edge of the door. Hard fought here in mid. Nico spam back thanks to Lotto. And so this defense is going to remain split 2-2 as the 3 remaining Legacy players are allowed to just group up towards Cat and another challenge at 30 seconds, similar to the last round. This time m0NESY posting an op early, lets them know he's here.
Yeah, and he's earned this gun, hasn't missed much. He'll have to fight for this chance, and Nissim gets another, actually.
Drops down.
Ooh, that's the bomb getting planted now.
Good move from Nissim into the CT spawn, finds csgo unprepared towards middle. Kerrigan and m0NESY's A defense didn't stop any footing here for Legacy.
Their retake utility's 2 flashbangs. Got to make them count.
Couple of kits to try to play with. You've got Tri floating out there on elbow, scoped in on this corner, I presume. Ready for the walk-up of Kerrigan. There go the flashbangs. This is their chance to cross over, and m0NESY does win the off duel. Lotto from inside the site, always when you need him. And Team.CEST versus Nissim again. It's Nissim with the double down, the 1v1 clutch. This guy just has Rene's number.
Yeah, he cannot kill this man. That's another clutch there for Nissim. Ooh, everything went into that. No saves. And after this push from csgo, made a lot of good happen, but I can't even believe the spam. Yeah, I just...
The spam on Nico plus this double.
Crazy by Lotto too, yeah. Yep.
You never see him shout, you never see him celebrate.
It's just a glass of lemonade on a sunny day.
He's just sat at the end of the desks, putting in real work.
He's the enhancer.
Lotto and MOUZ. Long-standing teammates, core of the team, at the tip of the scoreboard. And an active move here from Falcons as they come back in with a full investment that leaves them limited.
Clear.
Double back. Oh!
He got assists in the kill feed. Nico grabbing all 3 with the help of csgo.
Those 2 push top mid, find Legacy as a pack. Oh, and Nico's gonna go ahead and take the quad kill. Set up by the assists of csgo. That'll make Nico feel better.
What a weird situation.
Hilariously.
Everybody coming back from long.
Nissim has already killed Team.CEST this round again.
No way. He's killed Team.CEST so much. Team.CEST has been mad since Mirage.
csgo gets 1 for his efforts in that mowdown.
Hey, at least they did it together.
Really nice timed, aggressive move from Falcons. They get away with the top mid push. I mean, could you ask for a better reward than 3 players jumbled up on each other like that? And of the 2 guns you have here, it's the 2 best weapons Falcons had. The only 2 M4s on the round.
And 2 of the best sprays in the game. That's brutal, because they were just off by a couple seconds, and they were ready for somebody to be pushing, but they weren't early enough.
Fast challenge back, MOUZ, Hero AK. This is all Legacy can afford. Would leave an open door for Falcons to tie the game up. But as they chuck utilities back and forth, this is already Legacy trying to scale up a long wall. Nico in the peak. They may be blind, but they also shoot back. Smoke's not good, though.
Yeah, they've got 1 more to use.
And they also have added, like last time, that smoke onto the catwalk. Legacy with layers.
Whoa.
Falcons with players on site. Found out. Inside smoke. Tech9 spam from Lotto. Now he's got another AK. MOUZ hits the ground. Try to follow suit. Bomb planted in the meantime. Lotto's taking this round into his own hands. Sitting inside. Very awkward. Not given a chance to emerge. csgo deals with the ramp play. Here's Nissim's flank missing deagle shots. Team.CEST gets revenge. And that will clear the board of the Legacy money. They supplant it with the bomb plant, a little bit of extra for the next one, but looking like a save and an open door for Falcons to tie this game up.
See Kerrigan stressed.
I think I know why.
Yeah. Oh, man. They threw 1 flash, and, I mean, the Legacy were pretty well prepared for that. They had 1 guy playing anti, they had Tri inside a pit.
Nice, boys! Hold
Holy shit, man.
Maybe Kerrigan's not the most stressed.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, try invests here. Throws that AK over to Lotto.
Okay. That's pretty selfless from your opper.
And there it goes.
Trust me, bro, it's a sure thing.
Scared money don't make money. As long as they can keep the AK. Lotto will give try and op next round, surely. It's an IOU. And at least Dumao also brought Kevlar to the party.
Never show up to the party without armor.
And helmets.
And guns.
What kind of parties you been going to?
They're great. There's no one left to say otherwise.
Walk out mid for the crossfire. Easy. You'd think. They find out Dumao. Oh!
Wait a second.
Yes, sir.
They're
Arts.
back.
That AK's changed hands twice.
Just hit this.
Nissim is such a nuisance.
And he shouldered it, so now he's going to be super cautious. Good for m0NESY, just take this into his own hands.
And he will land the chance to strike this down and push it all onto Art. The third player to have this AK in hand, but the only one to do it without Kevlar. And no bomb plant. Nice shots out of m0NESY.
That's
Sonic,
great.
thankful that his opper has the talent that it does to survive for Falcons, as the single AK test was real.
Had to be a flick wall bang or that bomb gets planted, and it's a real chance at the clutch. Instead, we get a tied game.
Wow, so Art winds up being the only person who could buy an op, but he had 4,800, and he buys an op for try.
All right. That's crazy.
Art decides to go Glass Cannon Desert Eagle with a smoke double flash.
I mean, the fact that this even got close is crazy enough.
It's a good round for m0NESY. We saw a lot of good stuff out of him on Ancient.
Thought he flicked that. He just aimed for that. That's beautiful.
Sonic slowly becoming a religious man. And it's awesome to see Kyosuke on the rebound as well. Mirage was great. Ancient sucked. Dust 2, 12 and 6.
Damn. So we got Nissim for csgo, and we have Lotto for Nico. They've got answers. Oh, it's Nissim again.
They get out. Kyosuke to the car, dead with nothing. csgo under siege. Oh,
Nissim.
Both headshots.
And they have mid already.
Art's the one guy that didn't bring anything other than util to the table. He'll be found by m0NESY, but what more can you do?
If no one peeks, are you even going to retake this? I feel like no chance.
That B bomb site just got blindsided.
Yeah, this is a little bit too much out of Legacy. If you look at it, they get their full exec out with mid control. I mean, CT's just got to run from this. There's no point. This is the round that Falcons, I feel like we're so afraid of for like 7 rounds in a row.
Until round 11.
Yeah, Legacy had done a good job of waiting a while before bringing that in.
And of course, who else other than Nissim to bombard csgo's bomb site?
Yeah.
And you can see Kyosuke trying to scramble into the car position to just kind of like serve an anchor spray down, but didn't even get many bullets out before Nissim took both players' heads off. That's Legacy. 6 rounds of a T-side confirmed with 1 to go.
That's plenty for Dust 2.
Nissim has been rocking csgo all night long.
Yeah.
Double op variation here for Falcons in the final round of regulation. And it's...
the decoy
I was going to say
bait.
dead, but... m0NESY catches the second. There you go. You get something out of the setup.
It's funny because it's the m0NESY bait decoy play. Oof. Walked right into it, but it didn't matter. Wow. Second off paying off.
Nissim's dead, so csgo should be fine.
Just, oh, that's annoying.
Can't hang on to it. They could still get this B split on. Remember, final round of the half, so... Oh, Kyosuke, second kill. All lotto from here on out.
I mean, if he's aced from here.
But to do it with 18 health, bad Molotov as well. Devil's in the details. That frag grenade could just finish this all. There we go, but it misses. What was that lame frag, Nico? That thing barely got through the window.
This is almost officially pointless because they can just throw one player at it for every plan at this point.
Down to 30. Would take a massive Falcons error. Fakes it once more. And they'll just wait. Oh, they'll wait. And Nico swings. He's had enough. Tied game at the end of the half. These two teams giving us a show, and we can't separate them after the first 12 rounds of Dust 2.
Start here. Vitality fighting left and right. Perfecto's down and out. It's just Axile and Hobbit left, and they're not even getting a chance in this round. They can't even really step into it, Henry. They have already been swept away. Vitality, they look ready to begin this semi-final with a cracking start.
Oh, we're not done just yet, though, here, Anders. Axile's putting up a bit of resistance. This 5 versus 1 all of a sudden has been cut down to size. He's got a fighting chance here. He could actually pull this one off. Just flames to beat as he fires in towards short. Surely not. What a way to kick things off in the semi-final. One more kill will do it. Biding his time, the bomb is down, but he's still got plenty to work with here.
He's looking for it. He's edging it out. This should have never been. A huge blunder on the side of Vitality has brought them into a... No! You must be kidding!
Sometimes it's like piecing together that utility defense with heroics out of nowhere timings. They have to connect, and so far they have. Little peek on short, gets Magisk a double. Missed shot. ZywOo, oh, he leaves the door open. Oh. No! What is that? Quadruple deagle out of Jabby.
Heavy towards mid. Ready for a pop.
Dexter blinded. Nice follow through of flashbangs. Excellent tracking. Even better no scopes and the shots that follow. Dexter, an animal. Dexter, the destroyer.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, FUT.
Thus far, I think it might be FUT.
I think what's his name? Fish Puncher, boy. If we knew this. Mr. Fish Puncher. 12 games. I don't want to bully too much, but Fish Puncher is not an info. I killed you, Dad. Move back.
Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life.
Yes. 4 out of 5 Vitality members have the letter Z in the surname, representing the organization B theming. Apex is not included because bees have short life spans and don't usually live too early.
Had it been delayed like for media days and stuff, and then I didn't have like jerseys and stuff with me, so I have to use the same jersey for like 6 days, and it becomes pretty nasty in the end. So
bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot, not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers fucking Mercedes picking me.
Here's the view from Section 111 on the day before. And this is what it looks like day one.
One of these teams heading to the Superboc Arena in Porto next weekend, but which one is the question? It could still be both, but one of them's going to have to go on the lower bracket run. Final half of the best of 3, still tied 6-all. Legacy did have a couple of rounds that made Falcons run circles. Whoa. Lotto playing dodgeball out middle while Dumau's Berettas sit in tunnels, goes for the wide swing. Messy attempt. Nissim ready with a second pair, but MOUZ.CEST's got the instant headshot right back, catching another player off the push. There's another from the lower tunnels. Lotto just can't make it happen. MOUZ.CEST's gonna punish for that one, setting up Falcons wonderfully with a pistol victory. Now they can't afford what happened in the first half. 3-4 back and forth force buys that made the Falcons' economy bottom out. No, sir, you win this pistol, Falcons convert it.
It's going to be a feel-good win for the Falcons if they can pull it off. And this is just such a beautiful round. Oh, out of MOUZ.CEST. Not much you could say about that.
Yeah. Berettas from lower tunnels really didn't get much going. Force out of Legacy starts with a nice place nade.
Yeah, it was. Oh,
Dumau and Lotto here towards long. That's a Galil to couple with the scout.
We got a lot of players trailing towards B, trying to anticipate the next move out of Falcons. It's actually going to be a cap play, but that's Dumau, M4. And a smoke. Or sorry, this is a Galil.
Misses the chance at the headshot. Ooh, and MOUZ.CEST looking to be the savior again. Bailed them out in the pistol round. He's finding impact here on A. Dumau's Galil keeps his head tucked down. They just want this plant. That's money secured. Catwalk compromised.
Yeah, smoke's coming up soon.
Nico goes back. CT comes through, gets chewed down, and that's good. 1 HP for Nico as he holds off on the flank. Keeps majority alive for the Falcons. They convert their pistol, but not without worries.
They got a strong core right now between Kioske, MOUZ.CEST, Nico on this map. No question marks there.
Art Mag 7
eco.
tunnels.
Yeah, and just runs through the entire Molotov. They're just waiting for him, though.
Nobody does it like Art.
He's still alive. Okay.
Is he?
Got a lot of utility out of that.
Yeah, like $1,800 worth of utility. $17? Nah. Left. Of course, Nissim's a part of the problem still. He'll go down. Goose player cleared. Lotto, another dink. Oh my God, how close can you make it?
Damn.
Whoo.
Very, very good try here from Legacy. Crazy with what they put into that round.
Winds up being cost effective, that much for sure, but we've got Falcons 3 rounds up over Legacy. 4 rounds from playoffs. But a gun round ahead. You know, one of the win conditions back on Ancient for Legacy as they clawed their way through that second half was really that everybody contribute. Everybody had their rounds. The kills were quite even. We do have Try and Art at 4 and 5 frags apiece.
Yep.
Let's hope that switching sides bodes well for them, especially the Opper.
I feel like MOUZ.CEST star of the show right now.
That he is. The core, him, Nico, Kyosuke, feeling like it's enough.
I think a bit nervy for Falcons that they did just run into the stack last round, nearly lost it. Weren't willing to go for a scout, weren't willing to try that mid-B play even with their utility. Tries up to bat.
Gotta see impact here. While the smokes blocks his vision, he tries to pop it open. Knows for sure that they are behind it, but missed first chance.
Second flash is good to set him up.
Dumau's looking to climb up off the teammate's flash. It works. But MOUZ.CEST will cover as Kerrigan takes over the site. Try removes him from it. We've got Nico down in spawn to catch them off guard. Bomb starts to peel back now.
Yeah, but they've got a lower Tonos player. They might run right into Nissim.
15 seconds. And yeah, now MOUZ.CEST realizing he's got to go back into the commitment. Nico and Tess looking to pinch these long players. Try and Art hold on. It is all MOUZ.CEST. 8 seconds. Lineup's there. And just enough time for the plant. He has been doing everything for Falcons into the clutch. And he's got to go for the reload. Nissim's got 2 clutches to his name, but not this one. MOUZ.CEST bending bullets over boxes.
And that's the round of the game for MOUZ.CEST in a sea of great rounds.
Nico on the brink of pulling the hair out of his head. This deep peek into long. Try and Art get both their frags. Boom!
This is like, get me out of this nightmare, and MOUZ.CEST gets another opener.
Fifth highest rated Dust 2 this year.
MOUZ.CEST, one of the 4 better.
Leaps and bounds above him in this map, this particular match. That's the first clutch on Dust 2 that goes Falcons' way, and it is timed massively when they need it. And it's up against Nissim, the only other player in the server with clutches so far. Now don't trip over your feet here in round 17. It's a Mag 7 and a Scout, a 5v4 established early by the Falcons. Kyosuke low, Dumau's gonna kill csgo. Careful now. Bomb starts to evade. That was 1 shot out of Art's Mag 7 left for that close range attempt. Kerrigan off Dumau's 5-7 spam, punctures through. They've got it. 5 rounds the lead, 2 from victory. Laughing their way through Art's Mag 7 attempts. I think Kerrigan's losing his mind.
It's such a big clutch, isn't it? For the round score, for the atmosphere right now, for the belief, I think, in this situation for both these teams, completely swings the game. 5-round gap. Another buy, but you press tab and you look at the players right now in Legacy, you're not getting half of what you need. Their best chance was that 3v1. No rounds so far in the second half for Legacy.
Challenge to long out of the gate from Falcons with util, but nothing really behind it.
It's the best view you could get. That'll be 1 in the bag for Try.
Yeah, nice decision. Very different setup.
They could sack him though. Like, give really nice lines here.
Kyosuke's been so much better on Dust 2 than Ancient. Oof, Lotto.
Okay.
Nice slide through the B window to get m0NESY out of this one. That's a big scalp for this moment.
It does really keep the hopes alive.
Still though, with those 2 kills from Kyosuke, very good call from Kerrigan. Headed up catwalk. You're gonna meet little resistance, if any at all. And Kyosuke even given the edge of the deep peek into CT. Now, there's a long player in the form of Try to come back to the bomb site.
And they're going to want to commit to this, which means this could be an easy 12 with a lot of money to spare.
And little on the side of Legacy. Try inches inwards.
He's not covering this?
Kyosuke. Oh, Try didn't shoot. Try didn't shoot. He still hasn't come around the corner. Now, oh, he hits him, but it's only the leg shot. Opens up Team.CEST to get into the play. That should have been Try's sitting duck. And instead, you've got Falcons, 2 strong, money in the bank, 6 map match playoff points.
That was a very important moment to shoot.
I want to see it all from Try's perspective.
Yeah, he quick switch, and then he got a leg shot. The fact that he even got a second chance at that is already unreal. Oh my goodness, at a moment like that.
And the fact he gets back in with a second chance even.
Sorry, but that's all you're thinking about tonight.
7 and 15 on top of it. A stark contrast to the Falcons op in m0NESY's 20 and 8. Try has had some of his best maps in this Legacy jersey. But this match for an early playoffs berth.
Sad part is you don't even have the quick switch. Doesn't make anything faster.
Oh, and he gets mopped up close by Kerrigan.
That's brutal.
They're going to transition back into the cat play. Or at least they thought about it and hit the pause with the smoke there in front of them. Defense split 2-2. The B players go out down to the lower mid play. And m0NESY awaiting this. You know, we thought versus Lynn Vision that the perfect T-side from Falcons was a Lynn Vision calamity. Turns out Falcons are on the brink of perfect T-siding 2 teams on their road to playoffs for Porto. m0NESY levels above in the 3rd map of this match. Dumao trying to extend off site, looks to blindside the approach, and he will catch one with a nade in hand, but Kyosuke's got quick trades, and he now surpasses m0NESY in terms of kill count. What a huge recovery individually from Kyosuke, map 2 to 3. Top mid player in here in Art didn't catch the door push. Give Team.CEST one for the road, maybe. Yeah, gets revenge on Nissim. A hard-fought head-to-head between those two. And a hand forced by Legacy into what was a 2v4 retake. The first kill found, a few seconds to spare. m0NESY puts it down and the CTs go for the split.
They're coming in from below. They're only periodically checking this. FUT has the awareness. There is a chance for him.
Kyosuke gets it. Another headshot off the rifle, adding himself alongside these other 2 players. This surviving core of round 19 has been lights out for Dust 2. And Falcons have shown us improvements day to day. They will be joining Spirit, Furia, and MOUZ in the Super Bach Arena as they deny Lotto any further impact. m0NESY's 1v3 clutch, a reference moment as they guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs, a game versus MOUZ for the semis, and just another testament to the young talent that this Falcons roster is filled to the brim with.
Revenge is a dish best served 8 days later here for the side of Falcons, where they finally are able to take down Legacy. It did require all 3 maps, but I think it's just that much sweeter getting to do it on Dust 2 and in the fashion that they did it too.
Yeah, I mean, it requires all 3 maps. It requires m0NESY with some superb plays. The 1v3 was unreal, and Kyosuke activated as well. That's Falcons at their best.
Kyosuke, just feast or famine player. Obviously feasting on the 2 ends of this series, but in the middle having a tough time. But superb performance from him on this one. I feel like there's going to be some moments for Legacy that they want back in that final half for sure.
Yeah, they're going to be looking back on it knowing that they were just that one map away from making it to the arena for themselves to Porto. But at the end of the day, it is Falcons that have won this best of 3. And joining us at the desk is m0NESY. Dude, congratulations. You were having a crazy game on Dust 2 there.
Yeah, was not bad, not bad. It was a good game, yes.
Just good? Come on.
It was great, it was great.
Just a little humble over there.
I mean, that clutch you had with the rifle, especially on the A-bomb site, was just crazy there. I mean, when that fight you took versus Nissim towards short, and you just peeked out and killed him right there, did you even know at first that you got him? Because that was just so fast.
No, I realized I killed him, yes, of course. Because this music starts, you know, after you kill, of course. But yeah, I just took a bit aggressive duel against him. I didn't want to respect.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you did that a lot in this one. For the most part, this whole tournament or this whole series, it went pretty well for you. But what can you say about Ancient? Because that one did slip away from you guys in some sense.
Yes, I mean, Ancient was obviously first of all our pick. We expected things that they were doing. Just did not win Anti-Force on City side. I think we had a very good chance, but we lost against Tech9s when they pushed Donut, and we were 2 City with Nico. So just did some mistakes. I did a mistake that I moved to City, and I would say if we wouldn't lose at Anti-Force, we would have a good game after.
In terms of Legacy as an opponent, you seem to have done pretty well against them consistently, but the team is struggling. What would you chalk that up to?
Me?
Yeah.
I just don't do anything special. You know, just play the game. I just see the things I do. I adapt towards the things. I do my own things. I like to dictate the pace with op as well, the way I want to go for entries or for anything with op as well, and I'm just listening to Finn. That's it.
When we look at you as, you know, in this echelon of players, you're up there with ZywOo, Donk, and m0NESY. Do you ever think of yourself in the greats as a player?
I don't know. I'm just enjoying the game. To be honest, I don't have anything in mind. I don't know. Time will show. Time will show.
Actually, I'm curious about the Lynn Vision one, because also that went kind of poorly for you guys on Ancient. I mean, you guys are trying to put it in now as your pick. It hasn't been super good for you guys this year, or at least the last couple months, I would say. But it was great for you guys in 2025. I mean, what do you think the feeling is now with Kerrigan at the helm on the map?
Obviously, Finn is bringing his own structure. I mean, when he joined the team, he brought his own structure, the way he sees how he, the way he approached the game, and we had to adapt to his structure. And the structure that he brought, I really feel comfortable to play, and I think the whole team as well. I think that's what we needed, and yeah, trying to also, because we had 3 grand finals in a row, we had also a lot of mistakes. We couldn't win. On the 3rd one we won, and also obviously there are still a lot of room to improve, room for improvement for us. So yeah, I mean, I like the way we play. Sometimes we struggle, but we really practicing comebacks, you know, like against Lynn Vision, against some teams as well.
Okay, actually I have a question about how you feel like the season's going, because you guys obviously picked up a lot of steam by winning Cologne, but you didn't actually win consecutively after that or anything really in Bounty or at EWC. But now it feels like maybe you can find some uptick for the rest of the season. Do you see yourselves as being consistent competitors to win every tournament, especially with Vitality dropping off a little bit now? I feel like it's ripe for the taking for you guys, but is that the feeling in the camp?
I see us as contenders for the trophies every time we play the tournament. Obviously, we always, I would say after Cologne win, we obviously expect ourselves to win. Like, not to win on tournaments, but to show better result, you know, not like we showed on Blast Bounty when we lost against 100 Thieves Online, or the way we lost against the Legacy in the WC. We always expect ourselves to play better. We have, I would say, high standards. And yeah, we just, to be honest, we're just throwing a lot of games, in my opinion.
When things are going well for you guys, you look like you maybe are the best team in the world, but when things are going badly, the drop-off in level is really big. How much of your time is going into making your B game and your C game better, rather than just fortifying your A game?
How much we what? Like
your bad days. When you're having a bad day, how much of your practice is going into making sure those are better, rather than your good days going as well as possible?
Yeah, we try to always we have a lot of practice, even though, you know, like on the tournament, for example, in WC, you had a lot of time to practice when you qualify for playoffs, like 3-4 days, or maybe even more. We always have a lot of theories. We talk a lot about mistakes. A lot of people we have that are theory crafting, like Finn, like Nico, because they're calling on CT and T side, and obviously there comes as well Danny and Zonic and Eamon, our analyst, and also I didn't mention myself. Never mind. I mean, didn't mention even Maxim. Never mind. We have us players. We don't like to theory craft, you know, but we have a lot of players that are theory crafting, and we prepare a lot for the tournament and against opponent. So. Yeah, I don't know if I understood exactly what you meant, but...
Well, I have one question for just in-game stuff. Because of a fight that I think Zacher took yesterday, everybody started talking about how on 4x3, you don't sometimes see the shadows that on 16:9. Did it make anybody on Falcons reconfigure or rethink their res?
What was that? Like, I don't know.
Okay, so yesterday...
I don't even know what he asked, bro.
So yesterday, Zacher saw a guy's shadow on Dust 2, but... He didn't see it himself clearly because he quick switched away and looked away, but everybody that was watching at home saw it. And then someone figured out that on 16:9 res, you can see shadows from a farther distance than on a 4x3. Yeah.
Time to change some settings.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's why I was asking if you heard that already, but that was kind of news happening today.
No, I didn't, to be honest. I didn't. Just don't change your settings, guys, first of all. Yes. Play 4x3. Don't change to 16:9.
Well, look, I do have one last question before we let you go and change your settings. This match qualifies you to Porto. How excited are you guys to be playing?
We qualified, yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
m0NESY, come on, man. That's what you're playing for, right?
I swear to God, I didn't know.
Were you aware Vitality was waiting for you in the lower bracket?
If you lost.
Yeah, if you lost, it would have been Vitality you played tomorrow.
Yep. I don't mind, you know. I don't mind to play. To be honest, I like these matchups. I like when it's a lot of tension. Like there is do or die, you know. You either win or you lose, and you just go back to home. I like these matchups. But against who we're gonna play? Do you know?
You're gonna go up against MOUZ for seeding, but like you've qualified to Porto now, and then you still have one more best of 3 against MOUZ, and then if you win, then you go straight to semifinals.
Okay, nice. Now we can go and chill, you know, a little bit. I'm joking. No, we're gonna come and win. But yeah, I'm happy that we qualified. It was very, very important for us. We always try, as I said, put a bit more high standards, and we always try to improve. So I think this game was kind of also revenge. I didn't like when we lost in the WC because, you know, it was kind of obvious the things that we're doing when we played against them in last time in Shanghai, I remember, and they're just playing the same kind of, you know. I didn't want to lose, but...
Yeah. I actually do want to ask another follow-up question on that then. You're saying, like, you know, losing to Legacy really hurt, but I want to know, as a player, how do you sort of work through a loss or an elimination from a tournament? Are you like I want to be really silent, I don't want to see anyone, or you just want to get back and just go and play Counter-Strike?
For me, first of all, I want to go and get some rest. Just go through some rounds, you know, go through some game, and after just go and chill with the guys. Obviously if we go on the tournament, if we're still on the tournament there. But yeah, sometimes just want to go back and just play CS.
Okay.
Or,
all right.
Yeah, obviously to see my family as well.
Yeah, look, that's totally valid. But we'll let you go, m0NESY. Go and change your settings now that you're all up to date with.
Never change the settings.
He's all up to date with not only settings, but as well as how the bracket's going to play out. Because apparently, whilst he is excited to get into playoffs, no idea that they had qualified for Porto right then and there. So they were playing with significantly less pressure than normal, I'd say.
That's the definition of taking it game by game, just focusing on yourself, you know, just play our own game. You don't even worry about the circumstance or what the seeding or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and if he played against Vitality, he likes playing against Vitality. He, for one, on that team, maybe the only one, along with Kerrigan, really loves the pressure. He loves it when there's a lot on the line, because either you win and it's great, or you lose and you get to go home and play CS from home.
Well, that's the thing. He didn't say Vitality specifically. He just said, I like it when the matches are tense. And for a lot of our teams, there are still tense matches. I know we've been doing this day by day. We've looked at Group A, then we've looked at Group B, but tomorrow, I know we're not looking at our schedule just yet, but I'm excited because it's a lot of eliminations. It's a lot of the tense moments that m0NESY was alluding to.
I like to see the weaker team go home sad. I like to see the sadness in their eyes as they are defeated and they know that they have to return.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
What do you like to see, Maui?
I like to see winners win. I like to see teams that I don't agree with their GMing decisions lose. That's because then I feel right, like I predicted something there. That's where I find a lot of my investment in the scene. I don't want to just see losers lose. I want to be right about their loss.
So you felt great when Payne went home yesterday.
I didn't agree with their GMing for the last year, so yeah, fair.
All right, Maui's feeling a little bit vindicated, but Legacy with their loss, they are going to be taking that slot up against Vitality. We saw it in the bracket there, and it is going to be a tough one. You're going to go back-to-back here from Falcons to a Vitality in the lower bracket.
It doesn't get any easier here. Even though Vitality showed vulnerability on day 1, losing to Inner Circle, day 2 they were a completely different beast. So it's going to be really difficult also for Legacy to game plan against a team that's playing with the stand-in.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things for Legacy. I think some of the games we've seen Vitality lose in the last couple seasons, it feels like the pressure sometimes gets to them, especially at Paris. It felt like the pressure got to them. You're playing with the stand-in. The pressure is relieved to a large extent. I think that can make it easier for some of the individuals on Vitality to take over the game the way they want to.
I'm not sure if I agree with you guys, right? I think that this is going to be a Legacy that has shown me more than enough over the last few days that they're going to be able to take it to Vitality. Even though they did start off with Vitality playing in the lower bracket up against 9Z, they got a very swift 2-0 is the only accurate way in which I can describe how that best of 3 played out.
Absolute dominance from Vitality. I mean, that is Newton's third law, you know. You absolutely get destroyed day 1. You come back, you get to do the destroying this time. I mean, unfortunate for 9Z, it had to be them.
I think it's worded exactly for every reaction there is an equal and opposite reaction.
Exactly.
And that was unfortunately 9Z being on the end of that reaction there.
The second law being force equals mass times acceleration. Unfortunately, they had way too much mass, and they were just accelerating right into 9Z.
Well, MOUZ and Inner Circle having the second best of 3 there. Again, a similar story. The teams that ended up losing, both 9Z and Inner Circle, having very limited number of rounds to their name. A MOUZ that is powering up, that won our last blast event.
That is Newton's third law right there. You have Inner Circle beat Vitality, and they get absolutely smacked by MOUZ. That's Newton's third law right there.
An object in motion stays in motion. And MOUZ are right now moving on the up and up.
They're an unstoppable force.
As they make it to the playoffs too.
Alrighty, then we have our third series here. Lynn Vision up against FUT. We did unfortunately have to say goodbye to Lynn Vision, but FUT continuing along in their journey. And this one, a big old 3-mapper.
A partially momentarily stoppable force meets a movable object in Lynn Vision. FUT eventually do take him down. It wasn't comfortable, but it was well played by FUT on the last couple maps.
That was the 4th or 5th law of Newton?
I don't know how many laws this guy had. He was pretty smart. He probably had 17 or 18.
He had some that aren't always talked about in the textbooks that you read, Boo.
Well, it was a lot of fun Counter-Strike that we get to have today, but of course you guys are talking about everything that all the scientists love, all the nerds out there want for themselves, and if you're a Counter-Strike nerd, well, boy, you better listen up, because I have the best website for you guys. You can head on over to Refrag. That's not even a website. What am I talking about? You can head on over to Refrag here and have a lot of fun in some of the modes that go out there. Co-op is probably my favorite, just because I'm not really a solo gamer these days.
My favorite game mode is paying for Refrag for the last 2 years and
never
not using it almost ever, even though I think it's a great program, great app. It works really well. When I'm playing and I use that thing, I go, I am so much better as a player, but then I don't play.
Yeah, I've seen your YouTube videos, I can tell.
Wow. Oh, mostly reviews. It's mostly watching people play.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that Refrag, and if you want to go there, go to refrag.gg/blast to try it out. I do use it. I have been using it a bit more, and right now I haven't dropped a single one of my face placement games. So there's a correlation to be studied there.
Yeah, what was it? Every equal and opposite reaction pays for it, doesn't use it, doesn't pay for it, uses it a lot.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's because I tried it out for free, using that link right there below.
Exactly, so you guys can be just as good as Maui if you want there. Make sure you check out Refrag, because there is so much more on offer. Just like this tournament, there's a lot still on offer. Of course, looking at tomorrow should be a lot of fun. We've alluded to it, but now you get to see the exact matchups of our eliminations. That's right, 4 eliminations mean 4 teams going home. We're starting off with G2 up against Na'Vi, Aurora and M80, FUT going up against Inner Circle, ending with Legacy going up against Vitality.
All 8 of those teams are of equal skill level. These should be 50-50 games. They all are in the correct matchups.
I'm taking left, left, left.
Left, left.
Left.
All lefts.
I'm taking all lefts.
All lefts.
I'm taking lefts.
Everything you own in a box to the left, Maui.
Everything goes left here. The left is winning.
I want to disagree, but I can't.
Then you what?
I want to disagree.
You guys were just hyping up Vitality, and then I'm all like, nah. Legacy.
Well, we have to retain credibility here. Legacy has been looking great, and JL just lost to Inner Circle.
But then he dropped like a 2-point-something rating?
Against who?
Great question.
9Z is your answer.
And what did Max say? They're not feeling themselves. Okay. So it doesn't even count. Doesn't even count.
Should we run it back? Should we get them back in the studio in case it was a fluke?
I want a rematch so that 9Z can show that what it's like when they care.
I think not having a rematch does a major disservice to all of Blast.
Oh, look, I'll write it down. I'll note it. I'll send it to the CEO of Blast, and I'll let you know what the email comes back for. But we got to say goodbye for now, guys. It's been a lot of fun for day number 4. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Elimination, we say goodbye to 4 more teams and a whole lot more Counter-Strike happening here at Blast Premier Open Porto.